Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter became the weapon of his own justice. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Wronged by the world he was meant to save, Harry forges himself into the ultimate weapon, justice delivered on his own terms. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. It was a crisp day in Surrey, the kind of clear, sunny days that were a rarity in the London suburb during the typically rainy spring. A tall, somewhat weedy young man with curly brown hair and a nose just a bit too big for his face aimlessly strolled down the sidewalk lane. Samuel Chambers had left his shared flat early this morning, and wandered towards his research lab at University College London in no hurry. There was almost no breeze, making the air less chilly than one would expect on a March morning. He turned a corner, and nearly stepped into a man with long hair, tied in a ponytail with a silk ribbon. "Oh, pardon me." Samuel's comment elicited no response, not even a glance from the man, so he continued on his way, walking alongside the perimeter of the local primary school, pondering how unusual it was to see a man in a black gown in Surrey. A flurry of shouts and sudden activity drew his attention. "Now you'll get it, ye little shite." Samuel cocked his head in surprise, as a chubby, heavy-set boy, perhaps 10 years of age, began to kick a much smaller boy wearing glasses. Two other boys, one tall and the other short and squat, stood in an intimidating fashion, blocking the small boy's escape. Samuel sighed, recalling his own memories of schoolyard bullies and cruel teasing, and took a deep breath to announce his presence when an ear-splitting crack sounded, and the small boy was gone. Everyone present stilled, unable to explain what it was that had just occurred. Samuel's jaw dropped a moment later, though, as a surprised exclamation came from above. A quick glance up showed the small boy, teetering on the edge of the roof, arms windmilling as he fought and ultimately failed to keep his balance, crashing 25 feet to the concrete below where lay unmoving. Samuel and the three boys remained too stunned by the sequence of events to even react. What the hell was that? He asked himself. Thankfully, to Samuel's mind, the oddly garbed man in a black gown brushed past him as he hurried to reach the boy. Samuel stared as the man approached, wondering, where did he get that mask? Noticing what appeared to be a conductor's baton appearing in his hand. At about 6 paces from the injured boy, the baton snapped out along with an exclamation of some unusual words, and a green flash lit the street. Then the man vanished with another crack. That left echoes around the schoolyard. Dud. The squat bully was now nudging the overweight boy that had been attacking the motionless boy, who had not moved an inch since the flash of light. "Dud, what's happening, mate?" There was no response, as the large boy stood as still as the one he had been beating moments ago. The taller bully had by now run off, presumably to find a teacher, but Samuel and the other two lingered for perhaps 2 or 3 minutes, brains trying to process the reality they had just witnessed. Slightly quieter pops began to sound as a half-dozen people in crimson gowns suddenly appeared, out of thin air, and set upon the boys with a sense of crisis. The most obvious observation for Samuel was that every one of them had those sticks, the baton-like sticks that the man in black had used against the boy, prominently held in their hands. He ducked back around the corner he had passed what felt like hours ago, and watched hesitantly as the red-robed individuals waved their sticks over the two boys and their seemingly comatose victim. "Sweet Merlin. He got hit with another killing curse," remarked one of the two that were standing over the bullies. "There's another boy that's left to fetch a teacher. Shacklebolt, take one of the obliviators and sort them out, will you?" A tall black man with a clean-shaved head and a gold earring nodded, and motioned to one of his crimson-clad fellows to follow as he walked towards the school's entrance. Another series of pops sounded, and this time an ancient-looking bearded man in a blue dressing gown adorned with butterflies of all things appeared, alongside a severe-looking woman in a green gown, her hair tightly coiled in a bun. The old man approached the red robes, they're wearing robes, robed woman who seemed in charge. "Amelia, What's happened? Is Harry all right? Dumbledore. I should have expected you'd find out about this. The old man, Dumbledore, gave no hint of a reaction to her words. The fat lump here and his friends were thrashing Mr. Potter when he apparently apparated to the roof using accidental magic. She motioned to the ledge from which the small boy had toppled. His aim was a bit off, though, and he fell off almost as soon as he got up there. Then, according to what these two saw, a man in black robes and a white mask approached, cast the killing curse at Mr. Potter, and apparated away. You know what this means, Dumbledore. The old man had a stricken look on his face, and nodded tightly. They must have been watching him for days. I'd hoped that with their master gone, the Death Eaters would have stayed underground. Albus Potter is alive. What the hell is he? Dumbledore looked around at the various red robes standing in earshot, all of whom hushed in anticipation of his answer while trying to act as though they weren't listening. Amelia, I think it's best that Mr. Potter receive treatment at Hogwarts. I'm invoking this occurrence as a state secret, for my authority as Chief Warlock. I expect you to have oaths from your Aurors before they leave, and file the paperwork as an act of Muggle baiting with no listed victims. Are we understood? One brow raised, and an expression that promised, this isn't over. Amelia gave a curt nod. Understood, Chief Warlock. She looked past him, to her. Aurors, Samuel assumed. Whitehorn, Sunset, the headmaster will be taking custody of Mr. Potter. Stand down. The two men that had been crouched over the injured boy stood up and took several steps back, while Dumbledore and the woman he'd arrived with both placed a handkerchief on the boy and vanished as quickly as they'd arrived. Just then, the black man, Shacklebolt, she'd called him, thought Samuel, returned with a pop. Along with the man he'd left with. We've erased the staff's memories and altered the third boy's. Have you taken care of the memories on these two? A wave of her stick, an exclamation of, obliviate, and Amelia pronounced the job done. Let's get back to the ministry. No one is to leave the ready room until I've had a secrecy oath from you. Move out. 3 people arrived in the infirmary of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where Albus Dumbledore levitated Harry Potter's limp body into a nearby bed. Madame Poppy Pomfrey, the school Medowitch, bustled over and administered a series of diagnostic charms, her expression turning more and more grim. How could you, Albus? The boy is half-starved and shows evidence of years of physical abuse. As Minerva McGonagall rounded on him, the fury of 1,000 suns evident on her face, Dumbledore inquired, but that is the extent of his injuries. He was hit with a second killing curse less than an hour ago. Eyes wide, the healer shook her head. There's no sign of that, but then what evidence would I look for? No one's ever survived it except. I told you they were the worst sort of muggles, Albus. We cannot send him back there. Interrupted McGonagall, unable to hold her tongue, her Scottish brogue appearing in her rage. Harry must be found a new home. He let out a heavy sigh. Today has shown that there are still wizards that wish him harm, and are more than capable of acting on those desires. Would you have me place him with an innocent family? How many of them would have survived the curse that young Harry endured yet again? He is a child. Could you look Lily and James in the eye and tell them what you just told me? A shadow passed over Dumbledore's face, and for a moment he looked every one of his 109 years of age. No. But it must be done. Hopefully, today's assassin believed he succeeded. Harry should remain safe from other wizards at the Dursleys. I'll instruct them to pull him out of primary school and to remain home as often as possible. He turned to the elderly matron. Poppy, can you heal his injuries to the best of your abilities? He can remain here until tomorrow morning. I will approach the Dursleys this evening and remind them of our agreement. Poppy nodded, her expression stony. I'll do my best to vanish and regrow the broken bones that healed incorrectly. Instruct Severus to brew me a full set of nutrient potions, it's apparent he isn't being fed there. You had better make your message clear to them, Albus. No child in our world would face this sort of abuse. Before Dumbledore could respond, a quiet, excuse me, came from the bed. Harry Potter awoke on the softest bed he'd ever been on. The sheets were clean, the mattress soft, and he even had a pillow beneath his head. He tried to stretch his arms and legs, but the numbing charm that the Auror Medowizard had cast was still affecting him. His blurry vision, What happened to my glasses? Could make out 3 adults nearby. Never having been in a hospital, Harry wasn't able to recognize the antiseptic smell and sterile nature of the infirmary for what it was. Excuse me. Where am I? The tall, blurry form approached and sat down on the edge of his bed. Harry, my name is Albus Dumbledore. You had an accident, and then were attacked by a bad person. Can you tell us how you feel, and what you remember? A bad person? Do you mean Dudley? He's my cousin. Harry could hear, but not see, one of the blurs beyond Dumbledore choking in anger. Why don't you tell us what happened, Harry? Well, Dudley and his friends were playing Harry hunting. What's Harry hunting? One of the female voices asked. They chase me, and if I can't get away, they hit me. He paused for a response, but there was none. Without his glasses, he was unable to see the look of utter contempt that McGonagall levied at Dumbledore. Dudley likes to get me on the way to school. They were kicking me, I couldn't get away. I wanted to get away so bad, and then I was falling somewhere. Harry trailed off. I can't remember after that. There was a moment of quiet, while Albus gathered his thoughts and made a decision. You were at a place called Hogwarts. It's the school that your mother and father went to. You were brought here to treat your injuries. Another school. What injuries? I don't feel bad. I feel better than I norm. Harry abruptly stopped talking. One of the women asked encouragingly, yes. Better than what? He didn't respond. Every time he'd told anyone about being hurt, it only got worse. His green eyes dimmed, and he lowered his gaze to his hands in his lap. A moment of quiet passed, before the old man, Dumbledore, was it, spoke again. What do you know of your mum and dad? Aunt Petunia told me how they were drunks, and how my dad got them killed in a car crash. At this, several cries of outrage came from the adults, and sparks appeared from something in the hand of the woman to his left. Harry shrank back against the headboard and looked around for an exit. The hand that came down on his shoulder, though, was gentle and not heavy. Harry, the man began, your parents, James and Lily Potter, were two of the most outstanding people I have ever met. They were not what your aunt told you. The boy's attention perked, and his eyes snapped to Dumbledore upon hearing his parents' names. You didn't know their names, did you? Asked Dumbledore with another sigh. This is going to sound strange, but the school you were at is a school of magic. You were a wizard, Harry Potter. Harry gave no reaction. He had learned, from years of experience, that jokes weren't funny for him, and usually involved a hefty amount of pain. In the end, he decided to try and find a way out of this strange place. When can I leave here? You'll remain in the infirmary until tomorrow morning, Harry. I'm going to speak with your relatives, and there will be some changes at your home. I'd like you to focus on getting better for now. Madame Pomfrey will have a late breakfast brought for you, as much as you want. Mr. Potter, do you normally wear glasses? Poppy saw him squinting towards Dumbledore. Yes, but I don't know where they are. No matter, replacements can be easily acquired. A brief wave of his wand, and Dumbledore placed the glasses he'd conjured on Harry's face. Harry stared at the wand in Dumbledore's hand. You were telling the truth about magic. He squeaked. It's real. Yes, and you will be capable of that and so much more when you start here. That falling sensation that you experienced at school. That was what we call accidental magic. You wanted to get away, and so your magic made it so. It's quite common among magical children to experience, but rarely so dramatic as your situation. How can I learn more magic? Do I get to start tomorrow? McGonagall looked away, and a shadow passed over Pomfrey's face. I'm sorry, but Hogwarts' first year begins when you are 11 years old. You have 2 more years to go. Harry reluctantly nodded his acceptance. I know that it must seem very unfair to learn about magic and not be able to use it, but it is of the utmost importance that you not tell anyone who doesn't already know about magic. There is a whole world of magic out there, but it has to be kept a secret. Do you understand? Harry nodded, mind whirling at the revelations he'd had in the last few minutes. Dumbledore stood, and nodded to Harry, before turning away. Minerva, perhaps later in the day Hagrid can give young Harry a tour of Hogsmeade. I will inform Severus of the potions you require, Madame Pomfrey. Harry, I hope enjoy your stay at Hogwarts. As Dumbledore took his leave, a tray piled high with bacon, sausage, pancakes, eggs, hash browns, and more appeared on Harry's lap. For Harry, his experience at Hogwarts was, well, magical. All of his bruises and lingering injuries were healed by Madame Pomfrey. He had a full stomach for the first time in memory, and presently was strolling through the cobblestone streets of Hogsmeade Village alongside the largest person he'd ever seen. "Alry, there, Harry?" Hagrid asked, seeing Harry gaze around him in wonder. "Yes, Mr. Hagrid. It's just really neat." His excitement caused a booming laugh in the half-giant. "Sure is. And oh this, Mr. Nonsense. I'm just Hagrid. So, ya, feel like seein'? Bookstore. Joke shop. Lunch." Harry's stomach growled, despite eating mere hours before. "Can I see the bookstore, then lunch?" "Sure thing. Come on." Hagrid, where are we?" Hagrid slowed, realizing his stride easily outpaced Harry's. "Ya, Hogsmeade." Harry shook his head. "No, I mean, where are we in the United Kingdom? Are we still near London?" "Oh, nah, we're in northern Scotland. Dufftown's bout a 2-hour walk to the west. But magical folk don't travel the same way that muggles do. You'll see that for yourself when we take ya back to London tomorrow." "Okay." And with that, the quiet boy focused on enjoying the sights and sounds of his first day in the magical world. Later that night, Harry was experiencing being tucked in, for the first time he could remember, as Madame Pomfrey laid out the various potions for him to drink. "Mrs. Pomfrey. It's Madame Pomfrey," she corrected, in a curt but not unkind voice. "Sorry. Can I ask why nobody has figured out magic is real before?" Pomfrey motioned for him to begin drinking the potions while she responded. Many years ago, the Muggles and Magicals coexisted to an extent. But our abilities frightened them. Muggles took to attacking wizards and witches, and so it was decided that we would separate ourselves from the Muggles. We developed spells to make them forget magical things, and even to this day our government, the Ministry of Magic, has a full cadre of trained obliviators to ensure that no Muggles learn of our existence. That's why Professor Dumbledore said it is important you never tell anyone that doesn't know about magic that it exists. Harry nodded, and with the last potion consumed, his eyes fluttered and he fell into a deep sleep. Pomfrey brushed her hand across his face, idly noticing as his hair moved that the trademark lightning bolt scar was barely noticeable. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office, furiously weighing the changes that the day had wrought. Learning first that Harry was treated far worse than he'd ever imagined, finding out he'd survived yet another killing curse, and exposing Harry to magic sooner than anticipated all raised a number of problematic issues. He'd visited the Dursley residence after the talk in the infirmary, and had to persuade them to adjust Harry's circumstances. Even a soul as forgiving as Albus did not take kindly to learning the boy had been stuffed in a cupboard like a box of seasonal decorations. Harry would return to find he had his own bedroom, and Dumbledore made sure that the physical abuse would never be repeated. Harry was truly a remarkable boy. Despite an upbringing similar to that of Tom Riddle, Harry couldn't be more different. Albus beeped on a lemo drop, and smiled at Fawkes' cheerful melody. At least this was one mistake of his that wouldn't threaten the wizarding world. His outstretched finger made contact with the glove, and with a jerk on his navel the portkey activated. Harry opened his eyes, nauseous from the spinning, and realized he was standing at the front door of number 4, Privet Drive. "Boy, get in here this second, we need to discuss the house rules." Vernon's mood was like a cold shower over Harry. He numbly followed his uncle inside and stood in front of him and his aunt in their pristine living room. "Those unnatural sorts came by and told us how you endangered Dudley. There will be no more of that, do you understand? You are not to speak or even look at Dudley outside of this home." That didn't sound too bad to Harry, so he nodded his understanding. "Now, it was also recommended to us that you no longer attend school. But Pet doesn't need an ungrateful burden like you underfoot every waking minute, so you'll be back in class, on time and with no more incidents, are we clear?" Another nod, and Vernon continued. "You can sleep in Dudley's second bedroom from now on, but I don't want to see you in this house from breakfast until dinner. Now get changed and get to school, Dudley's already left." Harry leapt up the stairs, grabbing his threadbare book bag and rushed out the door. The teachers at school would often make him sit in the corner when he was late, and even regular days were difficult enough without the extra negative attention. Turning the corner, he could see the fence line of the primary school, and quickened his pace. He might not be late after all. That thought was quickly dashed as a hand reached out and held him in place by grabbing Harry's bag. He turned, and saw an adult, maybe 30 years old, with curly brown hair. "You're looking pretty healthy for a kid that got beat up, fell off a roof, and shot with some sort of magic light." At the word magic, Harry's jaw just about dropped to the floor. "My name's Sam Chambers, and I was hoping you could explain just what happened here yesterday." "Amelia, how delightful to see you." "Dumbledore." The stoic, monocled woman gave a brief nod toward the seat in front of her desk. "I take it you're here to follow up on the attack on Potter. Do you have any further information?" The head of the DMLE passed Dumbledore a thin folder. "None. I've had Moody take a different cadet to Privet Drive 3 times per week for training on Homenum Revelio. There has been no one watching number 4, and everything has appeared as it should." Dumbledore was impressed. It was a sound tactic. "I've also had the improper use of Magic Office remove Mr. Potter's signature and address from the underage monitors. If his location leaked from there, then the spy won't be getting any more information." "I imagine Mafalda was most reluctant to acquiesce." Amelia snorted. "That's putting it mildly. I had to threaten to sack her for refusing a direct order, and supervise the deactivation myself. The woman's a nightmare, honestly. Merely a dedicated public servant, just like yourself, my dear." Twinkling blue eyes accompanied Dumbledore's wry smile. "Still, it seems like you've done all you can. Thank you for keeping me informed. I'll take my leave." He'd missed work yesterday. How could he not? After watching people appear and vanish out of nowhere, using actual mind control powers, and the apparent existence, in an organizational fashion no less, of an unknown group of superpowered people, going to the lab and continuing with his experiments was downright impossible. Sam Chambers thought he understood better than most the way the universe worked. Only 1 year away from completing his PhD in organic chemistry, the idea of an entire hidden group with paranormal powers was not the kind of thing that could be brushed off. "Are you okay? Are the boys who had their memories wiped all right?" Sam was relieved to encounter the small boy. He'd been leaning against the wall, likely looking all sorts of suspicious outside a school of all places for almost a half hour now. Thank goodness the kid showed before someone called the cops. He thought with an internal chuckle. Who got their memories wiped? Who are you? Even though the man wasn't holding onto his book bag any longer, Harry made no move to continue towards school. He had to know if this man knew about his brand new secret. "Right. Sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. Like I said, I'm Sam. I work at University College London. I pass by here every morning on my walk to the tube station. I watched everything happen yesterday morning. I'm glad you weren't seriously hurt." Thanks." The boy didn't say anything else except stare oddly at Samuel, his green eyes taking measure of him. "I suppose it makes sense that there wasn't anything about what happened to you on the news, don't you think?" He began, trying a less direct approach. "Mighty useful thing, being able to change memories, isn't it?" It must have been the right thing to say, because the little boy, Henry Harvey, what did they call him, seemed immediately disarmed and wore a wide smile on his face. "It's brilliant, isn't it? I can't believe it's been there all along. So you found out what happened after. You were quite out of it when that Dumbledore chap took you away." Harry never got the warnings other 9-year-olds received from their parents. The Dursleys certainly would not have complained if he were abducted one day. So when a stranger stopped him on the street, it didn't ring any alarms. Indicating that he was aware of magical world that Harry had all of a single day's worth of experience in, didn't either. "The Medowitch took care of me. They said someone tried to hurt me, but I don't remember much. I woke up at Hogwarts, and then I got a tour of Hogsmeade. I saw who attacked you. He was wearing a white mask and black robes." That information seemed of little consequence to Harry. "What's your name?" "I'm Harry. Harry Potter." "Well, Harry, I guess you could say that I'm a scientist. I work in a lab, doing experiments into things that cause reactions at really small levels. Does that make sense? Kind of. It didn't to Harry, but he was a smart enough kid to realize additional details wouldn't change that. Sam gave Harry a genuine smile. It'd be brilliant if you could tell me a little more about what happened. I know you're late for school, but could we talk more about magic soon? Actually, Harry looked apprehensively at the entrance to his school, knowing he was already late. Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey had told him not to tell anyone that didn't already know about magic, but Sam didn't really fit that, did he? The Dursleys obviously were aware magic was real. It wasn't a big stretch of Harry's limited imagination that Sam might, also. In the end, it was a quick and easy decision to talk with someone about magic over being in the same room with Dudley, and being in trouble with the teacher at that. I can talk now. Sam cocked one eyebrow in a funny way, but nodded an affirmative. Come on, kid, I'll buy you a pastry on the way to the tube. Have you ever been to a chemistry lab before? It was obvious to Sam that Harry wasn't used to any sort of positive attention. He happily prattled on about the few details he'd picked up about the wizarding world with almost no prompting. After a quick meeting with his professor to push back his experiments by a week, Sam and Harry strolled through the manicured campus of University Central London. And I can't wait until I get a wand of my own. I'll do all kinds of cool spells. Harry was practically bouncing in excitement. There's no way to do magic without a wand. Are you sure? I saw you, teleport to the roof without one. You didn't know any spell to do that, did you? Harry stood stock still. Unlike the previous day, March weather had returned with a bitter wind that had most people indoors, leaving the footpath near the intramural field deserted. I never thought of it that way. You're saying I don't need to wait 2 years to do magic? I can do it right now. Nothing to lose by trying, is there? Hands thrust out in front like he was trying to stop a moving car, Harry braced himself. Every muscle tensed, eyes closed, fingers taut and fully extended, he stood like a statue of determination. The wind continued to blow. Nothing happened. It didn't work. What were you trying to do? Magic, was Harry's earnest response, complete with an air of absolute innocence. Sam couldn't help it. He burst out laughing, guffawing so hard in fact, that he didn't notice the green eyes of the young boy next to him begin to shine with an unnatural light. Bad things usually followed when people laughed at Harry. Pain was usually sandwiched between other people's laughter. Someone that was really on his side wouldn't laugh at him. The green hue intensified to a dull glow. Trails of emerald light began to drift upward, out of his irises. The fringe of hair that covered his forehead began to rise, exposing the scar that was even less visible than when Pomfrey had observed it the night before. A sense of foreboding settled over Sam as he realized there was no longer any wind blowing, not even a light breeze. His laughter quieted as he straightened and took in the sight before him. Harry looked dangerous. How could a wayfish 9-year-old, who'd looked as though he stepped straight from the pages of Oliver Twist, be doing this? Sam met the glowing eyes the same shade as the light that struck Harry the day before. One of Harry's eyebrows crooked upward, in a shallow imitation of the very expression that Sam had made earlier. There was no sound. No boom, or slap, or crunch, not even a whoosh. One moment he was staring at Harry, the next he was flying backward with such momentum it felt as though he were tied by the waist to the back of an automobile. Skidding and rolling with such force that his coat tore, Sam came to a rest nearly 30 feet away. Groaning, he raised himself off his back with one arm, using the other to pat himself down in an attempt to gauge the damage. A touch to his spinning head made him wonder if he had a concussion, and from the feel he certainly had quite a bit of grass in his hair. He caught sight of a fleeing Harry, and shouted for him to wait. Pulling himself up on his hands and knees, Sam staggered to his feet and pursued the kid. Trying to think of something to say, he yelled the only thing that came to mind: "You don't have any money for the tube." Amazingly, the logic of such a statement cut through Harry's panic, and he stopped running. Seeing Sam, hunched over but standing nonetheless, he began to warily walk back toward the only piece, in Harry's mind, at least, of the world awaiting him in 2 years. You did it, kid. You really did it. That was amazing. Ebullient praise was not what Harry was expecting to receive as he drew closer to Sam. But the man, looking as though he'd been roughed up and left outside a pub for hours, was beaming at him with pride. It was the first time Harry could remember seeing such a look. I knew you could do it. Come on, I'll buy you something to eat while I get cleaned up. What time are your parents expecting you? My parents are dead. And with that simple statement, Sam remembered that Harry was not the key to unlocking a secret world of magic. He was the little boy that was getting beat up outside a school building, who had magicians or wizards or whatever ambushing him, that apparently didn't have parents or, by the look of him, even a steady source of food. I think you should tell me a little more about yourself. And thus was an unusual friendship formed. Let me get this straight. You abducted a child from outside his school for the entire day. Sam sighed as he put antiseptic cream on his skinned elbows. Quit being an ass. He's the kid I told you about yesterday. How could I forget? The teleporting boy that has spacemen from another dimension chasing him. You're lucky you didn't get arrested for kidnapping. It was real, Norm. Harry proved that today. How do you think I got this banged up? The kid blew me back like I was thrown from a train, without even lifting a finger. It was incredible. Norman Peters chuckled at the condition his flatmate was in, but declined to respond. Sam had been staying in his guest room for just over 6 months. When Sam's funding at UCL was cut, Norm and his girlfriend offered it to Sam for a year while he finished his doctorate. The two had met in secondary school, back when Norm had aspirations of being a writer, and Sam dreams of being a scientist. For some reason, the logical and fact-driven Sam instantly clicked with the somewhat spacey and imaginative Norm. Unlike Sam, Norm never followed through on his passion for writing. Instead, he worked at an advertising agency in the city, earning a comfortable living. There's something else about Harry, Sam continued, almost as if in passing. He's definitely being mistreated at home. Norm's eyes widened and his fists balled. How do you know that? Come on, are you forgetting that we practically grew up together? How many times did I see you squirrel away bits of food? You never knew when your next meal would be, and neither does he. Norm's father had left his mother when he was in primary school, and she in turn had tried to drink away her problems. Life had been very difficult for many years. His clothes might as well be rags, for all they actually keep him warm. Plus, when I dropped him off, his uncle couldn't have given two shits less where Harry had been all day, alone with a complete stranger. He just grabbed the kid by the arm and jerked him inside. Apologized to me like suffering Harry's presence was an offense. Let's call the local board, then. An incensed Norm raged. And then what? Have him disappear into the foster system. You haven't heard a damn thing I've said. The kid is a wizard. He's got 2 years before his world takes him back. Norm scoffed derisively at Sam's statement. I'm not lying, Norm. It really happened, all of it. What are you two yelling about? Some of us have to work in the morning, you know. A short, slightly portly brunette poked her head out of the kitchen, trying to suss out the source of the conflict between the two men. Good Lord, Sam, did you fall in a ditch? Hi Diane. Yay. Something like that. Sorry for the racket, Sam said, then turned back to his friend. Listen, I'm going to see him tomorrow. I told my advisor I wouldn't be at the lab till next week, so I'm going to keep testing Harry's abilities. I'll see if he opens up at all, and then we can make a decision about whether to involve the authorities. Sound fair? Diane Malone's eyebrows shot up at that, but Norm quelled his longtime girlfriend with a brief shake of his head. He'd trust his friend's judgment, for now. Marvelous job. A light blush adorning his face, Harry looked around the copse of trees behind Norm and Sam's apartment building. I'm not very good at control, though. Indeed, there were cracked trunks, broken branches, and great divots in the ground. Sam had Harry practicing how to lift things with his power, no, with his magic. Harry had grown more and more comfortable utilizing his ability, but it was almost always far more forceful than intended. Sam would ask for a leaf on a tree, and Harry would rip the branch off. He'd ask for a plant or flower, and Harry would pull a wheelbarrow's worth of the earth out of the ground. Well, maybe that's the kind of thing a wand is good for, eh? I bet your professors will be really impressed with everything you can do. You're going to be way ahead of the other kids. It had been close to a year since the attack on Harry, and he'd taken to spending more and more time with Sam, testing the kinds of things Harry could do with magic. Ready to tuck in. I think Diane made steak and kidney pie for supper. Harry's eyes lit up. That was another big change that had occurred in the passing weeks. Diane and Norm had taken to caring for Harry like a duck to water. Norm, recognizing the opportunity to do what no adult had done for him when he needed help. Diane, whose heart had broken when Harry told her she had given him his first ever hug. What was even more remarkable was how close Harry had become to the young couple. Even though Sam spent more time actually with Harry, the boy's desire for parental figures made Norm and Diane's affection almost irresistible to the 9-year-old. The fact that Norm had gone along with Sam when he went to threaten Harry's horrid relatives into allowing him to spend weekends with them also went a long way in earning Harry's trust. Are you two all finished up with your exercises? Diane asked as she set the table. While Norm had seen evidence, first-hand, of Harry's magical ability, Diane had yet to accompany Sam and Harry on their training excursions. That she regarded him solely as a sweet and kind boy further endeared her to Harry. Yes, I'll leave him in your care. I have to get back to the lab, this dissertation won't write itself. Same time next week, Harry. Sam, nearing the end of his studies, was closing in a hard deadline to complete his degree. I spoke with Norm, he's got our train tickets and the rental car. Are you excited to go back to Hogsmeade? Harry nodded enthusiastically, and waved goodbye as Sam left the flat. He really should have remembered your gloves, your hands are freezing. Why you have to spend 2 hours outside after school in the middle of March, I'll never understand. Diane held Harry's hands between her own and blew warm air over his icy fingers. Harry pretended to be embarrassed over her incessant mothering, but even after a year he couldn't get enough. Someone finally cared about him. All set, honey. A young girl, 2 days away from being 11 years old, looked away from her own mirrored reflection to glance in the direction of the query. I guess so. Auntie, do I have to wear this dress? It feels like when I used to play dress up with Mum's clothes. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, approached her niece from behind and looked at the reflection that Susan had found so vexing. Nonsense. You look lovely. Madame Malkin did an excellent job with the dress. She began braiding Susan's hair into a standard braided play. Are you excited for the equinox? I heard from Augusta that the Greengrasses, Macmillans, and MacDougals will be in attendance. It will be good for you to spend time with your year mates before you go to Hogwarts. I'd rather celebrate the holiday with just you and the Abbotts. It's so awkward being around them. No one ever relaxes and acts like normal people. Amelia grinned, knowing that many pureblood heirs overacted in ways they imagined were proper and formal. If only they knew that even Wizengamot members spoke less formally and more to the point. She recalled receiving a formal greeting from Zacharias, the Smith heir, in Diagon days prior, and how she'd had to hold in her laughter. I'm glad you take a more mature attitude towards that sort of posturing, Susie. Now put on your heels, it's time to flow over. Firmly calling out, Longbottom Manor. And stepping through the fireplace, the Bones women were met by a tall, round boy with hair the color of straw. Welcome to Longbottom Manor, Madam Bones, he stuttered. May I escort you to the parlor? With a quick, but humorous glance to her niece, Amelia smiled kindly at the Longbottom heir. That's quite all right, Neville. I'm sure I recall where it is from my last visit, 2 weeks ago. She made her way through the doorway and entered the second door on her right. A string quartet under animation charms played a light-hearted Mozart concerto, and a half-dozen adults in formal robes sipped drinks served by a house elf, levitating a serving dish through the parlor. Back in the entrance hall, Neville turned to Susan. How do you do, Miss Bones? Oh, come off it, Neville. You've known Susan since you were in nappies, said a new voice, as Hannah Abbott and her parents stepped out of the fireplace. Hi Susie, love your dress. Lord Abbott, Lady Abbott. May I escort you to the parlor? Certainly Neville, lead the way. You girls have fun, and be on your best behavior. The adult Abbotts followed Neville out of the room. Hannah grabbed both of Susan's hands and squealed. Are you excited? In 2 days you will officially be eligible for Hogwarts. Susan nodded vigorously. I am so excited. Auntie said we could go get my wand. We'll be able to do real magic soon. I so wish it were September already. Hannah gave Susan a sly look, one almost too old for her face. I'm sure that finally getting to meet Harry Potter has nothing to do with your excitement, either. I certainly hope you two can offer better conversation than fantasizing about the boy who lived, a droll voice commented. I get enough of that from my sister. Hannah rolled her eyes at the new arrival, flipping her short owned hair out of her eyes. Any reply she was going to make, however, was cut off by Neville hustling back into the room and bowing formally. Lord Greengrass, Lady Greengrass, may I? Rather than listen to Neville stumble through another greeting, Susan pulled Hannah towards the already open grand doors that exited to the grounds of Longbottom Estate. Why did you have to bring up Harry like that? She whispered fiercely once they were outdoors. Neither girl noticed Daphne pause, out of sight just inside the doorway, but well within earshot. What? It's just a bit of fun. Don't think I didn't notice you got rid of all the books and posters last year. I figured it was finally okay to tease you about it. Hannah, Susan said slowly, I didn't get rid of anything. My aunt came home from work one day last year, took all of my posters down, gathered my Boy Who Lived books, and threw them all in the fireplace. The abbot heiress gasped. Why would she do that? I don't know. She told me that those books are made up, that Harry deserved better than to be the modern equivalent of Beetle Bard. She told me to remember that Harry was an orphan too, but that he didn't have any family left to take care of him. Daphne, still unseen, frowned. Wow, I wonder what set her off. I don't know. But she's right. Mum and Dad got sick when I was 5 years old. Even still, it's sometimes hard to remember what their voices sounded like, how it felt when they hugged me. 2 tear tracks slid down Susan's cheeks. Harry doesn't have any of that. He'll never know anything about his mum and dad. I'm sorry. You're right. Hannah gathered her best friend into a hug, while Daphne pondered just what Amelia Bones could have run across to elicit such a reaction from the normally stern Auror. Daphne, can I help you with something? Neville, Ernie, Morag McDougal, and Blaise Zabini had emerged from the entrance hall and blown her cover. No, I was merely waiting for my host before wandering off on my own. From the biting glare that Susan and Hannah were leveling at her, no one bought her excuse. Where is Astoria? I thought she'd have come with you, asked Morag, eager to smooth over any brewing conflict. She is spending the weekend with specialists at St. Mungo's. Thank you for asking, Morag. Giving a polite nod in return, Morag swept Susan and Hannah back inside to assist in repairing Susan's smudged cosmetics. Neville seemed much more at ease outdoors, seated on the manor's steps, while Blaise and Daphne exchanged grins. What upset Susan? He asked in a low voice. Her aunt apparently found out something unpleasant about Harry Potter. You know that's going to be a nightmare, starting the same year as The Boy Who Lived. Why couldn't Astoria be the oldest, instead of me? Okay, Daph, sure. You're just as curious as the rest of us, admit it. He's right, you know, cut in Neville, surprising Blaise and Daphne. They hadn't thought he could hear their whispers. Harry struck down the most powerful dark wizard in British history since Morgana. He hasn't been seen or heard from since. I don't think there's a witch or wizard in Britain that isn't dying to know what he's like. Well, I'm sure you'll have plenty of time to learn all about him in Gryffindor, Longbottom. What makes you think Harry will be a lion? Asked Hannah, hands on her hips as the girls returned from the washroom. Why wouldn't he? Both his parents were, and his grandfather. His grandmother was a Slytherin, though, interjected Neville. When everyone looked at him, he shrugged. What? Our families were really close. His mum was my godmother, according to Gran. The Boy Who Lived in Slytherin, imagine the headlines. Laughed boisterous Ernie Macmillan, who'd remained quiet up to this point. There'd be broken hearts all across the aisles. Not everyone would be broken-hearted over that, Daphne calmly replied. The whole group looked at her like she'd grown a second head, and she blushed and corrected herself. I meant Astoria. The group laughed, but Daphne noticed that Susan remained unsmiling as she coolly stared directly at her. This party had ended up more interesting than she'd expected. Opening his wardrobe and withdrawing his aura robes, Corbin Yaxley paused with the door open. A bit of a black robe peeked out from his other clothing. It had been a year since he'd donned those robes, a year since he had put down the Potter mongrel like the half-blooded dog he was. Yaxley savored the memory with an almost say-ul delight. It was so easy to stroll right up to the little bastard and put a killing curse between his eyes. It was unusual that there was no news about the boy who lived no longer, living up to that moniker. Chuckling at his own wit, he guessed Dumbledore must have managed to cover it up. Based on the inability of the Magic Reversal Squad that had responded that morning to discuss the case, secrecy oaths were invoked. Only top Wizengamot officials had that kind of authority. He put on his aura robes and prepared for his weekly patrol of Hogsmeade. Albus Dumbledore reached for a lemo sherbet and plopped it into his mouth while he read over Arabella's letter. The elderly squib had noticed that Harry's health seemed to have improved significantly over the last year, with the boy appearing to be a more proper height and weight for his age. He'd purchased the property for Fig on Wisteria Walk, one street over from Privet Drive, less than a week after Harry's attack. It was with genuine relief that she reported his treatment was no longer the tragedy it once was. Satisfied at the first part of the letter, he neglected to read on to the end, where Arabella noted that Harry left number 4 every Friday afternoon, not to return until the following Monday morning. Minerva's complaints about Severus required a certain level of concentration to finesse, after all. Have you ever tried to make fire, Harry? They were an hour into their hike, though it might be considered more of a leisurely stroll for Norm. With only general directions from Harry, 2 hours west of Dufftown, a small village 2 or 3 times as large as the neighborhood the Dursleys lived in, Norm and Sam had disembarked with Harry from the Pure Rail train and drove a rental car for roughly 90 minutes, before parking in a small Scottish hamlet and setting off on foot. The area they were walking in was a spot on the map, roughly 15 square kilometers, that had no towns or villages. It was marked in the same fashion that privately owned, undeveloped land was, which was the best lead that Sam was able to come up with. I never really thought about it. What made you think of that? Well, Gandalf could in The Lord of the Rings, remember? Norm had taken to passing on every book he'd read about wizards and witchcraft to Harry, his imagination inspiring new ideas that Sam would then have Harry try and replicate. Harry looked back at Sam, the academic woefully out of shape and sweating profusely. Take a break to give it a go, you reckon? Sam plopped down onto the grass, not even bothering to remove his pack first. Norm helped Harry out of his shoulder straps, and placed both of their hiking packs on the ground before getting out water, for Sam, and a snack, for Harry. You know, you and Diane take to this whole parenting thing way too easily. Both Norm and Harry pinked at Sam's rasping comment. Okay, Sam began, having regained his breath. Fire is created by materials that are combustible, igniting from an outside energy source, and sustained by the consumption of oxygen or another oxidizing compound. In short, you will want your magic to be the spark that starts the fire. He looked around the grassy area where they were seated. Maybe we should wait until we're closer to water, like a stream or something. It'll be fine. Harry, do you have any questions? The 10-year-old shook his head. Okay, let's see what you can do. Here, I've got this shopping list Diane gave me yesterday. That combustible enough? Sam nodded an affirmative. Have at it, Bastian. Harry grinned, having watched a VHS copy of Never-Ending Story with Norm and Diane the previous weekend. Crossing his arms, his eyes took on an unearthly shine. Though Sam and Norm couldn't sense it, a pressure began to build in the small area where they rested. The sounds of birds chirping, insects buzzing slowly faded into silence, but, after a moment or two, resumed. Didn't work, Thought you had it there for a second. Norm, easygoing as ever, reached out to hand over a water bottle for the boy. Hold on a minute, not so fast. Harry, remember, all you're attempting is ignition. The fire is already there, waiting to burn, it just needs your magic to act as a catalyst. In this case, your power is doing the same thing as striking a match. Try again. Harry replayed the words in his mind. He could drag rooted trees out of the ground, lighting a match was nothing. The two men watched as Harry repeated his actions from moments before. Eyes aglow, Nature stilled. This time, though, the sensation strengthened rather than waned. Uncrossing his arms, Harry motioned like he was fanning the air in one fluid motion, and as if in response, the grocery list from Diane was consumed with a dazzling white flame, akin to magnesium burning. It immediately spread beyond the piece of paper, lighting the grass and steadily advancing towards a more dense set of trees beyond. Harry, you've got to stop, Norm shouted, as the intense heat blistered his hand before he could scoot away. Harry closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, they were his typical green color. He ran towards Norm, huddled next to him as an inferno of sizzling flames quickly spread around them. Sam crouched down next to the two, one hand on Harry's shoulder. Listen to me very closely. The boy remained huddled under Norm's arm, unable to tear his gaze away from the new hiking pack that Diane had purchased for him, watching almost hypnotically as the white flame reduced it to a crumpled gray shape in less than a minute. Harry, snap out of it, goddammit. Viscerally shaking his head, Harry focused intently on Sam, who was already talking. You created fire. Now you're going to create water. This is only slightly more complicated, but only because you won't have something like the grocer's list to focus on. Are you listening? Good. Water is nothing more than two hydrogen atoms combined with one oxygen atom. Remember how hydrogen is the simplest element. It's easy, remember. Harry nodded, sweat evaporating almost as soon as it emerged in the intense heat. All you've got to do is will the combination. Be the catalyst, Harry. You can do this. Harry shakily stood up, limbs quivering in fear. He took a deep breath, feeling lightheaded, because the fire is burning all the oxygen, he realized, and summoned his magic. His eyes shined, the fire waned, and a bubble of water, no larger than Sam's fist, appeared above the flames, creating a brief gout of smoke before vanishing. That's a great start, but you're going to need a lot more. Remember, the ingredients are everywhere around us. Just put them together. We believe in you. Staring at Norm, who was doing his best to smile encouragingly, Harry realized that it was true. He had never doubted him, not for a second. Neither had Diane. Without ever asking for a thing in return, the young couple had given him something he had spent years softly crying for in his cupboard under the stairs. And even Sam, who Harry sometimes felt treated him more like one of his lab experiments. He had spent months of his time, probably delayed finishing his degree, all for Harry to practice with his magic. Together, they were all more than friends. It was almost like they were. Harry turned towards the fire, now burning so hot the flames were almost incandescent, and summoned his magic, harder than he ever had before. He pulled on his ability, that wellspring inside, and felt the pressure that accompanied its use return. The spread of the flames slowed, as though the fire itself were hesitating in the face of his power. Tendrils of emerald light were leaking from his irises, and his loose t-shirt became buoyant, rising around him as if he were underwater. He would not let his family burn. He would be the catalyst. Dominic Maestro stepped outside his music shop, located on a side street at the edge of Hogsmeade, pondering whether to close early for a fire whiskey at the Hog's Head, or to stay open on the off chance a customer would stop by. It wasn't a Hogsmeade weekend for Hogwarts students, so despite it being a Saturday afternoon, the sleepy Scottish village was just locals. Still, Augusta Longbottom had stopped by just 3 days ago, unannounced, and ordered a string quartet of instruments with animation charms. You really can never tell when business will arrive, Maestro thought glumly, preparing to turn and walk back inside the music shop. A strange sound reached his ears before he could get back to work. It was unusual, like someone had triggered a shower rune just around the corner. Almost like rushing Merlin's balls. Maestro jumped through the open door to his shop as a veritable wave of water, at least as tall as Hagrid, descended on Hogsmeade from the west. The flash flood smashed into businesses and homes, and the shopkeeper could hear shattering sounds, as some sloppy residents had neglected to charm their windows to be unbreakable. The wave passed with a deafening roar, leaving shocked villagers to gather their wits and stare dumbfounded at puddles left over from the flood. The flood that came on a clear day, in a landlocked village in the middle of Scotland, during the first day of spring. The equinox. That evening, when the Daily Prophet reported on the inexplicable Hogsmeade flood of 1991, no one would recall seeing the gusts of smoke that lingered in the air roughly 5 kilometers to the west. I never imagined something like him could exist. Norm tried to find a Sam-shaped outline in the darkness. By general agreement, the three of them had enough fire for the weekend, and with Harry's pack lost to the fire, they were short 2 tent stakes and a sleeping bag. Norm was seated nearby the 10-year-old, who was fast asleep after the combined stresses of the afternoon. What do you mean? Did you see that fire? That clearing we were in is an ash heap. Norm didn't reply, still ashamed at his part in pushing Harry to start the fire. But that's nothing compared to the water. I don't know, the fire certainly made a more lasting impression on me. It burned hotter than a natural fire, sure, but do you have any idea how much water Harry made out of nothing? We're talking tens of millions of liters, minimum. Hell, I'm probably underestimating. All because a little boy wanted it to appear. He blows past every hurdle placed in front of him. It's rather remarkable, really. I'm starting to see why they work so hard to keep our worlds separate. The amount of energy we would consume trying to artificially create that That's great, Sam, really. Now shut your yap. If you wake him up, I'm gonna thump you. Norm stared up at the stars, and tried to shut down his sense of unease. The way Sam talked about Harry when the boy couldn't hear him had bothered Norm recently. He and Diane had started taking up more and more of the time Harry stayed with them while Sam had been focused on his own work. Maybe it was the increased distance since Sam had got his own flat. Maybe it was the immersion in a scientific setting. Whatever the cause, Sam had lately been much more interested in pushing Harry's abilities, trying to find his limits, if indeed he had any. Or maybe Norm worried more about Harry because the bright and innocent child had wormed his way into his and Diane's hearts. We need to talk what our plan is if we find Hogsmeade. Shite, can we just get some rest and let it be? Worry about finding the place, first. No. Listen and listen good. You've never seen any wizard but Harry. They can do things he can't. It's like a bad sci-fi plot. Norm, they control minds and alter memories. Harry told me how hard their world works to keep us out. Did you think if we wander in that they'll congratulate us and call for a parade? Use your head. We've been walking through the woods for a reason. He grudgingly admitted Sam had a point. So, what? It's not like we can do magic. I asked some undergrads that went to America for spring break to bring me back a souvenir from Disney World. I'd like you to not take the mickey if we need it tomorrow. That's it. You're just going to leave it at that. For now. Oh, and if we have to interact with them, keep quiet and let Harry and I handle the talking. Norm closed his eyes and willed sleep to come. He'd been tired of this conversation since it had begun. Norm. What? He hissed. Do you understand? This is serious. I get it. F.K. Just let me sleep. Before he drifted off, Norm considered that it might be time for Harry to start sharing more about the wizarding world with him and Diane, and not letting Sam have such unfettered control over that part of the boy's life. After all, there were only a few more months before he'd start that at that school. Member, focus on controlling the reaction. We don't need a repeat of yesterday. The bottle is empty. See if you can fill it. Norm opened his eyes, every muscle screaming in protest as he sat up. Maybe sleeping on the ground after spending most of the day hiking wasn't a great idea, he mused. Harry and Sam were crouched down, both staring intently at the water bottle. Both of them were dripping wet. Let me guess, you've been at this a while. Harry grinned at Norm, and nodded. We've been trying to localize the effect of Harry's magic. Yay, that. Okay. Well, let me take care of my morning ablutions, and then we can head out. Sound good. Getting absent-minded replies from them both, Norm got up and stretched before wandering an appropriate distance to relieve himself. He wasn't far enough, unfortunately, to avoid a thorough soaking courtesy of Harry, much to the child's amusement. Harry could hardly believe it. They'd had to scrabble up a rocky hill, past some dodgy-looking caves, but it had only taken about 3 hours to reach the village. Hogsmeade, laid out before them, just like when he'd gone with Hagrid. Harry, hold up a mo. Sam was digging around in his pack, while the other two gazed, enraptured at the village. Here, slip this on. Norm, I've got one for you, too. Norm held up the red Mickey Mouse costume from Fantasia. You're joking. Sam gave Norm a thin-lipped smile, but his eyes glared fiercely at his friend. I believe I mentioned this to you last night, remember? Somewhat abashed, Norm slipped the robe over his head. Right, sorry. What do you think, Harry? Will we blend in with this? Harry's was a bit small on him. Understandable, given he'd been undergoing a major growth spurt after the nutrient potions from last year. Well, they're more similar than our hiking outfits. Great. Good thinking, Sam. Well, shall we? The three started walking towards the clearly defined path leading into town, when suddenly both Norm and Sam stopped dead in their tracks and turned back the way they'd came. Wait, where are you guys going? Oh, Harry, come along. We've got to hurry home. I have so much to do. Can't believe I'm out in the woods when I need to be logging my research reports. The two men prattled on over each other, seemingly unaware the other was even talking. What's with you two? There was no response, just an insistent and fast-paced retreat towards the rocky hill they'd only recently passed. Stop. Just listen to me. Stop. Both men halted, frozen in place. Sam, being mid-step, toppled forward but remained frozen in his position on the ground. Oh, oops. Just a second. Great timing, kid, really, muttered Sam, rubbing his nose after basically face-planting in the dirt. What was wrong with you two? Given that Norm and I were both affected, but you were fine, I'd say there is some sort of barrier around the village, to misdirect any non-magical people that stumble on it. It was like there was 1,000 things that I needed to do, right away. Urgently. Norm shook his head, as though he were emptying the foreign thoughts. That was intense. It seems like there is a finite distance for the effect. That, our Harry's abilities can bring us back to our senses. Sam, in spite of his reticence the previous night, looked excited. It's an ideal setting for a controlled experiment on the boundaries and efficacy of a non-magical perimeter fiel. Hold on there. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The frank warnings Sam had given him were suddenly very real for Norm. I think someone's going to notice if you and I keep wandering up and down this hill, babbling about the errands we need to run. What are our options to get into town? It doesn't seem to affect me, I could go by myself. Both men strongly objected. Absolutely not. Maybe Harry could blast us past the boundary. Well, we can't be sure that it's a definable boundary. What if it's not a bubble of protection, but a spell cast over the whole town? I imagine having a child magically launch two grown men into the town might draw as much attention as walking up and down a hill. Sam clearly wanted to test the enchantment, or whatever this was. Harry stared down at Hogsmeade while the two men batted ideas back and forth, shooting each down as soon as it was pitched. He really wanted to see Hogsmeade again. All I'm saying is, Sam and Norm both fell silent as Harry slipped his hand into theirs. Come on. And with an exuberance newly typical of the 10-year-old, he led them down the hill towards the path to town. They reached the spot where the enchantment was and continued on with only minor discomfort for the men. Clad in their silly Disney souvenirs, two muggles and the boy who lived walked into magical Britain's largest wizarding-only settlement. Sam and Harry had discussed his day in Hogsmeade several times, going over it in as much detail as Harry could provide him. Still, to see it in person rocked Sam's world in a similar way to learning magic was real in the first place. A whole community, hidden away from the rest of the world like this. It was incredible. There were shops hawking all kinds of wares, a tea shop, inn, a confectionery store. Sam glanced over to Harry, who was excitedly telling a very reserved Norm about his experience here with Hagrid. They were drawing stares. The cheap theme park apparel was nothing like the finely tailored robes that the townspeople wore, the style contrasting sharply. That might be a problem, Sam worried, feeling a bit of anxiety. He withdrew his hand from Harry's grasp, relieved to remain in full control of his mental faculties. Looks like the bubble hypothesis was just confirmed. There was a dingy-looking pub to his left, with smudged windows so covered in grime he wondered if natural light could even get through. Sam's head swiveled to the right, and his eyes landed on what he'd been waiting for. Tomes and Scrolls, the Hogsmeade bookshop. With a promenade announcing Established in 1768, the store looked to be doing a healthy weekend trade. Let's take a look, shall we? Wizarding books were heavy, Norm grudgingly thought, holding 2 or 3 that Harry had picked out. Sam had vanished behind a row labeled Charms, Curses, and Counter Curses about 10 minutes ago and not been seen since. He and Harry were perusing the history section. Harry, he murmured, do wizards use the pound sterling for purchases? Harry crouched down, holding some book he'd found on the bottom shelf, looking as though he'd not even noticed Norm's question. Harry. It's about my dad. And me, I guess. He showed Sam the title, Fathering a Legend, the unofficial biography of James Potter. Can I have this? Absolutely. I can't wait to read it with you. Now let's go collect Sam and figure out how we're going to pay for this. They found Sam voraciously looking through a tome entitled, Common Curses and How to Counter Them, and he accompanied them to the shopkeeper's register at the front of the store. The man had stared at them when they entered, and his unkind expression hadn't lessened as they approached the counter. Norm tried his best smile. Pardon, sir, we were hoping that you could help us to exchange some currency. This isn't Gringotts, I don't do that here. Right, well, can you point us in the direction of Grin? How did you get here? It's obvious you're a muggle. Any conversation in the shop had ceased. Norm glanced out the door and saw a half-dozen wizards and witches peering in. The wards don't let muggles into Hogsmeade. So how'd you get here? Filthy muggles. Bad enough they're allowed in Diagon, now we're to tolerate their kind here. Hogsmeade is for wizarding folk, it's ours, I'm not going to share it with some muggle playing pretend. The mutterings of the crowd grew louder, as the townspeople had stopped trying to hide their animosity. Norm looked around in concern, while Sam's eyes swiveled wildly around the store, looking for an alternate exit. Right then, lads, come on. Time to call the Aurors and have them sort out the obliviation. Will someone flow the DMLE? We've all got wands, they're just muggles. Stop it. The words were almost a whisper, but Norm and Sam both looked to Harry. Let me have a go at 'em. Not gonna wait an hour for Theministry to get off their asses. Stop it. He was louder this time, but the crowd paid no mind. This is what I've been telling you. Reg, mudbloods are bringing muggles directly to us now. Stop it. An enormous wave of magical energy blew the crowd of wizards at the door off their feet, and knocked over every shelf in tomes and scrolls. The proprietor groaned from the floor behind the register, after bouncing off the wall. Neat rectangles of glass, the windows charmed to be unbreakable, sat on the cobblestone streets, the strength of Harry's magic having dislodged them from their frame. What the? Never seen accidental magic like that. Shields up. Lads, no telling what he might do next. Things were going pear-shaped, and fast. Sam tried to placate the crowd, stepping near the shop's exit with his hands out. We were told of Hogsmeade by Dumbledore, he said. He told us after some accidental magic and. Dumbledore right, pull the other one. That muggle lover's done it this time. He can run his school how he likes, but we live in Hogsmeade, not, I am. There's no way Dumbledore'd tell a muggle where, Hogsmeade were. The crowd was incensed now that they were all back on their feet, red-faced and waving wands menacingly, when a deafening boom sounded from the rear of the crowd. Like the parting of the seas, the wizards apprehensively stepped back as a very elderly man, adorned in a filthy apron, strode forward, wand outstretched. Why don't you idiots let Dumbledore speak for himself? Abe, these muggles say the headmaster. It wasn't my brother. Pippin, you doddering simpleton. You've spent too much time inhaling potion fumes in your shop if you've forgotten there's only one Dumbledore in Hogsmeade, and it ain't Albus. He looked around the crowd, wand still outstretched. Now that you know why they're here, anyone else want to second-guess me? Given you've just been blown ass over tea kettle by a boy not yet in Hogwarts, I like my chances against this crowd. Very grudgingly, the group of wizards began to disperse. You three, let's go. Follow me. Their savior turned and began to head back to the pub Sam had noticed earlier. Sir. The other Dumbledore paused, and looked at Harry. We'd like to buy this book, but we don't have any coins. Norm was quick to add, I can give you the equivalent in pounds, however. Eustace, how much for the book? The shopkeeper replied with a barely restrained snarl, 30 galleons. Dumbledore barked out harsh laugh. Pull the other one, you miserly son of a bi.ch. Here, he reached into his apron, removed 5 heavy golden coins, and threw them in the door of Tomes and Scrolls. Come on then you three, I don't like to leave the bar unattended for too long. Norm guided Harry and Sam across the street and into the completely empty pub. Welcome to the Hog's Head, I'm Aberforth Dumbledore. Now, what in Merlin's name are you doing here? Hogsmeade isn't a tourist destination. While Harry and Norm hesitated, Sam stepped up to the bar and sat down. Harry was given a tour of Hogsmeade a few months back, and my brother and I wanted to see it for ourselves. We know magic is a secret, but thought that since we were already in the know, it would be all right. You thought wrong, Abe ground out, pouring 2 fingers worth of an amber liquid into a smudged tumbler. Most Muggleborns do their shopping in Diagon Alley, in London. It's accessed through the Leaky Cauldron, a wizarding inn on Charing Cross Road that only your boy there will be able to see. He placed the tumbler in front of Sam and took a swig straight from the bottle. Mr. Dumbledore. Just call me Abe. My pretentious brother goes by Dumbledore. Right then, Abe, how much do we owe you for the book? Abe took another pull from the bottle and did not respond. Sam sipped the whiskey from the dirty glass. Thanks for the drink, and even more for the rescue. Do you have a way we can get out of town? Abe gave them a piercing stare. I'm glad one of you recognizes the danger you're in. You lot were a few seconds away from being torn apart by that mob. And I can't entirely blame them. Whoever it was that told your boy about Hogsmeade should be facing charges. It's not a place for muggles. So why'd you help us then? Harry asked. I helped you because if you know my brother, he likely didn't give you the information you needed to survive. It isn't the first time his secrets almost got someone killed, and it won't be the last. I'm sure he led you to believe that the wizarding world was all twinkling eyes and lemo drops, but let me tell you, it ain't. You aren't safe here, and you too, especially, won't ever be safe around our kind. Norm, feeling some of the anxiety from earlier returning, hesitantly asked, but why? Why do you hate us so much? I don't hate you, but you don't belong here. Wizards have long memories, and there's good reason that we've got systems in place to keep muggles separate. Your boy will be able to explain it to you once he has a few years of Hogwarts under his belt. Until then, watch yourselves. And for Merlin's sake, get yourself some real robes if you want to blend in. I don't know where you picked up those ridiculous outfits. Sam blushed, but all three nodded their understanding. He asked again, can you help us out of town? Aberforth waved his wand at a grime-encrusted bar towel and muttered, Portus. He tossed it to Norm, and grabbed the now empty glass from in front of Sam. An equally filthy rag appeared in his hand and he started wiping the tumbler. All 3 of you, grab that rag. It will transport you to King's Crossing in 30 seconds. Thank you. For everything, I mean it. Thank me by never showing your face here again. And with a jerk behind their navel, the 3 vanished from the dirt-coated floor of the Hog's Head Inn. Things at the Dursleys improved for Harry. Not that they treated him like family. No, they were perfectly clear that he still repulsed them. But spending half the week at Norm and Diane's flat provided a buffer that both Harry and his relatives appreciated. At the very least, no one in the Dursley household had laid a finger on Harry in over a year. Harry sat on the second-hand mattress that Vernon had procured at some point, and looked longingly out the window. It seemed like every day the postman took longer and longer to arrive, and Harry's impatience, and a hefty amount of anxiety, grew with each day that passed without receiving information about Hogwarts. He tried to occupy his mind thinking about his birthday, 3 days away. Norm and Diane had announced that they'd be taking him on holiday with them that day. They'd spend 3 days in Blackpool, seeing the ocean, riding roller coasters, and celebrating Harry turning 11. The first birthday he'd ever looked forward to. Naturally, Sam would not be attending, though he'd promised Harry, the last time they'd met, that he would take him to Diagon Alley after they received word from Hogwarts. Following their disastrous trip to Hogsmeade, Sam generally only visited with Harry about once, maybe twice per month. Harry still did his exercises, as Diane called them, but the frequency and duration had greatly diminished. A bird fluttered outside his window, drawing Harry's attention. That's unusual, an owl out in the afternoon, he thought. The owl began to tap at the window, acting quite strangely. As Harry leaned closer to the frame, he noticed what looked like an addressed letter was clutched in its talons. This is it, he silently cheered. Opening the window, the owl swirled in a lazy circle around the cramped room, placing the letter next to Harry and perching on his bedpost. To Harry James Potter. The letter detailed an invitation to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, along with a list of supplies. Included on the thick parchment was a personal note from Albus Dumbledore, explaining that he would arrive at 10 a.m., July 31st to accompany Harry in his school shopping. Scrawling a quick reply, requesting for Dumbledore to come sooner due to prior engagements, Harry placed the letter back in the envelope and held it out to the owl. Return to sender. Grasping the envelope as it took flight, the owl was back out the window and winging away in an instant. Harry grabbed some pocket change off his dresser and ran out the door to find a telephone box to tell Norm the good news. Albus Dumbledore couldn't have been more pleased to read Harry Potter's acceptance and response to his letter. A birthday holiday. An immense feeling of relief settled in his chest with the knowledge, firsthand, that the Dursleys had embraced Harry as family. As Fawkes flamed him directly to the front stoop of number 4, Privet Drive, Dumbledore readied his best smile and knocked on the door. Heavy footfalls approached from inside, and the door opened to reveal Harry's obese uncle. What are you doing here? We haven't touched the boy, you've no reason to dirty our home with your freakishness. Vernon, a pleasure to see you again. You're looking well. I'm here to take Harry shopping for school supplies, surely he told you. I won't stand for that boy learning about your oddities. He's not going. Vernon slammed the door closed, only to find himself unable to move it, or any part of his body for that matter. How unfortunate that there could be such a miscommunication, Dumbledore pleasantly remarked, stepping around the bulky muggle and into the home. Harry, are you ready to depart? The nearly 11-year-old boy that came running down the stairs was scarcely the same one that Albus had portkeyed to Hogwarts Infirmary 2 years prior. Dressed in quality, fitted clothing, haircut in a short and fashionable style, there was hardly a resemblance to the starved and beaten little boy, drowning in oversized rags. What happened to his scar? Dumbledore remembered the distinctive mark when he last saw Harry, but it was only after close examination that he was able to notice the faintest outline of where it used to be. How fascinating. All set, sir. Oh, hello uncle. How will we traveling to Diagon Alley, sir? I thought we'd try for an authentic entrance. Hold my arm, if you please. There may be a slight discomfort, Dumbledore warned, before Harry was squeezed through a tube and landed outside of a run-down building in inner-city London. Harry looked queasy. That was awful. Apparition can take a bit of adjusting, but in time will come to be second nature. Now come, dear boy, the magical world awaits. Dumbledore opened the door, revealing a warm and inviting pub filled with wizards and witches, assaulting their senses with delightful smells of food and beverages. Dumbledore drew a great deal of attention, but with his shorter hair and almost invisible scar, Harry assumed a background role next to the indomitable headmaster. A handshake from a former student here, a kind word at a ministry worker there, and they were through the back door of the leaky cauldron, facing a blank brick wall. Albus tapped the bricks above a trash can in a definitive pattern, resulting in the wall shifting and revolving into an open doorway. Diagon Alley stretched before them, packed with families gathering school supplies. It was nearly filled with people, crowded to the point of shoulder-to-shoulder formation. Stay close, Harry, we've much to do and little time. Right, yes, Harry absently replied. If Hogsmeade were brilliant, Diagon Alley was a whole other level. Where to first, sir? We'll need to withdraw some funds for your school supplies, step lively. Dumbledore led Harry to an imposing white building, far larger than any other in the alley. They entered to elegant marble floors and high ceilings, and a number of unusual beings perched at desks. This is Gringotts, Magical Britain's financial center. Goblins are responsible for the bank's operation, and guard hundreds of underground vaults that contain wizards' wealth and valuables. Your parents left you just such a vault. Eager to see any traces of his parents, Harry impatiently waited while Dumbledore communicated with one of the goblin tellers, before following a different goblin into a mine cart, and rocketing far beneath the bank. The cart came to a halt outside of a giant metal door labeled 687. This is your vault, come along. Dumbledore handed the goblin a small brass key, which the tiny being used to open the door. Whatever Harry had been expecting, a huge pile of gold, silver, and bronze coins was not it. He stepped into vault, hoping there would be something else, but the small space was empty beyond piles of currency. Is this it? This would be seen as quite a princely sum by most wizards. No, it's not that. I was just hoping for something from my parents. Clothing, books, pictures. Albus, face softened. I understand. Gold tells no tale, and silver cannot embrace you. I'm sorry, Harry. The remains of your parents' estate is inaccessible by anyone until you reach your majority, in 6 years. So their things are somewhere else, I just have to wait to get them. Perhaps. There being only a single Potter left, only you are able to access the family vault. As I said, though, that is impossible at this point in time. Here, fill this with galleons and sickles, the gold and silver coins. You'll need at least 50 galleons, and fill the rest of the bag with sickles. Let us make haste, this is not the only vault we'll be visiting. Harry did as instructed, piling as many coins as he could into the cloth bag Dumbledore provided, and then accompanied the headmaster to remove a small package from an otherwise empty vault before returning to the lobby. The pair walked back to the alley, and collected various necessities like a trunk, cauldron, potions equipment, a uniform and robes, until they finally came to a shop sandwiched between other businesses. The sign read, Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Harry was practically bouncing up and down with anticipation. His own wand. A light tinkle chimed as they opened the door, and a man who made Dumbledore look young stepped out from a back area. Dumbledore, how surprising. I can't recall the last time I saw you escorting a mugglebow. His eyes bored into Harry's. Oh, I am mistaken. Mr. Potter, it is a pleasure. Nice to meet you as we. Harry wasn't even able to exchange pleasantries before a wand was shoved into his hand. 11 inches, sycamore and dragon heartstring. Dumbledore, settling into a chair near the counter, nodded at Harry. Go ahead, give it a wave. The wand exploded. Oh my, Harry, still holding the splintered base of the wand, had it ripped out of his grasp and replaced with another. Birch ancestral hair, a springy 12.5, the wand exploded. A difficult customer. Well, challenges are what make life worth living. Ash and unicorn hair, 9 inches. The wand exploded, and Harry began to feel alarmed. Sir, what's happening? Most unusual. Perhaps this one. Oaken a hair from the mane of a particularly nasty centaur, the wand exploded. Curious, most curious. I wonder. Ollivander climbed a ladder and removed a thin, narrow box, presenting it to Harry almost reverently. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches. The feather in that wand, Mr. Potter, is one of only 2 given by this phoenix, and the other is in the wand that Gav. The wand exploded, leaving a somewhat hysterical Harry Potter at Fortescue's ice cream parlor after snapping off a Patronus message to an associate. Dumbledore returned to Ollivander's shop in nearly the same state as the boy who lived. What in Merlin's name was that? Albus, do you know why Hogwarts begins at age 11, and not earlier? Of course. A child's magical energy lacks the stabilization necessary to act on intent prior to 11. That's why accidental magic lessens to negligible amounts after that age. Indeed. Mr. Potter's magic, it seems, never stabilized. Why or how this is so is beyond me, but if you're looking for answers, I'd start there. I will consult with Saint Mungo's immediately. Then, with a nod to the elderly wandcrafter, Dumbledore hurriedly left the shop. Oh, Albus. All those years, you still can't open your mind to the wonder and possibility of magic. The door chime tinkled, and Ollivander turned to greet another young customer. Harry pushed the ice cream in his cup to and fro with the thin wooden spoon. Would he even still be allowed to attend Hogwarts if he didn't have a wand? What would Norm and Diane say? Would Sam still want to be his friend if he wasn't a part of the magical world? Is this seat taken? I don't think I've ever seen Diagon so crowded. Harry glanced up and looked at the girl, holding a cup of ice cream, waiting expectantly at the seat across from his own. Sure. Go ahead. I think I'm done anyway. Wait. You don't have to leave. Are you starting Hogwarts this term? Yes. Well, are you here alone? I don't know, honestly. This conversation was like pulling teeth, so for now she was content to focus on her ice cream. Where are your parents? She glanced up, meeting his green eyes for the first time. I'm here with family friends. My parents passed away several years back, from a nasty strain of dragon pox. Harry looked at her, feeling a kinship with the only other orphan he'd met. I'm really sorry. Now Susan was the one pushing her ice cream back and forth in her cup. It's all right. You didn't know. Which house do you think you'll be sorted into? Which house? I don't know what you mean. Oh, you must be a Muggleborn. Hogwarts has a house system, where you're sorted into one of the 4 houses. There's Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. My family traditionally ends up in Hufflepuff, so I expect that's where I'll land as well. Oh, I don't know which houses my parents were in. Susan cocked her head in confusion. Your parents. So you aren't a Mugglebo. Susie. Look. Harry and Susan turned to see an exuberant blonde-haired girl, excitedly waving a wand in the air as she ran over, followed several paces back by 2 robed adults, obviously the girl's parents. Hey, you got your wand. Yep. 10 1/4 inches, dragon heartstring and walnut. It was like, click, and all of the sudden everything just fit together. I felt my magic. Susan giggled, and congratulated her friend, never noticing the increasing distress exuding from the boy across from her. Hannah, I don't think I caught your nah. But Harry was already gone, slipping into the crowd and back to alley. Huh. Guess he left. He put one foot in front of the other, determinedly plodding along with no real destination in mind. Harry blinked back tears, thinking despondently, can't anything go right? So distracted by his worries, he never noticed the older man accompanying him on his walk, easily maintaining pace with the child despite a strong limp. Harry turned towards a more deserted street, eager to be away from the crowd celebrating something he apparently wouldn't have. So wrapped up in self-pity, it was a total shock when a firm hand grabbed hold of his shoulder. That's far enough, laddie. Nocturne Alley's no place for boy your oof. Reacting instinctively, Harry shrugged off the man's hand and spun to face him, swinging his other arm out as he did. The magic struck Mad Eye's shield like a double-decker bus, but already having his wand out plus a hefty dose of constant vigilance kept him on his feet. Better watch yourself, boy. Most people don't take kindly to a bludgeoning with accidental magic as a greeting. Keeping his wand pointed at Harry, he continued, if I didn't know better, I'd say you meant to do that. Name's Alistair Moody, but folks call me Mad Eye. Albus sent me to keep an eye on you while he made an appointment at St. Mungo's. What's that? Street. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. I hear you had a spot of trouble getting matched with a wand. Albus thinks you'll be able to sort it out there. Really? So I'll get a wand after all. If anyone can work it out, they can. Now come on. You ever sighed a long apparate? Bristling slightly at Moody's brusque, demanding tone, Harry nonetheless nodded and held on to the man's outstretched arm. But how can it be? Headmaster, our aura reader has examined the boy twice. It's like he's swimming in magical energy. I'm surprised you didn't notice, given the way the excess is pouring off him. He might have blown old Ollivander's whole shop up if a disagreeable enough wand were placed in his hands. Dumbledore was stunned. But it can be treated. There will be improvement. Gertrude Fulbright, chief healer of St. Mungo's, shook her head bitterly. The damage is done. I'm guessing it is a result of being struck with the killing curse. If he'd been brought here when it happened, at this, her eyes narrowed at Dumbledore, our specialists might have been able to mitigate the effects. As it is, our aura reader says there's no chance of magical stabilization. Albus staggered over to a chair and heavily sat down. Harry Potter would never wield a wand. But, the prophecy. Will he be able to learn how to cast spells? Albus closed his eyes and braced for the response. Were you even listening? He's a magical behemoth. That's why no wand will work for him. Wands are foci. They are a focus for our magic to allow us to direct it more precisely. To sum it up, wizards and witches walk around with scalpels. Harry Potter is carrying a sledgehammer. Beyond that, he's healthy and there's no reason to admit him. I'll have him brought to the lobby for discharge. Good day, Albus. Wow. Harry grinned. I had the same reaction when I saw it for the first time. He stood alongside Sam, just inside the entrance to Diagon Alley. They'd needed Tom the barkeep to activate the doorway, given that Harry lacked a wand, but all in all it was far from the arduous journey they'd made to Hogsmeade months back. Walking slowly, to take in the sights and sounds, he asked, "This Gringotts is where I'll be able to exchange pounds to magic coins." "They're called galleons. I thought you were going to try and fit in." Harry laughed. "And yes, Gringotts is the bank, but we won't need to exchange any money there." "Why's that?" With another cheerful grin, Harry picked up his pace. "You'll see." Entering the bank, Harry and Sam waited until they could approach the next available teller. "I'd like to access Vault 687, please." The goblin ordered, not even looking up, his hand out expectantly. I don't have it with me." Without lifting his head, the goblin's eyes shot towards Harry in annoyance. "You'll need to fill out this form, and provide blood as verification." Harry nodded, and reached for the available quill, while Sam's eyebrows raised and he mouthed, "Blood?" questioningly. "All done." Harry slid the form, and the goblin snatched it up while absent-mindedly holding out a small razor-sized blade. Harry ran a thumb over it, and with a flash the form was stamped, "Approved," with a key sitting atop the parchment. "We'd like to visit the vault now, if that's okay. You'll be charged the usual 8 sickle fee for the key replacement, Mr. Potter. Harclaw. Run these humans to their vault." Moments later, Sam had a white-knuckled grip on the mine cart as they whizzed through the tunnels at an incredible speed. "Not quite like doing business with RBS, is it? I'm glad you're having fun at my expense." The vault doors opened just like last time, and Harry began gathering gold and silver coins. Where did all of this come from?" "Is this yours?" Sam gasped. "Yes, it's part of a trust my parents left me. This is all I can access until I'm an adult." "Harry, you're not going to pay. This is my birthday present to you, remember? Besides, I'm done with school and I've got a job. Leave your gold for other things. You can pay me back with pounds for some things, but I'm buying all the books today. I'll be the only one doing the magic anyway, so I reckon it's only fair that I'll pay for the books you read for me." Sam shook his head, trying to keep up with the convoluted run-on sentence. "Sam, the accepted exchange rate for galleons is 50 pounds per galleon." Seeing his companion's eyes bug out, Harry chuckled. "See, it's just some books. You can pay for your robes, though." They'd agreed that Sam and Harry would purchase some general-purpose robes for themselves and Norm and Diane, to avoid future incidents like their disastrous experience in Hogsmeade. Not that Norm's ever wanted to go near another wizard since, Sam thought to himself. Exhaling loudly through his teeth, Sam tried one last time. "Let's see how much we spend before relying on your inheritance to bankroll us." "Fair." Harry gave a firm nod in acceptance, and, money sack properly filled, they left the vault and the bank. After being sized for and purchasing several sets of gray and brown robes from Twilfit and Tattings, they made a beeline for Flourish and Blots to pick out books. Both Sam and Harry wore matching grins of anticipation as they stepped inside the bookseller. Harry headed to Charms, while Sam browsed Transfiguration. 90 minutes and nearly 75 galleons later, they left the shop, Sam carrying a parcel no larger than a tote. "And you're sure that you'll be able to reverse these shrinking charms?" he teased. "You're not going to expand them until they're the size of Buckingham Palace, are you?" Harry lifted his chin in mock indignation. "Keep it up and I'll re-shrink them before I leave for Hogwarts." "Okay. You win. There's one more thing we need to pick up, then I'll get you back to Norm and Diane's," Sam said, as he caught sight of the promenade for Elop's Owl Emporium. "How would you like to have your own owl?" After his birthday, Harry spent the rest of August with Norm and Diane. Harry was eager to give Vernon some time to cool off after Dumbledore's hex, and it's not as though his relatives expressed any desire to have him come back. You're sure you have everything? Yep. I'm all set. Diane sniffed and gave Harry a firm hug. And you'll send Hedwig with a letter tomorrow telling us all about it, right? I promise. Harry stood awkwardly for a moment, then released the handle of his trunk and put both arms around her. Thank you, he whispered. Hastily swiping at his eyes, Harry pulled back from Diane and gave a slightly less desperate hug to Norm. Go on. Get in there, kiddo. Your future awaits. Rolling his eyes, and offering one last smile, Harry grabbed his trunk and Hedwig's cage and ran straight through the illusory barrier to platform 9 3/4. Well, it's a train station, mused Harry, as he navigated through the crowds. After the vista and splendor of Diagon Alley, or the earthy authenticity of Hogsmeade, 9 3/4 was rather underwhelming. Lifting his trunk onto the Hogwarts Express, Harry slowly walked down the corridor, excited to meet his classmates. Peering in the open door to a compartment that held a single girl roughly his own age, Harry knocked softly on the window panel. Do you mind if I sit with you? I can't believe Mum wouldn't tell us how we get sorted. I swear it's all one big joke to grown-ups. Susan had heard this particular complaint several times during the summer. She watched the northern English countryside steadily roll past the window, nodding along at all the right moments. Susie, are you listening? Whoops. Busted. Sorry, what was that? I said, which class are you most looking forward to? Charms, I think. But that's probably because most of the spells I see Auntie do around the house are charms. What about you? Definitely potions. Abbott Estates provides a lot of the supplies for Madame Pimpernel's shop, and she promised my dad that if I get a newt in potions that I could apprentice with her after Hogwarts. Wow, that's great, Han. A knock on the window announced the presence of Blaise Zabini and Morag McDougal. Ladies, he intoned, before taking a seat next to Susan. Hi Blaise. Hello Morag, I'm glad you came to see us. Hannah looked a bit more excited to see Blaise than Morag, but Susan was too much of a good friend to comment on it. I'm only stopping in for a little bit, I promised Mandy I'd find her. Blaise settled in opposite of Hannah. How was the rest of your summer? Thanks again for the invite to your solstice celebration. Hannah blushed and absently fiddled with one of her pigtails. I'm glad you came. It's a shame your mother wasn't able to attend. Yes, my dear mother was on a honeymoon to the Mid-East. Her new husband is a sort of oil sheikh, or some other nonsense like that. Regarding Blaise with a bit of pity, Susan asked, you mean you haven't met him? No, mother thought it best that I not, given that he is a muggle. You know I don't share her proclivities for consorting with their kind. If that's the truth, then I think we'll get along just fine, Zabini, drawled a boy with slicked back, owned hair, leaning on one arm against the door frame of their compartment, accompanied by two silent boys who'd surely been shopping in the big and tall section for a few years. Bones, Abbott, it's lovely to see you're well. Though neither girl looked particularly enthused at his presence, they responded with proper pleasantries. Morag, on the other hand, after receiving no greeting, called out, hello Malfoy. I'm sitting in this compartment as well. Regarding her as one might a particularly loud dog, Draco turned back to Blaise and Susan. I didn't come here to argue. I'm looking for Harry Potter. Have you seen him? No, Hannah and I have been in this compartment since before the express left the station. What do you want with him, Malfoy? Merely to make an introduction. I've heard a great deal, and am curious to see if the stories match the reality. Blaise raised an eyebrow sardonically. I wouldn't have taken you for the type to read The Boy Who Lived Adventures, he remarked. Draco smiled. Evidently, he could appreciate Zabini's wit even when it was at his own expense. Mother wasn't a fan of that series, he said, to no one's surprise. Some of Father's associates have told some interesting stories, though. A chill ran through Susan as she looked to Hannah in alarm. Everyone knew what kinds of people Lucius Malfoy associated with. My apologies for disturbing your journey, we'll leave you to it. With a bow that would have been regal had it not come from an 11-year-old boy, Draco and his two followers moved on to the next compartment. What a git! Spat Morag. No one in the compartment expressed any disagreement. Pardon me, have you seen a toad anywhere? Questioned a young girl with long, bushy brown hair. No, I haven't. Lo Neville. Hi Ron, Have a good summer. Yay, loads of fun, though I'm glad to get a year away from my sister. Real Spitfire. That one. I guess she'd have to be, with all those brothers. I'm sorry, I'm being rude. Ron Weasley, this is Hermione Granger. She's helping me look for Trevor. Granger? Muggleborn, then. Yes, both my parents are dentists. Ron shot a questioning glance to Neville, who just shrugged helplessly. Right, well, if you find your toad, feel free to come back and take a seat. You two can protect me from Fred and George. Will do, thanks, mate. It was nice to meet you. The door slid closed, and Ron took out a corned beef sandwich. He'd miss his mum's cooking this term. She doesn't seem like that type of girl, Daphne. You weren't there. You didn't see the way she was looking at me. So let me see if I understand this. You were eavesdropping. I was not. On Susan and Hannah dishing about the boy who lived and got caught, and so Susan got Hannah to not invite your family to the Abbott's solstice party. I think you're just being paranoid. There's no other reason that they would invite Zabini and not my family. Well, it's not like there's any truth to you being competition for Bones, so why don't we go find her and make nice? Then maybe you can score me an invite to her aunt's autumn equinox celebration. I have nothing to apologize for, and it's not like she has any right to be so possessive over him. She's never met him, either. Oh my god, you've got it as bad as Astoria, don't you? Daphne's cheeks pinked, but she cast a blistering glare at the girl across from her, one that her best friend Tracy Davis immediately laughed off. I do not. I'm just curious, is all. Tracy was giggling so hard she almost fell off her seat. Daphne sighed. How much longer till they arrived at Hogwarts, already? What the joke? Draco. Where's Vincent and Gregory? They're up ahead, looking for someone I have an appointment with. Appointment? Really, Malfoy? We've been first years for, like, 2 hours. Who could you possibly have to meet? Leave me to my business and I'll leave you to yours, Davis. Daphne broke in to diffuse the situation. No point in letting Tracy's temper flare up. Pansy was looking for you earlier. Yes, our fathers have been negotiating a contract. Draco actually looked a little squeamish at that prospect. At 11. I guess it's not the earliest anyone's made an agreement, but it's a little unusual. Father knows what he's doing, it's no one's place to question him. I'm glad to see you again, Daphne. I hope we can talk more at the Slytherin table during the welcoming feast. Excuse me. He slid the door closed and continued up the corridor. Family business or not, I think he's a creep. I know you do. So him and Pansy. You think it'll actually happen? With the Black inheritance up in the air the way that it is, I can't imagine Mr. Malfoy would not seize on any chance to land an early emancipation for Draco. Poor Pansy. Poor both of them. And that's how my dad met my mum. So none of your mother's family knows about magic. Mandy Brocklehurst shook her head. They think Dad works at the Department for Transport. I mean, he kind of does, in a way. He's the assistant head of the Ministry of Magical Transportation. Harry stared blankly at her. Harry, how can you not know anything about the Ministry for Magic? I told you, I've been living on the Muggle side of things my whole life. So you're basically starting out like a Muggleborn. Everybody's going to be so surprised. Mandy had been a little nervous when the boy who lived asked to share her compartment, but he was surprisingly easy to talk to. Yes, I ran across some of that fictional series about me when I was book shopping in Diagon Alley. It was a right shock, let me tell you. Mandy laughed, trying to imagine what it must be like to be the last to know you were a worldwide celebrity. The compartment door slid open, revealing a young girl with wavy blonde hair and hazel eyes. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Mandy, who's this? Hey, come on in. Morag McDougal, meet Harry Potter. Visibly surprised, Morag stuttered out a pleasure, Air Potter, and half attempted a curtsy, setting off even more laughter in Mandy. Oh, come off it. Harry's as normal as you or I. You'll have to forgive her. Morag hangs out with a lot of the well-to-do in society. Mandy mimed drinking out of a teacup with her pinky finger extended. You could, too, you know. They don't care that I'm a half-blood, they wouldn't for you, either. I know, but I prefer spending time with Mum's friends and family. Especially since I won't be seeing much of them for the next 7 years. A brief flicker of homesickness passed over her features. You understand what I mean, right, Harry? He nodded, and gave a small smile. Yay, I do. Morag and I actually went to primary school together. We've been friends for ages. The girl in question nodded, but redirected the conversation to the boy seated across from her. Those are very fine robes, Harry. Thanks. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to wear my school robes to the train or not, so I decided to go with these. I'll change once we're closer. She struggled to meet his gaze, eventually losing her internal battle as her eyes flicked to his forehead, searching for the famous scar. I'm guessing it's not what you expected, huh? Sorry, Morag said, it's just every witch in Britain's been hearing stories about Harry Potter and his lightning bolt scar for years. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Harry waved away her concerns. I'm going to need to learn to deal with it. So how long have you been doing magic? Mandy and Morag shared a look between them. Do you mean accidental magic? Because it's been a few years since I had an episode. Mandy, it's been over a year for you, hasn't it? The other witch nodded. Really? So you haven't done any magic in over a year? Well, neither of us got our wands until our birthdays. Even then, the trace would have gotten us expelled before we even arrived at Hogwarts if we'd tried to cast anything. Trace. The ministry puts a trace on every student's wand, to monitor their use of magic and prevent breaches of the statute of secrecy. Didn't Ollivander tell you this when you got your wand? No, I guess I wasn't paying attention. Harry, have you been doing magic all summer? Morag asked. Mandy cut in. I understand. I barely heard a word that old fossil said. I was just too excited at finally having my own wand. Right. Listen, I need to go. I'll be back in a bit. Harry quickly stood and pulled open the compartment door, nearly running into A.B. own-haired boy standing just outside. Harry Potter. I'm Draco Malfoy. When Sam and Norm had discovered, from reading his father's biography, that Harry was considered a hero in the wizarding world, they thought it rather brilliant. They aren't the ones being gawked at like a zoo animal, Harry mentally griped. Can't I just be left alone? They all got on for years without me around. Is it too much to ask that I can ride the bloody train in peace? He was presently seated across from A.B. owned Ponce, who spoke like he was a character in a Jane Austen novel and kept making veiled references to 2 years ago. Look, I got injured when I was in year 4, but I don't remember much about it, and I don't see how it's any of your concern. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to fetch my school robes. The boy, Draco, curled his lip at Harry's words. You've got a lot to learn about our world, Potter. And for your sake, I hope you do it quickly. You wouldn't want to find yourself stuck with the wrong sort. Hopefully, the further away from those filthy muggle relatives of yours you get, the better you'll realize that. Any bluster he might have attached to his threat vanished a moment later, as Harry turned from the compartment door and pinned his gaze on Draco. His eyes shone menacingly, before he blinked and walked out without a word. Draco sat in the compartment, wondering if he'd imagined Harry Potter's eyes glowing, just like in the stories his father had told of him. Collecting his things from Mandy's compartment, Harry made excuses that he was going to change into his robes and left in search of another compartment. After getting chastised by both the trolley witch and a red-headed prefect for wandering the corridors with his trunk, Harry ducked into a compartment that had 2 older boys vigorously debating the skills of some sportsman Harry had never heard of. Thankfully, they didn't give any thought when he said he was a first year who had left some girls' compartment while they changed. Pulling out his history of magic textbook, Harry enjoyed the remainder of his ride in peace. Potter. Harry. A hush fell over the great hall. Harry approached the hat, perched on the stool, and let the wide brim fall over his eyes as he sat down. You're an interesting case, aren't you? Are we talking in my mind? Indeed we are, the Sorting Hat said primly. Now, let's have a look. No wands for you, I see. You can see into my memories. Harry was concerned. The reading he'd done over the last month had made it clear that he'd violated the statute of secrecy on several occasions. Don't worry, my enchantments disallow any communication about what I find in your minds. Well, that was a relief. Yes, you would think that, wouldn't you? As far as secrets go, that's not the juiciest I've run across, so don't fret too much. Now, where to place you? Harry had seen Mandy and Morag both go to Ravenclaw, and the Malfoy boy go to Slytherin. Ravenclaw. The Hat chuckled. You've definitely got the curiosity for Ravenclaw. Such loyalty though. I hope those muggles appreciate the lengths you'd go to protect them. Better be. Wait. Ravenclaw is where I want to go. Harry thought of Sam, and their discussions about which house would provide the greatest benefit. Obviously, from Sam's perspective, putting the best brains in the school under one roof, so to speak, would be a huge asset. I belong in Ravenclaw. Mr. Potter, you'd do well to stick to your own strengths, and not try so hard to emulate others. I want to go to Ravenclaw. Very well. For your sake, I hope there you can learn to be true to yourself. Ravenclaw. This was it. He was finally going to learn magic. He'd had an instructor of sorts in Sam, but this was his first lesson from a professional magical educator. Seated next to Mandy, her excited smile mirrored his own. His first night at Hogwarts had gone well. Despite the Hat's warning, Harry felt he had made the correct choice in landing with the Eagles. He'd made introductions with his other year mates, met the prefects, and after a brief word from their head of house, Harry was fast asleep after a long day. That same head of house, Professor Phileas Flitwick, was currently lecturing on the theory behind the wand lighting charm. And that's why the Lumos charm does not have a wand movement. Now, I think that's enough on the concept. Shall we give it a go? Wands out, class. The assorted Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws put aside their parchment and quills and picked up their wands expectantly. All, that is, but one. Hey, Mandy whispered. He said wands out. I don't have one. You don't have a wand. Mandy's surprise meant her response was more a half shout than a hushed query. The entire class went silent, but only for a moment, as seconds later it was filled with gossiping whispers. Miss Brocklehurst, perhaps you'd like to demonstrate in front of the class. As Flitwick came to escort Mandy to the front, he paused in front of Harry. Mr. Potter, the headmaster explained your problem to the staff. I'm aware of the situation. He left it at that. Now Miss Brocklehurst, let's see what you can do. As Mandy gamely cast her first spell, Harry felt the stares of every one of his classmates, Mandy included. It was a million times worse than all of the stares he'd had in the Great Hall last night. Then, they'd stared out of curiosity, or even admiration. Now it was pity and scorn. He shrunk down even further in his seat. Why didn't Sam and I prepare for this? He thought miserably. He should have kept practicing regularly, instead of spending time going to movies and on holidays with Norm and Diane. A small exclamation of happiness drew some attention to the front of the class, as Mandy's wand gave off a warm, steady glow. Harry, unsurprisingly, was the first out of his seat and into the hallway once class was dismissed. The other students walked to the Great Hall for lunch in clusters, discussing possible explanations for the boy who lived not having his own wand. I just don't understand how he could get all the way here and not have a wand. Didn't you see him in Diagon? He was getting his school supplies, wasn't he? It seemed that way. He must feel really awful, Hannah. You know that half the students here were expecting him to be the second coming of Merlin. Susan kept casting surreptitious glances towards the entrance. Surely one of the teachers will escort him to Ollivanders for a wand though, don't you think? Zach Smith leaned over and remarked, I heard he's a squib, that's why he doesn't have one. That's a rotten lie. He wouldn't have got a Hogwarts letter if he were. Susan indignantly replied. Well, he's the boy who lived. If they were going to make an exception, it'd surely be for him, wouldn't it? Zach's face twisted, like he was trying to look sympathetic and not smug, but couldn't quite manage either. I mean, my sister said the caretaker is a squib, and he's allowed here. As a caretaker, not a student. Anyway, what business is it of yours? Hannah watched her friend hotly argue with Zach, her eyebrows raising. It wasn't often Susan got this riled up. As much business as it is yours, Bones. What's the matter? Too many boy who lived adventures at bedtime. Her face flushed. Susan looked ready to throttle Smith. One of the sixth-year prefects, Gabriel Truman, cleared his throat loudly, sparing the boy. That's enough out of you firsties. Spend more time eating and less time gossiping. And you, Smith, no more teasing your classmates or I'll take points and recommend to Professor Sprout that you spend some time with Filch. Properly chastened, Zack went back to his lunch while Susan went back to watching the entrance. Over at the Ravenclaw table, Mandy was too distressed to eat. I swear I didn't know. I thought he just wasn't paying attention. He must be so angry with me. Relax. It's not like anyone could have guessed that a student at Hogwarts wouldn't have a wand. You didn't do anything wrong. While Mandy continued to mow and piteously, Morag patted her hand and continued to think through her limited experience with Harry, like a true Ravenclaw would. It kind of explains why he didn't know anything about the trace when we mentioned it on the Express, doesn't it? I should have realized. Come on, cheer up. Wailing about it won't change anything. Once he arrives, you can apologize. Seeing no change in her friend, she sighed. Terry, pass me the Yorkshire pudding, would you? The short, dark-haired boy slid the serving dish over. I don't think he's coming to lunch. Anthony shares his dorm. He stopped in after Charms to drop off his bag and said Harry was there. So he's alone and hungry. A few tears fell down Mandy's cheeks. Really, Mandy? Morag and Terry shared an amused look at their classmates' histrionics. Harry was not, in fact, still in his dorm. He sat, perched just short of the revolving staircase, watching it swing to and fro in no noticeable pattern. I wonder why it is so random. He absently considered. Surely if it is enchanted there must be a spell to make it operate, so why not have it be predictable? The thoughts were comforting. They were distracting. He'd noticed the looks he received from students leaving the Great Hall following lunch. Everyone must know by now. It's not that different from primary school after all, he mused. With all the stories Dudley told about me, I always got stares there, also. Canute for your thoughts. Harry glanced up, only to see Albus Dumbledore slowly lower his aged body onto a step next to Harry. I hardly think they're worth that much, sir. It's not often I see a student so troubled on their first day. In my many years I've learned it's often helpful to talk about our problems. He paused expectantly. When Harry made no move to speak up, he continued. Professor Flitwick mentioned to me over lunch that the results of our trip to Diagon Alley drew some attention. You could say that, yay. Harry fiddled with the end of his robes. Sir, why did you let me come to Hogwarts if I can't use a wand? Dumbledore smiled gently at the young Ravenclaw. Do you see that torch just above where the staircase is heading? Harry nodded, and the headmaster held both of his hands out, displaying to Harry that they were empty. Knocks. The torch extinguished. Incendio. It burst into flame once more. You see, wands are not what gives us magic. Rather, it is we who provide magic to them. I already knew that. This time it was Harry that gestured to the torch. It exploded in a huge fireball, melting even the iron sconce that held the torch. Dumbledore's eyes studied Harry, as though taking measure of the boy. You can control your magic wandlessly. It was a statement more than a question. Harry laughed despondently. Control? Hardly. Direct it? Maybe. Remarkable, truly. For how long have you had this ability? Since I came to Hogwarts the first time, 2 years ago. Sir, how am I supposed to do my work if I don't have a wand? Dumbledore assumed a professorial air. If my memory of the curriculum is still current, today you were to learn the Lumos charm, is that correct? Harry nodded, and Dumbledore smiled. He so missed teaching. Now, I'm sure that Professor Flitwick explained that you must visualize the light shining from your wand, and that your intent will determine the form and strength of said light. Does that sound familiar? Yes. Very well. Why don't you attempt the spell? Perhaps from your palm, or a finger. Harry sat pensively on the step, as the revolving staircase came to a half directly in front of the headmaster and himself. What is the light that a Lumos charm creates, though? Can you restate your question? I'm not sure what you mean. What is the reaction that creates the light, sir? When I made that fire, I gathered flammable gaseous atoms and ignited them. What is the light that I am creating made from? Dumbledore was, well, dumbfounded. Harry waited expectantly for him to answer his question, a question that Dumbledore had no idea how to respond to. Is this how you do all your magic? When I form a reaction, yes. How do you do it? Rather than dive down that rabbit hole, or perhaps not wanting to explain that arithmetic properties meant that most spells operated outside the natural world, Dumbledore instead asked, "You said that was when you form a reaction. So this method is not the only way you have used to perform magic. I can lift things, and summon them or push them away. But that's not creating something that wasn't there before." I see. The more I learn about you, the more I realize just how exceptional you are. Dumbledore looked immensely pleased, despite his lesson being, to this point, entirely ineffective. Just to indulge an old man, please attempt the spell. Try it the same way that you would a summoning charm. Harry exhaled, and crossed his arms over his legs, bringing his chin to rest on his knees. His eyes took on a 1,000-yard stare, not really looking at anything. "Harry, I'm trying," he snapped. Perhaps a minute went by, and Dumbledore placed a friendly hand on Harry's shoulder. "Worry not, dear boy, I know it will come with time. For now, your grades will not be affected by your performance on the practical portion of your classwork. Please try not to succumb to frustration. Never doubt that you belong here as much as any other student." He stood, knees creaking as he did. Sitting on stone steps isn't as easy at 111 years old, as it is at 11, after all. I believe the Ravenclaws have transfiguration with Professor McGonagall in a half hour. She is not one to tolerate tardiness, you should be on your way. With a farewell, the headmaster stepped onto the rotating staircase with the confidence of a man who instinctively knew it would be in that exact place at that moment. He was out of sight soon after. Harry remained at the staircase, trying to sort out the headmaster's impromptu lesson. He was still there when a group of students in green-trimmed robes came upon him. "Look what we have here, the squib who lived. Waiting here to be sent back to the Muggles. Hope you didn't unpack your trunk, Potter." The ringleader, naturally, was none other than Draco Malfoy, accompanied by the entire Slytherin first year. A boy with a narrow, unpleasant face picked up where Malfoy left off. "I don't know, I heard he was going to train how to clean the floors like Filch. Hey Potter, I've got a few nuts on me, how about a shoe shine?" Good one. Not 2 years ago, Harry would have thrown them off the staircase. 2 years ago, he was a boy who had known nothing but violence his entire life. But 2 years with Norm and Diane, where he learned what it was like to be treated with kindness and respect, had changed him. Honestly, their taunts were far less hurtful than Dudley's Aunt Marge could muster on her friendliest day. "What's the matter?" "Nothing to say. Come on, let's go or we'll be late for charms," said a girl with long, jet black hair, held back by a jade green headband. "Unless you'd rather explain to Professor Snape why each of us lost points for being late." Another girl with short dark hair and an awkward, pug nose nodded vigorously. "Daphne's right, Draco. It's not like he's even worth the..." Pansy trailed off as Harry stood up and brushed the dust off his robes. Well, well, what's he going to do? Maybe he's going to try brawling with us like a common muggle. Crabbe and Goyle cracked their knuckles, looking pleased at the prospect. Harry, though, made no threatening moves. Rather, he extended his arms to his sides, palms facing outwards. The Slytherin students watched as his eyes began to shine a vivid green, and a faint pulsing light could be seen emanating from his palms, quickly rising in intensity to a blinding flash that temporarily blinded everyone in the corridor. Their eyes watering as though they'd just looked into the sun, none of his bullies saw Harry leave. One dark-haired girl, though, heard a mournful mutter of direction, but not control, as he swept past her. Harry's first week continued along similar lines as his first day. Note-taking during the lecture, and silent observation while his classmates performed the spells they learned in the lesson. Whatever little goodwill his celebrity had brought him in Ravenclaw House had quickly melted away. It didn't help that he'd lost nearly 100 points in classes that week. Professor Snape, unpleasant enough already, had deemed Harry a total write-off at potioneering, worse even than Neville Longbottom, who'd famously been sent to the hospital wing his first class. Nothing Harry tried worked. The ingredients seemed to wither when he processed them, and the mixture would sizzle and pop when he stirred. He'd not managed to complete a single potion in the 3 potions lessons he'd had. Snape took great care to always prominently display his failed attempts to the rest of the class. Herbology was a similar story. Magical plants apparently all maintained extremely strong reactions towards him. The devil's snare they'd been assigned to prune in Thursday's class had, as soon as Harry touched it, wound its way up his arms and was halfway around his neck before Professor Sprout had jumped in to rescue him. Her lecture on appropriate safety procedures at least lacked the venom that Snape's rant had. The flying lesson on Saturday morning had been the worst, though. It had felt so right, when the smooth wood of the broom handle had smacked his palm with a thud. Flying on a broomstick. What could be better than this? A lot, really. As soon as he'd mounted the broom to take off, not even fly, just hover, things had gone sour. The broom reacted like it had a rocket engine attached to the back, and Harry flew halfway to the Forbidden Forest before crashing to the ground, breaking both the broom and his wrist in the process. Madam Hooch had been furious and blamed him for not following directions. As if losing points and being yelled at weren't enough, McGonagall had apparently seen the whole thing from her office. She'd stormed out to the front lawn, and given him 3 days' detention. Hogwarts wasn't quite as magical as he'd expected. Hello, Harry. Oh, hey, what did McGonagall pinch you for? I forgot the password to Gryffindor Tower, so I was outside our entrance after curfew. What about you? I didn't see her, and she caught me using a swear against one of my housemates. That's hard luck. So, shall we get to it? The two boys shared a grin and got to work, sorting through feathers, tinder boxes, matchsticks and other transfiguration materials. Neville, without looking at Harry, remarked almost casually, "Seems like you haven't had the warmest welcome to the magical world." I guess you could say that. Fred and George told me that the Ravenclaws have started calling you, hapless Harry. Harry's hands paused, a hedgehog held halfway to its newly cleaned cage. Yes. Who are Fred and George? Right. Sorry. Fred and George Weasley. Red-headed twins. 3rd years. They're really funny, as long as you don't end up on their bad side. I see. The boys kept sorting through the materials, until Neville broke the silence again. I know what it's like. The Slytherins call me Squib. Setting aside a box of neatly layered matchbooks, he continued. I'm not that good at magic, either. I didn't even show any accidental magic until I was 9. As that late? I've never compared accidental magic stories with other wizards. Yes, accidental magic mostly happens before the age of 6. Neville passed over a newly organized box of buttons. My gran is going to kill me when she sees my marks for this year. It's not even November. You've got time to turn things around. I suppose that's true. Anyway, I just wanted to say, I know what you're going through. I've heard some stories about your exploits in herbology from Susan and Hannah, and, you know, if you ever need any help, just let me know. Thanks, Neville. That's kind of you. They went back to a companionable silence for the remainder of their detention. So, same time next week? Neville asked with a grin. Harry responded with a smile of his own. I hope not, but let's plan for it anyway. Neville turned to head back to Gryffindor Tower, pausing at Harry's last question. So who are Susan and Hannah? I swear, if he brings up his father one more time, I'm leaving. I don't even care if you come with me. Daphne Greengrass rubbed her forehead tiredly. I know, Trace, I know. You think I enjoy it. But House Greengrass has a variety of business ties with the Malfoys. I won't be responsible for alienating them. How did he even end up in Slytherin? Cunning and subtlety are beyond him. Look, you know I agree with you. We're meeting in the library, so hopefully he won't want to test Madam Pants. They exited the portal to Slytherin House and left for the library. Are we working on astronomy or transfiguration tonight? I need to finish up my potions essay, then astronomy. Oh, look, it's the Wandless Wonder. And indeed, there was Harry Potter, polishing the school achievement awards, no doubt serving another detention. Tracy. Don't call him that. Why shouldn't she? I hear a lot worse from your sort. Great. He heard us. And what sort is that, Potter? Tracy was never one to back down from a confrontation. The kind that never misses an opportunity to taunt someone when numbers are on their side. The kind that think having money and a title is the only thing that gives a person value. The kind of people that I spent plenty of time around when I was with the Muggles. Oh, so we're just like Muggles, then. I can think of one way we're different, Tracy began, reaching for her wand. Daphne grabbed her friend's arm, giving her a warning look before turning back to Harry. Aren't you acting the same way by judging us by our house? Oh, I suppose it's just a coincidence that you're almost always with that owned wanker when he starts in on me. Funny, that. We aren't. He wasn't wrong. Come on, why are we wasting time on him? Tracy sniffed as though Harry's mere presence was polluting the air, and resumed her walk to the library, while Daphne lingered behind. Everyone knows you were raised with Muggles. There's a lot you don't know about the wizarding world. It's small, insular, and family politics matter above all else. That's why money and status are so important. Harry gave no reaction that he was listening to her words. You'll be a part of that someday. You are heir Potter, after all, the last of your family. The other heirs here have all had formal lessons on politics and society, so you're behind already. If you like, if it would interest you, I could help. Maybe a crash course on pureblood politicking. Daphne wanted to crawl into a hole at the dismissive glance he threw her way. I'm sure that Neville could teach me the same things. Yay, you're right, he probably could. Well, that went well. Nice work, Daphne. I'll leave you to your work. Good evening, Potter. Good evening, Greengrass. She hurried to catch up to Tracy, who was tapping her foot expectantly around the next corner. I wonder when he learned your name. He's rather interesting, isn't he? Catching sight of Tracy's ear-to-ear grin, she groaned. Don't even start, for Cersei's sake. Let's just get going. The 2 first years carried on to the library, their talk of Draco Malfoy long forgotten. What? I said he asked about you. Well, you and Hannah. And what did you tell him? That you're the Bones heiress, and a Hufflepuff, and that our families have been close for a long time, just like mine and his. That's it. What else should I have said? Hannah broke into the conversation at this point, not sure Susan even knew how to answer that question. Nothing. We're just surprised he asked about us. Neville, despite being 11, could tell what was going on. Well, you came up because I mentioned your herbology classes with Harry. I offered to tutor him, try to help his grades in that class. Merlin knows it's the only one I'll be getting an O in. The Hufflepuff instincts reared in both Badgers, but Susan was the first to respond. That's not true. She's right, Nev. In fact, why don't we study together? I can help with potions, you can help with herbology, and Susan can tutor us all in charms. What do you say? I'll run it by Harry next time I see him, Neville offered. No need, Susan and I will ask him tomorrow night at the Halloween feast. We will, Susan mumbled, not quite as confident as before. Come on, Susie, said Hannah cheerfully. What's the worst that can happen? It's Halloween, it's going to be a great day. A bushy-haired girl pushed between Neville and Ron, looking to rush away, but Neville caught her by the wrist. Hermione, wait. He turned to the red-headed boy next to him. Ron, you're acting like a real git. She was only trying to help you, and this is the thanks you give her. She didn't have to embarrass me in front of everybody. Did she, though? I doubt anyone would have noticed if you hadn't made such a big deal out of it. Our house is our family, right? How would you like it if someone treated your sister like you just treated Hermione? Outside the Charms classroom, Ron hung his head in shame. You're right, Hermione. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. The girl in question refused to meet his eyes, but Neville had no problem doing so. Ron. All right already. I'm sorry, really. I was out of line, saying what I did. Maybe you could help me with our Charms essay, and then we could play a game of chess after the feast. When Hermione didn't respond right away, Neville interjected, Come on, Hermione. Cut him some slack, he's trying here. Wiping her eyes, she nodded, and the 3 of them walked together back to the Gryffindor common room. Albus Dumbledore loved being a headmaster. The older he got, the more joy he felt at being a part of shaping the next generation. His eyes sought out, but could not locate Harry Potter at the Ravenclaw table. He tried to contain his excitement over what he had seen the boy accomplish. After Harry's display, Albus had considered the heat that Harry's flame had generated. In his office that night, he'd cast the incendio charm at full strength towards the iron grate in his personal fireplace. The metal had glowed red, but maintained its shape and integrity. Just how hot were Harry's flames to melt iron so quickly and completely? How could he cast a flame charm of such strength, but struggle with Lumos? Unless he wasn't casting a charm at all. What had Harry said about flammable elements? Minerva, I wonder if I might trouble you for an academic question about your area of mastery. She looked up from her potatoes, with an incredulous expression. Surely you've forgotten more about transfiguration than I have ever known. Nonsense. When you were working on your mastery, I was presiding over the Wizengamot, our meeting with the ICW. Your knowledge is far more current than my own. McGonagall tried to conceal her pride at his words. What was your question? How difficult would it be to conjure fire? I assume you mean an actual conjuration, and not merely producing it. At his nod of affirmation, she continued. The initial reaction would not be very difficult to produce. To maintain it at any strength, however, would require a constant conjuration of flammable gas, putting a heavy strain on the caster. Far easier to cast a charm or a curse. So there is no known workaround. No technique that would ease the action, limit the strain. No. As I said, it is more about the power than technique. It's hard to imagine why anyone would choose to employ such a draining method when the appropriate spells are so widely available and simple to cast. Thank you for indulging my curiosity, and allowing me to interrupt your meal. McGonagall looked like she had some curiosity of her own, but decades of working with Dumbledore had somewhat normalized his eccentricities. Regardless, a sudden commotion at the entrance to the Great Hall drew both of their attention. I don't understand why you're so nervous. You've already spoken to him, and it's not like you're asking him to take you to Hogsmeade. It's just a study session. I know. I've just always wanted him to be my friend. It's not the whole boy who lived thing. Well, maybe that's a part of it. He's an orphan like me, but he's also a hero. It's just important to me that I try to know him, okay? Hannah looked at her best friend, and saw the earnest expression on her face. I know. I wonder what's keeping him. The feast is nearly over, and he's not set foot in the Great Hall. Maybe his housemates know where he is. I'm going to go ask Morag. Just then, Professor Quirrell rushed into the Great Hall, announced that a troll was loose in the school, and promptly fainted. It was a pleasant feeling, being alone at Hogwarts. The Halloween feast must be in full swing by now, he thought, strolling through the corridors a floor above the Great Hall. There hadn't been many pleasant times since he arrived here. Harry wandered the corridor, thinking through the talk he'd had with Greengrass recently. Dumbledore had mentioned in Gringotts that he would inherit the Potter estate, but didn't mention anything about the political or social responsibilities. He made a note to bring it up with Neville the next time he encountered the Gryffindor. What is that smell? It's as though a sewage line busted. Harry turned the next corner and stopped in his tracks at what was waiting for him. Sam. So glad you could come for dinner. Norm's just getting changed out of his work clothes. Sorry that it's been so long since I visited. Our lab has been working on a government contract and pulling a lot of overtime. I'll get a nice bonus out of this, though. Diane cheered. That's marvelous. All those years as a penniless student paid off, then. You may be rich, but you'll never be able to buy a personality, Norm said as he came out of his bedroom wearing jeans and a t-shirt. It's great to see you again. You've been a ghost lately. I was just apologizing to Diane for that. How have you two been doing? The three discussed their daily routines, what's been happening at work, and what was for dinner. The conversation eventually moved to their informally adopted ward. So has Harry written. How is he faring at Hogwarts? Diane set her wine glass down and wrung her hands. He says it's fine, but. Here, see for yourself. She stood and removed a sheaf of parchment from a drawer. These are the letters he's sent. Sam leafed through them. He says it's going well, and that he's learning a lot in his classes. What's the problem? He's at a boarding school, and not a single letter mentions any of his classmates. He doesn't talk about having friends, his classes are just generalities and no specifics. We're worried about him. Norm nodded his agreement to everything Diane said. I think you might be reading too much into this. You've seen what the kid can do, Norm. He's probably just being modest. He's a celebrity, he's incredibly powerful, and he doesn't even use a wand to do magic. If anything, you should be worried about the other kids. Norm and Diane shared a look. This was long overdue. Sam, Harry is not even 12 years old. He's a little boy, not some superpowered comic book hero. He needs more than that. He was abused and neglected his whole life, and you were a big part of why that changed. He trusts you. He wants to make you proud of him. But it's never enough for you. You just keep pushing him further and further. What is this? You make it sound like I am being abusive. We're not saying that. But Norm and I don't think you're a very good influence on Harry. You're so focused on his magic, but he needs someone to focus on him. As a person, not a wizard. What you're doing, it's not what's best for Harry. It's what's best for you. Sam sat and listened, trying to not to lash out. So, what are you saying? You don't want me to see Harry any longer? No, not that at all. You're important to him. Harry would never want you to disappear like that. But please, no more magic. He has school for that now. Just let him be normal and happy when he's in our world. Can you do that? For Harry? Sam gave a measured look to both Norm and Diane. If that's what you think is best, and if Harry agrees. No. Norm slammed his hand on the table. You know Harry would never disappoint you. He'd work himself to the bone doing tricks for you if he thought that was what you wanted. Tricks. You've seen what he can do. Harry's abilities violate every natural law in existence. Listen to me. We've been friends for a long time. You've been there for me when I needed you, and I've done the same for you. I love you like we were flesh and blood. But Harry has no one else. Please don't test me on this. Harry had never seen a troll. He'd never even heard of them. But, in the second-floor corridor of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he stood staring at a fully grown mountain troll. The troll stared back. Over 12 feet tall, weighing a full ton in mass, carrying a club that itself was larger than a grown man, the troll bounded towards Harry. Despite not even standing level to the troll's knees, Harry stood his ground. How could he run? One stride from the troll was equal to a half dozen of his own. Now less than 10 paces away, the smell was overpowering. The troll released a guttural roar and swung its club. The heavy, blunt instrument whistled in its downward trajectory, hurtling towards Harry in a strike that would surely be fatal. Tendrils of green light poured out of Harry's eyes, as he lifted his head towards the club. He outstretched his left hand, and pushed. The club jerked to a halt, inches from Harry's face, then was flung backwards as though it were shot out of a cannon. The troll's muscles, as solid as iron cords, flexed beneath its leathery gray skin. A testament to its strength and power, it did not relinquish its hold of the club, and was dragged backward along with its weapon. Growling in frustration, it readied its weapon again and charged forward. Harry extended the same hand, and this time held the club with his magic. The troll jerked, pulled, pushed at the handle, but the weapon did not move. Eyes ablaze with verdant fire, Harry held out his other hand, and the club was consumed with white-hot flames that appeared out of the air. In a single breath, the club vanished into a gray ashy smudge. Adrenaline racing, heart pounding, Harry felt the rush of victory. Mustering his magical energy, he squeezed with his left hand while sweeping with his right, holding the troll in place while the ivory flames spread and poured over the troll's body. He would reduce this monster to ash, just like he had its weapon. Not knowing anything about magical creatures, or trolls in particular, Harry had no idea what it meant to be magically resistant, and therefore could only blink in surprise as the now BPD troll, skin bubbling from the flame and its loin cloth burned away, jumped through the fire. It shrugged off his magical hold like one would a light breeze and leapt towards the young Ravenclaw. A fist, weighing more than Harry's entire body, smashed into his chest, sending Harry flying down the corridor, smashing through a suit of steel armor and leaving him crumpled against the wall. The strike caved in his chest, collapsing both lungs and shattering his ribs. Harry lay on his side, coughing up the blood that was blocking any passage of air. He gestured weakly towards the troll again, but his magic slid off the spell-resistant skin once more. It can't end like this, he thought, going lightheaded as his shattered body tried to draw breath. Think, Harry. The troll paused, evaluating the burns that coated its body, deciding ultimately to finish the dangerous little human. It rumbled down the hall towards Harry, whose mind was racing in a desperate desire to think of something, anything that would save him. His chest was on fire, and his left arm would not move despite his best effort. From the stone floor, he raised his trembling right hand, and the pike from the suit of armor he had crashed through, shot out and pierced through the knee of the troll. The monster let out an inhuman scream and tumbled to the floor. Propping himself up with his right arm, still coughing a steady stream of blood, the emerald light in his eyes now nothing more than a weak glimmer, Harry looked across the hallway at the other pieces of armor. Swords, axes, and pikes all flew towards the troll, in a rain of deadly steel, piercing its thick hide and slashing at vulnerable spots: eyes, throat, knees, and ankles. The two combatants, both dying, raced to finish the other first. The troll, crawling towards the fallen boy, and Harry, dazedly watching its approach while trying desperately to kill it before it could reach him. It's not enough, he thought despondently, lifeblood dribbling out of his lips. The troll was now within 6 feet, barely in reach. It brought one arm angrily down, crushing both of Harry's legs. His lungs so full of blood, Harry couldn't even draw a breath to scream, though he swore he heard a cry. He'd failed. Mandy screamed in horror as the troll smashed its fist into the blood-soaked body. The Ravenclaw students, escorted by their prefects, had been making their way through the second floor on the way to the staircase that would put them close to Ravenclaw Tower. It was obvious the troll had attacked a student. Even from across the hall, the assembled Ravenclaws could see the blue trim on the robes of the troll's victim. The seventh-year prefects rushed forward to engage the mortally wounded troll, while Eliza Sutherland, a seventh-year preparing for an apprenticeship at St. Mungo's, sprinted over to the body, casting diagnostic charms. "It's Harry Potter," she shouted. McGonagall, Flitwick, came rushing around the opposite corner from the Ravenclaws, followed shortly after by a limping Snape. McGonagall held her hand over her mouth, gazing in horror at the shattered boy in front of her. "Is he?" Eliza gave the deputy headmistress a grim look, but her reply was lost over the sound of spellfire as Flitwick and Snape made short work of the dying troll. "We've got to get him to Madame Pomfrey." But before McGonagall could even swish and flick her wand to lift Harry, Fawkes flamed into existence, latched onto Harry, and flamed away once more. Dear Merlin. How is he still alive? Poppy Pomfrey remembered her first meeting with Harry Potter, and the poor condition he was in. Compared to now, however, that abused child was the epitome of health to the broken and dying boy that lie in the infirmary. Dumbledore appeared in the doorway, rushing to her side as she tried unsuccessfully to pour potions down his throat. "His lungs are full of blood, I can't give him any potions. How can I help? We can't lose him. Vanish the blood in mouth and throat so he can keep this down." Dumbledore did so, and then stepped back as Poppy began mending the damage to his lungs. "Will he survive?" There was no reply beyond muttered incantations. The other faculty arrived, accompanied by Eliza Sutherland, and briefed Dumbledore on the scene as they found it. "The troll was dying when we arrived. It likely would not have survived longer than another 10 minutes, given its injuries." "And you're sure there was no one else in the corridor, Ms. Sutherland?" "No, we were escorting the younger years to Ravenclaw Tower and saw." "Wait, are you saying Harry fought the troll?" "Professor Flitwick, I believe you should escort Miss Sutherland back to her dorms. Thank you for informing us of what you saw. 20 points to Ravenclaw for your quick thinking and willingness to help a classmate." "He struggles with the most basic spells," McGonagall murmured, staring at the shattered young boy. "How could Mr. Potter have accomplished something like this?" "That's not my primary concern at the moment. Poppy. He'll make it, but I doubt he'll be leaving the hospital wing for several days, at minimum. His shoulder is shattered, 16 broken ribs, both lungs were collapsed, and all the bones in his legs below mid-thigh have been crushed. He's not dying any longer, but he's still in serious condition." Albus let out a relieved sigh. We'll leave him in your able hands, then. Come along, Minerva. I believe Severus has something to report that should be heard in private. The Ravenclaw common room was silent, beyond the muffled cries of the younger students, most of whom had never seen violence on the level they'd just witnessed. He'll be okay. Though, right. Morag wasn't handling it much better than Mandy, but put her arm around her friend and tried to be brave. I'm sure he will be. You saw that Phoenix take him away, it wouldn't have done that if he was dead. And healers can fix almost anything. It'll be all right, you'll see. Just then, Eliza entered the common room with their diminutive head of house next to her. Mr. Potter has sustained serious injuries, but is expected to recover. I'd like you all to remain in Ravenclaw Tower for the rest of the evening. Oh, and 5 points to each prefect for dedication to your duty. That is all. Moments after the portal closed behind Flitwick, Eliza found herself surrounded by her housemates, eager for more information. By the time breakfast ended the next morning, the whole school had learned that hapless Harry Potter had fought a troll and nearly died. Finally, who would have thought a first year's jinx would last that long? Neville grudgingly stood up, legs aching. He'd been coming back from the Ollery after sending his Gran a letter, when Malfoy and the other first-year Slytherins had come across him and decided to try out several jinxes on him. Not knowing the dispelling charm, Neville had tipped himself over, rather than allow his involuntarily dancing legs to potentially carry him down a staircase. He'd laid in this out-of-the-way corridor for just over an hour while his legs jerked back and forth uncontrollably. It's after curfew by now, hopefully I don't run into Filch or his cat, he thought, walking as quickly as his exhausted legs allowed. His pace slowed down as he passed an open door. What floor was he on, again? Looking in the open door, the low light in the hallway shimmered off something inside. As if drawn by an invisible force, Neville walked into the room and sat heavily in front of the ornate mirror, hypnotically focused on what he saw in the reflection. Meanwhile, standing in the corner of the same room under a disillusionment charm, an old man in dark green robes embroidered with moving canaries pondered. His first thought was that he had an awful taste in his mouth. His second thought was that he was still alive, as the fight with the troll came back to him in a rush. He reached out blindly, searching for his glasses, and felt them pressed into his hand. Pushing the frames onto his face, he peered at the stranger seated next to his bed. Are you a metawizard? Where is Madame Pomfrey? I'm right here, Mr. Potter. And no, this is not a healer. He is here by invitation of the headmaster. The man in question was somewhat shabbily dressed, and though he carried himself with the air of someone middle-aged, was in actuality roughly Sam or Norm's age. Hello, Harry. My name is Remus Lupin. I was close friends with your father. I see. Neither person, Harry nor Remus, felt comfortable enough to comment further. Thankfully, they were saved by Albus Dumbledore and Minerva McGonagall entering the hospital wing. What a pleasure to see you whole and healthy again. I must say, you provided a fair bit of excitement on Halloween. I don't know if exciting is the word I'd use, sir. With a slight grimace, recalling his state upon arriving at the infirmary, Dumbledore replied, no doubt. My apologies for making light of your experience. Now, various students and faculty saw the tail end of your encounter with the troll, but we were hoping that you could shed some light on the initial confrontation. Okay. I was walking through the hallway. Why were you not at the Halloween feast, Harry? I haven't been getting along very well with my housemates. Didn't feel like it. Albus and Minerva shared a look, suggesting that topic would be revisited in the future, but motioned for him to continue. I noticed the smell before I saw the troll, but didn't recognize it for what it was. By the time I had seen it, it had seen me. This time it was Remus that interrupted. Why didn't you try to escape? It was huge, and there wasn't anywhere to hide. I couldn't outrun it, it was much bigger than I am. So I torched its club, and tried to use my magic to hold it in place and burn the troll. It didn't work. Trolls are heavily magically resistant. It is what makes them so dangerous to wizards and witches. I didn't know that. Anyway, it leapt at me and punched me in the chest. That knocked me down the hall. Harry rubbed his chest, remembering how he felt lying in the corridor. I banished weapons from the suits of armor at it, which slowed it down, but not enough. The last thing I remember is it hitting me one more time. I can pick up the story from here, McGonagall said. Your housemates were heading through the corridor you were in on their way back to Ravenclaw Tower. The prefects fought against and distracted the troll, while a seventh year checked on you. Professors Snape, Flitwick, and myself arrived shortly after to finish the troll. And of course, Madame Pomfrey was the one to treat your injuries. Harry glanced over to the Meadowitch. Thank you, madam. She smiled kindly at him. Just don't make a habit of it. I'd much prefer you stopping in to say hello, rather than arriving in mortal danger. He nodded. Not to be rude, but why is he here? Harry pointed towards Remus. That was my decision, Dumbledore replied. I thought you might like the chance to meet someone who knew your parents after such a harrowing experience. Harry, Madame Pomfrey said slowly, today is November 5th. You've been unconscious for several days while we put you back together. Remus gently nudged Harry. I should add that there is a certain first-year Ravenclaw that came to visit you the last 2 days. She seemed quite concerned. Dumbledore nodded to Remus and Poppy, then turned to Harry. I'm very relieved to see you well again. Perhaps Remus can take you out on the grounds for some fresh air. Rest assured that what happened to you was an extreme circumstance unlikely to be repeated. Trust me when I say that Hogwarts takes its students' safety very seriously. With a fond farewell, he and McGonagall left the hospital wing. Harry, it's been many years since I last roamed these halls. I'm sure that you're ready to stretch your legs, so why don't we take a walk around Hogwarts and I'll tell you some stories about growing up here with your father. Harry was still pensive given the immediacy, to him at least, of his defeat at the hands of a monster, but agreed to go along. With a quick transfiguration of his hospital gown into a school uniform, the two were on their way. How are you doing in charms, Hannah? I've finished my essay, but I'm still about an inch short. Want to take a look for anything I might have missed? She handed her parchment to Hermione, who began to read it while making notes on the margin with her quill. Did you tell your aunt about the troll getting in? Susan looked up from her astronomy assignment. I wrote to her the day after. She said the headmaster hadn't mentioned anything about it to her, but since Hogwarts has granted considerable self-governance, there wasn't much she could do other than make inquiries, at least without Minister Fudge getting involved. Even though Harry is still in the hospital wing? Neville asked, having abandoned studying. Well, it's one of those things, you know. Neville nodded in understanding, while Hermione, who'd been peripherally listening, jumped in. What do you mean? What things? Neville and Susan looked a little uncomfortable. Harry may be an heir, but he doesn't have any parents to make an issue out of it. I've told you he may as well be a Muggleborn. Wait, what do Muggleborns have to do with this? And why did you say it like that? He didn't mean it as an insult, Hermione. Have any of us treated you differently this afternoon? All he is saying is that the system responds differently to the people with power and influence. It's like in the Muggle world how the royals get away with stuff normal people wouldn't. Hermione considered that. So what you're saying is purebloods get preferential treatment. That's not fair. Neville sighed, wishing he could go back to studying. Not every family. Crabbe and Goyle's families don't have power or status. Ron's family isn't very well regarded. But the families that do have power, yay, they're all purebloods. All of them. There's no Muggleborns that are considered powerful. Susan gave a small shrug in reply. Some of them marry into the more progressive families. Morag McDougal's father married a Muggleborn, and she comes to a lot of the same social events I do. Harry's mum was a Muggleborn, too. Wait, I see Morag getting hassled by Malfoy, too. And you're saying that the way I'll be able to have any influence in the wizarding world is to marry well. Muggleborns are like, it's like they're immigrants. Wizards and witches do things certain ways, it can be hard for newcomers to adjust to our customs and traditions. While a fired-up Hermione was winding up to launch an impassioned rant, Hannah looked up from her textbook and asked, Isn't that Harry? So the instant that your dad stepped into the library, the runes triggered and all of his clothes were vanished. We got detention for a whole month, but it was worth it to see the look on his face. Remus finished the story with a hearty laugh. It was nice to remember better times. Harry wore a bemused expression, finally getting the chance to hear about his parents as normal people, as opposed to the marketed image as parents of a celebrity. Your other two friends, whatever happened to them? Well, Remus hesitated. Harry had been cool towards him after learning for the first time after 11 years that he'd been best friends with James and never reached out to his son. He feared having to explain to Harry that his parents died because of another of his father's friends. Harry. Fortunately, Remus was saved by a group of students rushing out of the library to greet him. We didn't know you were awake. Are you all right? How did you defeat a troll? Harry looked at the unfamiliar girl who asked the last question, and responded with his own. Who are you? Neville answered for her. This is Hermione Granger. She's in Gryffindor with me, we were studying together with Susan and Hannah. He turned his gaze to the other two girls, and recognized A.B. Owned and a redhead from his classes. I'll let you get reacquainted with your friends, Remus said. Would it be all right for me to owl you now and again? Just to see how you're doing. Sure, Mr. Lupin, I'd like that. The older man walked off towards the school entrance. You really gave everyone a scare, mate. Sorry. It wasn't as though I went looking for a fight though. There are rumors you defeated the troll. How did you do that? I'm the top-ranked student in our year, and I wouldn't know what to do. Besides, we're all just first years, and everyone talks about how you can't do magic. Neville wanted to roll his eyes. Didn't she have an ounce of tact? Granger, I'm sure Harry doesn't want to go into detail about almost dying. Maybe you should return to the library, we'll be back in a few minutes. Hermione recoiled as though she'd been struck, but silently accepted the curt dismissal. You're fully recovered, though, right? You're not in any pain. I'm all right now. Madame Pomfrey is an excellent healer. You guys are studying right now. Don't let me disturb you. Hannah unobtrusively nudged Susan's side. We were actually going to ask you during the Halloween feast to join us. We've decided to help each other out, since Hogwarts is kind of a tough adjustment. For me, you mean? Not just you. You don't have class with the Gryffindors, but I've had a rough go of it, too. Besides, it's a good way to meet some new people, don't you think? Right, yes. Sorry, Susan, for jumping to conclusions. It's all right, she said with a bright smile. Do you want to grab your books and come back? I think I'll wait until the next meeting. I've interrupted your work long enough, I'm going to step outside for some fresh air. Susan's eyes remained on his retreating form, as Neville walked back to Hermione to smooth over hurt feelings. I told you he'd say yes, Susie. Giving her friend a bright smile in return, Susan linked arms with Hannah. Come on, I can help you with your charms essay. Seated on the shore of the Black Lake, Harry tried to come to terms with what happened on Halloween. He replayed the events on a loop in his mind. He'd seen the troll, let it charge him, and disarmed it. Then it had all gone downhill in a moment. He knew he was more powerful than the troll. If he had used the weapons from the suits of armor right away, if he had the focus after being hurt to summon more fire, then he would have walked away from that fight on his own 2 feet, instead of being carried away, half dead. If he had known, things would have gone differently. But how was he supposed to have known what a troll's weaknesses were? He focused on a brown leaf, floating in the lake's water. He held out his hand, focusing on the leaf, and sighed as the leaf, along with a huge wall of water, lifted out of the lake's surface. One thing was for sure, though. The next time something or somebody threatened his life, he'd be ready. Transfiguration ended, and Harry gathered his books and put away his quill and inkpot, when McGonagall approached his seat. Mr. Potter, would you please stay after class? There were a few snickers from students, as Harry's predilection for getting in trouble was well known. When the last student had walked out the door, McGonagall asked, What do you know about magic involving memory? Are you talking about changing people's memories? I know a spell exists, but I don't know what it is. Yes, that is one form. Another is the ability to view memories, as though one were living the experience themselves. A magical item, called a pensieve, is used to accomplish this. Harry nodded dumbly, not sure what purpose this line of conversation had. The headmaster and I would, with your permission, like to view the memory of your encounter with the troll. Food will be provided for you, of course, as you should be heading to lunch now. What do you say? He couldn't think of a reason to object. Okay. The two walked together to the headmaster's office, finding both Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick waiting inside. Hello, Harry, I'm glad to see you're well. Your housemates were very concerned. Harry nodded his thanks, and sat down in the offered seat. So how does this work? McGonagall removed her wand from her sleeve. Focus on the memory, from start to finish, and I will hold my wand against your head to draw it out. Seeing his understanding, she held her wand to his temple, and a string of vapor emerged as she pulled it away. With a gentle swish, she placed the memory in a large stone basin seated on a nearby pedestal. As the three teachers crowded near the pensieve, Dumbledore called in a clear voice, "Tilly." A small creature, with bulbous eyes and long protruding ears, popped into existence in the office. "Tilly will provide you with whatever meal you would like. We won't be long. Please remain here until we return." With that, he placed a finger into the stone basin and his eyes went vacant. The other two professors did the same. Harry, meanwhile, stared at Tilly. "I've never met anyone like you before, Tilly." What are you exactly?" "Tilly is a house elf, sir." "Right. Well, what do you do here?" "Tilly is working for Hogwarts, sir." "Is Sir hungry?" "You're the school cook." "Tilly sometimes cooks food with the others. Sometimes, Tilly cleans the dormitories. And sometimes, Tilly cleans the halls when lazy caretaker asks." "I see. You don't have to go to any trouble, whatever you're having for lunch will be fine for me." Tilly pulled on her ears in distress. No, that won't do at all. Tilly will be right back with Sir's food." She vanished with another pop, and a minute later a serving dish loaded down with standard Hogwarts fare appeared across his lap, complete with pumpkin juice, utensils, and a napkin. Harry ate in silence, looking around Dumbledore's office. Fawkes, naturally, drew a considerable amount of his attention, but so too did a series of unusual instruments on a nearby shelf. One insistently emitted weak puffs of smoke, and another spun in a slow circle. He was in the process of trying to make out the titles on the spine of the various books on the headmaster's shelves, when the three professors suddenly roused and stepped away from the pensieve. "My word," Flitwick muttered, staring with a new interest at Harry. "That was quite an ingenious solution. Had you not been injured, I suspect you wouldn't have required any assistance at all." McGonagall, meanwhile, was looking questioningly at Dumbledore, putting together the conversation they'd had at the Halloween feast. "Mr. Potter, if I were to ask you to create a fire right now, how would you go about doing it?" Putting down his fork, Harry explained the process as he'd learned it. "And if I asked you to create something else? I guess it would depend on if I knew what it was made of. I haven't tried many different things beyond fire and water." There was a brief silence as the two professors considered his response, before Flitwick finally said, "Professor McGonagall and I are interested in working with you on an individual basis, in ways that might better suit your particular abilities." "Why now? I mean, yes, I really want to learn magic. But it's not like I was doing any better before what happened." Dumbledore answered this time. "To be honest, we weren't aware of the extent of your abilities before now. You're the first student since the time of the founders to attend Hogwarts without a wand. I hope you can understand that the faculty were at a bit of a loss as to the best method for your instruction." Okay. Some of the old excitement that had been beaten down after 2 months of teasing and insults began to trickle back into Harry. "So when will we start?" It was the day after Harry had been released from the hospital wing, and he was heading toward the greenhouses. He'd decided to try to meet with every professor before class to get the assignments he'd missed. "Harry, wait up." He turned and saw Susan Bones running towards him, her crimson hair trailing behind her. "Are you going to the greenhouses? I'll walk with you." "Okay." They continued along the path in companionable silence, while Susan caught her breath. "I figured there's no point in putting off my makeup work, so I thought I'd arrive a little early." "You didn't miss that much. I'm sure it won't take long to get it all done." He hummed his agreement, and held the greenhouse door open for her. "Hi, Professor Sprout." Pomona Sprout brushed aside her gray curls with a hand clad in dragonhide gloves. "You're a bit early. What brings you and, oh, Mr. Potter? I'm glad you've made a full recovery. I just came along with Harry, he's the one who wanted to come early." Susan, feeling a little out of place next to Harry while he and Professor Sprout discussed the essay on he'd missed on Alahatsi leaves, set down her bag in her usual spot and took a seat. By now, class was nearly beginning, with students starting to trickle into the greenhouse. It didn't sound that bad, less than a foot on a single plant and how to harvest it. Harry set his bag down on the table next to hers, and sat down in the other seat. A lot better than the 18 inches that Snape assigned. Yay! Susan squeaked. She cleared her throat and tried again. Yes, Professor Sprout doesn't often assign long essays except during exam review. Is she a good head of house? Susan nodded. The best. Hufflepuff, through and through, Harry remarked, and Susan's cheeks slightly flushed. Hannah chose to walk in at that moment, catching sight of a blushing Susan and smiling Harry. She shot Susan a surreptitious wink and sat down at the desks in front of them. Would you like some help with your essay this evening? Hannah and I turned it in already, so we know what books to grab in the library. Thanks for the offer. Really, but I can't tonight. Oh, that was twice he'd turned her down. We should probably get our quills and parchment ready, it seems like the lecture's about to start. Mr. Potter, glad you could make it. Hi, professors. I've been looking forward to this all day. We'll try not to disappoint your enthusiasm, then. Flitwick set down his teacup and hopped off the chair across from McGonagall's desk. Professor McGonagall and I believe that since you're capable of conjuration, that transfiguration would be the best place to start. From there, I'll help you incorporate charms work into your conjurations. Okay, where do we start? We're going to have you try and conjure something new. Here, she handed him an extremely thick tome. Madam Pants has agreed to allow an extended loan for you. This isn't due to be returned until the day you board the express next year. Harry read the title aloud. Mastering Materials. A comprehensive compendium to conjuration. He opened the book and flipped through the first pages. It's about what different things are made of. Yes, it is an index of sorts, of various materials to better aid a wizard or witch in conjuring that material. Please find the entry for slate. He flipped through the pages until he came to the correct listing, and read it over. Now, just like you conjure fire or water, I want you to try and form a block of slate. This is one of the weakest types of stone, and very simple in its makeup. Harry read the entry a second, and third time, then set the book on McGonagall's desk. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and released it. Flitwick aimed a sharp look at McGonagall, but her expression was unchanging as she focused on Harry, who had opened his eyes and extended his arm. A blurry shape appeared, a formless mass that rotated and smoothed out. The brown-gray blob consolidated into a smooth cube. Harry broke out into a grin that quickly turned to a frown as the cube dissolved into a pile of sandy material. Don't be discouraged, that was excellent. Understand that what you just did was something other students won't attempt until 6th year. Your homework, such as it is, will be to form and maintain a cube of stone for no less than 2 minutes. Once you can achieve that, I believe Professor Flitwick will have something for you to try. You may take that book with you. Wrestling the huge book into his bag, Harry smiled and practically skipped out of the room, obviously excited at finally having the opportunity for practical instruction in magic. The two professors, meanwhile, returned to the tea they'd left under warming charms. That was rather remarkable, wouldn't you say? You didn't feel that, did you? Minerva's expression relayed her confusion. The magical pressure that he was exuding. I'm surprised the windows didn't start vibrating. Flitwick glanced over at the pile of sand still present on the floor of her office. Well, she sipped her tea. I suppose we'll have to wait and see just what Mr. Potter is capable of. Sam woke up tired. This project was only in the initial stages, but his supervisors had wanted a feasibility study completed immediately so that they could make a bid on the contract, and he'd been pulling late nights for the last several days. Hedwig, haven't seen you in a while. The owl had been waiting just outside his kitchen window, and Sam hurried to let the snowy white inside, holding one leg out for him to remove the attached letter. Let's see what Harry's been up to. He read through the letter while digging out some owl treats from where he'd stashed them in the cupboard. Conjuration, EH. And Harry needs some reference materials on the makeup of solid objects. Hedwig listened while Sam thought aloud. I'll need to print out what he's looking for, but it shouldn't be too difficult. Can you stay here today, and take what Harry needs back to him tonight? The owl bobbed her head, twice. Great. Better include that he shouldn't mention to Norm and Diane that I'm helping with this. He straightened his tie, grabbed his briefcase, and removed his jacket from the coat rack, still muttering to himself. Maybe Harry would be interested in what I've learned from our Diagon Alley purchases. It was just after 3 in the morning. Fang let out a low whine, missing his warm and comfortable bed, to which Hagrid responded by shushing him with a hand gesture. He went back to his motionless stance, watching the unicorn in the forest clearing alongside his similarly silent and still companion. It was his 4th night in a row on this stakeout, and he was exhausted. They'd been following this particular unicorn since just after sundown, camouflaging themselves with magic, hiding in underbrush, or, for Hagrid at least, perched on particularly sturdy tree branches. A flicked finger from his companion snapped Hagrid back to attention. A shadowed figure had slunk into the opposite side of the clearing, and a beam of light darted out to strike the unicorn in the side. Hagrid fired his crossbow, but a single wand movement redirected the bolt into a nearby tree. He burst out of their hiding spot, while 3 arrows from his companion sliced through the air. The figure threw up a shield, but the arrows passed through as though it weren't there, one thudding into the killer's bicep. A banishing charm struck Hagrid, again to no effect, and just as the half-giant reared his fist back to land a blow, a blinding light flashed from the figure's wand. When the spots cleared from his eyes, the clearing was empty, save for the wounded unicorn and his companion. Your plan worked, friend Hagrid. Wouldn't ta worked half as well without Urhir Wame. He examined the flecks of blood left by their opponent. Didna Noda. Centaur-forged arrows ignored magic. You wouldn't, considering it is wizards whom we often must defend ourselves against. 2 more centaurs approached from the direction Hagrid and Firenze had been hiding. Firenze. We saw spellfire. Did you locate the source of the attacks? Yes. It was a wizard, as you suspected. He wounded the unicorn, but we were able to drive him away before he could feed. The other centaur began to tend to the unicorn. Wizards. They bring nothing but death upon this forest. I would remind you, Bane, that it was Hagrid's plan that organized us into tracking the unicorn herd. Without him, another would have died tonight, and the killer would have escaped uninjured. Bane's expression took on a savage glee. You wounded him. Aye, an arrow to the arm. That was some fine shootin'. So, we know now it is a wizard. My tribe will continue the escort, and hope that whoever it was has been discouraged by tonight's action. Firenze didn't sound as optimistic. Whoever that was has already drank of a unicorn's blood. His is a cursed existence, he can't stop. The patrols must continue until he has been caught. Or killed. Welcome Mr. Potter. Would you care for some tea? The 2 professors were once again in McGonagall's office. No. Very well. You requested this meeting, so I presume you'd like to show us something. The floor is yours. Setting his bag down at his feet, Harry smiled widely. I think I've got it. It had been almost a week since their last meeting. Here, watch. This time, he didn't move, just focused on nothing while his eyes took on an unearthly shine. A perfect stone cube, roughly the size of the teapot on McGonagall's desk, appeared and fell to the floor. Flitwick stepped over and picked up the cube. He examined it briefly, then passed it to McGonagall. Very well done. And your conjuration has persisted for how long? His smile turned into a lopsided grin, and he reached into his bag and removed a smaller cube, this one smaller than his fist. I made this one after lunch. Flitwick nodded to McGonagall. She took the smaller cube from Harry, and put it on her desk along with the larger one. Good. Better than good, actually. I'd like you to continue to conjure different materials from the compendium, a different one each week. You'll display your progress to us, but tonight we're going to try something different. Please, take a seat. He sat down next to Professor Flitwick, watching McGonagall with rapt attention. It's been a complete reversal of everything I know about the field I've spent my life learning about, but now that you're more comfortable with conjuration, tonight we're going to learn how to transfigure inanimate to inanimate material. Okay. She gestured towards the cubes on her desk. These blocks, you understand them at an innate level. Every last speck of it was created from that understanding. Your transfiguration of, she motioned with her wand, and a block of wood roughly the size of a roll of parchment soared into her outstretched hand. This wood into stone will be done the same way. She placed the wood on the floor and stepped back. But what about the difference in mass? The change is not permanent. Your will, through your magic, can compensate for the differential. Remember, Harry, conjuration is much more difficult, and requires vastly more magical energy than a simple transfiguration. He nodded, and focused intently on the wood. Flitwick reached toward the desk for his teacup to take a sip, but paused as he watched ripples forming in the liquid. If he puts out this much power for a single transfiguration, what could he do in a duel? Excellent work. You've just carried out your first transfiguration. Very well done. Harry blushed at the praise, wearing another wide smile. Thanks, Professor. Besides your conjuration practice, I'm also giving you a transfiguration assignment. Changing the makeup of an item is the first step, which you've ably accomplished here. This week, I would like you to attempt to alter the shape of the item as well. Watch me demonstrate. A flick of her wand, and a quill on her desk changed into a stone model of a lion. Cool. Harry breathed. The lesson continued for another hour before Flitwick stood. I'll escort Mr. Potter back to his dormitory. Thank you for the tea. Good night, Phileas, Mr. Potter. Harry walked beside his head of house, pleased with the praise he'd received. It had gone just like Sam had promised in his reply to Harry's request. The printouts of chemical makeups of various substances had made so much sense, he couldn't wait to send another letter telling him how it went. Mr. Potter, Flitwick began, then paused. You said last week in the headmaster's office that you haven't been getting along with your housemates. I hope you don't mind, but I asked the Miss Clearwater. The fifth-year prefect. Yes, the very same. I asked her to report to me on your relations with other students. Harry stopped in the hallway, but before he could open his mouth, Flitwick held up a hand to forestall any protest. She did not follow you around, she merely gave her opinion of your status within the house. He motioned for Harry to continue walking. Miss Clearwater told me that you spend most of your time outside the tower, and that besides Miss Brocklehurst, you don't seem to have any sort of interaction at all with your peers. Harry remained silent. Did you ever wonder why Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff don't have rivalries with other houses the way that Gryffindor and Slytherin do? It was obviously a rhetorical question, so Harry did not respond. It's because Hufflepuffs stick together. If you commit injury against one, you have injured them all. That is intimidating enough that even our brave lions may hesitate. As for my eagles, well, a house rivalry requires more than one person participating. Ravenclaw is a solitary and lonely house, Harry. It's why we have more dormitories than any of the other houses. The quest for knowledge is often a road that one walks alone. Sir, what are you trying to say? Over the years, I've noticed a certain strain of uniformity in the personality of Ravenclaw students. Those that step outside the bounds of that road often draw negative attention. While Severus, excuse me, Professor Snape is notoriously tight-lipped about what goes on in the dungeons, I imagine that only Slytherin House has more infighting than Ravenclaw. Sounds like a cheerful place. Indeed. I'm telling you this because I think that it is an important lesson that every Ravenclaw learn, and learn early. What lesson is that, Professor? That if you aspire to be the best, you'll always encounter someone better. That if you decide to live your life in ways that don't accord with others' expectations, you will find resistance to that choice. That having secrets, or offering a mystery without a ready solution, at this, he met Harry's eyes, will force others to decide the solution for themselves. Professor. Think on what I said, Mr. Potter. Ah, it seems our walk is complete. I'll leave the entrance riddle to you. Get some rest. Good night. The tiny professor turned and left the way they'd come. As he was nearly out of sight, Harry heard a faint exclamation of 20 points to Ravenclaw. Quit complaining. It's not like we're forcing you to come. I know, but I didn't even get to have any dessert. Did you see they put out trifle tonight? Neville turned away from his longing look at the food at Gryffindor table, only to catch sight of the headmaster walking into the Great Hall. Just a sec, I'll be right back. The trifle will be there tomorrow, Nev. But he was already away, darting towards the entrance. Headmaster. Sir, excuse me. Ah, Mr. Longbottom. Quite a delectable layout we've been provided with this evening, wouldn't you say? Headmaster. Neville's tone was serious, quite a contrast from Dumbledore's jovial attitude. Sir, I wanted to thank you for speaking with my Gran. Am I to assume that your departure from the grounds Sunday morning was her doing? Sir, she told me that you spoke with her about my wand. IW wanted to say thank you. My classwork has already improved. Then it was well worth whatever small effort I expended. Now, if you'll excuse me, I just caught sight of some trifle and it is surprisingly rare that it makes an appearance at dinner. Able to do nothing more than offer a wry smile at that last statement, Neville stepped aside to allow Dumbledore to make his way to the faculty table. What was that about? Since when does the headmaster call you by your first name? Huh. Oh, I guess he did. Just a family matter. Still want to go to the library? They nodded, and he shouldered his book bag. Looks like Harry is finished with dinner, too. Want I should go invite him along as well? Susan slightly lowered her head, hair falling across her eyes. No, we're fine with just us. I'm guessing Hermione is already in the library. Neville looked between the two in confusion, but shrugged it off as girl stuff. I'm not sure she ever leaves there. Well, let's get to it. I promised Ron he could beat me at chess before the night ends. Walking alongside Neville, Hannah asked, did you hear about what they've got stored in the third-floor corridor? Susan, lingering in the Great Hall, watched Harry stand from his seat at the end of Ravenclaw's table, where he'd sat alongside Mandy and Morag and head towards the exit, towards her. She swiftly turned and jogged to catch up to Neville and Hannah. Master, what are we to do? The pain. Silence. Did you believe that withdrawals from unicorn blood would be pleasant? I will cure you as well as assemble a new body of my own once we have the stone. My lord, we must move quickly. I do not believe I will last beyond the Yule break. If only that fool Snape had not interfered on Halloween. Perhaps if I were to approach him. No, you'll do nothing. Severus' loyalties cannot be determined by your limited ability. Besides, you'll need to brew pain-relieving potions tonight so you are able to make it through your classes tomorrow. I require time to think. Of course, Master. I live to serve. Daphne secured her jade headband in place, giving herself a final lookover in the mirror. Her reflection winked and blew a key. Satisfied. You know Potter doesn't even eat in the Great Hall half the time. I'm getting tired of your insinuations. I haven't even spoken to him in almost a month. Whatever. I'm just grateful we don't share classes with the Claws. Couldn't stand you sneaking glances at him every class as well as during meals. I got another letter from Mother. Astoria's back at St. Mungo's. Tracy gasped. Will she be all right? Yes, they think it was just another episode. She's been so weak lately. I'm afraid that my parents will hire tutors rather than risk her health here. At least it's only a few weeks until the holiday break. I know she'll improve with your sunny personality around. Come on, let's go. I'm hungry. The two exited the dungeons and walked into the Great Hall. Daphne glanced over the Ravenclaw table while taking her seat. Oh, for Merlin's sake. Tracy set her bag down in the seat next to Daphne, and walked away. What? Tracy, where are you going? Daphne watched with concern as Tracy sat down next to Morag at the Ravenclaw table and engaged her in a quick conversation. A few minutes later, Tracy stood up and walked back over, leaving Morag looking curiously at Daphne, and the other Ravenclaw girl next to her with a sour look on her face. What was that? She hissed when Tracy sat back down. Would you relax? I just asked what Potter's been up to, since he's so rarely in the Great Hall. And Daphne met Morag's look with a level stare, and was pleased to see the girl look back down at her food. She ran her eyes over the rest of the hall, stopping to meet the flinty blue eyes of Susan Bones. Unlike McDougal, the Bones heiress matched her stare. She focused her attention back on Tracy as she began to speak. Morag says he almost never shows his face in their dorms, at least not since the incident with the troll. Oh, how she wished she knew the whole story behind that event. Says he's out studying, HMPH. Not like it does him any good, everyone knows he's pants at spellcasting. That's it. She mentioned Bones made several appearances in the hospital wing while Potter was laid up. You better step up your game. I bet she's already got their wedding china picked out. Daphne rolled her eyes. Tracy. Her friend responded with a snarky grin. Yes, my dear. Thank you. Honey, Sam's here. Be right in. Take the roast out of the oven, will you? Sam unwound his scarf and hung up his coat. It looked to be a harsh winter, given the early chill that had descended on London already. He grabbed a few wine glasses and set them out, stepping back as Norm emerged from the kitchen with a pot roast. Thanks, mate. There's a bottle of white in the fridge, grab it, will you? Diane came out, hair still wet from her shower, and took a seat at the table, thanking Sam when he handed her a glass of wine. The three enjoyed the homemade meal she'd put together, and were enjoying a second bottle afterward when Sam brought up his plan. You know, I had Harry take me to the magical district in London before he left for Hogwarts. The other two nodded. Well, I bought some books. At Norm's raised eyebrow, he amended, okay, I bought a lot of books. Anyway, it turns out wizards are a lot more organized than I'd have given them credit for. What do you mean? Well, I was reading a book about the International Confederacy of Wizards, kind of like a magical United Nations. In that book was a section on each of the members of the ICW, along with a brief description. Okay, what would you think of taking Harry across the pond this summer? To America. What for? To see something new. To explore a different magical community. There are all kinds of magics in America that aren't commonly used here. Is this for Harry, or is it for you? Diane asked with a neutral expression. Come on, you know the kid would love it even more than I would. Besides, you don't think he'd enjoy a real holiday, the kind a normal boy would have. Diane looked ready to continue that argument, but before she could, Norm interjected. We'd have to do something about his family. No way we could get him a passport and take him overseas without a more formal arrangement. Norm really knows how to redirect her irritation, Sam thought, hiding a smile. Any time the Dursleys were brought up, Diane focused on little else but her hatred for their treatment of Harry. What would you think about assuming guardianship of Harry, in a legal manner? And how would we do that? You know, I've been doing a lot of government contracts. My boss brought me along to explain some documents to the MP that's been pushing a budget item that would be huge for our labs. I met a barrister on the tube that works in Westminster. I think she'd be willing to draw up some sort of transfer of custody for you. Norm's eyes widened. You're serious? He looked long and hard at Diane, but already knew her answer. She had made up her mind long ago that she loved Harry. How will we get his relatives to agree? I thought I'd offer them that bonus I mentioned last month. £5,000 should buy those pigs a lot of slop. Diane reached out for Norm's hand, and looked at Sam with unshed tears pooling in her eyes. You'd do that for us. For him. I can afford it. Trust me. So, are we agreed? Yes. First, we get the documents written up. If this new bird of yours can get it done in 2 weeks, we go deal with the Dursleys. After that, we'll wait till Harry's back for Christmas break to run the idea by him, and see if he wants to stay here with us. To Harry. They clinked their glasses together in a toast. For Norm and Diane, the chance to truly offer a real and loving home to Harry. For Sam, making a downtrodden kid happy, with the side benefit of easy access to the world's magical knowledge. Win-win, he thought, taking a sip of wine. I dare say that your gift for transfiguration exceeds that of your father. Harry looked up from the collection of stone figurines he'd finished crafting. My dad was good at transfiguration. Indeed, he excelled at it, just as your mother did in my own field. Flitwick remarked, looking over Harry's spell work. Speaking of which, how would you like to try your hand at some charms this evening? Really? Harry looked much less confident than he had when altering the materials that McGonagall had laid out for him. Professor, you should know, charms, they don't work right for me. Why do you think that is? I've never had much luck with controlling charms, sir. As a demonstration, he reached out towards the teacup sitting on the desk in front of McGonagall. It trembled for a moment, and in a heartbeat the entire desk came sliding towards him, its legs screeching against the stone floor. Harry sighed. Sorry, Professor. McGonagall waved her wand in a flourish, resetting the desk to its original position. Think nothing of it. I understand your frustration, but I must insist you remember that few adult wizards could manage what you just did without a wand, not mentioning the conjurations you routinely perform. And how many can cast a Lumos charm? Harry replied bitterly. Settle down, Mr. Potter, Flitwick warned. Unlike Transfiguration, which uses a general incantation and relies on the vision and intent of the caster, Charms is heavily tied together with wand movements and incantations to start. Do you recall Professor McGonagall telling you that normal Hogwarts instruction starts with Transfiguration and, years later, progresses to Conjuration? And that you started from the end and have worked your way back to the beginning? Harry nodded, and Flitwick continued his lecture. I've decided to attempt a similar method of instruction. You see, much like Minerva just displayed, by the time most students complete their education, they no longer require wand movements or incantations. Silent casting requires one to be much more in tune with their magic, and much stronger in their intent. I already try them silently, and I don't have a wand to do any movements with. Indeed, you do not. Regardless, I'd like to start you off with something a bit more advanced than where your classmates currently are. Watch closely. Flitwick held his wand out, and with very deliberate movements and enunciation, intoned, Laetatio. A thick yellow beam lanced out and struck Harry in the chest, and the frustration he felt melted away, replaced by a carefree sense of joy. An uncontrollable grin spread over his face. That, Mr. Potter, was the cheering charm. It is typically on the third-year syllabus. Flitwick pointed his wand at Harry once more, dispelling the charm. I am not asking you to replicate what I just did. Harry, his previously sour mood slow to return after the cheering charm, cocked his head in confusion. Observe. Flitwick this time held his wand over his head, and dragged it down toward the floor as though he were waving a flag. Laetatio Lauda. A burst of yellow exploded outwards from the charm's professor, washing over both McGonagall and Harry. The same feeling as before expanded inside Harry, passing a moment later when Flitwick dispelled the charm's effects. McGonagall had already removed the effects on herself with her own wand. That was what we call an area of effect spell. It's most commonly employed in dueling, as opponents will frequently obscure or hide their presence. Area of effect spells are useful against groups, or against an opponent that you cannot locate. And you think this type of charm will be easier for me? If there is one thing that you have an abundance of, it is magical power. Your efforts at conjuration and transfiguration show that you are capable of clear intent. Yet your charms remain wildly overpowered and out of control. So I should use charms that rely on power, not finesse. Now you get it. Please, if you would, give the spell a try. You may incant the spell, or not, according to your own wishes. Harry nodded, and his face settled into a mask of determination. His eyes gleamed, and he waved his hand downward in a similar fashion to what he'd seen Flitwick just do. A sputter of yellow energy followed his hand, but nothing more emerged. Try again. Don't forget, you've been conjuring things for some time now. It didn't happen all at once when you first tried it then, did it? The look Harry gave him seemed to say that yes, indeed it had happened all at once. Still, Harry bounced twice on the balls of his feet, and settled into the same posture as before. He tried again. This time, there was not even a hint of yellow. Tell me what you are thinking about as you attempt the spell. I am trying to create an effect like I saw you make. The yellow explosion that came from your wand. McGonagall caught on to what Flitwick was getting at. And yet, the visual aspect of the cheering charm is not the actual effect of the spell, is it? Yes, it is. The spell had yellow energy that flowed outward, and he paused, considering what they were actually asking him. No, I'm doing it wrong. It's not about making the spell appear, it's about making people cheerful. Exactly. Please, try again. This time, Harry shouted the incantation while making the same motion. Laetatio Lauda. A yellow wave flowed in an incomplete and ragged circle from Harry, washing around Flitwick and McGonagall like water in a creek flowing around boulders. I did it. Neither Flitwick's nor McGonagall's expression had changed, causing Harry's excitement to turn to confusion. What happened? Why didn't it affect you? I'm sure this will give you no comfort, but you likely just went through the most normal Hogwarts experience you'll ever have. Your charm was underpowered. You'll need to put a little more oomph into it if you want it to have any effect on a wizard or witch. The effort to not roll his eyes was taking everything Harry had. Care to give it another try? With a sharp exhalation, Harry stood straight once more. He raised his arm, but lowered it almost immediately after and closed his eyes. Focus. You can do this, he told himself. When he opened his eyes, McGonagall and Flitwick started as though they'd seen a ghost. Harry's eyes weren't just shining, they were glowing. Magical energy was pouring off of him. He didn't raise his arm, simply motioned towards the floor with a closed fist, and an amber wave, almost as tall as Flitwick, poured outward and rushed through the room. Only once it reached the stone walls, it did not dissipate as Flitwick's spell had done. Instead, it climbed the walls and rushed over the ceiling as it had done the floor, making a complete circuit of the Transfiguration classroom. This time, both professors had wide smiles on their faces, and a moment after the spell washed over them, burst into laughter. A simple wave of their wands returned their composure, but this time there was no doubt Harry had succeeded. Merlin's beard. Phileas, have you ever seen anything like that? McGonagall passed him a tumbler of fire whiskey, taking a deep gulp of her own. Are you referring to the charm that, had we been outdoors, likely would have had half of Hogsmeade falling down laughing, or the fact that his eyes were glowing in the same manner as he who must not be named? Honestly, I don't even know anymore. And I thought his conjurations were impressive. Flitwick stared into his empty glass, having downed the contents in a single swallow. I think that we need to start to ramp up the material. Someone like him learning magic, outside of responsible supervision, is far too dangerous to have in a castle full of children. McGonagall paused, the fire whiskey bottle ready to refill his glass. Excuse me, you think Harry is a danger to his classmates? You don't. Consider that Harry Potter, at age 11 and without a wand, mortally wounded a troll, despite knowing almost no combat spells. He gives off a magical aura that is nearly comparable to Dumbledore's. What happens if he decides to test out a blasting curse and there are students in the general area? Imagine if his aim is off when casting a severing charm. So, what are you proposing? That he be expelled. Even if I agreed with you, which I do not, Albus would never allow it. I've never seen him so eager to get his hooks in someone as he is with Mr. Potter. No, of course not. Without a wand, turning him loose on the Muggles would be an even worse solution. We've only been working with him for a little over a month. I propose that we see what it takes for Mr. Potter to hit magical exhaustion. It will give us a more accurate picture of what we're dealing with. I see. If he's only good for 2 or 3 spells like the one we saw tonight, then perhaps he can be trained to measure his ability to a more controlled level. How are you planning to tax his reserves to such an extent? Emboldened by the alcohol, Flitwick gave a toothy grin. Do you think Mr. Potter might enjoy learning how to duel? I thought Susan and Hannah were the ones who planned these study sessions. What's the matter? Am I not pretty enough for you? Neville batted his eyes at the Ravenclaw, who snorted and continued to leaf through his defense against the dark arts textbook. Are you two actually here to study, or should I go find my own table? I'm not going to get thrown out by Madame Pants, can you even imagine? Relax, she loves you. I bet you could sing God Save the Queen under a sonorous charm and she'd just smile and hum along. Hermione couldn't hide her smile at that. Let me see your essay. I'll make corrections while you explain the mysteries of the feminine kind to Harry. What does that mean? This is the 3rd time I've come, and the 3rd time it's been just us 3. Look, mate, you've got to remember, most of the students in this school were reading books about your adventures, and hearing stories about you while getting tucked in. So, I'm pretty sure everyone realized by the end of my first week here that I'm not exactly Merlin Reborn. Neville was quiet for a moment, before glancing over at Hermione. Did I tell you that my gran got me my own wand? Came to Hogwarts to pick me up and took me to Ollivanders herself. He removed it from his pocket. Cherry and unicorn hair, 12 inches. Not being one for wand lore, Harry nodded absently. That's great, Nev. It's made a real difference. Come on, let's go to the corridor and I'll show you my knockback jinx. Huh, you want to cast spells at me in the hallway? Hermione had enough, and slammed her hand on the table they were studying at. Really? Is all the subtlety necessary? Harry, Neville wants to talk to you in the hallway. She went back to editing his essay, mumbling about thick-headed boys. Blushes adorning both their faces, the two slunk away from the table and stepped out the library. Okay, can you get to the point now? Neville grinned, still slightly embarrassed at Hermione's rebuke. Okay, here's the deal. Susan was really looking forward to meeting you when she came to Hogwarts. When Harry rolled his eyes and started to go off about the boy who lived nonsense, Neville held his hand up for silence. It's not that. Well, mostly not. It's not my story to tell, but you two have some similarities with. Neville paused. The silence stretched for a moment, then another. With your family situations. Okay. So why hasn't she come to any of the study sessions since you invited me? First off, it wasn't me that invited you originally, if you recall. She asked you to come twice, and each time you said no. I couldn't, Harry bit back his defensiveness. I think I get it. She's not looking for a betrothal, Harry, she just wants to get to know you. If it helps any, I actually think she'd be a great friend to you. Okay, I'll take care of it. The two walked back towards Hermione in the library. What exactly have I missed in the last month? You weren't so sensitive back when we used to have detentions together. It's a long story, but a magic mirror and a long conversation with the headmaster kinda screwed my head on straight. By now, they were back at their seats, and Harry looked at Neville with an exasperated expression. If you didn't want to give me an honest answer, you could have just said it's none of my business. A hearty chuckle was his only reply. December 16, 1991. Breakfast at Hogwarts had the highest attendance rate of any meal, and it wasn't for the kippers. No, breakfast was when the mail arrived. This particular morning, however, the rustle of an owl's wings was few and far between. With only 4 days until the Hogwarts Express departed, there wasn't much reason for a family to mail a letter to a student. The exception to this arrived in the form of 24 tawny owls that winged their way to scattered students, in addition to one for every faculty member. The birds set down a copy of the Daily Prophet, hardly slowing down to do so, and winged back out the window. It was Daphne that had a subscription, but she had no problem with Tracy grabbing her copy to read. Astoria was still in St. Mungo's, and her mother had been hesitant in answering her query as to whether she'd be released before Daphne returned from Hogwarts. The thought of a winter solstice and Yule without Astoria was like a punch in the gut. Morgana's tits. Daphne, you've got to see this. What is it? You normally only get this excited for Witch Weekly. Daphne trailed off as she clutched the Prophet with both hands and began reading the headline story. Boy who lived beats curse twice. Rita Skeeter. Leaked records from the DMLE obtained by the Daily Prophet show that in 1989, a magical reversal squad responded to underage magic signatures that matched those of Harry Potter, the boy who lived. It appears that, following an outburst of accidental magic, Harry Potter was attacked by an unknown wizard, who struck our young hero with the second killing curse of his tragic life. It seems that Harry still possesses the power that allowed him to defeat you-know-who, as he survived the dread curse once more. DMLE sources report that the chief warlock, along with DMLE head Amelia Bones, conspired to hide the information from the public under state secrecy oaths. Beyond the miraculous powers of the boy who lived, the Daily Prophet has learned that the reason the magical reversal squad responded was because Harry Potter, the boy who lived, Harry Potter, who saved the wizarding world, Harry Potter, who tragically stands as the sole remaining member of a most ancient house, lives in London with maternal relatives from Muggle-born Lily Potter née Evans. It's obvious that beyond being unable to properly raise a magical child, certainly one of such peerage as Harry Potter, the Muggles remain entirely incapable of protecting magical Britain's favored son. The Daily Prophet demands that the Wizengamot investigate how dear Harry could have been left in such a harrowing environment. Daphne finished the article and looked around the Great Hall. Dumbledore had gotten up and left breakfast before she'd made it halfway through Skeeter's piece, essentially confirming it was factual. Students clumped around those who had copies of the Prophet, and once more Harry's name was on everyone's lips. Can you believe it? Theo and Blaze had said it was a fluke he lived through the Dark Lord's attack. I don't know that anyone can believe that after this. Tracy conveniently forgot that she'd spent the entire term deriding Harry Potter at every available moment. It's hard to believe, but you think they're making it up. It'd be pretty bold, even for Skeeter. Daphne narrowed her eyes at her friend. As I was saying, it's hard to believe, but I have no doubt it's the truth. Poor Harry. Poor Harry. Daph. He's basically invulnerable. Immune to the killing curse. I wouldn't mind being saddled with that kind of burden. He's far from invulnerable, given he spent the first week of last month in the hospital wing after a troll nearly killed him. Besides, just because he lived through the killing curse doesn't mean it didn't damage him in some way. She chanced to look at the Ravenclaw table, but needn't have worried. Harry, as was his habit, was absent. Imagine being 9 years old and having people trying to kill you. That's true, I hadn't really thought about it that way. The two girls picked at their food for a few minutes, pondering what the reality of living as the boy who lived must be. Do you still have my notes for defense? Oh, shoot. I'm sorry, I left them on our nightstand. Let me run and grab them for you. Daphne waved her off. I'm not very hungry, I'll go get them. Finish your breakfast, and I'll meet you outside the Dada classroom. Thanks, Daph. Gathering her things, along with the morning's profit, Daphne hurried out of the great hall. Making the turn to head downstairs, she nearly bowled over a couple embracing. Excuse me, didn't mean. Her jaw audibly clicked shut as she took in the scene before her. Harry, one hand patting Susan on the back, Susan, both arms around Harry, her cheeks flushed but eyes sparkling. Bones. Potter. Harry looked a little uncomfortable, disentangling himself from Susan, whose smile widened as she realized who had interrupted them. Hi, Greengrass. Hello, Daphne. Shaking off her instinctual desire to wipe that look off Bones' face, Daphne smoothed out the paper she'd unknowingly crumpled in her hands. I don't suppose you subscribe to the paper. No. Big news today. You could say that. Here, take mine. You can give it back to me at lunch. I've got to run, I left some classwork in my dorm. This day just keeps getting better and better, she grumbled to herself. Inside his office, Quirrell was also looking over today's profit. How could he have achieved such a thing? Quirinus, cease your sniveling. He is an 11-year-old boy without a wand. Neither of us require the killing curse to end his life. It was concerning, though, how a child could develop such an immunity. Voldemort's thoughts naturally shifted toward the missing part of the child's prophecy. It is of no matter. What's important, though, is the opportunity this provides to us. What opportunity? Do you see the call for the Wizengamot to open an investigation? Given the celebrity headlines, I don't doubt that an emergency session will be convened this evening. And when the Wizengamot assembles. Then Dumbledore will have to preside. Yes, hissed the Dark Lord. Tonight, the stone will be ours. Here. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Daphne accepted her copy of the prophet from Harry, eyes wide as he set down his bag and began piling food onto a plate that appeared in front of him. Potter. Did you get lost on your way to the Ravenclaw table? He ignored Malfoy's outburst, choosing instead to ask Daphne in between bites, what's that business about an emergency Wizengamot session? Is that likely? Daphne, for her part, consciously chose not to acknowledge Tracy's waggling eyebrows, responded, I'd think it is more likely than not. The Wizengamot loves issues like this. There's certainly enough members wanting the chance to make impassioned speeches and get their names in tomorrow's edition for a quorum to be reached. Harry had never had much interest in Muggle politics, much less those in the wizarding world. Why do you say they love issues like this? What kind of issue is it? While Malfoy continued to mutter and gesture angrily in Harry's direction, Daphne answered, it's something that doesn't require any meaningful change, but one that nonetheless matters to a lot of the public. You're very popular, all the more so after disappearing from the public eye for the last decade, so this will cause a lot of outrage. At the same time, the Wizengamot and Ministry can look like they're responding to popular will without having to make any real change that might infringe on the elite's stranglehold on society. Isn't your family part of that elite? He carefully asked. Daphne's cheeks pinked, contrasting sharply with her black hair. In a way, House Greengrass has always leaned more heavily on commercial affairs, rather than political ones. She hesitated, considering whether to continue. Your family would be, too, and it will again once you reach your majority. But you asked, and I wanted to give you an honest answer. Well, thanks. Harry's cheeks felt hot for some reason. The two smiled at each other for a moment that stretched on, before Tracy could contain her curiosity no longer. So it's true, then. Someone hit you with another killing curse in the Muggle world. Harry shrugged, somehow grateful for the distraction. Yay. It happened at my primary school, after I had an accidental magic episode. I don't remember it happening, just woke up afterwards. Tracy sat back with a quiet, whoa, but Daphne cocked her head to the side. At a Muggle school. That's unusual. She trailed off, staring at her food while she thought. What do you mean? It's just, look, most wizards don't have anything to do with Muggles. Especially the kind of person that would want to kill you. Doesn't it seem a little strange to you that they'd know exactly where your school is and what time you'd be there? I hadn't ever really thought about it, honestly. Tracy's eyes almost bugged out of her head. Someone hit you with a curse that, for every other person in history, is instantly fatal and you didn't really think about it. Tracy scoffed. Some Ravenclaw you turned out to be. Harry chuckled in response. I think the Sorting Hat would say the same thing. He waved off the questioning look they gave him at that, choosing instead to turn the conversation back on them. So what's your story, Davis? Despite his easygoing manner, Daphne noticed the tightening around his eyes, and the furrowing of his brow since she had mentioned his would-be assassin's apparent familiarity with his Muggle life. No use pushing him if he doesn't want to talk about it, she mused, returning her attention to the byplay between Harry and her best friend. Seated at their usual table in the library later that afternoon, Neville, Hermione, Susan, and Hannah were still digesting the day's news. So Dumbledore will have to appear at the Wizengamot if a quorum votes to convene. Neville nodded. Right. I imagine that members are feeling each other out and planning how to approach this right now. They'll probably convene before dinner time and finish later in the evening, to give the prophet enough time for their choice quotes to make it in the morning edition. So they'll start an investigation. These secrecy oaths, they'll overturn those. Neville hemmed and hawed. Maybe. It takes a 2/3 majority in the Moat to overrule a chief warlock's determination on state secrets. It's pretty rare that 2/3 of members ever agree on anything. Susan and Hannah, meanwhile, were reading through Hermione's copy of the newspaper, not having subscriptions of their own. Remind me again, when did your aunt bin all your boy who lived stuff? It seems to match up with this. She must have been with the response team 2 years ago. I wonder what really happened. I guess it's a good thing you know someone that was there when it happened. Harry said, as he sat down in the seat between Neville and Susan. Rough day. It's like the troll thing all over again. I get tired of hearing the same questions over and over. Hermione was visibly at war with herself, trying not to ask anything, looking enormously relieved when Harry continued, but you guys are friends, so go ahead. What did it feel like? Where were you when it happened? Did the Aurors catch who did it? Giving her a rueful smile, he replied, I don't remember what it felt like. I heard I was already unconscious from my accidental magic. It happened at my primary school, and I never heard anything about someone getting caught. At school. But, what about your classmates? It happened right in front of them. Harry tugged at a loose string on his school bag. There weren't that many people around. I guess the Aurors just changed their memories. Susan jumped in here. It's pretty standard for magic reversal squads to use the memory charm to protect the statute of secrecy. But why were you unconscious from your own magic? Dumbledore told me that I had teleported or something to the roof of the school, but fell off right after I did. The group winced, imagining how a fall like that would have gone. You apparated at 9 years old. That's pretty impressive, Harry. So Dumbledore was there. That's strange. I woke up at Hogwarts, and Dumbledore was there. I don't know if he was at my school or not. Why? Neville was slow to respond, working through his thoughts. It's just, this must have happened during the school year, unless Muggle school happens during the summer or the Yule holiday. Hermione and Harry both shook their heads. No, to that. So Dumbledore presumably would have been here. He's also the chief warlock, though. Hermione interrupted. Exactly. Why would he respond to this himself? In the Muggle world, does the head of Parliament respond in person to a criminal report? Oh, well, I don't know for sure that he was actually at my school, like I said. Anyway, I woke up here, spent the day healing and touring Hogsmeade with Hagrid. He sent me back to my relatives with a portkey the next day. Wow. Harry grinned, and pulled out some parchment. I'm still 2 inches short on our potions essay. Can you guys help? On the 12 uses of dragon blood. Let me see what you have. Hannah reached out for his essay, while Hermione's mouth formed an, oh. Dragon's blood. That's it. Neville, that's it. We've got to find Ron. She grabbed his arm and pulled him towards the exit, over his quiet protests. What was that about? Harry asked. Susan gave him a warm smile. At this point, we've learned to just let Hermione be Hermione. Let's finish up your essay. Dinner's only about an hour away. I can't say I'm surprised, Dumbledore remarked, placing the Wizengamot emergency summons on his desk. He was seated in the chief warlock's office with his longtime friend. Still, to do so on the day the story broke. Elphia's doge snorted in disdain. Reeks of desperation, if you ask me. That may be true, but it isn't too much of a problem, so long as the secrecy oaths hold. Doge caught the cloaked instruction. I'll ensure our voting bloc understands. What do you expect Nott and Rosier to be after with all of this? I anticipate they'll seek to play up the travesty of the boy who lived being hidden away with muggles. So long as the specific details of young Harry's living situation do not emerge, they are welcome to posture for the press box. Right. Well, I should go begin to make my rounds and tend to our allies. I'll see you in an hour, Albus. Until then, old friend. Tonight we'd like to try something a bit different, with your permission. Bolstered by his success in these weekly sessions, Harry agreed with a smile. Professor McGonagall and I would like to give you an introduction to dueling. Like fighting. Is this because of what was in the news today? The professors shared a quick look and grabbed onto the lifeline he offered. It seemed prudent for you to have a rudimentary understanding of how to protect yourself, McGonagall lied. I must warn you, tonight will likely be very difficult and you will be asked to push yourself hard. I'm ready, professors. What will we cover first? Wizards have several different ways to protect themselves from danger. The most common is the shield charm, the incantation is Protega. McGonagall demonstrated by casting the charm. Filius. Flitwick snapped off a stinging hex, which ran into a blue barrier as it approached the Transfiguration Professor, dissipating as the shield flared to life. The shield charm is more advanced, typically taught during 5th year. It is able to stop both magical and physical attacks, though of course it will not stop an unforgivable curse. Unforgivable. Yes, there are 3 spells which carry a life sentence for their use in magical Britain. They are the Imperius, Cruciatus, and Killing Curses. The Imperius makes victims a South Avenue to the caster's will, the Cruciatus is a spell used for torture, and the Killing Curse is rather self-explanatory, your own experience notwithstanding. I see. And there's no way to stop those. McGonagall took over at this point. Indeed there is. Naturally, one can dodge the spell itself, but conjuration or transfiguration are the most assured options for defense. She turned to face Flitwick again, and this time when he cast a stinging hex, McGonagall flicked her wand upward and a wall of stone rose from the floor. The hex splashed weakly against it. Now, this method is typically a last-ditch defense, as summoning a wall as I did requires a great deal of magical energy to do multiple times. Tonight, Mr. Potter, you're going to learn this skill, as well as practicing your coordination to conjure objects in the path of spells. How does that sound? Brilliant. Very well. Let's head into the classroom and we'll expand the area to suit our needs. A short while later, all of the tables and chairs in the Transfiguration classroom had been shrunk and placed in an out-of-the-way corner. Harry had left his bag and robes near the classroom entrance, and stood in a ready position, legs shoulder-width apart, hands at the ready. I'll cast on 3. If you are hit, the pain will pass momentarily. I will not be casting at full strength. However, I'd encourage you to treat it as a life or death situation and put your all into your defense. I understand, Professor McGonagall. Let's begin. 1. 2. Harry rolled his shoulders, his excited expression fading as he summoned his magic. 3. Morsis. The jet of brown flashed towards Harry much faster than he'd expected, striking him dead center. Ouch. You'll have to be faster than that. Again. Morsis. This time, a wall of slate appeared in front of Harry, dissipating the spell before it reached him. Now, dispel the wall, Harry. The wall vanished, displaying Harry's eyes glowing a vivid green once more. McGonagall held back a shiver. Again. I'm telling you, leave it be. You know what's behind that door. There's absolutely no point in trying to go down there. It's here. We're talking about the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione. In our school. Are you crazy? We both saw the Cerberus. How do you propose we get past a dog bigger than both of us put together, that has 3 heads? Neville finished putting his cloak on, and checked his pocket for his wand. He looked up at Hermione with a strange light in his eyes. I don't care. Do you understand what that stone is capable of? Gold. That's what this is about, seriously. No. He shook his head firmly. I mean, yes, it can do that. But that's not all. I'm talking about the elixir of life. Immortality. We're just kids. Please, don't do this. We'll be in so much trouble. But Neville was already halfway to the tower's entrance. Boys. She huffed, but grabbed her own cloak and hurried after him. Follow my wand. You must calculate the trajectory of the spell. Mid-air conjuration is a precise art. Sir. Why, the by now familiar brown light flashed towards him. Harry conjured a cube in midair in the path of the spell, but gravity meant that by the time the spell reached the intersection point, the cube was already on the classroom floor. Ow. Flitwick had the good grace to look genuinely embarrassed. Please accept my apologies. You must maintain either a levitation or animation charm on your conjured object to hold it in place. Forgive me, you do so many extraordinary things I often forget your inexperience. McGonagall sat in a chair behind Flitwick, sipping a steaming cup of tea with trembling hands. Harry had summoned walls to block her spells for an hour straight. An hour, and he had yet to show any signs of fatigue. Harry conjured another cube, and reached out his hand as though trying to steady the block. Flitwick enunciated loudly, to alert Harry, and cast another stinging hex, this time at his legs. A crack echoed through the classroom, followed almost immediately after by another exclamation of pain from Harry. The stone cube was embedded in the floor. Again. Ow. Again. Open up. He continued pounding on the barrels. Open the bloody door. Please, you have to tell me what's going on. How do you even know this is the Hufflepuff entrance? The barrels parted and a portal opened, showing the face of a Hufflepuff 6th-year prefect. A bunch of firsties. What's the emergency? I need to talk to Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott right now. It is an emergency. The prefect narrowed his eyes, but eventually nodded. Curfew is in a half hour, so you'd better be quick. The portal shut. Neville slid down the wall, chin on his knees, and spoke in a voice that was hoarse from shouting. The Weasley twins told me where the entrance is. Hermione, listen. Susan and Hannah already know this, but please, don't tell anyone else. He spoke tonelessly, refusing to meet Hermione's eyes. My parents, they were attacked by Death Eaters 2 days after Harry's parents were killed. I'm so sorry. Were they? They survived. Barely. The Death Eaters tortured them for so long that their minds are broken. They are now kept in the long-term care ward at St. Mungo's. Hermione held her hand over her mouth, eyes glistening with tears. I didn't know, she whispered. It's all right. But the elixir, it could cure them, I'm sure of it. I don't care what it takes, I'm not letting this chance slip by. The portal opened, and Susan and Hannah stepped out. Neville jumped to his feet and began to explain the situation. It's an outrage, Dumbledore. The people will not stand for it. Dumbledore banged his gavel repeatedly, trying to bring order for what must have been the 10th time. No one had even made a motion yet, so far it was little more than a shouting rabble. The incident involving Harry Potter has been sealed by oath, in accordance with the powers granted the Chief Warlock's position. Amelia Bones stood. Then perhaps it is time to unseal them. The event is 2 years old. Harry Potter is now in Hogwarts. A chill ran down Albus' spine. This did not bode well. Doge and he had counted on Bones voting with his bloc, and influencing the abbots to do the same. If she was against him, along with the traditionalist faction, a vote, then, this secrecy around Harry Potter has obviously not served to protect him, nor does it serve the public interest. I second the motion. Frederick Folly, normally a fence sitter, had clearly decided to take a side. Of course, it would happen at the most inopportune moment. Releasing a sigh, Dumbledore called for a vote. As he called on House Abbott for their vote, his eyes caught movement in Rosier's box. Lucius Malfoy's owned hair was hard to miss. I. House Bones. I. House Bulstrode. No. Dumbledore paused. The Bulstrodes were well and truly seated in the traditionalist faction, supporting stringent prejudices against Muggles and Muggleborns. Surely they wouldn't. House Burke. Another dark family, the proprietor of one of Nocturne Alley's most notorious dark arts artifacts. No. House Crouch. I. House Flint. No. And so it went. The traditionalists joined Dumbledore's conservative bloc and soundly defeated the motion. Malfoy, not having a seat on the Wizengamot, had left the Rosier box and was now seated next to Nott. It was no surprise, then, to Albus when Nott stood and called for the floor. Lords and ladies of the Wizengamot, while it is apparent that the majority of us respect the Chief Warlock's authority over state secrets, that does not change the very legitimate concern over Harry Potter's circumstances outside of Hogwarts. There were rumbles of agreement throughout the gallery. Therefore, I move to unseal Harry Potter's file in the improper use of magic office, so that this body may evaluate the conditions he has lived in since he was taken away from his proper place in our world. A roar of approval came from the public gallery, and Albus had to refrain from pulling on his beard in frustration. This is not how this session was meant to go. How were the secrecy oaths subverted? Who was the prophet's leak? Oh my God! Hannah loudly vomited on the stone floor. The Cerberus was dead, one of the heads exploded, and the other two bore deep gouging wounds. The trap door sat open in the center of the room. Someone's already going for the stone. The blood was still wet and a vivid crimson, signaling it had not been long since the intruder had passed through. Neville took a deep, shuddering breath, squared his shoulders, and marched towards the trap door. Are you insane? Look around you. What do you think is going to happen if you catch up to whoever did this? He did not respond, nor did he hesitate in leaping down through the trap door. Hermione, Hannah, go get help. Find a professor. Hannah, still on her knees, looked up at her oldest friend. Susan, don't. You'll die down there if you follow. Someone has to go with him. You see what he's like. We'll be okay. Just hurry and get help. She readied her wand and followed Neville. Hannah's sobs were the only sound in the room. Flitwick was breathing heavily, feeling a burning sensation from just holding his wand. McGonagall no longer sat primly in her chair, instead sprawled half on the seat, head craned back as though holding it upright was beyond her ability. Weak though the stinging hex may be, casting it several times per minute for hours on end had drained the professors completely. They'd set out to magically exhaust Harry, and ended up suffering the condition themselves. The young Ravenclaw stood in the same place he had nearly 3 hours ago, looking slightly unsteady on his feet. A light sheen of sweat on his brow was the only other sign that he had been continuously casting and conjuring for hours. Sir, is Professor McGonagall all right? She'll be fine, Harry, just needs some rest. In fact, I could as well. You're dismissed, Harry. 20. Point. The half-goblin swayed on his feet, and he stumbled blindly towards the chair next to McGonagall, closing his eyes as soon as he was seated. Harry picked up his bag, slipped his robes back on, and stepped into the corridor, closing the door firmly behind him. He'd barely stepped away from the door, however, when Hermione Granger came barreling down the hallway towards him, tears streaming down her face. Harry, we've got to get Professor McGonagall. Someone killed Fluffy and Neville and Susan went after them and oh my God there was blood everywhere. She broke down crying, pushing past him towards McGonagall's office door that was nearby the classroom he'd just left. What? Who is Fluffy? Where are Susan and Neville? Hermione was pounding on the office door. Listen to me. The professor can't help. She and Flitwick couldn't even stand up when I left. What? What did you do to them? Nothing. They've been helping me with my spellwork, and I think we just practiced too long. What's happening? Where are Neville and Susan? I figured out what is hidden on the third floor, and when I told Neville he lost his mind. We grabbed Susan and Hannah and went down to use the trap door. Oh, Harry, what are we going to do? Tell me which room on the third floor, exactly where they are, then go to the grounds and find Hagrid or the dungeons to find Snape. They seem like they'd be better in a fight than any of the other professors. When she didn't react, he grabbed her shoulders and shook her. Hermione, tell me where they are now. I guess all those games against Ron were good for something after all. Neville smiled grimly as he placed the Black King in checkmate. The door on the other side of the room swung open. Hey, stop for a second. Susan's voice was shaky. Are you sure you want to keep going? Sue, he said, not unkindly, if you had a chance to bring your mum and dad back. She nodded her understanding. I'm really scared, Neville. Me too. But I could never forgive myself if I turned back. And I don't think my parents could forgive me, either. They would want you to be safe. They'd want you to live. Susan was teetering on the edge of a breakdown. Maybe you should head ba. No. Susan all but screamed. No. You're not going alone. She furiously wiped at her eyes, and walked into the open door. Stepping past a troll that looked like it had taken a piercing curse to the eye, they entered a small room. Look, whatever charm the intruder used is still active. Neville tapped the frozen flames with a knuckle. He took a deep breath, and looked at Susan, as if questioning again whether she wanted to turn back. Wands at the ready, she ordered, allowing him to lead and following him through the portal. Professor Quirrell, what are you doing here? Their incompetent defense professor turned around with an unhinged smile. Mr. Longbottom, Miss Bones. Welcome. Truly fate is in our favor tonight. What are you doing with the Mirror of Arised, Professor? Susan shot a look at Neville, wondering how he knew so much about what was going on. You're after the stone, aren't you? Aren't you? Flipendo. Quirrell chuckled as he batted Neville's spell away. Everbarrow. He casually intoned, and Neville doubled over as the bludgeoning hex smashed into his stomach. Neville. Susan screamed, only to struggle violently against ropes that bound her tightly. FL Flip. Neville struggled to wheeze out the incantation of the only offensive spell he knew, while Quirrell strode towards the boy. Crucio. Neville's screams filled the room. Horrible, desperate screams. As the seconds passed by and his breath ran out, they faded into NS and low cries. Enough. The spell cut out immediately, and Quirrell's back went ramrod straight, as though he were a soldier standing at attention. The stone, Quirinus. You've wasted enough time. Of course, Master. He turned away from Neville, who continued to writhe in agony on the floor. I see myself with the stone. Quirrell examined the mirror, waving his wand frequently, checking for wards and casting revealing spells for several minutes. Susan's muffled sobs filled the room, along with Quirrell's ramblings. She kept her eyes locked on Neville, hoping desperately that he would stand up, hoping that her bindings would loosen, hoping that someone, anyone would show up and help. Quirinus, we have another guest. Harry created a flash flame that incinerated the devil's snare, and took off in a heated sprint to the next room. The door on the opposite end of the chamber still had a winged key vibrating in the lock, so he ducked and dodged the other flying keys, made it to the door, and turned the key. The next room was enormous, so large he questioned just how deep beneath the castle he must be. Huge chess pieces were arrayed, set up for a new game. You have got to be kidding me, he groaned. He could just make out a door behind the Black Queen, and ran onto the board heading straight for it. A whistling sound was the only warning he had before the axe of one of the black pawns crashed down in front of him. Leaping backward, he threw both hands in front of him and pushed, knocking two of the pawns in front of him over. He ducked beneath the broadsword swipe of a mounted knight, only to be caught in place as the Black Queen used the butt end of her halberd to pin his robes to the floor. A scepter-wielding bishop approached from his left, but toppled into the queen, appending both pieces as Harry conjured a wall to rise beneath the game piece's base. His lips spread into a toothy grin as he realized all that stood between him and the door was the Black King. The sound of stone grinding against stone alerted him to movement from behind. He turned, raising a wall to his right and his left as he did to delay the remaining black pieces. The sound he had heard was, in fact, the entirety of the white side of the board charging towards him. Harry leapt over a broadsword, turned his landing into a roll to avoid a swinging axe, went flat on his stomach as a halberd passed by. He was clambering to his feet when a white bishop caught him in the side with a swing of its scepter, knocking the wind out of him with a whoosh. Raising himself on one knee, Harry quickly visualized his desired effect and threw his arms out. His eyes glowed, leaking green energy before a magical shockwave slammed into the game pieces, toppling them like pins in a bowling alley. He tried to lift himself off his knee, and nearly collapsed as he did so. What is happening to me? He thought in terror. It felt like his heart was going to beat out of his chest. He'd never felt anything like this when spellcasting before. Got to keep moving. He staggered into the next room, barely pausing at the sight of the dead troll. As he exited the troll's quarters, he entered a small room with a flame-covered portal and a row of potion vials. Harry paused, weighing his options, when a blood-curdling scream sounded from the other side of the portal. He conjured an expanding bubble of water in the center of the portal, and leapt through it to emerge on the other side. He heard a deep, ethereal voice say something upon his arrival, but his vision was going gray and he was having trouble seeing in front of him. Something is wrong. Harry felt a trickle of wetness on his upper lip, and realized his nose was bleeding. Harry Potter. Where was that voice coming from? His vision starting to clear, Harry took in his surrounding. Susan was wrapped tightly in ropes, from her ankles to her mouth, looking at him with a tear-stained face. Neville was face down, occasionally jerking involuntarily but otherwise motionless. In front of him with his wand raised was Professor Quirrell, looking remarkably more confident and self-assured than Harry had ever seen him. A huge mirror was erected just behind him. Quirrell cackled like a madman. Harry Potter. This is too perfect. You arrive at the moment of my master's triumph. What did you do to Neville? Why is Susan tied up? Don't worry for your friends, Mr. Potter. A dark blue spell shot out of Quirrell's wand. Worry for yourself. Harry held one hand out, palm down, and a wall of slate rose to intercept the spell. He staggered, bracing himself against his newly summoned wall, feeling more blood come out of his nose and my ears, too. Stay focused. Come now. It's not very sporting to hide behind walls, especially when your friends aren't able to play. Avada Kedavra. Quirrell screamed an incantation Harry didn't recognize, but from the terrified sounds coming from Susan it wasn't good. With a deep breath, Harry screwed his eyes shut and raised both arms, summoning a stone wall in front of both Susan and Neville. Harry choked out a sob, the pain feeling like a spike being driven into his skull. He ran a hand across his watering eyes, not wanting Quirrell to see his weakness. His head spun with renewed nausea when he saw his hand come away red with fresh blood. Mr. Potter, how long do you think you can hide behind simple stone walls? 50 points from Ravenclaw. The deranged professor called out mockingly. You're a very impressive boy, but you shouldn't be so confident in your abilities. What was this lunatic babbling about? Harry thought to himself, as the Dada professor began to chant, a badger, lion, and eagle, which do I pick? Let's see if the lion can muster another roar. Confringo. The blasting curse struck the slate wall, and the effect on the other side was like a shotgun blast of shrapnel, leaving the already injured Longbottom heir a bloody mess. Quirrell continued laughing maniacally. A shame you won't live to finish your education, Mr. Potter. Perhaps then you'd know that dense stones make for very poor defenses. Sandstone or marble is much more effective, as they crumble rather than fragment. Still, your friend makes a very effective pincushion. 10 points to Gryffindor for a proper demonstration of how to bleed out. Rage burned inside of Harry, fury so strong that it overrode the agony he felt. His breathing was short and shallow, but his vision was returning. Let's see what the badger's made of. We'll find out soon enough when I spill her guts on the floor. Enough. Harry stepped out from behind his wall, shuffling forward in a slow and unsteady gait. You're not going to hurt her. Quirinus. Use the boy. The mirror. At once, master. Incarcerus. Quirrell was suddenly all business, any trace of the psychopathy he'd been flaunting moments ago having vanished. Thick ropes wrapped around Harry's body, and Quirrell marched over and gripped Harry's neck, guiding him in front of the mirror. What do you see? Harry looked into the mirror, and his own reflection morphed into Harry holding Quirrell's head, his professor's other body parts scattered around the room. I see you in this chamber, dead. As Harry was the focus of the mirror's magic, Quirrell saw only Harry's reflection, standing bound in ropes before it. His eyes suddenly flared green, and the mirror shattered, the glass shards spinning as though in a cyclone before rounding Harry and flying into Quirrell's face. The defense professor screamed in agony, one eye gouged out and his cheek flayed open from his lip to his ear, exposing his teeth and jaw. The sudden attack disrupted his magic, and the ropes fell away from Harry and Susan. I told you that you won't hurt anyone else. With each word, Harry pounded his magic against Quirrell, who was holding his face with one hand, and his wand in the other, desperately trying to maintain his shield spell. The force Harry used was so strong, the stone floor around Quirrell began to splinter and crumble, until the shield shattered and Quirrell was slammed to the floor with a crunch. Harry fell to his knees, arms wrapped around himself, and this time it was him screaming in pain. Blood-stained teeth clenched, eyes screwed shut, he felt like he could barely breathe. At least Susan will make it out. His vision now a narrow tunnel only of what was directly in front of him. Harry lifted his head as Quirrell's body stood up, bones cracking and creaking. The elaborate turban he'd worn all term began to unravel itself from him, while his head turned like it was a corkscrew, thoroughly breaking the madman's neck. Harry Potter RRR, the deep ethereal voice from before ground out. Look at what you've reduced me to. The face growing out of the back of Quirrell's head sneered at the young Ravenclaw. Yet here I am, before you, SSS stand SSS. Lord. Whatever he was going to say was cut off, however, as with an unholy scream Harry's eyes lit like an emerald nova and a jagged stone spike rose out of the floor at lightning speed, severing Quirrell's head from his body. As his opponent fell, the light in Harry's eyes cut out, and he collapsed to the ground. December 16, 1991. When Harry jumped through the fire-coated portal and no one else immediately followed him, Susan wanted to scream at the injustice of the world. He doesn't even have a wand. She raged. What could Harry do that Neville couldn't? Not to mention, she realized as he got to his feet, the Ravenclaw looked like death warmed over, noticeably pale, trembling, and unsteady on his feet. Not Harry, she silently pleaded, please don't make me watch him die. Consumed by her own distress, Susan missed the verbal exchange between Quirrell and Harry, but shut her eyes tightly when another bludgeoning hex lashed out from her professor's wand. There was no exclamation, though, no cry of pain. She chanced to look, and her eyes widened at the sight of Harry, leaning heavily against a wall. Where did that come from? Between himself and Quirrell. Especially when your friends can't play. Avada Kedavra. Susan saw a green light streak towards her. This is it, she thought. No last words, no noble end. Hypnotically, she watched her death approach, only to have another stone wall rise less than a foot in front of face, intercepting the spell and cutting her line of sight off from their deranged defense professor and the mirror he stood in front of. Could Harry have brought someone else along? Were they disillusioned somewhere in the room, perhaps? There was more shouting from Quirrell, followed by an explosion and more threats, but Susan, still recovering from her close brush with death, couldn't keep track. It wasn't until Harry emerged from his cover, vowing to protect her, that she snapped out of it. Watching Harry walk, more of a stagger really, to confront Quirrell, most would not see him as a very intimidating figure. His robes were singed and torn, his eyes red as though he'd been crying, and he seemed to have a fairly serious nosebleed. Nonetheless, he emanated a sense of menace that she would have thought impossible for an 11-year-old to manage. It occurred to Susan that none of the stories she'd read as a child about the boy who lived, even all of them combined, didn't come close to matching the heroism that the real Harry Potter embodied in that moment. A binding spell entrapped Harry, and Quirrell entered her line of sight to grab him and drag him away. Susan held her breath, straining her ears to get a sense of what was going on. Suddenly a man, obviously Quirrell, started screaming and the ropes that had held her went slack. She disentangled herself as fast as she could, readying her wand. Susan mustered her courage, darted around the stone barrier and stood open-mouthed in shock as some unseen force smashed Quirrell into a cratered section of the floor. What in Merlin's name? She breathed, her wand falling to her side as she witnessed her classmate, a fellow first year, drop to his knees after defeating an adult wizard. How had he done that? She doubted her aunt could have. What had he done? Quirrell's body rose, like a monster from a horror stories, head twisting and turning until his ragged and butchered visage faced her. She couldn't look away from his horribly disfigured face, but heard the terrible and deep voice that began to address Harry. It was like the rest of the world fell away. Despite, or perhaps because of her aunt's line of work, Susan had never encountered violent death of this kind. Her eyes were locked on her defense professor's, even when a huge stone spike separated his head from his shoulders, even when it came rolling to a stop only a short distance from where she stood. Susan's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Severus Snape rushed through the defenses, easily disabling the enchantments through his familiarity of their design. Drawing his wand to freeze the flames at the entrance to the stone's chamber, he emerged ready for battle, only to find the room as silent as a graveyard. The bodies of 3 first years lay motionless spread throughout the room, along with the decapitated corpse of Quirinus Quirrell. He snapped off a quick Patronus message requesting Madame Pomfrey's assistance. Stepping quickly to the nearest student, he cast a diagnostic charm, and seeing she had no injuries moved on to the next. Grimacing at Longbottom's condition, he reached into his robe and removed a stoppered blood-replenishing potion, tipping the vial into the boy's mouth. Snape hoped that would hold him over until Madame Pomfrey arrived. He knelt alongside the third student, casting diagnostic charms and trying to comprehend the information they conveyed. He wasn't a healer, this was beyond him, so he returned to Longbottom and began to remove the stone shards that were embedded in the boy. Sweet Merlin, Severus, what happened here? Sprout, you weren't who I was expecting. Hannah Abbott came to my office, crying hysterically about her friends trying to prevent an intruder from stealing the stone. I knew that storing something like that here was a recipe for disaster. We should have fought Albus harder. The Hufflepuff head of house crouched next to Susan, casting a murmured, "Renervate," on her student. Susan, what happened here? The Bones heiress stirred, then sat straight up in terror. Professor Sprout, she murmured as she came to her senses, then almost immediately burst into tears, sobbing against her head of house. Susan, we really need to know what happened here tonight. I know you're scared, dear, I know it's hard, but this is very important. The girl hiccuped and wiped at her nose with a handkerchief that Sprout conjured for her, but before she could utter a word Madame Pomfrey came running into the room. Pomona, Severus, good heavens, what happened here? She made to approach Neville to assist Snape, but he waved her away, pointing instead towards Harry. There's something wrong with Potter. I couldn't make heads or tails of what the diagnostic charms returned. Pomfrey nodded and hurried to the Ravenclaw, casting charms of her own. They'd barely been completed before she stood up and levitated his body with a swish and flick of her wand. Where is the nearest fireplace connected to the flow network? What's wrong with Harry? Susan cried. Not now. He needs to get to St. Mungo's immediately. Severus, what is Longbottom's condition? It's serious, he's lost a great deal of blood, has a number of injuries, including cruciatus exposure, but I believe he can be treated here. Professor Sprout spoke up. There is an unused faculty office, second door on the right after you make turn left at the next corridor. It was Professor Sweeney's office last year, the flow should still be operational. Pomfrey hustled out of the room. Harry floated limply behind her, while Sprout had to physically hold Susan back from running after her. Let her do her job, Susan, she knows what she is doing. Now we really need to know what happened here, and you're the only one who can tell us. She was interrupted once again before she could respond, however, when a fireball exploded in the center of the room, and Albus Dumbledore stepped forward. Pomona, Severus, what is the situation? Oh, for Merlin's sake. Headmaster, if you can assist me with a stasis spell, I will take Longbottom to the hospital wing. Dumbledore stepped over, casting the complex charm to stabilize the Gryffindor, and thanked Snape for his Patronus alert. The potions professor levitated Neville and walked out of the room. Are they going to be okay? Absolutely, Miss Bones. Now, I can see that this must have been a truly terrifying experience, but we will need you to tell us what occurred here this evening. As Susan haltingly told the story, from Neville retrieving her and Hannah from the Hufflepuff dorms to Harry performing incredible and horrifying feats of magic, Dumbledore's expression grew more and more grim. Where was Minerva? Why wasn't she here? Professor Sprout, perhaps Susan should accompany us to the hospital wing. I believe she would benefit from a calming draft at this time. You said Madame Pomfrey removed Harry to St. Mungo's. Did she say why? No, but it appeared quite urgent. He sighed. It had been a long night already, and it was certain to get longer. Very well. Please escort Miss Bones to the infirmary. His wand was out casting detection charms at the body of his unfortunate defense professor before the two had even left. Damn the Wizengamot, and damn whoever had leaked that Merlin Forsaken story. Way past magical exhaustion. He hurt. It felt like his bones were trying to leap out of his skin. A severe case of magicum myalgia. There was a lot of movement around him, many unfamiliar voices. Not sure standard treatment is enough, he's already in shock. It was too hard to follow what was happening. His consciousness faded away. It was nearly dawn when Dumbledore made it back to his office. He'd popped by both Minerva's and Filius' quarters on his way through the castle, summoning them for an immediate meeting. Seating himself behind his desk, he tiredly rubbed his eyes. Today there would be another Wizengamot session, where he'd somehow need to find enough votes to keep the details of Harry's relatives under wraps. He'd have to check on Harry at St. Mungo's before that. There was a perfunctory knock at the door and it opened to reveal his deputy and his charms professor. They moved toward the seats in front of his desk. No one asked you to sit down. There was steel in Dumbledore's voice. Perhaps you could explain why two of our first years are in the hospital wing, and Mr. Potter is in St. Mungo's suffering from an extreme case of magical exhaustion. Albus, we had no way of knowing that Mr. Longbottom would make for the stone. And yet when he did so, Miss Granger had the time to run all the way to your office and alert Mr. Potter, who then returned all the way to the third floor and arrived soon after Miss Bones and Mr. Longbottom had confronted Quirrell. I'd like an explanation. If you recall, the faculty were almost unanimous in our opposition to your storing the Philosopher's Stone inside the castle. Safeguards were in place, non-lethal safeguards that you both participated in assembling, I might add, to prevent students from reaching the stone. I ask again, why were you unavailable when Miss Granger came seeking assistance? Minerva and Filius exchanged a glance. Filius began, as you are aware, Minerva and I have been working with Mr. Potter on his spellwork after class hours. And what is the status of those lessons? Mr. Potter is exceptionally gifted, magically. So much so that Filius and I shared concerns that his power and inexperience might represent a threat to his classmates. We decided to test the limits of his magical power, to push him to magical exhaustion in order to determine what his capabilities are. And instead you learned something about the limits of your own capabilities. Flitwick grimaced. Albus, he conjured stone walls and blocks several times per minute for 3 hours straight. Not even so much as a bathroom break. We had no idea such a thing were possible. So to satisfy your curiosity, you decided the proper course of action was to push a first year past the limits that two fully grown wizards are capable of. Am I understanding you correctly? McGonagall twisted her hands together in her lap. His eyes, Albus, she murmured. They're just like he who must not be named. Albus placed both hands on his desk and rose from his seat. Magical pressure built in the office, with several of the portraits deciding to depart for other paintings. Harry Potter, he ground out between clenched teeth, upon learning that two classmates from different houses were in danger, sent for help and took it upon himself to mount a rescue. He was likely already magically exhausted when he entered the third-floor corridor, yet managed to protect Susan Bones from a killing curse and defeat a wizard with a defense mastery, more than 3 times his age. He did this while the two of you enjoyed an early snooze. Even though everyone in the room was standing, Dumbledore's presence towered over the other two. You will not compare him to Voldemort in this office, or ever for that matter. Neither of his professors spoke for a long moment. Finally, Flitwick nodded his head. It was irresponsible, especially since you were not in the castle. I apologize, Headmaster. McGonagall nodded her agreement with her colleague's words. As of this moment, you are both to discontinue any extracurricular lessons with Harry Potter. If he asks, you are to refuse. Now get out of my office. The two quickly left down the steps, while Albus sat back heavily in his chair. Fawkes crooned a calming melody, and he closed his eyes in an attempt to restore his calm. Every part of this was a disaster. December 20th, 1991. The term ended in a muddle of confusion and rumors among the student body. Midterms drew a lot of focus away from the incident on the third floor, but Quirrell and Harry's absence, and Neville Longbottom's continued internment in the hospital wing could not help but inspire speculation. The professors remained tight-lipped, which just made the rumors that much more extraordinary. Susan sat in a compartment on the Hogwarts Express next to Hannah, leaning into her best friend. She'd barely slept in the 3 days since she'd spent the night in the hospital wing under Dreamless sleep potion. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Quirrell's severed, mutilated head staring back at her. Her housemates and other students had been relentless in questioning her over what happened that night. Hannah and Hermione's role remained largely unknown, as neither had missed any class or spent time in the infirmary in the aftermath. Hannah did her best to run interference for Susan, but there were only so many places to hide away from others. A light knock sounded on the door to their compartment. Hannah stood up. I'll tell him to take a hike. Standing at the door was Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis. Abbott. I was hoping I could have a word with Susan. She doesn't want to talk about what happened. Buzz off. Hannah made to slide the door closed, but Tracy put her hand on the frame. Please. I just want to know what happened to Harry. It's okay, Hannah, I'll talk to her. Daphne entered the compartment and took a seat across from Susan. Tracy remained in the doorway, and looked at Hannah. Blaise is holding a compartment for us in the next car. Want to pop in and say hello to give these two a chance to talk? I'm staying. Susan shook her head at Hannah, who reluctantly stepped into the corridor and closed the door behind her. Come on, Abbott, it's this way. Hannah followed Tracy, but cast lingering glances towards the compartment she'd just left the whole way. So he's Harry, now, is he? Daphne leaned back against the seat and crossed her legs at the ankle. I suppose so. Where is he? Is he all right? Susan didn't know why she agreed to talk to her. Maybe it was because she was the first person that hadn't lead off by demanding answers. Maybe it was because Daphne was the only person so far to seem to genuinely care about Harry's well-being. He's at St. Mungo's. Something was wrong with him. It was like every time he cast a spell it hurt him. Wait. You saw him do magic. Susan laughed bitterly. Yes. Why? Did you think he was a squib, like Malfoy is always mouthing off about? No. I've seen him cast a Lumos charm wandlessly. Susan nodded. We were beneath the CA castle, somewhere. Down the trap door. Susan stared through Daphne, her eyes somewhat unfocused, her voice hollow. There were these traps. Neville and I made it through, just behind Professor Quirrell. Daphne opened her mouth as if to interrupt, but apparently thought twice. He was nothing like he pretended to be in class. It was all a lie. He tied me up with the binding charm, and hit Neville with a bludgeoner, but Nev didn't go down that easily. He cast the Cruciatus curse at him. Daphne gasped. I can still hear his screams, Susan whispered. There was something else there with us, something horrible with Quirrell. It told him to focus on their mission. That was when Harry arrived. Quirrell tried to curse him, but Harry summoned a stone wall to block it. Daphne's eyes widened. That was advanced magic. Since Harry was behind the wall, Quirrell cast the killing curse at me. She trailed off, remembering that vivid green light coming straight for her. Several moments passed, and Daphne hesitantly reached across the aisle and held Susan's hand. Harry saved me. He summoned another wall between me and Quirrell. I didn't see anything else until a few minutes later, when he screamed and my bindings loosened. I thought Harry might need my help, so I picked up my wand and... Susan abruptly burst into heavy sobs. What on earth happened down there? That was when the compartment door slid open. Hannah took stock of the situation inside, and rushed to Susan's side. Hasn't she gone through enough already? I think you should leave, Greengrass. Daphne nodded, and released Susan's hand. I'm sorry, Susan, I really am. She stood up and began the walk back to her and Tracy's compartment. The Hogwarts Express hurtled down the tracks, speeding towards London at the same time that Norman Peters and Diane Malone boarded the tube to head to King's Crossing, excited to pick up Harry for his first break from his new school. December 21, 1991. You're looking well, Mr. Potter. How do you feel? His glasses were placed in his hand, as he groggily sat up in bed and put them on. I remember you. Healer Gertrude Fulbright smiled and sat on the edge of the bed. It's nice to see you again, Mr. Potter. What happened? It felt like my body was falling apart. In a figurative sense, it was. You had passed the point of magical exhaustion, but your continued spellcasting meant that your tissue was being sapped of energy in order to fuel your spells. When you arrived here, several of your major organs had already shut down. She put down the clipboard she held and looked seriously at him. Normally, wizards and witches lose consciousness once magical exhaustion set in, but for whatever reason you stayed on your feet. I hope, in the future, Mr. Potter, that you will listen when your body tries to tell you to stop. I feel a lot better now. That's wonderful news. Just to be sure, Healer Fulbright produced her wand and cast several diagnostic charms. We placed you in magical stasis while we repaired the damage to your organs and your body. Your magic should be fully replenished by now. What's magical stasis? The Muggles would call it an induced coma. You've been here, in the magical maladies ward, for 5 days, Mr. Potter. 5 days. But, I missed the end of term. And the express. I'm certain your professors are willing to excuse your absence. And don't worry about your family, you'll be home soon enough. So I can leave. Harry was terrified of what Norm and Diane might do after he didn't show at the train station. Not just yet. Healer Fulbright stood up. Now that you're up and about, we'll need to run some tests to ensure that everything is functioning as it should be. Another healer will be by this afternoon to initiate those. In the meantime, sit tight. She offered him one last smile, and turned to exit the room. Wait. Excuse me, is it possible for me to mail a letter? Pausing at the door, the healer nodded. Lenny, a house elf, popped into the room. Please provide Mr. Potter with a quill and parchment, and directions to the mail service desk. Good day, Mr. Potter. Lenny provided the requisite materials, and Harry scrawled a quick note to Diane, apologizing profusely for missing the train, and explaining that he would arrive tomorrow. He sealed the letter, and hesitantly swung his legs off the bed. Other than some lingering stiffness from being immobile, he felt strong enough to walk and mail the letter himself. After locating the mail service desk and paying the fee to mail his letter, Harry wandered through the magical maladies ward. Just like after the troll, he replayed the events of the last night he could remember. He wondered if Neville was all right. There was a small cantina solely for patients in this wing of the hospital, with large enchanted windows showing a grassy meadow with a variety of flowers. Harry wasn't in the mood to eat, but some sunshine, especially after several months of winter in northern Scotland, was very appealing. He had been seated for a few minutes when the only other patient in the cantina pushed her wheelchair towards him. Hi, you must be new here. She was younger than him, perhaps 8 or 9 years old, with wavy jet black hair and brown eyes. She was pale, and far too thin, but her bright, innocent smile masked some of her poor health. I am, but they tell me I'll be leaving tomorrow. Have you been here long? Longer than usual, but I come here pretty often for treatment. He tried to be delicate, but couldn't think of any other way to ask. Treatment for what? I have a hereditary blood disease. I have to come here and undergo purification rituals. Does it hurt? Her smile dimmed. Yay, it does. I had a seizure before Halloween, and the healers said the ritual effects weren't lasting as long as they used to. So I have to stay here while they try to figure out my next course of treatments. She looked out into the artificial field. This reminds me of my family's estate. My mum has a garden full of flowers. My sister and I used to have picnics before she left for school. That sounds nice. Her smile regained some of its life. So why are you here? Harry ran a hand through his hair. I used too much magic, and it damaged my insides. That sounds like it would really hurt. He grinned. Yay, it did. What's your name? I'm Astoria Greengrass. She offered him a small hand, palm facing down. Harry looked closely at her face. There was some resemblance, but not enough that he'd have guessed her relation on his own. Is your sister Daphne Greengrass? He awkwardly tried to shake her hand, and she giggled. You must not be a pureblood. Yes, Daphne is my big sister. Do you go to Hogwarts with her? Yes, but I'm in Ravenclaw. My name is Harry Potter. Astoria's mouth formed a small, oh. No way. Really? I read about your adventures all the time. What did you do with the griffin that you tamed in the incident of the horrible hag? Oh, can I have an autograph? Daphne never told me that she knew you. Oh, she is so going to get it when I see her. Slightly taken aback by her exuberance, Harry wasn't sure how to respond. This wasn't much of a problem, as Astoria filled the silence. You don't look like I thought you would. Where's your scar? Your eyes are a lot more green than I imagined. Is it boring at Hogwarts? It must be, compared to all the things you were doing before you went. Do they have you taking special classes? I bet all the other kids are so jealous of your magic. Astoria. You can call me Tori, Harry. The vivid blush adorning her face replaced her wan complexion. Is it okay if I call you that? Absolutely. I think if you called me Mr. Potter it would make me feel as old as Dumbledore. The two laughed together. I'm not all the special, Tori. I think you're a lot more special than I am. Nah, why not? I think you're really brave. I bet your mum and dad are really proud of you. And Daphne, too. I don't have any adventures, though. I just spend all my time in this chair. Adventures aren't what make you brave. It's about taking care of the people you care about, no matter how much it might hurt. You've been doing these rituals for how long? And you can still smile and be nice to someone you just met. I think that makes you brave. Thanks, Harry. As if in an unspoken agreement, they turned back to the window to admire the view. Harry. Yes. Can I have an autograph? He laughed. I don't really have a quill or parchment, Tori. Right. Sorry. Her face fell. Hold on now. Don't go feeling bad just yet. He held out his hand, then hesitated. The healer said my magic should be back to normal, he rationalized. Astoria watched with bated breath as his eyes took on a subtle glow, and a pile of soft, downy cotton appeared on the floor before them. Holding his hand steady, the light in his eyes intensifying, the cotton began to take shape until it formed an eagle plush toy. Here, will you take this instead of an autograph? Astoria carefully reached out to take the stuffed animal, cradling it gently as though it might disappear if she held it too tightly. You didn't use a wand. She stated very matter-of-factly. No, I don't have one. Wow, Tori, why aren't you in your room? Mum and Dad are upset that. Astoria and Harry turned to see Daphne Greengrass, holding a vase of flowers under one arm, dressed in finely tailored acromantula silk robes. Harry. Daphne. Look what Harry made me. Daphne eyed the eagle toy, turning her calculating gaze on Harry after. I think your sister is more partial to snakes, Tori. The two patients chuckled together, as though they were old friends rather than new acquaintances. How are you feeling today, Tori? I wanted to come yesterday, but Mum and Dad wanted to ask me how my first term at Hogwarts went. She didn't mention that several of the questions involved the boy seated next to her sister. Okay. You didn't tell me you were friends with Harry Potter. Friends. Daphne looked amused. Well, I was afraid if I had that you might blow up street. Mungo's out of jealousy. Daphne. Tori whined. Harry felt out of place observing the sibling dynamic. There was nothing gentle about Dudley's teasing when they were younger, after all. Tori, it was really nice to meet you. Daphne reached out and grabbed his wrist. You don't have to go. If Astoria's been around you this long without managing to lose her head, I'm sure she. Daphne trailed off, as Harry went rigid at the phrase, lose her head, memories flashing in front of his eyes as viscerally as though he were experiencing them in real time. Neville lying motionless in a pool of his own blood. Susan's tear-streaked face, illuminated by green light. A tearing feeling inside of him as he desperately summoned defenses. Quirrell's face, pouring blood, empty eye socket leaking a milky liquid. Raw fury propelling the stone spike through his professor's throat, his severed head soaring through the air. Daphne, what's happening? Astoria was panicking, clenching the arms of her wheelchair in a white-knuckled grip. Harry was violently trembling, until suddenly he collapsed to the floor. We need a healer in here. Daphne screamed, dropping the vase of flowers and kneeling next to him. The hospital worker manning the cantina waved his wand, and a klaxon sounded throughout the room before he rushed over and gently shoved Daphne away from Harry, his wand in motion casting diagnostic charms. Seconds later, multiple healers ran into the room, levitating Harry away, leaving Daphne and Astoria alone with the shattered vase and scattered flowers surrounding them. December 21, 1991. Amelia Bones watched her normally vivacious niece sit quietly, staring vacantly into the fireplace. They'd just returned from the Macmillans' winter solstice gathering, and she tried to recall a single instance of Susan speaking during their attendance there. From the moment they'd arrived, Hannah had glued herself to Susan's side, finding them empty seats and remaining there for the entire event. Her heart broke contrasting this current situation with the previous years, where Susan had pestered Amelia incessantly for clues about what gifts her aunt had purchased for the Yuletide celebration. Susan had relayed the events in the third-floor corridor to her in a stilted tone, even providing a memory for Amelia to observe in her solicitor's pensieve. While she'd dispatched Scrimgeour to Hogwarts to interview Dumbledore, she felt powerless in what further action she could take. Unlike Susan, Amelia recognized the otherworldly voice that spoke to Quirrell and the Potter boy. Bringing in ministerial authority to Hogwarts via an edict from Fudge would be the same as sending Lucius Malfoy an owl that his master still clung to this plane of existence. And just how did you know who managed such a thing? Amelia didn't rise to be the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement by chance. She'd fought in the war against the Death Eaters, and been on the team that subdued the Lestranges and tossed them into Azkaban. But this deep worry that gnawed at her insides made her hesitate for the first time in years. She pushed those thoughts aside. Susan needs me. Family first, she reminded herself. She took a seat next to her niece, carefully placing an arm around the girl. Susie, would you like to get changed out of your dress? Susan's gaze snapped away from the fireplace and met those of her aunt. Dark purple smudges underlined her light blue eyes, and her normally vibrant dark red hair hung limply around her face. Were he not already dead, Amelia would have taken great enjoyment in murdering Quirrell slowly for what he'd forced her niece to endure. Has there been any news about Neville? I didn't see his gran at the celebration. Augusta sent me an owl this morning. Neville is conscious, but still on bed rest. Susan nodded, and some of the worry that lined her face smoothed out. Auntie, I want to see Harry. A calming draft poured down his throat. Harry had recovered from his episode in the cantina. He sat, pillows propped up behind him, staring at his hands in his bed inside the magical maladies wing of St. Mungo's when later that evening, Albus Dumbledore stepped into his room. Harry, I'm glad to see you're awake. You wouldn't remember, but I've come by several times since your admittance to check on you. Harry didn't respond, or even look up. Dumbledore continued, I'm sure you'll be pleased to know that Mr. Longbottom is on track to make a full recovery, and woke this morning at his family estate. Miss Bones, of course, escaped the entire incident without injury, thanks largely to your inspired intervention. The silence stretched for several more moments. Sir, how would you defend against a spell called Confringo? Pleased to get some response, despite its unusual nature, Dumbledore easily replied, a strong enough shield charm, depending on the strength of who was casting the blasting curse, could absorb the spell. Curses that cause explosions are notoriously tricky to parry or dodge, so that would be the safest response. Not conjuration. Certainly a large enough barrier would defend against the spell. Sandstone, or marble perhaps. Those are commonly used for protection in duels, yes. When Harry gave no indication he would reply, Dumbledore filled the silence. I must assume that, based on the memories that Miss Bones provided and the injuries that Mr. Longbottom received, you are asking because of what happened with Quirinus. You need not blame yourself, Harry, your actions were remarkably well reasoned given your level of education. Harry nodded glumly, but did not otherwise reply. Now, I have been told that you suffered some distress today. Could you tell me about what upset you so? I want to go home. Harry, the healers here are concerned for you. It really would be beneficial were you to telephone. I want to go home. Dumbledore sighed, and argued with himself on how much he should tell Harry about what he'd learned of Quirrell's actions this term. He looked at the boy, who seemed so small and afraid, seated in a hospital bed, and realized there was no debate needed. Harry wouldn't benefit from learning that Voldemort was seeking a return to corporeality. Very well. Healer Fulbright assured me that you would be discharged in the morning. Shall I provide you a portkey to number 4, Privet Drive? I owled my family and asked them pick me up tomorrow at King's Crossing, sir. I'm afraid if I don't show up there, they'll be even more cross with me than they already are. Recognizing that whatever peace Harry had found at the Dursleys' home may be tenuous, Dumbledore easily agreed. He held out a chocolate frog for Harry, and motioned him to eat the candy, before taking the wrapper and making a portkey for platform 9 3/4. Keep hold of this, Harry. It will take you to 9 3/4 at King's Crossing at precisely 9 a.m. tomorrow. I trust you will have no problem locating your relatives from there. Harry nodded, his head dropping to resume his stare at his hands once more. I've had the Hogwarts elves bring your trunk here, so you might change your clothes before you leave in the morning. Should you require anything, Harry, do let me know. A friendly pat on the shoulder, and Dumbledore exited his room. December 22, 1991. This isn't fair. How can you do this to her? Daphne. She isn't well, it would draw undue attention. We can't sacrifice our family interest over sentimentality. But why do we have to attend for the full day? Can't we arrive late? Lucius' contacts with overseas suppliers are the only thing keeping our business afloat right now. They've invested thousands of galleons into tomorrow's festival to make it the social event of the season. It would be improper to not be there for the entire event. Daphne's eyes welled up with tears of anger and frustration. Then let me go to St. Mungo's by myself. I won't leave her alone for Yuletide Zoo. Her mother's hand shot out and made contact with Daphne's cheek, her slap leaving the girl's ears ringing. You will not question your father's decisions. You are the heiress Greengrass, not the lady of this house. You will obey. Daphne hung her head, and said softly, please, she's your daughter. Lucas Greengrass' face softened, showing regret for the first time. I know you are only thinking of your sister's feelings, but don't forget that without the family business, Astoria would have perished long ago. We have been spending every bit of non-essential income on her treatments for years, Daphne. This time, she must make a sacrifice for us, by spending the Yuletide holiday alone. Through clenched teeth, not wanting to show any weakness in front of her parents, Daphne asked, may I be excused to my room? One more thing, Daphne, her mother said icily. Before you think about taking this tone with us again, understand that it is only because of your father's concern for you that it is the Parkinson girl, and not you that bears the title of the future Mrs. Malfoy. Daphne's nails dug into the palms of her hands, but nodded stiffly and left the room, her chin held high. At the same time that Amelia Bones led her niece to the information desk at St. Mungo's, Harry grabbed onto his trunk handle and held the chocolate frog wrapper in a tight grip, feeling the jerk on his navel as the portkey activated. He landed without incident at the empty and silent platform, quickly making his way to the hidden exit to the Muggle's side. Emerging, he almost immediately spotted Norm and Diane, who looked as relieved to see him as he was to see them. Harry. Oh, thank God. Diane rushed to him and swept him up in a strong hug, only releasing him for Norm to do the same. Are you all right? You have no idea how terrified we were when you didn't show and we didn't hear anything. You can't imagine how relieved we were to see Hedwig fly in the window. Tell us what happened, what this illness was that required you to be put in a medically induced coma. Seeing Norm and Diane, and having someone hug him and tell him they were worried was like a bandage on an open wound he hadn't realized he had. Harry hugged them back as hard as he could. I'm sorry I made you worry. Can I tell you about it once we get to your place? Hard to go into details here, he said, looking meaningfully at the many Muggles inside the crowded station. Right, let's get moving then. I guess Diane and I can tell you our news instead, while we ride home. They boarded the subway, and during the ride Norm showed Harry the documents, signed by Vernon and Petunia, that Sam's lawyer friend had drawn up. He'd barely begun to explain what the transfer of guardianship was before Harry had shouted his agreement to the idea. Now, there has to be a judge involved, where we'll need to show that your best interest is served by living with us, so this won't be official until the summer. That's fine. This is really brilliant, Norm. Thank you so much. He tried so hard to keep it together. They actually want to be my family. He'd thought of them as such for a while, but it had never been explicitly said out loud by either side. Oh, honey, it's okay. Diane put an arm around him as Harry buried his face in her shoulder, not wanting everyone on the train to see his tears. He practically floated along as they transferred trains and left the tube station to begin their short walk back to back to their flat. Okay, kiddo, we're home now, the statute of secrecy is assured. Now what happened? Harry sat in the dining room table, wanting to bask in the feeling of belonging for just a little longer, but knowing that they were expecting an answer. I was in the hospital because I had magical exhaustion. It was because I cast so many spells in a short period of time that my body stopped functioning right. It took them some time to heal me, which I guess is why I had to be put in a coma. Okay. So why were you casting so many spells that you had to be hospitalized? It doesn't sound like this is a very common occurrence. Harry was pensive, nervously drumming his fingers against the tabletop. Remember how I wrote to you that I was having special lessons? The two nodded. Well, my professors were drilling me on how to conjure defenses against spells for several hours. Why would they do that? Why have you learned self-defense? There was a story about me in the newspaper, about what happened to me the day before I met Sam. My professors thought it would be a good idea for me to learn how to avoid something like that happening again. Do you have a copy of this newspaper article? Harry thought about the way that the prophet had talked about him living with muggles, and shook his head. No. There's some students that I have been studying with from other houses, and, he paused, trying to decide what he should say. Maybe they'll think I'm more trouble than it's worth. Norm said it's not permanent until the summer. What if they change their mind? Yes, Harry, some students you study with. Diane asked, gently probing the boy to continue. Right. There's these students, and I really should have told them to owl you in case of an emergency. I wasn't thinking ahead, I'm really sorry. We're just glad you're okay, Harry, Norm said. You're sure they cured this problem at your hospital? We can make an appointment with a doctor while you're here if you're in any pain. No, I'm fine, really. A flutter at the kitchen window drew his attention. Bet that's Hedwig. I'll be right back. He darted out of the room, while Norm and Diane shared a heavy look. The snowy white owl perched on his shoulder, Harry returned to his seat. Is Sam going to come over today? I'd like to talk to him about what I've been learning in school. We let him know you'd be arriving today when we received your owl. Let me ring him and see if he's free for dinner. Norm got up and went to retrieve the phone. Harry, Diane said slowly, you know if something is bothering you, Norm and I would want you to tell us, right? He forced his best smile. I know. I'm really glad to be home. Lucius, a pleasure to see you. What a wonderful coincidence to meet you here. I had hoped we might speak in your office, Chief Warlock. How fortuitous, then, that you encountered me outside my own office. Please, come in. Dumbledore pressed his wand to the door handle, his magic signature unlocking the door with a click. Lucius sat down in the chair opposite his desk, and Dumbledore summoned a ministry elf to bring tea. It's been a rather contentious few days in the Wizengamot. While it makes for a riveting spectacle to the masses, as a prominent businessman I would prefer to see our governing body return to a semblance of normalcy. Dumbledore peered at Malfoy over his spectacles. I assume you are offering to pressure your associates to discontinue their push to publicize Harry Potter's home life. I could ask them, but of course you understand, that as I am not a seated member of the Wizengamot, I cannot make demands of your peers. Surely you know I have no seat to offer you, nor will there be a vote on any new lordships for the next 2 years. Malfoy sipped his tea with relish. How lovely that the fudge had instructed the ministry elves on how he took his tea. No, Chief Warlock, I am more than willing to wait to ascend to the Wizengamot on my own merit. The two sat with the appearance of amiability, when in fact Dumbledore waited for the hammer to drop, while Malfoy relished holding all the cards. There is this matter of the Muggle Protection Act, which Arthur Weasley is preparing to bring to the Wizengamot. Dumbledore sighed. Yes, it is an excellent bill that will do much to guard the statute of secrecy and prevent the abuse of Muggles. It is an affront to those of us in society that value our history. Are we to discard countless heirlooms, sacrifice untold amounts of magic just because the Ministry arbitrarily decides they are no longer permitted? Are proper wizarding families not even able to keep to the old ways in their own home? Malfoy. Dumbledore, too, was ready for the trying days in the Wizengamot to end. You want to ensure the bill is not presented. And you want to ensure your little pet can continue to enjoy being abused by those disgusting muggles you stuck him with. Dumbledore's eyes widened. The leak. I would know nothing about that, given that it is a state secret. For the record, I couldn't care less about what goes on in Surrey. This son of a bi.ch. How did he know? Do we have an accord? We do. Look who it is. Sam gave Harry's back a few pats as the boy ran to give him a hug. You seem to be feeling better from whatever ailed you. Could we go outside? Sam noticed Diane lingering by the kitchen door. Well, it's all right, Sam. Harry, dinner will be ready in 30 minutes, be back by then. The two hopped in the elevator and left the building, Harry in a noticeable hurry. Whoa, kid, where's the fire? I have to talk to you. About what happened at the end of term. About your illness. No. Kind of. Just listen. Harry began to recite the events of the week before. Sam's face slowly transformed from relaxed to ashen. As the story finished up, Harry squatted against a tree, arms around his knees. Harry, you're sure you're okay? He really can't catch a break. I don't want to go back. It was so quiet, Sam almost didn't hear him. To Hogwarts. Harry, I don't think you have much of a choice. Why? Can't I just be normal? No, you never will be. Sam was nothing if not clever, and thinking on his feet had always come easily to him. Think about it. Harry, you've been back in the magical world for, what, 6 months, and you're already front page news. Not to mention you're the reason your parliament convened an emergency session. Sam, I don't know if I can get over this. Harry was trying to stay calm. He wiped his eyes and sniffed loudly. I don't want to think about this anymore. You will get over it, though. He crouched down next to the boy. Harry, I know you don't want to quit Hogwarts. Yes. His voice was thick, so he cleared his throat. I really do. No, you don't. If you did, you wouldn't be out here talking to me. You would have told Diane the day they picked you up, and that would be that. That's how I know you really want to stay, even if you haven't realized it yet. The look that Harry gave him raised the memory of the intramural field, 2 years ago when Harry had blasted him. Sam gave a sad smile. No one your age should ever go through something like this. But the only alternative you had was to die down there. You made the right choice. Stuff the rest in a box and pack it away. Now we've still got 5 minutes. Let me see these walls of yours. Harry grudgingly stood. What kind of material? Granite. Harry's eyes blazed, and a thick wall rose out of the ground. It was just like old times. The routine was comforting. The next day, Sam unexpectedly arrived just before lunch. The zoo. Harry didn't tell us. What? You're holding out on them, pal. Sam looked over Diane's shoulder to Harry, who was standing in the hallway leading to his room. Remember when I promised you we'd go out today, just us? When Diane turned to verify with Harry, Sam gave him a meaningful look. Right. I just forgot, sorry. I guess I'm still getting adjusted. Very well. Dress warm, it's freezing out there. Let me go get you some gloves, we got you a new pair. A short time later, the two were strolling together through the London Zoo. Here, take a look at this. Sam reached into his coat and removed a folded set of papers. Freezing charm, gouging curse, bludgeoning hex, what is all this? There were several pages of spells, including incantations, effects, and wand movements. This is what I've been doing with the light reading we picked up in August. Your professors may not have gone about it in the best way, but the truth is they're right. You've already had 3 people try to kill you and you're not even 12 years old. You don't have time for a learning curve. Sam, you said in your last letter that they say you've got a gift for transfiguration. I've seen firsthand your abilities at conjuration. Check the 6th page. Last night I brainstormed a few ideas in that area. I don't want to hurt people, Sam. Come on, my hands are going numb, let's go in there. The two walked into the reptile house, luxuriating in the muggy warmth of the building. Why would you hurt people? I'm talking about you being able to keep yourself safe. I think I just need a little time. I don't want to think about this right now. Sam looked at Harry, trying to gauge how much more he could push. Then stick it in your trunk and forget about it until you're back in school. Harry looked like was going to grumble, then cocked his head and stopped. Harry, what? Shish. He was obviously listening for, or to something, so Sam strained his own ears. You don't hear that. Nothing unusual. What's up? The snake. He gestured to the king cobra in the glass-enclosed habitat in front of them. She doesn't like the food they've been giving her. What? You've been reading about snake behavior or something? No, I can understand her. Sam startled. You're serious? The snake is talking to you. Not to me, just talking and I'm listening. Harry leaned closer to the plexiglass, looking for all the world like a normal boy excited to be at the zoo. Maybe you should try to talk back. December 25, 1991. It was dark in the hospital room. She stared at the presence seated on the chair next to her bed, still wrapped in neat, elegant paper. Astoria squeezed the eagle plush toy tighter to her chest, taking a shuddering breath. At that moment, though, the magic that Harry used to conjure the material, 4 days prior, finally dissipated, and the toy faded away into nothing. With a skeleton crew staffing the hospital due to the various Yuletide events, no one saw her weak, undersized frame dissolve into racking sobs. The 3 people are Voldemort, Yaxley, and Quirrell. January 3, 1992. It had been the best Christmas of his life, or it should have been. The guilt over hiding the events of the last term from Norm and Diane gnawed at him the whole holiday, but Sam had been insistent that they not be told. Now see here, young man, Norm began in a light-hearted tone, I expect frequent progress reports about your classes this term. I'll make sure Hedwig gets plenty of exercise, don't worry. Harry said with a cheeky grin. All right, you two, enough. Harry, please be careful, and don't push yourself too hard. I've heard enough from Sam about how you Ravens are. Ravenclaw, Diane. But our mascot is an eagle. She rolled her eyes. I shouldn't expect magic to make any sense, should I? Do you have everything? Harry nodded. Even your new cloak? Yes, Diane. He rolled his eyes good-naturedly. Come here, one more hug. Harry willingly agreed to that and wished them both a fond farewell, before running into the barrier and emerging on the other side. Wheeling his trunk behind him, he easily navigating through the crowds, making his way towards the train. Mr. Potter. He paused, looking over his shoulder at a middle-aged woman wearing a monocle, auburn hair graying at the temple, clad in crimson robes. Yes. Can I help you? My name is Amelia Bones. I was wondering if you could perhaps spare a moment for a word with me. Harry hesitated, but looking around at the crowded platform seemed to assure him of his safety. He nodded, but quickly raised one hand towards her as she removed her wand from a holster in her sleeve. Easy there, Mr. Potter. I was simply going to cast some privacy charms, to avoid being overheard. Privacy charms. Think of it like a ward cast by a spell rather than through runes, preventing anyone outside the range of the spell from hearing what we say. Ward. Let's not get too derailed. I am the head of the Ministry for Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement. My niece, Susan, told me what happened last month at Hogwarts. Harry went very still. Are you going to arrest me? Amelia chuckled. Merlin. No, I'd be out of a job before I could even put restraints on you. If anything, I'm in your debt for your actions to protect Susan. No, I wanted to ask you what you know of Professor Quirrell's motivations for trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Is that what he was after? I never knew. I only went down there because Hermione, a girl in our study group, Hermione Granger, said that Susan and Neville were in trouble. Her appraisal of Harry jumped up a few notches at that last part. And the headmaster, did he tell you anything following your recovery? No. We talked a little bit about the spells Quirrell used, and he made me a portkey back to Muggle London, but nothing about what happened. I see. Amelia was visibly frustrated. Very well. Thank you for speaking with me. Sorry I couldn't be more help. Harry grabbed the handle to his trunk and turned away, pausing only for a moment when Amelia spoke again. I know Susan would appreciate a visit from you. Perhaps you could spend some time with her during the ride to Hogsmeade. Harry bobbed his head in acknowledgement, and boarded the train. He slowly walked down the train corridor, considering whether to find an empty compartment or locate Susan, when a door opened and Daphne Greengrass stepped out. Hi Harry. Despite his best efforts, he felt his face heat up. Hi Daphne. Were you waiting for me? Yes, I wanted to talk to you, and make a small request. Okay. Want to step inside your compartment? She glanced at the door, and shook her head. No, Tracy and Blaze are inside. He suffered a loss in his family over break. I don't think he's in the mood for company. I see. Well, want to look for an empty compartment with me? Sure. The two walked side by side in the narrow corridor, occasionally making way for passing students. Are you doing all right? I mean, after what happened at St. Mungo's. I'm fine. Here, this one's unoccupied. They stepped inside, and Daphne waited until he'd lifted his trunk into the storage rack before taking a seat. So, how was your break? It was fine. Yours? Good. So you wanted to ask me for something? It's about Astoria. You made quite an impression on her. She's had a rather rough go of things the last few weeks, and a letter from you would really brighten her day. Of course, that's no problem at all. I should have thought of it on my own, in fact. Your sister is very sweet. Daphne nodded, with a fond smile on her face at his compliment to Astoria. Have the healers identified a new course of treatment for her? They are doing preliminary testing this week. If all goes well, she'll be able to return home after that. For some reason, that didn't seem to provide much comfort to Daphne. I'll send her a letter first thing tomorrow, then. Thank you, Harry. Daphne gave him a grateful smile, and made to stand up. Wait. Harry scrambled for something to talk about. His recent conversation with Amelia Bones came to mind. Do you know anything about wards? Daphne raised an eyebrow at the abrupt change of topic. Wards. Nothing more than the absolute basics. Is this about your Muggle relatives? What do they have to do with it? Oh, nothing. I thought that you might have been thinking about what we talked about last term, after the Prophet ran that article about you. Harry searched his memory, recalling her observations about his attacker's knowledge of his routines and habits in the Muggle world. What does that have to do with anything? I thought you knew. Warding refers to magical protections that wizards erect around their homes. It's basically the only way you can be sure that a wizard can't sneak in without your knowledge. No wizarding family would ever feel safe in a home without them. Beyond that, I don't know any specifics. It's a difficult field of magic. Few people are able to properly set up wards themselves. Oh, if there's nothing else. He didn't have any other excuses to stop her from leaving, and a moment later he was alone in the compartment. Making a mental note to ask Sam to see what he could learn about warding, he set out in search of Susan Bones' compartment. It took far longer than he expected, but he found her and Hannah in a compartment at the opposite end of the train. Spotting them through the compartment window, he'd barely got the door open before Susan flew into his arms. Harry. For once, it was Harry and not Susan who blushed profusely. You're all right. Auntie took me to see you at St. Mungo's, but you'd already been released. What happened to you? You came to see me. I checked out the day after I woke up. My family, even more than a week later, he still smiled when he said that, was really worried. He released her and stepped back, giving her a once-over. Are you okay? You weren't hurt, were you? No, I'm fine. I was just worried about you and Neville. My aunt said he'll be back in school in a week or so. His grandmother just wants to wait until all of the cruciatus effects are gone. She tugged on his arm until he took a seat next to her. Harry, after everything that happened, you're really okay. What was it Sam had said? Stuff it in a box and pack it away. Yay. I'm all right. What were you guys doing down there in the first place? Hannah and Susan exchanged a surprised glance. You mean, you didn't know? He shook his head. Hermione said you were in trouble, and there were no professors available. I didn't want you to get hurt. And so Harry learned the full story of the Philosopher's Stone. January 19, 1992. 2 weeks into the term, Harry waited in front of the gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office. He'd tried to continue his lessons with Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, but they'd informed him that Dumbledore had cancelled their sessions, permanently. Getting directions from a prefect on the location of his office, Harry stood trying to figure out how to knock on a statue. Harry, is there something I can help you with? Dumbledore approached from the hallway leading to a moving staircase. Yes, sir. I wanted to speak with you about my special lessons. I thought you might. Come, let's speak in a more comfortable setting. Gumdrops. The gargoyle slid to the side, revealing a narrow staircase leading to a closed door. Harry followed Dumbledore up the stairs, taking a seat at the headmaster's invitation. The office looked much the same as the last time he'd been here, down to Fawkes staring at him with a cocked head. Dumbledore took a seat behind his large oak desk, and steepled his fingers as he leaned forward on his elbows. I presume that you are here to take me to task for cancelling your private lessons in Transfiguration and Charms. Before Harry could confirm, the headmaster continued. I am not going to change my mind, Harry. I don't believe that pushing a first year to magical exhaustion counts as an appropriate part of the curriculum. They were just trying to teach me how to defend myself. I don't deny that the skills you learned in those lessons aided you against Professor Quirrell, but you should never have been down there in the first place. Professor Snape told me that it was Miss Granger who alerted him of the situation. I presume she was also the one who told you of the danger that Miss Bones and Neville were in. Harry confirmed this was true. And did Miss Granger come looking for you, specifically? No, she was looking for Professor McGonagall. Indeed, seeking help from the deputy headmistress in a moment of grave peril is exactly the sort of good thinking I've come to expect from her. However, it was you, alone, who sought to aid your classmates, despite two professors being only a few feet away. Why was that? They weren't feeling well. After my training, I mean. Yes, I don't imagine they were. Nevertheless, the situation should not have happened as it did, and the reason for that largely stemmed from their decisions on the best method of instructing you. I'm afraid that my decision will stand. Sir, so I'm just not going to learn magic. Eyes twinkling, Dumbledore shook his head. I didn't say that, Harry. No, your lessons will continue, but with me instead. March 30, 1992. Things had been going well. His lessons with Dumbledore, though less exciting and slower than the ones he had last term, still were an interesting combination of theoretical and practical. Sometimes they'd sit and discuss magic for hours, neither casting a spell. Other times, Dumbledore would perform incredible acts of transfiguration and ask Harry to attempt to duplicate them. Neville had returned to Hogwarts, and waved off Harry's apologies. Despite Harry's ignorance nearly being fatal for the Gryffindor, Neville nonetheless expressed his gratitude for the rescue. Their study group continued to meet weekly. While he had a lively correspondence with Astoria, his encounters with Daphne remained limited to greetings in the corridor, or occasional covert glances in the Great Hall. His feelings for her were confusing, exciting, and nerve-wracking all at once. The uproar in the Prophet had quieted to a cool simmer, with occasional op-eds from citizens demanding he be removed to a proper wizarding home. The Wizengamot, however, did not raise the issue again, and the newspaper eventually turned its attention to the mysterious death of a well-known socialite and a proposed tax on racing brooms. Norman Diane, in a reply to one of his letters, informed him that the court date for his custody hearing had been set for 2 days after he'd returned from Hogwarts, and that they were planning on a trip to America over the summer. They'd mix Muggle and magical destinations, including the magical communities in Salem and New York City, as well as more mundane favorites like the Grand Canyon and Washington, D.C. Sam continued to send him more of his research on magic, but he'd worked his way through all of the books they'd purchased in Diagon Alley. He also sent Harry a number of geology and chemistry books on the makeup of various organic and inorganic substances. Presently, He was waiting outside the great hall following dinner. He greeted his assorted housemates as they left for the tower or the library, finally spotting Daphne as she left, accompanied by Davis and Zabini. Daphne. Hi. Tracy rolled her eyes, tugging on Blaze's arm. We'll see you in the common room, Daph. Were you waiting for me? He rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Yay, I was. I remember you once offered to help me with some of the more complicated aspects of my heritage. Is that offer still on the table? Did Longbottom turn you down? No, I haven't asked him. At least he wasn't the only one blushing after he admitted that. I see. Look, Harry, I would absolutely be willing, especially after the way you've cheered up Astoria, but, she looked around at the students who were exiting the Great Hall in twos and threes. It's okay, I understand. No, you don't. Look, let's talk somewhere a little less public. This way. She led him through the hall until they came to an empty classroom, waiting until he was inside before closing the door. I don't know if you noticed, but I've spending a lot of time with Blaze lately. Harry had noticed, but didn't reply. Over Yule break, his mother died. The circumstances of her death were, well, unusual. What do you mean? Lady Zabini was a descendant of a prominent Italian pureblood family. She was rather notorious for marrying wealthy men, Muggle or magical, who suffered unfortunate ends. Harry's expression was nonplussed. What do you mean? You really should pay more attention to the prophet, Harry. The rumors say she killed them for their money. Now Harry understood, his eyes widening. Her latest husband was a wealthy Muggle from the Middle East. The Muggles say that they both died while overseeing a resource expedition. I don't understand the details of their explanation. But something else happened. It was a magical archaeological site, previously undiscovered. Madame Zabini died there, and so did the team of curse breakers that the Zabini family contracted from Gringotts. Blaze is taking it really hard. He knew his mother lived a risky lifestyle, but to not even have a body to bury. She sighed. He really needs his friends right now. I see. Pass on my sympathies, if you would. She nodded, and Harry opened the door to head back to Ravenclaw Tower, leaving them both disappointed. April 12, 1992. Big plans for Easter. Neville. Don't you mean Easter? Hermione asked before he could answer. Susan, Neville, and Hannah smiled. Time for another lesson for the Muggleborn. Easter is the Muggle holiday. Wizards observe Easter, a celebration of the goddess Ostera. It dates back to ancient times, a tradition that's still around even though the belief isn't. Really? What sort of differences are there? As Neville explained the traditions surrounding the holiday, Hannah started a conversation with Susan on the side. I thought Harry would have sat with us. I'm sure he'll stop by. If not, I'll find him after we get off the train. Do you think he'll come? I don't see why not. He never struck me as someone that was a believer in the Muggle religions. Your parents said it was all right to invite him. Of course. After he saved your life, I wouldn't be surprised if they dedicated the party to him. The Abbotts regarded Susan as a surrogate daughter, given how she was raised alongside Hannah. They'll be happy to have him attend. It's been nice getting to know him better this term, don't you think? Sure. He's not at all like I would expected. I agree. He's much more. Harry stepped off the express, fighting the feeling that he was forgetting something. Given how short the holiday break was, he'd left his trunk at Hogwarts like most other students. He smiled fondly at the reuniting families he passed along the platform, looking forward to crossing the barrier so he could see his own. He passed through to the Muggle side of King's Crossing, but didn't see Norm and Diane. Maybe their train was running late. As he moved towards a nearby bench to take a seat, someone came from 9 3/4 calling his name. Tori. Lo Daphne. Daphne waved a greeting from behind her sister, where she'd obviously been pushing Astoria's wheelchair. I can't imagine you two are hopping on the tube. The Greengrass sisters exchanged a confused look, silently asking each other what tube he was referring to, before shrugging it off. She wanted to say hello on the platform, but we couldn't catch up to you in time. How are your new treatments? I bet you're looking forward to picnics in your garden now that your sister's back. Daphne blushed a little, and pinched Tori's shoulder. Oh Daphne, it's not like it's any big secret. I'm all right, Harry. Thank you for your letters, and for my birthday present. Her sister's eyebrows raised. She hadn't been aware that Harry sent Astoria a gift. Is your family coming? Yes, they're probably just running a little. Hi Hannah. Hi Susan. The two girls had come out of the barrier in a hurry, stopping short as they took in the Greengrass sisters speaking with Harry. What brings you two here? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but we didn't see you on the express. Harry, we wanted to give you this. Hannah handed Harry an envelope bearing his name in stylized calligraphy. It's an invitation to my family's Easter egg gathering. They ask that you come join us at Abbott Estates as a welcome guest. Thank you. Harry took the envelope, which Hannah presented with both hands. What is this gathering? His confusion was clearly visible in his expression. Harry, Daphne interjected, she's speaking formally, as a daughter of House Abbott. She means you'll be provided hospitality befitting your social station. Thank you, Daphne. Hannah, can I mail you my reply? I need to check with my family before I can give you an answer. Of course. I assume you don't have flow access at your home. When Harry shook his head. No, she continued, then we'll need to mail you a portkey. I'll see you later, Harry. She nodded to Astoria, and gave Daphne a skeptical look before going back through the portal. Susan lingered behind for a moment. I hope you can come, Harry. It'll be a lot of fun to spend time together outside of school. Harry, you should come to our Easter celebration, instead. Astoria interrupted loudly. Our parents are hosting it this year. It's going to be great. I bet Father would even let you light the ritual pyre. She gave Susan a dirty look, but even her irritation came off as cute. Tori, you can't invite people like that without our parents' permission, Daphne hissed. She couldn't help but give Susan a brief glare of her own, however. I should get back. My aunt is waiting for me. Bye, Harry. Susan turned to head back to the magical side, but nearly crashed into a man and woman that came through at that moment. Oh, pardon me, Lord Greengrass, Lady Greengrass. Susan gave a brief curtsy, and they nodded to her as she ran through the barrier. Unlike both of her daughters, Lady Cecily Greengrass was owned, thin with a facial structure that might have appeared on the statue of a goddess. She shared Daphne's dark blue, nearly violet, eyes, and even the sneer she wore on her face could not detract from her beauty. Lord Lucas Greengrass was tall and stout, clearly the source of his daughter's black hair, with warm brown eyes and a square jaw. His face had a well-manicured mustache and goatee, and his hair was long and tied back in the typical pureblood style. Daphne, what were you thinking bringing your sister here? Who knows what she might pick up from these muggles? Cecily hissed, squeezing Daphne's upper arm in a tight grip. Darling, there is company present. I am Lord Greengrass, a pleasure to meet you, Mr. He deliberate trailed off, expecting the boy to introduce himself. Let go of her. To say Harry's tone was cool was like describing a glacier as a spot of ice. Can't you see you're hurting her? Who do you think you are? Mother, father, this is as Harry Potter, heir of House Potter. Mr. Potter, these are my parents, Lord Lucas Greengrass and Lady Cecily Greengrass. Lucas and Harry exchanged nods, but made no move to shake hands, nor did Harry bow. Forgive me, Mother, Astoria wished to speak with Mr. Potter. At this, Lucas's face broke into a wry grin, being very familiar with his youngest daughter's celebrity crush. I see. Please forgive my daughters for their intrusion, Mr. Potter. Astoria's requests are notorious in our family as being nearly impossible to refuse. Harry gave a short nod, but his gaze remained on Daphne for several moments. Finally, he crouched down in front of Astoria. Tori, it was really great to see you. How about in June? I'll find you to say hi when the express arrives. Her smile was 1,000 megawatt strength. I'll hold you to that, Harry. Have a good holiday. Cecily took the handles of her wheelchair and turned her back toward the barrier, leaving Daphne and her father. She held out her hand to Harry. I guess I'll see you after break, Mr. Potter. Rather than shake it, he turned her hand so her palm was face down and leaned over to key her knuckles. I expect we'll have a lot to talk about. Goodbye, Daphne. Lord Greengrass. He turned away, and as he did he spotted Norm exiting a train alongside Diane. We'll be having words about this when we get home, Daphne. She closed her eyes at her father's tone, but nodded her understanding, stepping back through the barrier. Lucas paused, with narrowed eyes, watching closely as Harry embraced a muggle couple. And you're absolutely sure you want to go? Yes, Diane. I'll be back tonight, and I'm sure they have an owl I can use if anything happens. She brushed some lint off the shoulder of his formal robes. You have to cut me some slack, Harry. Most parents meet their children's friends, not watch them teleport God knows where to a stranger's home. You don't need to worry, Harry can handle himself. Sam was over, going through some of the books he and Harry had picked up in Diagon Alley the day before. Looking sharp there, kid. Your girlfriend's going to be impressed. What's this about a girlfriend? Saaaamm. Diane chuckled. It was nice to see Harry acting his age again. He'd been so quiet and withdrawn over winter break. She's not my girlfriend. Just a girl who's a friend. Norm snapped a photo of Diane next to Harry with a Polaroid camera. That's often how it starts, Harry. You never know. His cheeks aflame, Harry wished his portkey would active early. You guys are the worst. Be sure to be on your best behavior, Harry. I will, Norm. And I expect a full report of what this whole Easter egg thing is all about. Sure, Sam, no problem. We'll see you tonight. Bye. The portkey activated, and with a sudden flash he was gone. Wow. Diane, never having seen magical transportation, was stunned. It's a right efficient way to travel, but damn uncomfortable. I almost lost my lunch when we took a portkey. Norm commented. Hey Norm, check this out. Norm sat down across from Sam, who slid the book he was reading over. What's this? He checked the book cover. Savagery and Sedition. A Magical History of the New World, 1620-1900 feet. Doing a little light reading before our trip. Yes, and it isn't great news. Seems that the American magicals are even less tolerant of our kind than they are over here. That's hard to believe, given the reception we got in Hogsmeade. Well, a combination of American militarism with the aftereffects of the Salem witch trials has made their magical community fearful, rather than derisive of non-magical people. Do you think it's safe for us to try and enter magical spaces? Honestly, no. Harry will be fine, but I think I should escort him without you too. There's something else. There's a school near Salem that I'd like to tour. We're not sending Harry to America for school, Sam. I know that, but here, check this out. He pulled out another book, and handed it Norm. Diane took a seat next to him and looked it over as well. That's on the history of Ilvermorny, the premier magical school in North America. I've marked the relevant passage. Wandless instruction. Remember what Harry said about his special lessons? That no student had attended Hogwarts without a wand in centuries. There might be something he can learn there. Sam, we can't pick up and move to the States. All I'm asking for is a day to try and arrange a tour. Do you really think they'll refuse the boy who lived? He's not some trophy you can parade around, Sam. Easy Diane. Norm didn't want to restart that argument. How much, realistically, do you think Harry could learn in a single day? Probably not much. But maybe something different, something new that will make his studies easier at Hogwarts. If nothing else, he'd have a chance to realize he's not the only wizard in the world that doesn't have a wand. He's already got enough on his shoulders, don't you think? Norm and Diane grudgingly admitted he had a point. Would you mind if we held onto these books? Sure. They're Harry's anyway. Daphne, I'd like to speak with you. Daphne followed her mother into the parlor, taking a seat and primly crossing her legs at the ankle. Cecily sat down on a jackalope skin wingback chair, her posture mirroring that of her daughter. What exactly is the nature of your relationship with Harry Potter? He is in my year. Occasionally we speak to each other in the halls. I share my classes with Gryffindor, so we don't interact often. Your father tells me that he seems familiar with you. Carefully schooling her expression, why had Harry done that? And in front of her father, Daphne replied, he is far closer to Astoria than he is to me. They met at St. Mungo's over winter break. And yet, it is you that I am speaking with, not your sister. Is he courting you? Mother. Her blush, this time, was uncontrollable. Of course not. were too young. Cecily peered closely at her eldest. I don't think I need to tell you that the boy who lived is not the type of match your father and I had in mind for your future. No, mother. Very well. Of course, we have no objection to your associating with whomever you wish, should the Potter boy continue to act fresh with you. However, I expect you to take appropriate action as expected by your status as heiress to this house. I understand. There's really nothing there. I'm not so sure about that, my dear. Was she honestly expecting me to gush and engage in girl talk with her? While Cecily certainly was the type to have extensive advice on landing an ideal man, the ship had long since sailed on any sort of maternal bond between the two. May I be excused? Astoria and I were going to prepare for the Easter celebration together. Very well. Wear your purple dress, it brings out your eyes. Hi, Harry. Hannah was dressed in a very fashionable dress, standing in a room that looked like a study, with a chaise lounge, roaring fireplace, a small bookshelf, and a coffee table with what looked like several wizarding periodicals. Welcome to Abbott Estate. Thanks. I appreciate you inviting me. Have you been waiting long? No, it's typical that the children greet and announce guests at events such as these. It helps instill cultural traditions into the next generation, or something like that. I was never much for acting proper. She gave Harry a wide grin. Come on, I'll introduce you to my folks. They left the room, then the Abbott home itself, emerging into what looked like an ongoing festival with games like one would find at a carnival, tables groaning under the weight of huge platters of mouthwatering food, and perhaps 50 or 60 people. The gathering seemed to be in full swing. Did I arrive late? No, Dad timed your portkey specifically so you'd be one of the last to arrive. Sorry for this, Harry. She took a deep breath, and in a loud, clear voice intoned, now arriving, Heir Harry Potter of House Potter. Despite the lack of a sonorous charm, a large number of people turned to stare. Harry groaned. Like I said, sorry, Harry. Hi, Harry. Susan came over, with her aunt trailing behind. I was so excited when Hannah told me you'd agreed to come. This is my Aunt Amelia. Nice to see you again, Madam Bones. Mr. Potter. Come on, I'm sure Lord Abbott wants to meet you. She grabbed his hand and led him over to where a large, strapping man stood with a mousy woman, and a young man, perhaps 18 years of age. Lord Edward Abbott, allow me to introduce Heir Harry Potter. Susan conveniently forgot to release Harry's hand. Harry, may I call you Harry? Allow me to introduce you to my lovely wife Delilah, and my son and heir, Alfred Abbott. Harry started to hold out his hand at the introductions, but Susan leaned over and quietly whispered, no handshakes, Beau. He quickly put his hands to his side and gave a short bow to Edward and Delilah, then accepted Alfred's outstretched hand. Harry, it's great to formally meet you. Given all the excitement you've had at school, I'm not surprised you don't recognize me. I'm the 7th-year prefect in Hufflepuff House. Oh, it's nice to meet you, too. Harry, Edward Said, I really must thank you for your timely rescue of Susan last term. She is as dear to my family as though she were my own blood. Should you ever need a favor of House Abbott, we will be waiting. He glanced at Susan, seeing a shadow descend over her face at the mention of what happened with Quirrell. This time it was he who reached for her hand, giving it a squeeze before letting go. I'm sure it was overstated, sir. I did what anyone would have. I doubt there's anyone that could do what you did, at your age, Harry. Edward clapped Harry on the shoulder, nearly knocking him over in the process. Lord Abbott had the body of an outdoorsman. Come along, I'd like to introduce you to some notable figures in our society. I'm sure Susan and Al will pardon your absence for a few minutes. What followed was an exercise in frustration for Harry. He shook hands with, bowed to, and was praised by at least 24 people over the next hour. People made business propositions, hinted at suitable female relatives, and even offered to take him into their homes as a ward. By the time Edward motioned Hannah to come over and escort him to the other youths, he was ready to yank his hair out by the fistful. Linking her arm in his, Hannah giggled at his expression. Looks like Dad really put you through the ringer. Be grateful. Al and I have been enduring those introductions our whole lives, though maybe not quite so many at once. How do you stand it? It's part of our duty to our family. Harry, It's not just the boy who lived legend that makes people interested. House Potter has been part of magical Britain's nobility since the time of ancient Rome. I bet a lot of the people that you just met have been business partners or political allies to the Potters for generations. It's important. I never knew. Suddenly, he felt regret at not paying more attention. Don't worry, they didn't expect you to recognize them. After that mess with the prophet, everyone knows you've been kept away from our world your whole life. They'd reached the other kids by now. Susan handed him a drink of punch, something fruity. We've got a few hours until the ritual of Austera, so you can relax for a bit. Harry, I saw you talking to my gran. You look like you really got put through your paces. So this is how you guys spent your childhood? Alfred answered, having a bit more experience than the others. There is something of a social calendar. Different families host different events depending on the year, usually when they need support for some political or commercial venture. We spent a fair amount of time when we were younger having etiquette lessons, and learning about the other noble families. Noble? Your dad kept mentioning that. Lord isn't just a title of respect in our society. Only families that have seats on the Wizengamot have peerage. Typically, each noble family also has a number of vassals or allied families that aren't noble. The noble family gains support and wealth from those families, but helps them by pushing for the needs and interests of their vassals. It seems kind of, well, old-fashioned. Thankfully, Alfred didn't take offense. Oh, it definitely is. Magical Britain has a pretty rigid class system. It causes a lot of conflict, but when all the power in society is concentrated at the top, change doesn't come very easily. Neville finished. I see. Harry, come sit with us. Susan called out. He ambled over and took the empty seat next to her, noticing for the first time that his housemate, Morag, was in attendance. Oh, I didn't see you. Morag, how are you? I'm doing well, Harry. It's a bit of a surprise to see you here. Susan cut in, noting, Morag comes to a lot of these. Her family is closely aligned with Hannah's. Oh, what does your family do, Morag? My father operates a hippogriff ranch that supplies Abbott Estates with potions, ingredients, and materials. Hannah's family has been good to us. You can assume that most of the students that aren't Muggleborn have similar backgrounds as her, Harry. Everyone is a part of cartels, or alliances, or commercial ventures. Magical Britain is pretty small. It's a bit overwhelming. She smiled sympathetically. Now you see why we start learning about it when we're kids. The rest of the afternoon was much better than its beginning. Harry, to his surprise, even enjoyed dancing, though Susan's toes might well disagree with that sentiment. After the drama of his entrance to the event, he was rather surprised that she was his only dance partner, but, better to only embarrass myself with a friend, than with a complete stranger, he reasoned. At the end of the night, Lord Abbot sacrificed a hare before the massive, unlit pyre. He drew various runes in the rabbit's blood surrounding the pyre, reverently placing the animal's corpse at the center of the pile. Alfred Abbot handed him a large stick, with fresh linen wrapped around one end, and dipped it into a nearby vat of oil. Lords and ladies, brothers and sisters, we've gathered to celebrate Easter in the style of ancestors, as wizards and witches have for millennia. Tonight, as we celebrate rebirth and resurrection, I propose we allow Harry Potter the honor of completing the ritual of Austera. His return to us, and his actions since, have been a blessing as though from the goddess herself. Harry, please come up here. Harry stepped forward, the silence of the gathering giving an air solemnity. He carefully avoided the blood runes, and accepted the unlit torch from Edward. Are you ready for me to light it for you, Harry? No, sir. Cupping one hand near the linen, Harry's eyes glinted and a blaze of bleached flame erupted from the linen. Several attendees visibly gasped at the sight of his wandless magic, but Harry focused on pressing the flame to multiple areas of the pyre, finally tossing the torch towards the center. He returned to Susan and Neville's side. Harry, watch closely, Susan whispered in his ear. Amazingly, the body of the rabbit began to vibrate, before bursting apart, leaving a half-dozen eggs, of all things, seated in the roaring pyre. Seconds turned into minutes, and the eggs cracked, releasing 6 doves that flew out of the fire unharmed, vanishing into the night sky. Wow, he breathed. That was amazing. The air around them was so laden with magic he felt as though he could reach out and touch it. It was. Agreed Susan. Her sky blue eyes sparkled in the fire's dwindling light. Here, Harry, take this. She pressed something into his hand. A spoon. What is this? It's a portkey. Lady Abbot made it for you. It's set to go off in a minute or two. Right, thank you. Please thank Lady Abbot for me. Send her an owl tomorrow thanking them for your invitation. She hesitated, but pressed on. Everyone here was happy you came. You belong here, Harry, this is your world, too. You belong with us. Stepping back a few paces, she gently waved goodbye, just as the portkey activated, jerking him by his navel across England. June 12, 1992. Okay. Harry, watch closely. Dumbledore hefted his wand, and began weaving it to and fro as though he were conducting a symphony. Chairs twisted and turned, morphing into lions and tigers, while desks became bears and even elephants, marching around the room like a zookeeper's parade. The headmaster lowered his wand, and his transfigurations left their formations, returning back to chairs and desks in their original position, making it appear as though the room were as untouched as when they'd entered. Tell me, Harry, what stood out the most to you about that? It was tough to choose, but Harry settled on one thing. All of your animals walking together like they were in a military parade. I was hoping you'd say that. That, my boy, is the power of animation charms. They are a transfiguration wizard's best friend, and I believe they will be the most important charm you will ever learn. While they are most effective when deployed with inanimate to animate transfiguration, I believe that charms that are effectively paired with your conjurations may well open up an entire new practicality to your abilities. Can we start now? I can't wait. Excellent. The incantation is Motus, and the wand movement is a counterclockwise swirl. Perhaps more importantly for your unique brand of casting, animation charms require an understanding of how the movement is to occur. For example, a four-legged creature does not walk in the same manner as a human. Their pace, step, and rhythm are entirely different. It's not uncommon that a novice's animations will fall flat on their face. Harry giggled at the thought of Dumbledore's elephants crashing into walls. Yes, quite humorous. Even inanimate transfiguration requires detailed comprehension of resistance, gravity, mass, momentum, and other physical characteristics in order to effectively carry out the caster's will. This time, Dumbledore waved his wand and a stream of water flowed to the stone floor, puddling for a moment before swirling up and surrounding him in a bubble, flowing once more to the ground before forming a narrow column of liquid that splashed over Harry. A quick drying charm sorted the Ravenclaw out a second later. Headmaster, this seems like it requires a lot of control. That's never been my strong point. That's why Professor Flitwick had me focusing on area of effect charms. So you've said. Nonetheless, Harry, this is the next step in your transfiguration studies. Do you expect to conjure and transfigure inanimate objects for the rest of your life? The world is in perpetual motion, my dear boy, let your magic reflect that reality. Right. He took a deep breath. Right. His determination visibly apparent in his stance, Harry began by creating a stone block in front of him. His expression never wavered, as the block shifted and twisted, forming a stone statue of a puppy, seated before him. Holding his right hand steady above the statue, the puppy began to slightly tremble, soft fur sprouting out of the stone, the nose gaining moisture, the tail beginning to wag. It leapt from its seated position and began to run, but a moment later every piece of furniture in the room began to crash into the floors and walls in the same rhythm as the puppy's stride. Harry shook his head, releasing his concentration, and the dog returned to a stone block. I can't focus the effect on a single object. Dumbledore placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. Are you really declaring yourself unable to do something after attempting it a single time? He stepped away from his student, conjuring a comfortable recliner in floral chintz pattern, and sat down. Try again, Harry. Nearly a half hour passed, with no better results. Perhaps, Harry, you should attempt to animate something a bit more simple than a dog. Why not try to manipulate a pool of water, as I demonstrated? Grinding his teeth in frustration, Harry shook his head. I want to make this work. It has to be a dog. Very well. Dumbledore stood up from the chair, vanishing it absently as he did so. I have an idea that may produce better results. Any advice you have is welcome at this point, sir. Despite many of his lessons with Dumbledore ending in him not mastering a spell or skill, his failure today was wearing on him. Please vanish your conjuration. Harry did so. Indulge an old man's curiosity. Why do you always transfigure from a conjured material? It allows me to understand completely the structural makeup of what I am conjuring from, which makes it easier to manage the transfiguration into what I'm trying for. That is quite brilliant. Harry, sometimes you shock even someone as old as I am with your intuition. Very well. Dumbledore returned to his original point. Please try again, but this time, I would like you to form an entire litter of puppies. I think a half dozen, at minimum. His eyes radiated a familiar green energy, and 12 blocks of stone appeared on the floor before them. The stone cubes morphed into statues, just as they had for the last half hour, and a dozen perfectly formed stone puppies stood arrayed before Harry. Now, the transfiguration and animation, if you would. His mouth set in a firm line as he concentrated. Harry held out both hands to direct his magic. Soft fur, wet noses, wagging tails, even some small pink tongues appeared on the dogs. The transfiguration complete, the dogs began to run around the room, slipping and sliding but maintaining their structure. Dumbledore's mouth began to drop open. As Harry's aura became visible for a quick moment, the boy suffused in an emerald glow of energy, before vanishing just as quickly. The dozen puppies all turned and began running towards the headmaster, surrounding him and biting his robes, yapping for attention, and playing with each other before his feet. Truly astounding. Harry. 15 points to Ravenclaw. Harry smiled, and nodded his head at the praise. What next, sir? I believe you should go and gather your belongings, and pack. This was our final lesson of the term. The express leaves in 2 days. Be sure you don't forget anything, or I dare say the house elves may claim it as their own. The headmaster said, his eyes twinkling in jest. Thank you, sir. Have a great summer. Harry took off out of the unused classroom, swiftly leaving the room. Ah, to be so excited at the prospect of summer, Dumbledore mused, reminiscing over his own school days. For a moment, he allowed himself to dive into his memories of his own childhood, of better and more innocent times, before shaking himself back to the present. As enjoyable as his lessons with Harry were, the time he spent with the Ravenclaw meant he had to work harder at the rest of his duties. Dumbledore took a step towards the classroom door, but a playful growl and several sets of tiny teeth tugging at his robes made him pause in wonder. The transfigured puppies were still running and playing, tumbling over each other in a desperate bid for his attention. Despite Harry's departure, the animation charms and transfigurations still held. By all that is magical, he whispered, picking up one of the puppies and vanishing the rest. Come, little fellow, let's see how you get along with Fox. Harry popped into the library on his way back to his dormitory, seeing only Hermione present of the members of his study group. Hello, Hermione, he said, pausing at the table, but not taking a seat. Doing some last-minute research. Yes, I miss my parents, and I can't wait to see them again, but, she looked around the library. I'm going to miss learning about magic. Surely you can go to Diagon Alley and pick up some books of your own this summer. Hermione sighed. Sure, but Flourish and Blots can't compare to this. She swept her arm, gesturing to the tens of thousands of tomes around them. There's so much to learn. It's hard to just turn it off for 3 months, you know. Harry didn't, given his use of magic outside of school, but didn't comment on her words. Are you going away on holiday this summer? My family normally spends time in the south of France every year. I imagine we'll continue the trend. What about you? I'm going to America, to see the magical communities over there. Maybe you can convince your parents to do the same in France. Surely there's magic there, too. Hermione's eyes lit up. You're right. Oh, thank goodness I've still got a few days to research magical France. She stood up and started walking towards the index, abruptly stopping in her tracks and looking at him over her shoulder. Thanks, Harry. He nodded absently, leaving the library, deciding to stop off and practice his animating his conjurations a little more. June 14, 1992. Harry stepped off the express, bid farewell to Neville and Susan, and immediately began looking around for a familiar face. It was made more difficult by the abundance of adults standing on the platform, given that the person he was looking for was easily hidden among the crowd. Finally spotting her, next to a tall black-haired man and owned woman, he squared his shoulders, took a deep breath, and made his way over. Lord Greengrass, Lady Greengrass. Daphne must not have gotten off the train yet. Cecily looked at him dismissively before turning away to keep an eye out for her eldest, but Lucas acknowledged his beau with a nod. Mr. Potter, is there something I can do for you? I was hoping to have a word with Astoria. Sir. Nearly leaving the last part off, he hastily remembered who he was doing this for. Astoria sat in her chair, a smile on her face but looking worse than she had in April. I guess the new course of treatments aren't all that effective, either. Lucas nodded, stepping to the side to allow Harry to speak with her. Hi Tori, he said, approaching her slowly. I told you I'd find you this time. Yep, I knew you wouldn't forget. Tori, I'm going on a trip this summer, so I won't be able to write for a while. Her face fell. I thought that, for a few days at least, that maybe you'd like to spend time with a new friend. Harry, I don't have any friends. I can't, I mean, it's hard to play with other kids. You know, because of the chair. Mr. Potter, if you only came over here to upset my daughter. Lucas had been listening. Sir, I promise that's not my intention. He paused, then stood and looked up at Astoria's father. Could you, do you know how to cast a privacy charm? One that would obscure sight as well as sound. Lucas rolled his eyes, somewhat offended that Harry doubted his ability to cast such a charm. Unseen by either, Daphne had joined her mother, and stood quietly observing their interaction. Removing his wand and swishing it in an intricate circle, Lucas intoned, Occultatum. There. I hope this will not delay us further, Mr. Potter. We'd like to get our daughters home. Harry ignored him and exhaled deeply, summoning as much of his power as he could. 12 solid stone blocks appeared in a circle around Harry and Astoria. Harry held his hands out, and the blocks morphed and bubbled and transformed, settling into the form of 12 stone puppies. His back to the other greengrasses, only Astoria could see the tendrils of green energy steadily flowing from Harry's eyes, as the stone animals slowly shifted to 12 flesh and blood black Labrador puppies. One more motion with his hand dispelled 11 of the 12, leaving a single puppy that leapt into Astoria's lap, licking and mewling and pawing at the girl, who giggled ecstatically. You gave me a puppy. She quietly said. Cecily stepped forward with her wand drawn. Astoria, we said no animals. You're not well enough to take care of them, and they will do nothing but make a mess of our manor. Lucas placed a placating hand on his wife's arm. But a transfigured animal won't, dear. It will last a few hours, require no food and leave no trace. Actually, sir, the last attempt I made at this is still running around the headmaster's office, 2 days later. I'm hopeful this one will last a bit longer. He fondly gave the dog a pat on the head. Have a good summer, Tori. Sir, am I able to walk through your charm? No need, Mr. Potter. A wave of Lucas's wand dispelled the opaque bubble, and Harry left for the barrier, stepping through and waving to Norm and Diane. Before he could make his way over, a hand lightly held his wrist. Daphne had followed him. Harry, she began, unshed tears reflecting the natural light of the station. Whatever she wanted to say, though, she thought otherwise, choosing instead to stand on her toes and press a soft key to his cheek, turning swiftly and returning to the magical side of the platform. Well, just a friend who was a girl, Diane slung an arm around Harry's shoulder, steering him towards the train platform that would take them home. I think someone's been holding out on us, Norm. Harry groaned. I don't suppose you two will let this go, will you? I'm sure you know us better than that, kiddo. So, was that the mysterious Susan? No, that was Daphne. She's Astoria's sister. He'd told them about meeting Astoria when they saw him sending her a letter over the Easter halls. Ah, so you butter up the younger sister to charm the older bird. Pretty smooth, Harry. Norman Peters. Diane's tone removed the smile from Norm's face, but installed a wide one on Harry's face. Sorry, honey. I assume that something happened to instigate that little scene. Astoria spends a lot of time alone. She's too weak to play with other kids, and she's at the hospital half the time. Daphne's at Hogwarts most of the year, and her parents don't seem the affectionate type. She told me she's always wanted a pet, so I practiced after my end of term exams on how to make one. You made a pet. Kinda. It's a combination of conjuration, transfiguration, and animation charms. Sam could probably explain it better than me, at this point. Norm chuckled. Nothing new about Sam diving into a research area with both feet. I don't suppose you could show us when we get home. Sure. No problem. We'll look forward to that, then. Now, we thought we'd take you out for dinner tonight. What are you hungry for? Pizza. Diane, perpetually on a diet, sighed. Over dinner, we'd like to discuss your custody hearing. It's 2 days away, and our lawyer gave us some likely questions that the judge will ask. I thought we could go run through them together. Okay. Harry suddenly looked a little nervous. This is going to work, isn't it? Don't worry. You're not going back there ever again, Harry. June 16, 1992. The nerve of those animals. Diane was incensed. Easy there, sweetheart. Norm tried to placate her, but she shrugged away his hands. Can you believe they tried to make it sound like Harry was a danger to their family? After they beat and starved him for almost a decade. Her hands were trembling with rage. You know what we should do? We should file a criminal complaint against them. Let's see how they excuse the scars Harry has. Harry took a seat at the dining room table, still dressed smartly in a collared shirt and tie and dress pants. Diane, take it easy. The judge gave us what we wanted. Harry can stay with us permanently, with the Crown's approval. Yes, but at the cost of making everyone think he's some sort of juvenile delinquent. Where's the number for our lawyer? Diane. Norm caught her attention and looked meaningfully at Harry, who sat quietly, staring at his hands in his lap. Oh, Harry. Diane swept over to him, crouching down by his chair, one hand on the back of the chair and the other on his cheek. You don't believe the things they said about you, do you? It doesn't matter what they say about me. You guys, you don't believe them, do you? No, Harry. You're nothing like what they said. We love you, and we want you to be a part of our family. Permanently. You love me. Harry's voice was hesitant, as if questioning whether he wanted her to answer. Yes. Norm and I both. Diane glanced over her shoulder at Norm, who nodded. She's telling the truth, Harry. Nobody ever, wanted me before. Harry seemed almost as though he were going into shock, but he reached out for Diane, holding onto her for dear life. Shish, it's all right, Harry. Diane rocked him back and forth, and Norm came over and embraced the two of them. The newly minted family clung to each other. After a few minutes, Harry sniffed and wiped his face with his sleeve. He looked closely at Norm and Diane, seeking any sign of deception. Finding none, he cleared his throat. I love you, too. Mum, Dad. The next day, as Norm, Diane, Sam, and Harry boarded a plane to Boston, Dumbledore returned to his office following the annual meeting of the ICW. Greeting Fawkes, and some of the more genial portraits, he took a seat and patted Harry's conjured puppy on the head before he began to work his way through the correspondence that he'd accumulated over the last 3 days. Reading through a letter from Alistair Moody regarding his post-retirement plans, Albus gave a routine glance towards the special shelf of monitoring instruments, sitting up straight in his chair, the letter falling to the floor as he raced over to look more closely. The devices were silent and motionless. The wards at Privet Drive were down. Fawkes. The Phoenix leapt into action, grabbing onto Dumbledore's shoulder and vanishing in a ball of fire. Emerging on the front step number 4, Dumbledore unlocked the door and ran inside, taking the steps 2 at a time to Harry's room. He opened the door, finding it empty save for a scattering of broken toys and dirty laundry. What are you doing in our home? What gives you the legilimens? Dumbledore didn't have time to waste dealing with this unpleasant woman. He rifled through her memories, watching a Muggle judge award Harry's custody to a strange couple, much to the Dursleys' delight. He pressed harder, moving further back, trying to identify them. Harry hadn't come to Privet Drive for Easter break, nor for the winter holidays. The last day, in fact, that he'd set foot in this home was the morning that Dumbledore himself had picked him up for his school supplies. Merlin be damned. He withdrew from Petunia's mind, the woman falling backwards with a thump, a stream of blood pouring out her nose, her eyes vacant. You stupid, stupid woman. Visibly restraining himself, he tried to think of what his next move was. The monitors attached to Harry were all powered through the wards. With them no longer present, he had no method to locate Harry magically. Glancing down at Petunia, who was still lying unresponsive, Dumbledore stepped over her body and back down the stairs, apparating to the gates of Longbottom Manor. Casting an announcing charm, he waited impatiently for a few moments before being greeted by Augusta. Albus, what's this about? You don't know how to use the flow. I apologize, Augusta, but this is important. Is Harry Potter here? Why would he be? I haven't seen him since the Easter celebration at the Abbots. And your grandson? Has Neville had any contact with him since the term ended? Just a moment, Albus. Augusta apparated away, returning a few minutes later with her grandson. Neville, tell the headmaster what you told me. Harry sent me a letter 2 days ago, asking me to look after Hedwig for several weeks. Gave me a galleon to make sure she had a steady supply of bacon, if you can believe that. Neville chuckled. Guess he hasn't gone shopping for food at a market in the wizarding world before. Albus palmed his face. Thank you, Mr. Longbottom, you've been very helpful. What's the matter? Has something happened to him? But Dumbledore had already apparated away. He checked at Abbot Estates, where Hannah had no knowledge of where Harry had gone. He'd hit a dead end. He needed time to figure out what his next move would be. Salem was nice. About as large as a place could be and still be called a town. It was a sleepy coastal town that fed on tourist traffic. Much of that traffic was related to the infamous Salem witch trials from the 17th century, where 20 people were executed after being accused of witchcraft. There was something uncomfortable about the way that the Muggles treated the topic. The town played up the legend, with a thriving trade in ghost tours and magic souvenirs. By popular agreement, Harry's family and Sam decided to spend more of their time in Boston than Salem. You're sure this is the place, Sam? Harry looked up at the glowing promenade, clearly lit with electricity and neon lights. Yes, it is. The Omni Parker House Hotel looked like a perfectly normal, upscale establishment centered in downtown Boston. We need to head up to the 3rd floor. What's the story with this place? It seems pretty busy to be an entrance to Boston's MACUSA office. And indeed, Harry was correct. The lobby of the hotel was full of Muggles, not only with guests of the hotel, various tour groups passing through the building. Come on, let's tag along with that group. Sam and Harry unobtrusively followed behind a group of a dozen or so tourists, while Sam continued in a soft voice to his companion. The legend goes that there was a man who, an employee of the hotel that lived over 100 years ago. He died in his room, and paranormal activity has been recorded since, credited to his ghost. The magical guidebook I read says that you should be able to observe the entrance somewhere inside of his room. The tour guide led the group through the hotel, pausing now and again to report sights of mysterious circumstances. Eventually, they arrived on the 3rd floor and walked to room 303, now functioning as a storage closet, relaying the life story of Harvey Parker, the reported ghost that haunted the hotel. As the group moved on to the next location, Harry and Sam lingered behind, slipping past the roped-off area and stepping into the large supply closet. Got anything, Harry? Whatever we're looking for. I'm not seeing it. Harry peered closely around the room, his eyes locking in on a shimmer surrounding the lever of a mop bucket and strainer. Over here, Sam. He pulled the lever, and a wall that had a shelf of cleaning supplies spun and rotated, revealing a door on the opposite side of the wall. Something tells me that doesn't lead to a shelf full of laundry detergent. Shall we? Robes first. Harry pulled open his backpack, removing 2 sets of plain, dull brown robes that he and Sam slipped over their clothes. Harry turned the knob, and opened the door to a huge indoor marketplace. Harry, welcome to Lyman Hall. There were potions vendors, a bookseller that seemed to focus mostly on periodicals, multiple eateries, 3 different clothiers, a jeweler, and numerous other boutiques. Somewhat hidden among all of the ostentatious splendor was a small office emblazoned with the Makusa seal. Sam pointed the last one out, and he and Harry began navigating their way through the crowds. Rather posh, isn't it? Sam nodded. Lyman Hall was constructed a few years after Faneuil Hall. Most of the wealth in the Makusa is centered in the northeast, so it makes sense that the luxury shopping district would be located here. Plus, he lowered his voice. The magicals here seem to maintain an attitude of, anything you can do we can do better, in regards to non-magical people. How did they fit all of this inside the hotel? Harry wondered as they opened the door to the government office. It's a right pretty combination of spatial and phase shift enchantments, answered a new voice. You're not actually in the Omni any longer. Lyman Hall is located about 12 blocks east of where you entered. Oh, I see. A man with a strong southern drawl stood behind a desk at the entrance to the Makusa consulate, his welcoming smile belied by the wand he pointed at the both of them. My name is Auror Commander James Wright, 4th Auror Guards Battalion. Easy there. Lil, fella. Keep those arms apart, no sudden movements. He walked over to them, silently casting detection spells as he did. What's this about, Auror? Sam asked. What this is an interrogation. No traveler visas arriving at our international portkey terminals match your description, so you must have arrived disguised as Nomage. Neither of you carry a wand, but you somehow identified and triggered the public entrance at the Omni. Who are you? What is your business trying to sneak into the magical United States? He looked deeply into Sam's eyes, and moments later Sam cried out in pain and cradled his head. Jumpin' jackalopes. A Nomage. What did you do to? Harry abruptly went silent as he felt a strange pressure between his temples, and felt unable to look away from the hazel eyes of the American Auror. The pressure built and built, until it finally cut off, leaving Harry gasping for air. Harry Potter. Well, I'll be. Wright walked back behind his desk and took a seat, casually casting a Patronus charm as he did. I've requested some headache potion to be brought out for you, son. The Nomage, though, will have to get by without it. Quite all right. Charmed to meet you, in fact. I was addressing Harry Potter. Nomage, keep your mouth shut or I'll seal it for you. What exactly is the problem here, Auror Wright? Having seen the speed that the Auror commander could cast, Harry thought diplomacy was the smarter option. Besides bringing a Nomage into a wizarding-only space, I could have you deported for that alone. We don't tolerate their antics on this side of the Atlantic. Another Auror, this one a slim woman with her dirty owned haircut in a military style, emerged from the door to Wright's left, levitating a steaming potion vial. She handed it to Harry at Wright's gesture. But I know if I threw you out on your it'd probably end up as some major diplomatic incident. Y'all limeys get your clothes in bunch any excuse you get. Sir, he's my uncle. I can't exactly travel alone. And what is the purpose for your travel in the first place, Harry Potter? Partly sightseeing, partly educational. I heard that Ilvermorny offers instruction on wandless magic. I suppose that would explain why you are traveling without proper protection. Harry cocked his head in confusion. A wand, son, I'm talking about a wand. Especially if you're going to be spending time among the rabble out in Nomage sectors. You're taking your life into your own hands. Not all magic requires a focus, sir. It's not too often I hear a Euro admitting that. Let's stay on track. So you and your Nomage came over here to visit Ilvermorny, and see which sites exactly. We wanted to visit the seat of the Makusa, and see Mugger, Nomage, Washington, D.C. We also have plane tickets to Arizona in 1 week to see the Grand Canyon. Don't forget Yellowstone. A silencing charm struck Sam mid-sentence. I said be quiet, Nomage. None of us want to hear a word out of you. Hey, what is your problem? Harry shouted, his patience at an end. I'm not going to just stand here and let you shoot spells at him. Sam placed a calming hand on Harry's shoulder, offering him a comforting grin and shaking his head. You are a guest in our country, Harry Potter. You wouldn't like it much if I showed up in Angel Land and took a piss in your tea, would you? He's no threat. I don't understand why you're treating him this way. Wright stood up once more, placing both hands on his desk and leaning forward in an intimidating posture. No threat. You Brits may think playing with Nomage is all in good fun, but you're inviting absolute disaster by giving them a place in your society. You think your blue blood'll mean anything to them when they storm your manors and hang your people. You should be grateful I've not obliviated him and left him in a dumpster. It's only because of you he's still standing here. That doesn't mean I'll allow him to speak as though he's one of us. Wright shouted. Harry was unimpressed, to say the least. His eyes gleamed with an unnatural light as he too put his hands on the Auror's desk. It won't be a diplomatic incident you have to worry about if you keep casting spells at my family, he coolly replied. The female Auror, who had been waiting to the side, spoke up. All right, am I going to have to use a water charm to separate you two? Right, if he didn't arrive at a Portkey terminal, he didn't get the information packet on our laws. Cut the kid some slack. I suppose Auror O'Neil has a point. All right, I can forgive your ignorance this time, Harry Potter. Wright took his seat once again, conjuring a chair for Harry with a flick of his wand. Now, what brought you to our office today? I was going to request information on where I can mail a letter to the Ilvermorny headmaster, to ask for a tour of the school. Lyman Hall doesn't have an Owl Express office, so you're out of luck. None of the people that can afford to shop here need to rent an owl, after all. O'Neil, get on the flow to somebody at Ilvermorny and tell them they'll have a prospective student arriving via Portkey outside their gates tomorrow at 0900 hours. Wright picked up the coaster beneath his coffee mug and tapped it once with his wand. Here. I hope that by now it goes without saying that this Portkey is for you alone. If you bring that gnomage to Ilvermorny, he'll be terminated on sight. At Harry's incredulous expression, Wright continued. We take the safety of our schools very seriously. Allowing a gnomage to learn the location of the largest grouping of magical children in North America is a threat that even your celebrity can't overcome. Very well. Here. This is the information packet that would come with a magical tourist visa, which I will now file in your name. Should you remain within the borders of the Makusa longer than 2 weeks, Aurors from the Civil Enforcement Division will locate and execute a deportation order by force, if necessary. Harry accepted the materials and signaled his understanding. Thank you, Auror Commander. If there's nothing else, you can get on out of here. Enjoy your stay in the Makusa, and be sure to stay alert when in gnomage sectors. Accepting their dismissal, Sam and Harry left the consulate and found a seat on a bench, still inside Lyman Hall. After a few failed attempts, Harry dispelled the silencing charm on Sam, and they sat quietly together, going over their first encounter with the American magical government. That was rather intense, wasn't it? June 19, 1992. How do you think Sam and Harry are doing? Diane leaned against the side of the duck boat they were riding, staring out at the city skyline. I don't know. Do you feel like they left a lot out of their dealing with the American magical government? You noticed that too. It seems like Harry gets a lot more reluctant to tell us things every time Sam comes around. Diane. This was a frequent point of contention in their discussions about Harry. I know he's your oldest friend. I like him, too, Norm. She drummed her fingers along the edge of the green amphibious vehicle the tour company used. He keeps telling us it's not safe for us to come along with Harry on these trips to the magical world, but Sam keeps going along no problem. It's starting to feel deliberate, like they're hiding something that's happening on the other side. But what reason would Sam have to do that? Norm countered. And why would Harry go along with it? You know how Harry is with us. He acts how he thinks we want him to act. I can't really blame him, given what he went through when he was with his relatives. She said, her mouth twisting in disgust. Sam is the reason Harry's with us to begin with. He was the one who met him first. He was the one that encouraged his abilities. He was the one that started the legal process to stay with us permanently. So your argument that we should worry about Sam's influence on Harry is that Sam has been a good influence on Harry. Norm. Diane said in warning tone. Okay. He reached out and took her hand in his. Do you ever wish that we could take Harry away from that whole world? Just find a good school and have him live without all the magic and supernatural powers. Honestly, no. It's as much a part of him as anything else. And if he were just a normal boy, he'd still be trapped in that hellhole, starving and beaten. If dealing with magic is what it takes for us to have Harry, it's a burden certainly worth carrying. Enough about Harry for now. Tonight, We'll find out about what this other school is like, but right now let's just enjoy our first time in America. She leaned over and gave him a key. That sounds like a plan I can sign on to. June 19, 1992. Amelia Bones was fed up. Rather than curse the miserable bastard seated in front of her, she instead chose to remove her monocle and rub her temples. What news do you have, Amelia? Have you managed to acquire the information? Dumbledore, let me run through the issue at hand. You, in your function as magical guardian to one Harry Potter, somehow went an entire year without knowing that he was living in a different home than the one you'd arranged. Upon learning that the illegal warding scheme you'd erected, in a Muggle neighborhood no less, had fallen, you then utilized mind magics against a blood relative of your ward in such a damaging method that the woman in question is unlikely to recover. Then, you storm into my office and demand I intervene in the Muggle court system to learn the location of Harry Potter's current residence. She replaced the monocle over her eye, and skewered Dumbledore with a glare. Do I have that right? Amelia, you have to understand, these are extreme circumstances. The only circumstance I find to be extreme is your actions against that Muggle woman. I should throw you in a holding cell for Muggle baiting. If you're not willing to help, then I'll find someone who will. Dumbledore, too, wasn't interested in making nice. And you know that Muggle baiting charges would never stand against the Chief Warlock. You'd only succeed in displaying your impotence before the entire Wizengamot. Sweet Cersei's ghost, this man is infuriating. Amelia fumed. There is a reason why the Ministry acts as the sole connection between the Muggle government and our world. You're not going to get a damn thing from me until you tell me why it matters so much where Harry lives. It's a matter of his safety. I think it's fair to say that was proven a lie 3 years ago. I'm responsible for him as his magical guardian. A magical guardian who assaults his relatives, and didn't notice he was apparently living in a different home for the last year. Dumbledore made to stand up. This was obviously a waste of time. Very well. Sit down, Dumbledore. We're not through yet. With a sigh, he obeyed. You want something from me? Well, listen up, old man. For once you're going to have to part with some of your precious secrets before you get it. Now, how long have you known that you know who is not dead? Albus struggled to contain his reaction. I'm not sure what you, of course. Susan's memories. Did you really think you could hide this from me? What were you doing employing a Death Eater, in the school where my niece is? Amelia shouted. Quirinus Quirrell did not bear the dark mark. No, just the damned Dark Lord growing out of the back of his head. Obviously, I was unaware. I don't believe you. What does Harry Potter have to do with this? I find the coincidences have been piling up at Hogwarts since he arrived. Before I give you a damn thing, I want answers. Dumbledore released a heavy sigh. Alas, then I fear we have nothing more to discuss. He stood up and walked to her door, pausing for a moment as she replied. If I find out you've stepped an inch outside your authority, Chief Warlock, I won't hesitate to alert the Wizengamot. Watch your step, Albus. Ilvermorny Castle was beautiful. Unlike Hogwarts, which was designed to be a fortress, Ilvermorny was smoother, graceful, and modern. Arriving on Wright's Portkey, the gates opened on their own as Harry approached. Mr. Potter, welcome to Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I am Headmaster Agilbert Fontaine. The man in question was young, at least compared to Dumbledore, perhaps 50 or 60 years of age, clean-shaven, and wearing dark blue robes with a red wizard's hat. I was told that you were seeking a tour of our facilities. Yes, Headmaster, that's correct. Harry looked around, noting the dense fog that sat just outside the gates and surrounding walls. Where are we, exactly? Fontaine led Harry along the path towards the main castle. At the peak of a mountain in western Massachusetts. Until you are accepted as a student, that is as specific as I'm allowed to be. The fog that you were observing outside functions as our defense against gnomage interference. Only wizards and witches are able to penetrate it. It serves as a ward that functions in a similar way to a Confundus charm. Harry nodded, recalling the spell from one of Sam's notes. Naturally, that is not our only defense, merely the primary one. How many students attend this school? Nearly 3,000. Ilvermorny is the primary educational facility in North America, There are a few regional schools on the West Coast, but none offer Newt level studies. And, of course, many of the tribals choose to stick to their own traditional forms of education. Tribals, sir. Yes, the native peoples. The Nomage call them Indians, for some unknowable reason. There are nearly a dozen reservations that actively instruct in their own forms of magic. While Ilvermorny has incorporated certain parts of their training into our own curriculum, most of their magic can only be learned on site, so to speak. Do these, tribals teach outsiders? For the right amount of coin, they'll teach anyone. However, Ilvermorny remains the only school that can provide a comprehensive education up to Newt levels, and even beyond. Harry had never heard of postgraduate studies in the magical world. Beyond Newt levels. Indeed, each of our faculty are required to have their mastery in their subject area. Typically around a dozen Ilvermorny students transition to apprenticeships at the school following their graduation each year. They entered a large courtyard where a young man in gray robes stood, waiting. One such student is Mr. Wallace Jacobs, pursuing his charms mastery. Nice to meet you, Mr. Potter. Transfer students are exceedingly rare in the magical world. It's rare that students from magical families are willing to sacrifice the networking connections by sending their heirs overseas, and even rarer that children from Nomage families are willing to immigrate for their children's instruction in the arcane arts. Harry was confused. Transfer student. What are you talking about? But Fontaine continued as though Harry hadn't spoken. Therefore, I thought it appropriate to arrange an opportunity for you to demonstrate your skills. You need not worry. Wally here is aware you are entering your second year. He stepped to the side, as Jacobs drew his wand. A jelly-legs jinx shot from Jacobs' wand, and Harry fell to the ground to avoid it. Draw your wand, Potter. Rolling his eyes, Harry got back to his feet, twisting as he did to avoid a tickling jinx, calling out, I don't use a wand. Fontaine's expression did not change, though Wally's eyebrows raised, and he paused, wand outstretched. He glanced to the headmater, as if for confirmation that the evaluation should continue, and received a brief nod. His next spell was the knockback jinx. Harry conjured a marble cube in the spell's path, intercepting the jinx, before launching the cube towards the charmed student, the rock colliding with a silent reductor curse. By the time the dust cleared, Harry had conjured another dozen cubes, and was already transfiguring them into wolves, which began to run towards the American. Before any of his transfigurations were in striking distance, Jacobs shouted, Alert Ascender, and flew 20 feet into the air, peppering Harry with stupefying charms as he fell, landing safely on a cushioning charm, before using the increased distance to incinerate Harry's wolves with a widespread incendio charm. Harry, caught flat-footed by the spectacle of his opponent soaring through the air, was nearly hit by the first stunner. He raised a stone arch that blocked the other four before they could reach him. Harry muttered, Latatio Lata, and a massive wave expanded outwards from the young Ravenclaw, washing over both the headmaster and the charm's apprentice. Cheering charms, really. Another reductor curse exploded his stone arch, the sandstone crumbling to dust, causing Harry to cough and sputter as it got into his mouth and eyes. Harry summoned another wall to block any other incoming spells, only for that one to crumble to another reductor moments later. Okay. That's not working, Harry thought. Rolling to his right, he pushed towards the direction the spells were coming from, seeing his magic wash over the telltale blue sphere of a Protega charm. Harry tried to think of another tactic. I doubt they'd take kindly to me turning a student to an ash heap. Two more stunners came towards him, one directly at him, the other just to his right. He summoned another wall, but didn't stop there, lifting the ground beneath Jacobs in an earthen eruption that sent the older boy tumbling to the ground. It was soon apparent, though, just how easy Wally had been going on him. Reductor curses exploded his walls moments after he summoned them, and stunners anticipated his attempts to evade to the right or left. New conjurations were hit with vanishing spells before Harry had time to transfigure them, and quick Protega shields bore the brunt of Harry's magical bludgeoning. Not more than 2 minutes later, a Petrificus Totalis struck Harry and he fell backwards to the ground. He lay motionless in the dirt for a few moments, until a counter-charm was spoken just above him and a hand reached out to help him to his feet. I'm impressed, Mr. Potter. Hogwarts must be really something if you're this capable after a single year. Please, call me Harry. You were amazing. How did you know which way I was going to dodge? It was like you were reading my mind. Wally chuckled. In that case, I'm Wally. You always roll to your right, and sidestep to your left. Gotta mix it up now and again, you were too predictable. Even though his ego was somewhat bruised at how outclassed he was by the older boy, Harry grinned in response. I'll try to remember that next time someone's shooting spells at me. You don't have a dueling club at Hogwarts. No. At least, there wasn't one last year. They teach dueling at Ilvermorny. Sure, in a school this big you need more than just Quidditch to keep the kids entertained. What do you do for fun at Hogwarts? I guess we hang out in the library, or play gobstones or chess. Wally made a noise, but did not otherwise comment. What was that spell you used to fly over my wolves? The Ascending Charm. I used it on my boots. A little risky, but I've always had a flair for theatrics. Harry couldn't help but like the affable American. How in Merlin's name are you able to conjure silently like that at your age? This time it was Harry's turn to smile. Would you believe me if I said, lots and lots of practice? The two laughed together as Headmaster Fontaine approached. So what'd you think, Headmaster? Did Harry pass? I'd say so, yes. That was very impressive, Mr. Potter. Fontaine flicked his wand, removing the dust and dirt from Harry's robes. Mr. Jacobs, thank you for your assistance. You may return to your normal duties. Yes, sir. It was fun, Harry. Maybe if you come to Ilvermorny we can have a rematch. Wally waved goodbye, and walked off towards another building in the distance, as Harry and Fontaine stepped into the main castle. Murals lined the walls of the entrance hall, depicting what Harry assumed were key moments in the MACUSA's history. You'll find that Ilvermorny's curriculum is similar in subject matter to Hogwarts, with some minor variations. This is the entrance to the dining halls, where each of our 4 houses has their own individual area. If you'll follow me, the headmaster walked him past the dining hall to a large amphitheater. This is the ceremonial hall, where new students are placed in their house. Do you use a sorting hat here, too? Fontaine smiled. No, Ilvermorny has an enchanted seal that measures the quality of a student's character, and houses select entrance based on spiritual attributes. Harry reached out and touched the headmaster's arm. Sir, I think there's some confusion about my visit. I didn't come here as a transfer student. I read in a book about the history of Ilvermorny that you teach how to use magic wandlessly. Fontaine smiled. There's no misconception, Mr. Potter. I think once you see what Ilvermorny has to offer, you'll make the right choice. Now, wandless instruction. It's not as much of a focus as in years past, but we do have one member of the faculty who is well versed in such techniques. Come, let's head towards the runic wing. The two made their way towards a different branch of the castle, eventually coming to a door embossed with the name, Lake. A dark-skinned man with long, black hair sat at a chair, writing on a piece of parchment. Professor Badisser, I have a young man that would like to speak with you. A student. During the summer. Not a student just yet. Jean Badisser, I'd like to introduce you to Harry Potter. He's come from Britain to learn more about Ilvermorny's curriculum on wandless magic. While Badisser's eyebrows raised at Fontaine's explanation, he merely nodded and gestured to an empty seat in front of his desk. Now that the introductions are made, I'll leave you to it. Mr. Potter, I'll be back to pick you up for lunch. It will give you the chance to meet some of the other faculty. Professor. The headmaster left the office. You're the wandless magic instructor here? Harry asked, looking closely at the man. Badisser wore robes similar to those of Fontaine, just a lighter shade of blue. His office was Spartan, full of inlaid wood and a framed etching of a Native American. No, I teach ancient runes. There are no specific classes on wandless instruction at Ilvermorny. The last time it was taught regularly was just after the turn of the century. Taking in the frustration on Harry's face, Badisser held up a hand to forestall any outburst. That does not mean, though, that we are not capable of teaching it, just that there have not been students with the aptitude to necessitate such instruction. I see. Harry tried not to jump to conclusions, but he was frustrated and feeling deceived. Where does your interest in the wandless arts come from? I have a medical condition that leaves me unable to use magical foci. For me, there's no other option except to cast wandlessly. Badisar regarded Harry silently for a long moment, eventually asking, "How old are you?" "I turn 12 next month." "That's good. You're not old enough to need to unlearn anything." He stood up from behind his desk and motioned Harry to follow. Once they were outside the office, the professor closed the door and magically sealed it. "Professor, if your name is Badisar, why does it say Lake on your door?" "Among my people, it is customary to give a name of our ancestors to a child once they display signs of magical ability. I was born Jean Badisar, but I became Handsome Lake. And that was one of your ancestors." They left the faculty wing and headed towards an exit to the grounds. Handsome Lake was a great seer of the Six Nations. It is an honor to bear his name. Harry didn't comment further, choosing instead to take in the ornate tapestries and stained glass windows that lined the castle halls. They stepped out of the castle and continued past the courtyard where Harry had dueled Wally Jacobs, and further into a grassy meadow. "Now, what problems have you faced in casting wandlessly? Let me guess. You have difficulty in controlling the effect of your magic." "Yes, that's exactly it." The Native American professor took a seat in the grass, and motioned for Harry to do the same. "There's a reason that we call a wand a focus. It enables more precise spellcasting. May I also assume that you struggle with powering your spells?" "Yes. So this is common." "It is. That's part of why wandless magic was phased out of the curriculum. Too many students found it irrelevant given the weakness of casting without a wand." Harry held up a hand, and a stone pillar rose out of the ground, ascending to the same height as a nearby oak tree. "I think, Professor, that there was a misunderstanding when I agreed that I struggle with the power of my spells." He bit back a sense of smug satisfaction at the speechless expression on Badisar's face. "I think, Harry Potter, that we have a great deal to discuss. Madam Bones, you wanted to see me." Amelia motioned Arthur Weasley to take a seat. "Arthur, how are you?" The paunchy, balding Weasley patriarch gave a genial smile. "Molly's beside herself with Ginny leaving for Hogwarts this fall. It's been a long time since she's had the house to herself." "I can well imagine. They grow up so fast." Arthur nodded his agreement, but didn't respond. It was obvious that the head of the DMLE didn't summon him for idle chit-chat. "I understand you recently decided not to submit the Muggle Protection Act that you've spent the better part of the last year working on to the Wizengamot." "Ah, here it comes," he thought. "That's correct. The bill has been shelved for the time being." "Was there a problem with the bill? Did it lack a sponsor? I'm sure you're aware I have a seat on the MO." "No, nothing like that. Did you make some mistake in crafting the bill? Some oversight that would require it to undergo more development?" "No, madam, I believe the bill is appropriately written." Amelia set down her quill, and placed her hands on her desk. "Then why the sudden change of heart? I believe that I'm owed an explanation. You've been assigned to craft this piece of legislation for nearly a year, after all." A light sheen of sweat broke out on Weasley's forehead. "Well, you see, the headmaster spoke with me during Yule, and told me that now wasn't the time." "Did he? I wasn't aware that the misuse of Muggle artifacts office fell under the Chief Warlock's purview." Amelia's tone was light, as though they were still discussing sending children to Hogwarts. Yes. Well, you must understand, Arthur. Either the bill is ready, in which case it will be presented at the next session of the Wizengamot, or it isn't ready, in which case it may be time to reevaluate the usage of ministry resources in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. Do you understand what I am telling you, Arthur?" His back ramrod straight, Arthur gave a firm nod. "I understand completely, Madam Bones." He hesitated, then continued, "And, off the record, ma'am, I'm glad to see the bill get a chance. It will do a lot of good." "I'm glad to hear you say that." Amelia leaned back in her chair. "It occurs to me that the bill's chances might be strengthened if the DMLE were able to have some evidence of dark artifacts employed in Muggle spaces." "Madam, come now, Arthur, I'm sure you had a few raids in mind when you were formulating this bill. Point me in the right direction, and I'll even let you tag along and see that it's done by the book." He sat quietly in his seat. This wasn't the sort of thing someone in his position dealt with very often. There is a set of warehouses, in a Muggle district in Liverpool. Yes. They're owned by Lucius Malfoy. There's been reports of Muggle baiting through the neighborhood. I think it's as good of a guarantee as we'll find. Very good, Arthur. Get me the details by the end of the week. I understand, madam. If there's nothing further. She waved him away, and Arthur hastily left the office. He considered sending the headmaster an owl, but thought better when he remembered Madam Bones' veiled threat. Things were already tight with 5 children at Hogwarts. I trust your afternoon with Professor Badisser was productive. Headmaster Fontaine took a sip of his coffee. You two worked through lunch. It was great. He was really helpful. I wish I had more time with him. Not being one for coffee, Harry took a deep gulp of the tea that a Pukwudgie had provided him. You could have all the time you desire, Mr. Potter. I'd like to formally extend an offer for you to attend Ilvermorny. The high that Harry had been riding came to an abrupt halt. Just like that. You don't even know anything about my marks at Hogwarts. Transcripts could be sent for. Besides, after your display in the courtyard with Mr. Jacobs, I honestly don't care what grades you received in Britain. You're more advanced than students 3 or 4 years above you. Harry took another drink of tea rather than reply. And frankly, Mr. Potter, having the boy who lived transfer to the MACUSA's premier school would be quite a coup. The kind of publicity that would put Ilvermorny in the ranks of Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons. At this, Harry set his cup on the small table he sat at in the headmaster's office. I'll certainly consider it, sir, when hell freezes over. However, my family is likely expecting me. We're going to continue our travels through the Makusa tomorrow. How will I get back to Boston? Fontaine slid a roll of parchment across the table. This is your portkey. It is also, coincidentally, an application form for Ilvermorny. It is typically activated with the tap of a wand. I trust you're able to manage. Harry met the headmaster's stare, and tried to smile. It came out as more of a grimace. I am grateful for your hospitality, sir. He held a finger to the portkey and focused on his magic, feeling the jerk on his navel instantaneously. He appeared in Lyman Hall, and immediately set out in search of Sam. He found him, drinking tea in an upscale cafe, leafing through a copy of the New York Ghost. Harry sat down heavily across from him, reaching across the table to snag a biscuit. He'd skipped lunch, after all. Well, Sam asked, an eyebrow cocked. How did it go? Harry shook his head. It was good until they told me they wanted me to come so they could rub my celebrity in the face of all of Europe. This was my portkey. He passed the application form over to Sam, who set down the newspaper to give it a look. Were you okay here? No one hassled you. In robes like these, please. Sam read through the application form. Tuition free. All school materials provided without charge. He let out a low whistle. Wow. They rolled out the red carpet. What did you think of the school, politics aside? It was really impressive. They had a professor that understood wandless magic in a way I haven't encountered. Honestly, it was great until the end. So you'd want to attend. Harry stole the last biscuit off Sam's plate, chewing while he thought it over. I don't know. I think I would learn more magic at Ilvermorny, but Hogwarts is in Britain. Going to school there is a really big part of life after graduation. Like all those people I was introduced to at the Easter egg gathering, how many connections like that would I lose out on by snubbing Hogwarts? Harry, if you're a big enough celebrity to attract this kind of favoritism at the school here, I'm pretty sure Britain would forgive you. Don't you want to learn as much as you can? It was fairly transparent which way Sam was leaning. Harry caught sight of the headline on the front page of the Ghost, Gnomage Mob Terrifies Prominent Political Appointee, and scoffed. What's their deal with Muggles over here? It doesn't make any sense. Sam glanced down at the paper. You have to understand, the last time European magicals were threatened by non-magical people was in the Dark Ages. Over here it is a lot more recent. In fact, until a few years ago there were still magicals who were alive when the Americans were hanging witches. But all of the spells and wards that keep Muggles away, I don't understand why they're scared of them. I don't know the details of the system we've got, but in America there's a total separation between worlds. Magical children are taken from their parents at the first sign of magic. The non-magical government is totally unaware of the existence of magic. It's unusual enough that all of the books I read on the Makusa discussed that fact pretty prominently. I never would have thought magical Britain was enlightened in its treatment of muggles, but compared to here it's practically a paradise. I don't know about that, kiddo. Remember Hogsmeade? He left a few sickles on the table. Come on. I'm sure Diane and Norm are waiting for us at the hotel. 24 red-robed oars flooded into the warehouse, wands drawn and shouting at the workers to get down. Occasional red flashes of light lit the space, as stupefying charms lanced out towards those that were slow to comply with the order. Take everyone to holding cells. If they have any outstanding arrest warrants, we can book them at the DMLE. Rufus Scrimgeour called out, employing a sonorous charm. Oars, listen up. Arthur Weasley will be reading a list of suspected contraband. You are to assist him and other staffers from the misuse of Muggle artifacts office in searching every crate, barrel, box, shelf, desk, every nook and cranny. Let's get to it. A tall, dark-haired man struggled against his restraints as he was led away. On whose authority are you impounding my goods? Easy there. Greengrass, wouldn't want your lordly robes to get wrinkled resisting a lawful order, signed by the head of the DMLE. The Wizengamot will hear of this. Or Scrimgeour, over here. Rufus stepped away from Lord Greengrass, striding over to where Arthur Weasley and 2 oars stood next to a crate that had been busted open. Sir, look at this, here. More cursed objects than Nocturne Alley could sell in a month. My. Lucas Greengrass, you're under arrest for smuggling prohibited contraband in an unsecured Muggle area. Better get on the flow to your barrister. For what? I am perfectly within my rights to transport those artifacts. This is an outrage. But not if they are in a Muggle area. Take him away. Weasley, good work on the tip-off. This isn't over. Ah, home sweet home. Norm dumped their considerable luggage just inside the door. Harry and Diane shared a smile at Norm's dramatic entrance. Norm began to take their suitcases to their respective rooms, while Harry followed Diane into the kitchen. So did you have fun on the trip? Harry nodded. Not as much fun as you did, though. Diane paused, opening the cupboard, a smile forming on her face as the new engagement ring on her finger caught the light from the window. Norm had proposed to her on the overlook at the Grand Canyon. It was a good trip. Fancy a cuppa? Sure. Need any help? No. Just some company. She set the kettle to boil and prepared 3 cups, removing sugar cubes from the cupboard. Sorry we don't have milk, but I'll pick some up at the market this evening. Harry waved away her concern, handing her 3 spoons. Is it all right if I take the tube to Diagon Alley tomorrow? I'll need to send an Owl Express to Neville to have him send Hedwig back to me. Okay. That's fine. Do you want me to come with you? He paused, the tea set in his hands. But you've never been to Diagon. I know. Don't you think it's time for me to experience some magic outside of this flat? To be honest, Harry didn't. He rather liked having Norm and Diane being his refuge away from the pressure of the magical world. But, you don't know the culture, how to blend in. It could be dangerous. The kettle began to boil, and Diane motioned for him to follow her to the dining room table. As they took a seat, Norm came out of the bedrooms, accepted a cup of tea from his fiancée. What are we talking about? I was thinking of accompanying Harry to Diagon Alley tomorrow. Sounds like a lovely outing. They'd obviously discussed this before. Be a dear and pick us up some more owl treats for Hedwig, will you? No problem, honey. Wait, you're okay with this, Dad? After everything that happened in Hogsmeade a few years ago. Norm blew on his tea to cool it before answering. It was a different situation. Muggle parents are permitted in Diagon, even if it's not always common. Besides, if Sam can blend in with his robes in the Makusa, certainly Diane can in Diagon Alley. But, Harry was at a loss. Given the situation, he was unable to appreciate the irony that this was part of finally having parents. Thankfully, for him at least, Hedwig appeared at the kitchen window, tapping it with her talons. Hey girl. He rushed over to the window and let her in, stroking her plumage as she hopped onto his forearm. How was Neville's place? Did he take good care of you? Walking Hedwig over to see if she'd like a drink from her water dish, he returned with the owl to the dining room table where Norm and Diane waited silently. I guess Hedwig solved that problem. She's such a smart girl. She is, indeed, Norm said. He was honestly nearly as grateful as Harry was for the distraction. Harry, I'd still like to discuss this. He passed Hedwig an owl treat, nuzzling her head with his own. Discuss what? My coming to Diagon Alley with you. Don't you have to do school shopping next month? Harry sat pensively for several moments. Yes. And is there a reason you wouldn't want me to accompany you? What about Sam? He usually goes with me. Well, this time I'm going with you. Call it a mother's prerogative. Norm broke in at this point, advising Harry, at this point, it's best to just say, yes, Mum, trust me. Okay. Is it all right if I go to my room? I need to send Neville a note saying thank you for taking care of Hedwig while we were gone. July 9, 1992. I really don't understand how you think that I can help you. Lucas swallowed the angry retort he wanted to give. Lucius, you own the warehouse. I was simply overseeing the shipment of goods that you allowed me to store. A shipment that I allowed you to store, on my property, free of charge. That was the arrangement that we had made. Despite it being early afternoon, Lucius was enjoying a tumbler of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey. If I recall correctly, you had asked me for that arrangement as a favor between our families. Lucas clutched his hair in frustration. Yes, I remember. And I am grateful for your assistance. But I have been censured by the Wizengamot following my arrest, and investors are cashing out of Greengrass imports as we speak. We're barely going to stay in business as it is. Again, I don't know what you expect from me. He waved away the tray of cucumber sandwiches that Narcissa levitated to him. If you could just grant me a loan, enough capital to keep me in the black the rest of the summer, I know I will be able to arrange a new line of credit. Lucius set down his whiskey and leaned forward. It doesn't seem to be a very good investment, Lucas. Sometimes things don't work out. It was merely an unfortunate set of circumstances. You can ride it out. Lucius, please. Lucas's breath hitched. My daughter, Astoria, her treatments. Between paying the DMLE fines, and buying the shipment out of the ministry's impound, our vaults are empty. Street. Mungo's won't allow the treatment on a credit basis, and Astoria will not survive the end of the summer without them. He lowered his head, placing his hands flat down on the ornate redwood table. I'm begging you. Just enough galleons to keep her alive. Lord Greengrass, I sympathize with your situation, truly, I do. Despite his words, Lucius' face showed anything but sorrow. However, I must serve the interests of House Malfoy first and foremost. Bailing out a sinking ship is not practical. There must be something I can do. You have nothing to offer. I'm sorry. Lucas's mind whirled, trying to come up with something, anything. What about information? It would depend, then, on what the information is regarding. Several hours later, after Lucas Greengrass had left, Draco entered his father's study. Mother told me that you wished to see me. Draco, come in. I apologize that we have not spent much time together this summer. A man of your stature has to work very hard. I understand, father. Lucius lifted a parchment out of a folder on his desk. A diplomatic answer. Do you know what this is? No, sir. It is a letter regarding your first year at Hogwarts from your godfather. I asked him to send me personal observations beyond merely your academic scores. Would you like to guess the things that he wrote here? Draco didn't respond, but sat straighter in his seat. Severus says that you embody all of the qualities of a quintessential Gryffindor. Brash, outspoken, bold. That you lack even an ounce of subtlety or cunning. He tells tales of you starting fights, making challenges in public, of inopportune insults. Tell me, Draco, is he lying to me? Draco's face went pale. Father, I will strive to do better. To be worthy of the Malfoy name. I dare say you had better. A clenched fist was the only visible sign of Lucius' displeasure. Still, we all must play to our strengths. If you're going to act like a fool, charging into conflict at the first chance you get, then we'll simply need to think of a properly Slytherin way to capitalize on that. It just so happens that I may have such a way. Whatever you wish, father. I will not fail you. Any more than you already have, you mean? Draco winced. I'll be accompanying you and your mother to Diagon for your school supplies. I'd like you to tap into your Gryffindor nature and engineer a scene. A scene. Yes. An argument, or a fight will do. But, the underage magic laws. Not with your wand, you idiot. It must be his black blood. They're all insane. You mean like a muggle? Draco. I am asking you, as your father and as your head of house, to assist me. Are you really going to refuse my request? Draco's indignation vanished instantly. It will be done. His fireplace burst into green flames. Albus. He knelt before the fireplace, quickly identifying the face that was calling. Augusta. I hate to be rude, but what is this about? I'm very busy. I'm sure. I just thought that I'd extend you an invitation to my grandson's birthday party. Madame Longbottom. Really? She continued as though he had not spoken. It promises to be quite the social event. The confirmed guest list contains many prominent names. A 12-year-old's birthday party was not what the kind of social event that Dumbledore had any interest in. I'm sure that Neville will enjoy himself. I'm sure he will also. Especially since a good friend of his, Harry Potter, sent back his RSVP today, confirming his attendance. Albus' eyes flew open. Truly, he will be there. Augusta laughed at his sudden focus. Be sure to bring a present, headmaster. The party begins at 2. July 30th, 1992. Are you excited for the party? I think I would be if this dress fit better. Do you think I'm getting fat? Hannah rolled her eyes. Oh, shut up. You're so lucky. You're probably the first girl in our year to have a figure. If you like them so much, you can have them. My clothes don't fit right, thanks to this stupid bra. Is your aunt going to attend the party? I don't think so. She hasn't responded to my letter yet. Hannah gaped at her friend. Seriously. You sent it over a week ago. And she didn't come to the solstice celebration, either. She's really busy at the ministry, Hannah, Susan said defensively. You've seen the prophet. The deliberations over the Muggle Protection Act have been going on for weeks. Auntie's the one who introduced it. Still, Hannah murmured. Not that I don't love having you around, but it's been a few years since you spent the whole summer here. Can we talk about something else? Right. Sorry. Hannah slipped her own dress on. Zip me, and I'll get yours. If you're strong enough. I wish we had time to go to Madame Malkin's to get this resized. I swear to Circe, if you don't stop complaining about having beeps, I'm going to strangle you, Susie. Susan giggled. Shut up and come do my hair, you hag. Sam and Harry slipped on their robes, and pulled open the door to the leaky cauldron. I really didn't need an escort, Sam. I've ridden the tube alone loads of times. I know that, but Diane would prefer you didn't. Besides, I was going to pick up a few more books anyway. Why is she suddenly so interested in where I go? Sam's easy smile masked whatever he actually thought about it. Don't sweat it, kiddo. Just let her be overprotective, would you? It'll make things easier on everyone. Whatever, Sam. You're going to be all right from here on. I'm going to use the flow here. Sure. Have fun. I'll see you next week. You're not coming to my party tomorrow. Sorry. My company is sending me tomorrow to check out a new lab in Germany they're interested in buying out. I'll be back before you head to Hogwarts, though, don't worry. Oh, okay. Well, safe travels. What's that look for? Don't worry. I left your gift with Norm. Now get going. Your friends are waiting. Harry tossed some flow powder in the fireplace, and called out, Longbottom Manor. Before stepping through, he emerged in a parlor that screamed, old money, and was greeted by a house elf wearing a cleanly pressed toga. I is Elmer. May I see your invitation, please? Harry dutifully handed the invitation to the elf, wondering what kind of spells were involved in keeping the home cool. It was a warm summer day, after all. I be right back. Please be waiting here. The house elf vanished with a pop. Deciding against taking a seat, despite the obvious quality of the leather furniture in the room, Harry awkwardly stood for just over a minute before Neville came hustling into the room, dressed in short-sleeved collared red shirt and pants. Harry. Glad to see you, mate. I'm really happy you could come. Exchanging handshakes, Harry held out the birthday boy's gift. Happy birthday, Neville. Would you like this now? Or. Neville graciously took the gift and handed it to Elmer. Place this with the others, please. Turning back to his guest, he motioned for him to follow. Come on, my gran asked to speak with you when you arrived. They walked through the manor, coming to a stop outside of a closed door. This is the Lord's study. I guess she's on a flow call. Just wait out here, she'll open the door when she's done. All right. Is everything okay? Did I do something wrong? I'm sure it's fine, but I don't honestly know what she wanted to see you about. I have to get back outside to attend to the other guests. I'll see you soon, Harry. Harry leaned against the wall, settling in to wait for Madame Longbottom. As he did, he heard a raised voice from inside, one that sounded familiar, and very upset. Please, I'm begging you, stand up, child. That must be Madame Longbottom. I understand your plight better than anyone. My son and daughter-in-law have been in the Janice Thickney ward for over a decade. House Longbottom can offer no assistance. I'll do anything. No one else will help. Father's business associates won't even answer his flow calls. Mother's family won't help. I think they'd be happy if she were to die. You're my last hope, please. No, I can't imagine that the Rosier would have much pity. I'm sorry, dear. I really am. I will put out some feelers among the conservative faction, but after your father's censure, well, I don't think that there is much hope that someone will respond positively. What followed was the sound of muffled crying for a while, long enough that Harry began to feel uncomfortable. Finally, he heard Madame Longbottom again. Let me clean you up a bit. There, you can hardly tell you've been crying. Now, if you'll excuse me. The door opened, and Madame Longbottom caught sight of Harry outside her door. Over her shoulder, Harry could see Daphne, eyes red-rimmed, but looking calm, despite her wrinkled dress and mussed hair. Mr. Potter, please come in. Miss Greengrass was on her way to the party. Daphne stared hard into Harry's eyes as she passed, but made no remark other than a nod of greeting. Harry let her pass, then stepped into the study, Augusta closing the door behind him. Take a seat, Harry. As he did so, Augusta asked, how has your summer been? Rather brilliant, really. He wanted to ask what was happening with Daphne, but was afraid to admit to the intimidating woman that he'd been eavesdropping. Have you and Neville enjoyed yours? It's been somewhat routine. I asked you in here because I was not sure how this will play out, and I did not want to make a scene at my grandson's birthday party. Rather than sit down, she stepped over to the fireplace, threw some flow powder in, and called out, Hogwarts headmaster's office. No sooner had the connection been opened than Albus Dumbledore stepped through. Harry. He quickly walked over and crouched in front of Harry, his hands gripping the boy's shoulders. Where have you been? I went on holiday with my family, sir. What's the matter? Why are you here? Don't lie to me, Harry. I know that you have not been living with your family for the last year. Now, I need you to tell me where you were, and who you were with. Perhaps if Harry had not just seen Daphne, he would not have immediately thought back to her warning about the wizard that attacked him, likely stalking him and his relatives. Or had he not been so viscerally reminded of the danger that wizards pose to muggles during his trip to the Makusa. Regardless, Harry was not eager to talk about his new living situation. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I live with my family, in the muggle world. He shrugged his shoulders, trying to get Dumbledore to release his grip. I checked with your family, you have not been there. Your aunt did not know where you've been going during your Hogwarts breaks. The Dursleys aren't my family. They hit me, and starved me. Augusta, nearly forgotten by both of them, gasped in the background. I'm sorry, Harry, you leave me no choice. I have to guarantee your safety. Harry suddenly felt a pressure between his temples, just like he had in the Makusa office in Boston. He lashed out with his magic, knocking the headmaster backwards, breaking the legilimency probe. Ow! What did you do to my head? Albus Dumbledore. You would dare use mind magics on a child, in my home. Augusta, unlike Harry, recognized what had just taken place. Get out of my house. Elmer. Tad. Take Dumbledore outside the ward line. Before he could even stand up, two house elves appeared, each latching on to one of Dumbledore's arms, and disappeared with the headmaster. Are you all right, Harry? On my family's honor, I had no idea that Albus would attempt such a thing. What was that? It felt like someone was using a crowbar on my brain. What Dumbledore did was legilimency. It is a form of magic that allows the caster to see the memories of the target. Harry's jaw dropped. He was reading my mind. Yes, or at least trying to. Eye contact must be maintained for the spell to function. It is quite an unpleasant experience. Elmer, bring Mr. Potter a pain-relieving potion immediately. Seconds later, Elmer popped back with a vial, which Augusta unstoppered and handed to Harry. Drink this, it will help with your headache. Thank you, Madam Longbottom. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't been here. Dumbledore asked me to speak with you, but I never would have guessed he would act in such a manner. Has he done this to you before? No, never. Someone else did, though, over the summer when I was in America. It hurt worse that time. Augusta blinked. Well, I'm grateful you're all right. If you're feeling better, Elmer will take you to the party. Again, I beg your forgiveness. Please do not think less of our house for this lapse in hospitality. It's okay, ma'am. He walked out of her office behind Elmer and started the trek towards the manor's front doors, only to pause as he caught sight of Daphne in the entrance hall. Daphne, are you all right? She gave him a small smile at his enthusiastic greeting, responding, I could ask you the same thing, Harry. Your hair looked much better going into Madame Longbottom's study than it does now. Shall I inform which weekly? Harry made a face at her insinuation, but had trouble keeping a smile off his face. It's nice to see you. How has your summer been? It's been, well, Harry, have you been following the prophet? No, I was out of the country for June, and have been in the Muggle world since. Is this when you tell me about another outrageous headline about me? Daphne seemed to shrink, wrapping her arms around herself. Harry, Aurors raided one of Lucius Malfoy's warehouses. My father was there, overseeing a shipment of our business goods, and he was arrested. Okay, so is he going to jail or something? No, members of the Wizengamot have to be convicted by a majority of a full session. He was fined, and censured. Harry, not being the Elder Greengrass's biggest fan, didn't react. But the loss of reputation meant that many of our investors pulled out of the business. Between that, paying the fines, paying the ministry to get his clients' goods released, my family is basically bankrupt. I'm sorry, Daphne. Will you be okay? She shook her head. Even before this happened, we weren't doing great. That's part of why my father was involved with Malfoy to begin with. We've been paying for Astoria's treatments for years. Daphne took a deep, shuddering breath, and now, with this, we can't afford them any longer. But she's sick. What does that mean for Astoria? If we can't find the Galleons, the healers say she's going to D. She couldn't go on, bursting into tears, her knees giving out. Daphne sobbed, on the floor of the entrance hall, her loud, wailing cries echoing on the high ceiling. Harry wasn't used to comforting others, but Diane had been there enough for him over the years that he tried to emulate her. Gently gathering Daphne in his arms, he held her as she clutched tightly at him. Is there anything I can do to help? I have some gold in my vault, but I don't know if it's enough. Her head whipped up so fast she nearly clocked him in the jaw. You'd do that. Her grip on his robe softened. If you want. I mean, I've seen you looking at school. My family would never approve a contract, but as long as I remain pure. Harry was confused. What are you talking about, Daphne? She tried a different tact. If you're able to help, what would you want in return? He suddenly caught on to the vague proposition she'd just made. His face red, he sputtered, Daphne, I care about Astoria. That you'd even think I'd try and force you to do that. God, I'm not even 12 years old. I'm sorry, Harry. It's just, you're my last hope. We've already had to check her out of St. Mungo's. She's too weak to even get out of bed. Her expression went from shame and embarrassment to determination. If you think there's anything I wouldn't do to save my sister's life. I get it, Daphne. Come on, let's go. He lifted her up and dragged her towards the parlor he'd entered. Wah, where are we going? Diagon Alley. I need to go to Gringotts. But, the party. They'll wonder where we went. It's fine. This is more important. She had no arguments against that, and felt a warmth in her chest at his urgency. Finally, someone actually cared enough to do something. Using the Longbottom's flow, they appeared in the leaky cauldron, practically running to Gringotts. They waited in line for an available teller, where Harry removed a key from a chain around his neck and asked for a balance statement. He looked at the bottom line, reading off the figure to Daphne. I have 4,827 galleons. How much are Astoria's treatments? Daphne had a crestfallen look on her face. The new method they are using requires very rare potions ingredients, and she'd likely need to be hospitalized again while she recovers from missing the last treatment. How much is it? Do I have enough? I don't know the exact number. Fine. Then let's go to St. Mungo's. He paused. Should I go to my vault and get what's there? Are there checkbooks in the wizarding world? Street. Mungo's allows for draft payments. They'll have the paperwork. Okay. Come on. This time it was Daphne leading him back to the leaky cauldron, where Harry left a handful of sickles for Tom as payment for his frequent use of the tavern's flow powder. A quick trip through the fireplace, and they found themselves in the lobby of St. Mungo's. It's this way, Harry. Daphne led him to an office with a placard reading, treatment options and billing. It must have been a slow day, as there were no other patients waiting inside. Miss Greengrass, hello again. A snooty-looking wizard with thick-rimmed glasses sat behind a reception desk. As I told you and your father earlier this month, St. Mungo's cannot accept promise of payment, you must provide the gold up front. Harry leaned over the desk, reading off the name plate. Hello Mr. Gillies. I'd like to know the full balance for Astoria Greengrass treatment. Trevor Gillies sighed. It's quite steep. For 1 month stay, and a regimen of potions, the total comes to GG 2,175. Very well. Draw up a payment draft for me to sign. Daphne reached out and touched Harry on his shoulder. Harry, I'm scared to ask this, especially because it's almost everything you have, but father said he doesn't expect to have new investments until September, so you need 2 months of treatment. Mr. Gillies, please add that to the bill. Harry, that's almost everything you have. Okay. Here's the bill. I'll need your signature here, initials here, and you'll need to provide a drop of blood here. You don't understand, Harry, but before she could even finish her sentence, Harry had taken the quill, pricked his thumb to draw blood, then inked the quill to sign and initial the payment draft. Harry, Hogwarts tuition isn't paid until August 1st. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Wow, it's a pleasure to meet you. Ignoring the suddenly polite Mr. Gillies, Harry turned to Daphne. Wait, what are you saying? I don't know that you'll have enough left in your vault for tuition. Oh, he looked stricken for a moment, but thought of the application scroll to Ilvermorny, forgotten in his trunk. It'll be fine. How can you say that? Let's walk and talk. Daphne, we need to get back to the party. But Harry's pace was much slower than before, as though he were wading through water. They made their way back to the flow, and he waited while Daphne first fire-called her father to tell him to bring Astoria to the hospital to begin her treatment. Arriving back at Longbottom Manor, Harry no longer felt very festive. Rather than celebrating Neville's birthday, he felt almost as though it were a going-away party. Not even bothering to clear away the ash from his robes, he sat heavily on the parlor couch. Daphne took a seat on the cushion next to him. Do you regret it? She asked quietly. No. I mean, not when I think about what the consequences would have been if I hadn't done it. How much is Hogwarts tuition, anyway? I don't know. They sat quietly together for a few moments. Harry. He looked up from staring at his hands, his emerald green eyes meeting her violet orbs. I don't know how to thank you. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper. When had she gotten so close? Barely 6 inches separated their faces. Daphne slowly began to close the distance, her eyes fluttering closed as she did. Oh. Jerking apart, Harry and Daphne looked towards the door, seeing Hannah staring at them wide-eyed. Sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt, she began, before turning and hurrying away. Wetting his lips with his tongue, Harry stood up from the couch. We should probably get back. I'm sure it seems rude that we've been gone so long. Actually, I think I should go home. I know father will expect an explanation where the gold for Tori's treatments came from. Right, that makes sense. Bye, Daphne. She smiled, before tossing a pinch of flow powder into the fire. Bye, Harry. He stared into the fire for another moment, before turning to head out to the party. July 30th, 1992. Daphne emerged from the fireplace at Verdant Hills, her family manor, moments before her mother and father stepped out of the fireplace after her. We just returned from taking Astoria to St. Mungo's. The healers said it is unlikely she'll be up for visitors until tomorrow, given the urgent need for treatments right now. She nodded, waiting for the other shoe to drop. It was not a long wait. The healers also said that her treatments have been paid in full for the next 2 months. Where did you get the money, Daphne? Her father's tone was light, as though they were discussing what to have for dinner. It was Harry. Harry Potter. She couldn't recall her father ever sounding so surprised. Daphne looked at him, seeing a horrified look flash by his face, replaced by an expression that she struggled to identify. Was that shame? Yes. He had been on holiday with his family for much of the summer, and was unaware of the events that took place at the start of the month. When he heard about what Tori's chances were without the treatments, he insisted on paying. I see. Lucas abruptly walked to the liquor cabinet, removed a bottle of scotch, and left the room. The confusion on Cecily's face matched that of her daughter, before she quickly schooled her features and gestured for Daphne to take a seat. I can't recall ever being so proud of you, Daphne. Especially after all of your recent rebelliousness, I had despaired of you ever being anything but your father's daughter. She gave Daphne the most affectionate look that she could ever recall seeing on her mother. Aunt Druella always bragged to your grandmother that it was her daughter that landed the Malfoy fortune. Oh, how I wish that ch were still alive to see how my daughter was the one to wrap the boy who lived around her finger, and at 12 years old, no less. Daphne recoiled at the sheer ecstasy her mother expressed at the thought of her deceiving Harry. It wasn't like that, not at all. For the first time in years, Cecily walked to Daphne and wrapped her in a warm embrace. Of course not, my dear, she said, her dark blue eyes sparkling with mirth. I understand it was just an act of generosity, from one friend to another. Cecily tried and failed to contain her chuckles, the cruelty in her words not affecting the perfectly feminine pitch of her tinkling laughter. Daphne was stunned into speechlessness at the exuberance that her mother emoted. Not that Cecily minded, as she continued speaking without giving her daughter's silence a second thought. What would you like to do, honey? We can do anything you like. Why not go shopping? I'll buy you something so lovely that boys in their 7th year will be picking their jaws up off the floor come the equinox celebration. But our vaults are empty, after everything that happened with. Cecily waved her hand as though shooing away such concerns. Your father made an arrangement with the Malfoys, to obtain a tidy sum of gold in exchange for nothing more than a single memory. He finalized the deal just this morning, in fact. Harry practically gave me every galleon he had, mother. Daphne's face went pale as ash, a wave of nausea passing over her. Did he really? Cecily giggled again. Even I never could have managed that when I was your age. You were an exceptional I know. An exceptional young woman. She squeezed her daughter's shoulders in pride. Daphne's mind was awhirl with the emotion of the day. From her sheer desperation, begging Madame Longbottom on her hands and knees to no avail, to Harry rescuing her like a hero straight out of the adventure novels that bear his name. Reassurance at the knowledge that Astoria had a fighting chance of living to see her 10th birthday, and the unexpected and weird, but strangely welcome affection from her always distant mother. It had been the worst summer of her life, watching Astoria waste away. The relief she felt was nearly as staggering as the fear she'd been living with for the last month. It was all just too much for the young girl. Daphne hesitantly returned Cecily's embrace, enjoying the physical affection so rarely present from her parents. She could hate herself tomorrow, after all. Sure. That sounds like fun. Mum. Cecily pulled away for a moment, as if to gauge whether or not she was being sarcastic. Detecting none, her smile grew broader and she led Daphne back towards the fireplace, planning aloud where they could make reservations for dinner. Well, I can't believe you don't have anything to say. What do you expect, Hannah? Besides, I didn't see it. neither of us know for sure what's going on. They were keying in the parlor. Nobody saw either one of them the whole afternoon until I caught them. She stood, arms crossed expectantly. Well, what, Hannah? What's your plan going to be? You can't tell me that after everything that happened last year that you're not upset over Harry getting together with Daphne. Susan, trying to undo her hair from the ornate braid that Hannah had prepared earlier, gave up and looked at her friend's reflection in the mirror. It's exactly because of last year that I'm not upset. We're second years, it's not like they've signed a betrothal contract. Hannah's skeptical expression didn't waver. Right. And that's why you spent most of last year mooning over him. Susan blushed lightly, but kept her gaze steady. I like Harry. When Hannah rolled her eyes, she continued to prevent any interruptions. And because I do, I'm not going to do anything. And what if you lose your chance? It seemed like you two were pretty chummy during Easter. Maybe it's worth reminding him of that. Hannah, two things will happen. Either Harry and Daphne walk around the Black Lake and hold hands a few times, maybe snog a bit and that's it. Which, for the record, is the most likely outcome. We're 12 years old, after all. She tugged at the intertwined braids again, wincing as she did. Or, her hands paused, and Susan thought about that rushing green light heading for her, about Harry stepping from behind his defenses and promising to protect her. Or he and Daphne stick it out, and I do everything in my power to make sure she makes him the happiest wizard in Britain. It's the least I can do after what he's done for me. Susan slipped her dress off, the green dress that she'd picked out to match Harry's eyes, and put on a pair of pajamas. I'm tired. I think I'll head back to Auntie's. Suze, she's not home. I saw you try to fire call her earlier. If you want to be alone, you've got your room here. Why go sit in an empty manor? It's fine. I just want to sleep in my own bed tonight. I'll see you later, Hannah. She worriedly watched Susan leave the room and head to the parlor. Maybe her mum would have some advice on how to cheer up her surrogate sister. It was well past midnight when Amelia Bones reached for her mug of coffee, grimacing when her fingers wrapped around the cold ceramic surface. She drank it anyway. How many cups of this sludge have I drank today? Her secretary, who'd long since gone home, wasn't available to brew another pot, and the ministry elves had never figured out how to make a good cup of coffee. The fireplace flared, and Albus Dumbledore stepped out. Good evening, Amelia. Or are we able to say, morning, yet? I don't think it matters much at this point. Spending your days arguing before the Wizengamot doesn't leave much time for your DMLE duties, does it? He peered at the straight-backed chair in front her desk, waving his wand to transfigure it into his preferred floral chintz-patterned recliner. No, it doesn't. I actually find myself admiring you for holding down 3 positions for so long. Delegation, my dear, not hard work, is the root of all successful people. Now, I'm sure you're busy enough as it is. Have you reconsidered my requests? That's not why I asked you here. You're going to unite your conservative faction into backing the Muggle Protection Act. I know most of them support it, anyway. And why would I do that? I had a very illuminating fire call with Augusta Longbottom this afternoon. Plying your mind magic against an underage heir from a noble house. Congratulations, you've graduated from Muggle baiting to assault, Albus. And I assume that you'll make this go away if the Muggle Protection Act passes. That's right. Dumbledore smiled genially. Blackmail is beneath you, Amelia. Unfortunately, I recently spoke with Augusta, and she's agreed that it's best that the entire matter be handled privately. Did she? And what did it take for you to gain that remarkable favor? The fees for Frank and Alice Longbottom's care for the next year will come from my vault. Bribery is beneath you, Albus. He chuckled, summoning a ministry elf and asking for a cup of tea. And so we've come full circle. Now, perhaps there's a deal to be made between us. You want this bill passed, and I want information that can only be securely obtained from your office. I notice you haven't considered asking our esteemed minister for help. Accepting his tea from the elf, who subsequently popped away, Albus gave her an amused glance with an eyebrow raised. They both laughed. I'll consider it. I'm curious, though, what changed your mind about this bill? Arthur told me it was you that requested it be shelved. I recall you being a vociferous proponent of it. The timing didn't seem to meet the political climate. Arthur says that you asked him during Yule. I seem to recall some uncomfortable sessions in the Wizengamot for you during that time. Dumbledore leaned forward, placing his now empty cup onto Amelia's desk, where it vanished seconds later. I'm sure you're reading too much into this. Regardless, I've made my offer and now must take my leave. Good morning, Amelia. He walked to her fireplace, threw a pinch of flow powder, and left the office. By Merlin, she hated politicking. August 1, 1992. I never imagined. And this has been here for hundreds of years. Right under our noses. Yep. The Ministry of Magic is somewhere in London also, though I've never been. It's all rather marvelous. Look at all these shops. Where shall we go first? Harry was acting almost sullen, as though he wished he could be anywhere but shopping with her. Gringotts. The bank. Diane sighed. Harry, I know you'd rather be here with Sam. It's not that. Really. Mum. Come. It's this way. The two walked to the ornate marble building, slowing now and again to account for Diane's rubbernecking at innocent, everyday acts of magic. She gawked at the goblins staffing the bank as they waited in line. Key please. Harry handed it over from the chain around his neck, seeming unsurprised when the teller told him his vault had defaulted. They followed the directions that the teller provided to go to the delinquent accounts office, with Harry frantically explaining the situation to Diane in hushed tones. So you spent your inheritance on medical treatment for your friend's sister. Harry, you really should have spoken with us first. You're very sweet, but that was extremely irresponsible. I know. We'll discuss this further with Norm when we get home. For now, let's see what kind of a mess we're in. Entering the office, they approached the sole goblin that occupied it. Harry Potter, Vault 687. Defaulted on a charge of 750 galleons for a year's tuition at Hogwarts. Your balance stands at negative 293 galleons, including the 20 galleon penalty for lacking sufficient funds for a payment. The goblin peered over the parchment he was reading from, glaring at Harry. That penalty will continue monthly until your debt is settled, Mr. Potter. Your vault access is suspended, pending a year's payment of vault fees, up front, to ensure that your fiscal irresponsibility will not continue. Very well. May I have a moment to speak with my son? The goblin nodded, the smile on his face showing that he was savoring their distress like one would a fine wine. Harry, I can't think of any other way except for Norm and I to pay the balance. Mum, no, that's. Harry frantically did the math in his head. Almost £15,000. Diane's jaw dropped. Apparently Sam had not shared the currency conversion rate with them. We may be able to cash in some investments. Norm has money from his mother's life insurance payout. No, it's not right. This is my fault. He looked back at the goblin. What happens if I close my vault? The goblin's eyes narrowed, a wicked-looking curved dagger appearing in his hand. If you are no longer a Gringotts client, then all debts must be paid in full before you leave this building. Harry, despite his youth, had faced much worse than an angry goblin. His expression didn't change at all, which was disappointing to the small creature. Did the tellers explain the nature of your trust vault? I know that there is another, the main Potter vault, but that I can't access it until I am 17. Or until you or another of Potter blood attain the level of regency for your house, yes. Your trust vault refills to 5,000 galleons every year, on the last day of the Hogwarts term, for the conditions your parents set. The 20 galleon penalty repeats every month your account is in default, so by the time your vault refills, your charges will be more than GG 200. More than. That's £10,000 of fees. Diane was stunned. Gringotts is a bank, we charge interest. Now, the year's maintenance fee that you would be required to pay upfront only adds up to 35 galleons. Bringing his total obligations to GG 528. Harry, how much is each galleon converted to pounds exactly? 1 galleon to £50. Diane gave a light moan, and then sat back in her chair. All right, I understand my debts. I'll find the gold that I owe. He stood from his chair. Are we free to go? That dangerous smile returned to the goblin's face. Of course. Don't forget, Mr. Potter, Gringotts always collects on its debts. I hope you aren't thinking of attempting to run. Once more dismissing the goblin's threats, Harry helped Diane to her feet and led the shocked woman out of the bank. Harry, I never knew. £30,000, my God. I don't know where we'll find the money. You don't need to. My trust vault will pay the fines next year when it refills. And what about Hogwarts? Your tuition has to be paid. Harry looked around the bustling streets of Diagon Alley, full of school shoppers going to and fro, collecting their requisite supplies. We never told you, but there's a lot about the Makusa that is really ugly and horrible. Diane knew that Sam had been holding information back. What do you mean? What does that have to do with anything? The headmaster at Ilvermorny offered me a full ride, tuition, fees, and supplies included. I have the offer and application in my trunk at home. You can't go to school in America, Harry. How would you get there? And Norm and I don't have the proper visas to even seek work in the States. Harry's face twisted like he'd bit into a limo. I think they'd send me an international portkey. You guys would stay here. The Makusa is way too dangerous for muggles. I don't think I'd be able to come back for breaks, though. No. Why don't we just find you a school in our world? You can keep practicing your magic with Sam, like a self-study. He shook his head. It doesn't work like that. The Statute of Secrecy was the first thing we learned in history class. Any Muggle-born student that abandons their magical education prior to completing their ordinary wizarding levels has their magic bound and the students and their families' memories wiped. Good heavens. It's all right. It's just a year. Mum, I'm sure I'll be able to come back to Hogwarts after that. Okay. Slow down, Harry. We'll talk this over with Norm. There's no need to make any decisions just yet. We've got some time. Harry nodded slowly. That was true. They trudged back towards the leaky cauldron, neither up for much conversation, when someone called out for him. Susan. Hi. How are you? As was typical, the Hufflepuff was accompanied by Hannah. Good. I shouldn't be surprised to see you, but I'm still glad we ran into you. You aren't done with your shopping, are you? She asked, noting the lag of any bags or packages with the two. Hi. I'm Susan Bones. Sorry. I should have introduced you. This is my mum, Diane Malone. Well, soon to be Diane Peters. She shook hands with the two girls, who exchanged a look at Harry calling her, Mum. Nice to meet you. Harry's told me a great deal about you both, especially you, Susan. Both Harry and Susan's face lit up in vibrant blushes. Are you here with your parents? Hannah replied, We both came with my father. He stopped into Slug and Jiggers to discuss their next order. Our family business supplies them with most of their potions ingredients. She added, for Harry and Diane's benefit. Oh, I see, Diane replied, a bit disappointed she wasn't able to meet the parents of Harry's friends. We were just going to Flourish and Blots for our book list. You have to come with us. Gilderoy Lockhart is having a book signing. Harry didn't particularly care, nor did he recognize the author's name that had them so excited, but Diane gestured for him to go along with the girls. He needed to be around friends with after the way their morning had gone. The bookstore was packed. There was a large crowd waiting when they arrived, so many that the numbers spilled outside. A large cheer erupted at the arrival of an extraordinarily handsome blonde-haired man. His smile was like a spotlight, blinding every witch whose gaze he met, and he shook hands with and waved at the crowd as he passed through the entrance to the store. Let's see if we can get closer. Come on, you guys. Susan gave Harry a small smile at her friend's exuberance, but nonetheless followed her, worming their way through the crowd to the front, where Lockhart had climbed onto an elevated stage. Thank you. Thank you. I can't tell you the enormous gratitude I feel to see so many fine wizards and witches taking an interest in the actions of a humble adventurer such as myself. Lockhart spoke with the ease and eloquence of a famous movie star. I've been assured by Mr. Blott that this store has enough copies for every customer of my autobiography, Magical Me, which includes experiences never before told to the public. He paused, allowing the wild applause to wash over him for nearly a full minute before holding his hands up to quiet the crowd. What you don't know is that my word, could it be? Lockhart jumped off the stage, grasping Harry's arm and practically yanking the boy back onto the stage with him. Harry Potter. Everyone. I invited Mr. Potter here today so that Britain's favored son could learn, along with all of you dear friends, that he, along with every other student, would not only be getting magical me, they'll also be getting the real me. I have, as of last week, accepted the position of Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. This time the applause was deafening, the roar of the crowd continuing unabated for several minutes. Lockhart himself seemed powerless to quiet them, as he tried several times unsuccessfully to settle them down. Finally, the noise reduced to a low hum. Now, I promised I would read the introduction to my new book, and so I shall. I will also personally sign every copy that is purchased here today, should you desire. Before I begin, though, I promised young Harry that I would arrange a few advanced lessons for him. Just a moment, friends. Lockhart pulled Harry behind the bright purple curtain on the stage, while the store's proprietor called out for calm and for the crowd to arrange themselves in an orderly fashion. Harry jerked his arm out of Lockhart's grasp. What was that about? Who in the bloody hell are you? Harry Potter, as I live and breathe. I don't suppose you have any idea what an opportunity this is, do you? What are you talking about? Why did you pull me back here? My mum is waiting for me, you know. Lockhart leaned down to eye level with Harry, his magazine cover, smile turning to a feral grin. I've read about you, you know. Stuck with muggles, no idea about our culture or our world. You don't have any idea what kind of influence you could wield as the boy who lived, do you? If I had the advantages you do, I'd be the richest wizard in the world by now. Get off of me, wait, what do you mean? Oh, you find the idea of wealth appealing, don't you? There's nothing like it, Harry. Do you know how much I made off of my last book? So many galleons I could have filled enough tubs to bathe in gold in a different one every day of the week. Bully for you, but I don't see how that helps me. Relax, Harry, relax. You don't understand, Mr. Professor. Harry, remember. I'll be your Dada teacher this year. Biting back his annoyance, Harry continued. Okay, Professor, but as it stands I won't be coming to Hogwarts. I don't have the galleons to pay for tuition or school supplies. Lockhart was perplexed at the news of Harry's financial distress, but seized the opportunity that presented itself to him. How much? What? How much do you owe Hogwarts? 293 galleons for tuition. I don't know how much for supplies. Lockhart removed his wand and summoned a small booklet, along with a quill and inkpot. And if I were to make that problem go away? Why would you do that? What's in it for you? What's in it for us, Harry? Just go along with me when we go back out there. Big smiles, happy waves, and I'll make us so much money that instead of paying off debts, you'll be paying Gringotts to double, no triple the size of your vault. Agreed. As slimy as this man seemed, Harry couldn't deny he was obviously successful. Agreed. Lockhart signed something in the booklet with a flourish, tearing the page out and handing it to Harry. Here. This is a Gringotts draft for GG 350. That should be more than enough to pay for your tuition and get your supplies. He looked Harry up and down critically. Hair is okay. Glasses are fashionable. Oh. You must have grown over the summer. Just a mo. He quickly wrote another slip, this one for 60 galleons. Go to Twilfit and Tattings, get yourself some Acromantula silk robes. Silver. You'll need them this year. Now, let's get back out there. Remember, positive vibes, big smiles. They emerged from the curtain to renewed applause. Thank you, friends. I was merely checking with young Harry whether or not he and I should let you fine people be the first to know our little secret. The crowd hushed expectantly. You see, since Harry re-entered our world following his tragic absence, he has been under my tutelage. That's right, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin 3rd Class, member of the Dark Force Defense League, have taken on the boy who lived as my apprentice. Harry practically felt his robes billow at the sonic output from the crowd's cheers. A nudge from Lockhart reminded him to wave and smile big. It went on for several minutes, with Lockhart this time making no move to quiet them. He made a big show of putting a fatherly arm over Harry's shoulder, posing for multiple cameras that suddenly appeared amongst the crowd. Eventually, the gathered witches and wizards settled down. I know that Harry probably thought that today couldn't get better, but I'm sure hearing the joy from all of you fine wizards and witches was as exciting for him as it was for me. As my apprentice, I of course will provide him with a free set of the second-year book list. Mr. Blott, the proprietor, raised his eyebrows but reluctantly nodded. Even though after a year of corresponding with me has left him much more advanced than this material. Lockhart gave an exaggerated wink to the crowd, really hamming it up. Run along for the rest of your supplies, Harry, we'll meet a bit later. Now, who's first for their autograph? Harry hopped off the stage with his new books, seeing stars in Hannah's eyes and a strangely disappointed look in Susan's. He gave them a quick wave, slipping through the crowd thanks to a distraction caused by a fist fight near the entrance between Ronald Weasley and Draco Malfoy, meeting Diane just outside the bookstore. What was that about, Harry? That was a business deal, Mum. Come on, let's go back to Gringotts and settle my debt. Daphne, you don't always have to bring me flowers, you know. The elder sister placed the vase on the bedstand, and leaned over to give Astoria a key. On the forehead. Hush. How do you feel? Astoria gave a toothy smile, but didn't sit up. Still a little weak, but better than before. Daphne remembered her younger sister's sweaty, trembling form in her bedroom at their manor, and nodded firmly. That's a start. Hopefully you'll be up and moving around in no time. Yay. Never thought I'd miss the chair, but being stuck in bed like this is so much worse. She looked towards the door, trying to get a glimpse around Daphne. Are Mum and Dad coming? Not today, Tori. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she took one of her sister's hands in her own. Father has been working in his study all day, code for nursing a hangover, and Mother wasn't sure if you would be up to visitors yet. In reality, Cecily was entertaining Lydia Caro and had not inquired into Astoria's condition. Oh, okay. I thought you might like to write to Harry. You know, he wrote to you when he got back from his holiday trip. Tori perked up. He did. You were, you probably don't remember, but I read it to you. Her sister gasped. You read my mail. Daphne couldn't help but laugh at Astoria's outraged expression. Yes, well, in any case I brought a quill and parchment. Would you like to dictate a note to him? Sure. And with that, Astoria rattled off an exuberant note full of questions about Harry's trip, what he liked about America, the puppy he'd conjured for her, and that she'd like him to come visit her. It wasn't long after she'd finished, "Love, your best friend, Astoria," that a healer arrived in the room with Tori's next round of potions. Daphne stayed and held her sister's hand until the young girl drifted to sleep, before pulling up a chair next to the bed. She placed Astoria's letter in envelope but did not seal it, instead setting it next to the flowers on the nightstand. Removing a fresh sheet of parchment from her robes, Daphne began to write her own letter to Harry. Anxiety bubbled deep within her. How could she admit that she hadn't, actually, needed his money? Why should he believe her ignorance about her father's dealings? He'll think I was manipulating him the whole time. It's what she would think if she were in his shoes. She looked down at the parchment, where a sizable ink blot was expanding from where her quill pressed, motionless against the parchment. Setting her parchment aside, she sealed the envelope containing Astoria's letter. She couldn't face him, even through a letter. Not yet. August 17, 1992. Norm set the table for 5, pondering the need for a larger dining room table, while watching the ongoing stalemate in the kitchen with one eye. Harry stood sullenly, arms crossed and leaning against the refrigerator while Diane cooked at the stove. You can't ignore me forever. Your professor is supposed to arrive in a few minutes, you might as well get used to talking again now. Harry didn't respond. Sweetheart, you know I am proud of how independent you are, and your determination to take care of things on your own, but we're a family now. You have to get used to us having a say in your life. Marveling at his fiance's understanding of their adoptive son, Norm came back into the kitchen for glassware just in time to see Harry sigh and uncross his arms. I get that, Mum, but I don't like the idea of wizards knowing where we live. I could have just as easily met him at his home. Harry, we don't want you to go to a stranger's home without us having a chance to meet them first. If this professor of yours wants to meet with you before school starts, he can do so here, in our home. I went to Neville's, and Hannah's too. Well, those were parties. There were other people there. It's different. The boy huffed and pulled at his collar. What time is Sam coming? Should be here any minute now. Norm called from the dining room. Just then, there was a loud crack and the sound of shattering glass. Harry dashed in from the kitchen, joining Norm in gaping at the sight before them. Gilderoy Lockhart stood perched on their table, having smashed half the settings Norm had just put out, dressed in vivid gold-colored robes. Not giving a single thought to the destroyed dishes, he hopped off the table and immediately began pumping Norm's hand in an energetic handshake. Gilderoy Lockhart, Professor Emeritus at Hogwarts, Order of Merlin 3rd Class, Dark Force Defense League member, at your service. Norm Peters, pleasure to meet you, Professor. Won't you take a seat? He turned to Harry, seeing the boy had already returned with the broom and dustpan. Thanks, Harry. What's this? Oh, my apologies. Apparition to a new location can be rather tricky, after all. Put away your tools, young Harry, and let me explain to you the wonder and glory of the Reparo charm. The doorbell rang, sparing Norm from listening to Lockhart's explanation of the magical theory behind the spell, most of which sounded half-baked even to Norm. Hi Sam. Come on in. That's the guy, Sam asked, speaking in a quiet voice. Yay. Seems like a real character. The two men, joined by Diane from the kitchen door, watched while Lockhart wildly gestured with his wand, crying out, Reparo. At such a volume that Norm wondered if the neighbors would comment. Still, the dishes that Lockhart had smashed began to piece back together, taking their original shape minus several cracks and chips, and, in the case of one wine glass, missing the stem entirely. Well, it's a rather intricate spell, Lockhart said, taking in the sort of repaired dishes and glassware. Hello there, my dear, didn't notice you when I arrived, although now I'm wondering how that's even possible. Giving Diane an extended key on the back of her hand, Lockhart showed off the smile that was a 5-time Witch Weekly winner. Gilderoy Lockhart, Profess. Yes, Professor Lockhart, I heard. I'm Diane Malone, Norman's fiancée. Lockhart's smile didn't lessen even fractionally. And who's this chap? Another relative. Sam Chambers, a friend of the family. That was a very interesting display, Professor. Oh, the charm. Sam. Ed in response. Nothing too complicated, I assure you. I imagine you must be quite curious about magic, given that Harry is only 1 year into his education. Sam's polite smile widened for only a moment. Yes, that was quite remarkable. I hear that you'll be teaching defense this year. Yes, old Albus practically begged me to take the position. Rather embarrassing, I don't mind telling you, to have him go on and on about my qualifications. I think I was ready to accept just out of modesty, really. He took a seat at the table at Norm's invitation, continuing, despite what happened to that unfortunate Quirrell character, being such a humble man I could not rightly refuse the headmaster's request. Quirrell. That was one of your professors from last year, wasn't it? Harry had gone very still at Diane's question, the pitcher of water in his hand perched an inch off the table. Getting no response, she turned back to their guest. What was so unfortunate about him, Professor? I'd have thought Harry would have mentioned it. The poor man was killed last year, just before Yule break. The water pitcher was safely on the table, though ripples began appearing in the liquid's placid surface. Harry studiously avoided his parents' suddenly penetrating gazes. I heard from a particularly chatty Auror trainee that he'd somehow been decapitated. Still, there are worse ways to go. Lockhart gave an exaggerated sniff, turning once more to Diane. What is that delightfully appetizing smell? I can tell I'm in for a meal to remember this evening. Neither Norm and Diane reacted to Lockhart's final comment, the two putting together the pieces of Lockhart's admission and Harry's behavior over winter break. Sam rubbed his forehead, already feeling a stress headache coming on. I don't doubt that you're right, Professor. Dinner went smoothly, thanks in large part to Gilderoy filling every available moment of silence with his many experiences as an adventurer. By the time Norm poured a glass of after-dinner sherry for their guest, everyone was ready to get down to the business of the visit. So Harry tells us that he's accepted the position as your apprentice. Can you elaborate on what exactly that means? Lockhart took a deep gulp of the fortified wine. Certainly. Much of what Harry will be doing is assisting me at various society events. Being in rather high demand following my latest exploits and book release, there are several engagements that I will require his assistance at this year. What sort of assistance can Harry provide? Fill me up, if you will. You do make for a delightful barkeep, Norman. Lockhart sipped at his refill this time. Harry will offer the people of magical Britain a glimpse at the future shining light of our society, appearing as he will alongside the current one, of course. It is a morale-building exercise, you see, following the awful times that led to Harry's exile to your world, the people needed a champion to give them feelings of safety, of security. I, naturally, fit that role perfectly. Harry, as my apprentice, will gain the necessary skills to take my place once he reaches his majority. Sam asked the next question. Will you be instructing him on magic, as well? Harry benefited a great deal from one-on-one instruction last year. Absolutely. Why? I guarantee that by the solstice Harry will be at a third, no a fourth year level. With my instruction, and his aptitude, the sky is the limit. He held out his glass for a third sherry. If I may ask, how did Harry come to reside with you lovely people? My relatives were unable to properly care for me. Norm and Diane take good care of me. The tone of Harry's voice left no room for reply. Professor, what of the gold that you gave to Harry? Will he have to pay that back? Are apprentices paid in the magical world? His face slightly flushed from the alcohol. Lockhart shook his head emphatically. It is my duty to provide for my apprentices' education and training. Harry's efforts at my side will more than compensate for that trifle bit of coin I provided him. In fact, he stands to profit quite a deal from his work with me. Yes, Professor. You were rather clear about that when we talked in the bookshop. How will my duties translate to profit? Harry asked. Just one more, if you don't mind, my good man, and then hide the bottle. No matter how much I pester you. While Norm refilled his glass once more, Lockhart blearily smiled at Harry. It is just as I said. You're a symbol, Harry, of an end to darker times. There are many people that would benefit from meeting you. I will, as your guide through Britain's upper echelon, facilitate those introductions. Lockhart was feeling the sherry. Well, that sounds rather harmless. Sam, like everyone at the table, sensed the night winding down. Wonderful. Lockhart stood from the table, profusely thanking everyone for the meal and hospitality. Harry, I'll see you on September the 1st. He spun in a quick circle. Nothing happened. Right. I suppose I should take the night bus. Perhaps just a touch more of that very excellent sherry before I go. While Norm sorted out Lockhart, Harry stood to begin gathering the dishes. Harry, please stay at the table. I'd like to talk to you. Diane's voice brooked no argument. He reluctantly sat back down. This professor from last year. You saw him die, didn't you? Diane, really, do you think this is the tea? Her eyes never leaving Harry's form, Diane interrupted. Sam, thanks for coming tonight, but I'd like to speak with my son. Norm, Sam's leaving. Coming back from the door to a suddenly tense atmosphere at the table, Norm took in Harry's defensive posture, Diane's single-minded focus, and Sam's obvious discomfort. Right, Harry, I'd love to have a chance to catch up with Hedwig tomorrow. Good night, Diane, thanks for the meal. Harry acknowledged his rather unsubtle request with a nod, and Sam left the apartment. Harry, her voice was softer this time. We need you to tell us. Something obviously happened. Norm and I both saw it over Christmas, even if we didn't know the reason why. She waited, while Harry battled with himself over what say. I try not to think about it. Well, you know what they say about carrying a heavy load, don't you? It's easier to do with a team effort. Norm thought he'd try his hand at a softer approach. Harry met his eyes for a second, then sighed. It started after my personal lessons one night, when this girl, Hermione, came running up the corridor towards me. Harry slowly told the story of the night beneath the third-floor corridor, while Diane's face grew more and more horrified and Norm's fists clenched so hard he was sure he'd draw blood soon. By the time he got to the part about finishing Quirrell, Diane could take no more and rushed around the table to embrace him. Why didn't you tell us, Harry? My God, this is not the sort of thing you keep to yourself. I thought it would be best if I stuffed it in a box and packed it away. I don't want to be sad when I'm around you. Neither of them noticed Norm stiffen at Harry's response. Diane, arms around her son, understood the hidden message tucked away in Harry's words. You thought we wouldn't want you if we knew. Oh, Harry, how could you possibly think that? Norm and I are never going to leave you, do you understand? Harry nodded, somewhat drained from reliving that event. Is it all right if I go to bed? Sure. If you need anything, we'll be up for a while. Okay. Good night, Mum. Night, Dad. After Harry left the room, Diane regarded Norm, who had barely moved a muscle since Harry had finished his story. Can you believe that? 11 years old and having to save the lives of his classmates. 11 years old and having to fend off a psychotic killer. Norm barely acknowledged her words, instead grinding out in a soft voice, he knew. What? Knew what? Sam. Norm said. Harry said he wanted to stuff it in a box and pack it away. Sam's mother used to say that all the time when we were kids and Sam was upset about something. He knew what happened to Harry and he didn't tell us. September 1st, 1992. All right, kiddo. We expect all the usual letters and so forth. Plus, keep us updated what you get up to with Lockhart. Okay, will do. Harry gave Norm a hug. Mum, you all right? Diane embraced him, muttering half to herself, I wish you didn't have to go back there. It's okay, really. I'm all right, that was a one-time thing. This had been a frequent topic of discussion for the last few weeks. Okay. Diane sniffed, holding him at arm's length to look at him with watery eyes. Just be safe, no matter what, okay? We love you. I will. I'll see you in a few months. Harry took off through the barrier to platform 9 3/4, leaving Norm and Diane to turn away and head back towards their train. None of them noticed, while they were making their farewells, an invisible outline of a disillusioned wizard standing next to the barrier. After Harry left, the outline shifted, and with a murmur of Persequo, cast a tracking charm at Norm's back. Harry hurried on board the express, eager to escape the crowd that, after several weeks of Lockhart's public relations efforts, looked at him as the second coming of Merlin. It's worse than the start of first year, he grumbled to himself. Thankfully, the students didn't seem as impressed as their parents were, and his reception on the express was not dissimilar from his other trips on the train. Stowing his trunk in an empty compartment, Harry spent the rest of the ride visiting with Anthony Goldstein, his Ravenclaw dorm mate, and stopping in to spend time with Susan, Hannah, Neville, and Hermione. Boarding the carriages to pull them to the castle, the students entered the Great Hall en masse to await the sorting ceremony. Clapping politely as the final student joined their new house, Harry piled food onto his plate as the meal appeared on the table. Sorting feasts were always a bit subdued, what with the need for students and faculty alike to reacclimate to the school year. Harry waved to Morag and Mandy further down the table, where the two girls were sitting with the freshly sorted first years. He'd barely begun to dig into the mouthwatering array of food when someone cleared their throat directly behind him. Harry, come along. We've got training to do, Lockhart said, taking a moment to bask in the adoration coming from the students. But what about dinner? Not to worry, I'll ensure you're fed and watered. Now come along. He turned and walked towards the doors. Harry stood and hurried to catch up, accompanying Lockhart as they left the Great Hall and walked towards the grounds at a quick pace. Where are we going, Professor? Just a little get-together that I was asked to attend. Nothing too formal, just a small gathering of influential people. Step lively now, Harry, our portkey goes off in less than 5 minutes and we must be outside the school's wards. The two hustled off the grounds, waiting just outside the gates for Lockhart's portkey to activate. Professor, what am I supposed to do when we get there? I'll introduce you to the host, and I imagine he'll have many people he'll want you to meet. While you're doing that, I'll be working the room and finding us other opportunities. Any further questions Harry might have had were cut off with a jerk behind his navel, as the portkey transported him and Lockhart to an opulently furnished parlor. Gilderoy. And this must be Harry Potter. A large and rotund man with a bushy mustache was waiting for them. So glad you could make it. As though I could turn down an invite from my favorite teacher. Harry, this is Horace Slughorn, formerly the potions professor at Hogwarts. He's been owling me practically daily since word broke that I'd taken you on as my apprentice. A jovial smile adorning his round face, Slughorn nodded enthusiastically. Indeed. Though I was as surprised as anyone to read about you working with Gilderoy, he and I have a long history that I was happy to exploit in order to meet you. Seeing the discomfort on the Ravenclaw's face, he quickly continued, "It's not what you think, at least not entirely. I was something of a mentor to your mother, you see. She was my favorite student, and I think she'd be happy to know that I was looking out for her son. You knew my mother. While James Potter was held in high regard in magical Britain for fathering the boy who lived, Lily Potter was more of a footnote. That is, when she was mentioned at all. I did. She was as dear to my heart as any student I met in nearly 4 decades of teaching. Let me tell you a few stories while I show you around. Should we find the time, there are so many people I'd like you to meet. Have you eaten yet?" Lockhart loudly cleared his throat, drawing Slughorn's attention. "Oh, Gilderoy, of course. Nellie will see to the fee for your appearance. I believe that Marjorie Bletchley was eager to speak with you, if you find the time." A house elf appeared and passed a Gringotts draft slip to Lockhart, who tucked it into his robes with a gracious smile. "Thank you, sir. Harry, enjoy yourself." Later that week, Harry sat with the members of Neville's study group, trying to catch up on several essays he was behind on. It wasn't easy to focus, though, with Hannah asking a steady stream of questions about their new Dada professor. "There's really nothing to tell, Hannah. Come on, Harry, don't hold out on us. You've missed dinner the whole week while you've been working with him. What is he teaching you? Did you learn that curse that he used to subdue a whole pack of werewolves in Wanderings with Werewolves?" No. Harry didn't know how to tell her that. Besides Slughorn's party, Lockhart had simply had him answering his fan mail for the last week. "Does anyone have their notes from History of Magic?" "Here, Harry." Hermione passed him a sheaf of parchment, full of her neat and orderly script. "I have to admit, I was expecting a bit more from our first lesson with Professor Lockhart." Neville grimaced, rubbing at the scratches left by the pixies. "I'll say." While Hannah hotly defended their new defense professor, Susan looked Harry over. She hadn't seen much of him since the term started, what with him missing most meals. She felt like she heard more about him from the prophet than from Harry himself. "You're doing all right, though. He's not working you too hard." Harry looked up from Hermione's notes to meet Susan's light blue eyes. "It's not that big a deal, really." October 3, 1992. "Flint's really whipped the team into shape this season, don't you think?" "I don't know. I think even with the new brooms, Diggory's got the edge over Malfoy." Blaze's gaze never left the pitch as the broom riders darted back and forth. "Speaking of, is it just me or has he actually been tolerable this year?" "Actually, you're right. I don't think I've heard him reference his father since the term started." "What do you think, Daphne?" Tracy got no response. "Daphne. By Morgana, she's at it again." The girl in question jerked to attention. "What? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I'll say, I thought it was bad last year, but at least you talked to him back then." "She trying to stare holes in Potter again?" Blaze asked, his eyes still on the Quidditch match. "As usual. Really, Daphne, have some self-respect. Shut up, both of you. If all you're going to do is tease, then don't say anything at all." It had been a common point in their conversations over the last month. "You didn't have any trouble talking to him last year. Are you intimidated now that he's Lockhart's apprentice or something? Ha! Like that imbecile could teach anyone how to tie their own shoes, much less magic." Blaze had joined most of the male Hogwarts population in immediately tiring of their defense professor's antics, and the female students' defense of him. In truth, Daphne kept hesitating in approaching Harry, to the point that she even actively avoided him when he sought her out. She knew it was unlikely that anyone had told him of her family's deception, but she couldn't stomach the thought of coming clean, nor of continuing the lie. It must have worked out. He's here at school, after all. At that moment, Harry was not, in fact, at school. As it was a Saturday, Lockhart had dragged him off on another excursion. As they walked through Diagon, Harry was given his first real lecture by his mentor. I know you've been frustrated over the last month that we've done little more than answer letters and attend private parties. Harry thought it best to be silent, rather than honest. I remember being your age, wanting to be the greatest wizard since Merlin. But there's more to life than magical power. They paused as the owner of a bakery came running out, pressing a bag of pastries into Lockhart's hands with effusive thanks for his service to the wizarding world. Do you see? Power doesn't equal respect. Here, have a pastry. Max makes the most enjoyable chocolate croissants. The two ate in silence for a few moments, before Lockhart continued. Just look at the three greatest wizards of this century: Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and he who must not be named. All were exceptional in strength and magical ability, all of them capable of legendary acts of wizardry. Yet what became of them? Dumbledore is a glorified schoolmarm who ineffectually plays at politics part-time. Grindelwald is locked up in a prison, waiting to die. And he who must not be named was reduced to a pile of ashes by a mere infant. No offense intended, of course. Do you see my point, Harry? He didn't. Dumbledore is the strongest wizard in Britain, though. And Grindelwald, didn't he start a world war? That is all true, yes. But I ask you to look beyond that, Harry. What influence do they have, after all of that? Grindelwald succeeded in killing unimaginable numbers of people, only for society to pick up right where it left off after he was defeated, his ideals relegated to the dustbin of history. Dumbledore, upon defeating him, wandered away to teach children how to turn matchsticks into needles. He might as well be standing on the sidelines given how his political opponents continue to dominate society. As for you know who, well, Lockhart looked around to ensure no one was listening closely. The man was nothing but a murdering psychopath. There's no greatness in that. They came to a stop in front of a small office. So what's your point, sir? Lockhart led Harry up the steps to the building, pausing at the door. I'm telling you that there's more to power than flashy spells. Look at me, a lowly half-blood, but I get invitations to every calendar event from the pureblood elite, no matter their politics. They can laugh at me behind my back, but none of them would dare say anything in public. Even in Britain, the will of the people carries weight, and the people love me, Harry. They love us. Lesson complete. He opened the door and ushered Harry into a small, cramped office. Thaddeus, you old coot, how are you? Despite Lockhart's greeting, the man inside was in his late 40s, barely older than Gilderoy himself. Did you take care of what I asked? Thaddeus Perot was a small-time publisher that had struck gold when, nearly a decade ago, he decided to take a risk and publish a book by a first-time author, relatively unknown at that time. He had since built his business off the back of Lockhart's success. Indeed, why else would I have asked you to meet? Hello, Mr. Potter. I'm Thaddeus Perot, head of Perot Publishing. Take a seat, would you? The two men cleared off the various papers and books off the chairs that faced Perot's desk, and sat down. Now, per your request, Gilderoy, I was able to sit down with the publishers of the Harry Potter Adventure series. It took a bit of wrangling, plus the implied threat of legal action from Mr. Potter here, but they've agreed to provide you with a portion of the royalties, and our firm with the rights to publish future stories about Harry. Wonderful. Do you hear that, Harry? Now it's just a matter of finding some new adventures to put in my next book. Any news on that front, Thad? Well, there was that matter of the undiscovered archaeological site in the Mid-East. The one that killed the Zabini woman. Hard pass. Okay, well, there's a wizard that's been trying to get in touch with you for several weeks. Says he needs to meet with you for an urgent opportunity. I have his address here. Nice work, Thad. Send him an owl and tell him I'll arrive next Saturday at. He withdrew a small planner from his robes and briefly consulted it. 4 o'clock. That's something else to remember, Harry. Part of being important is acting important. They work us into their schedule, not the other way around. He stood and motioned Harry to do the same. Let's head out. We've got to stop off at the children's wing at St. Mungo's before we return to the castle. Perot gave a polite cough. There was that other issue on the agenda, Gilderoy. He slid an open folder across the desk in Harry's direction. I'll need Harry's signature and a drop of blood to verify his permission to publish his book. Harry's head whipped towards his professor. What book? The easy smile Lockhart had on his face hardened slightly. Of course, thanks for the timely reminder, Thad. Harry, we're simply planning to publish a brief summary of your apprenticeship from the last year. What are you talking about? I've been working for you for 2 months, and we've hardly done anything. Well, yes, but it is really just covering what we will be doing. All very much in order, trust me. Harry had a cross look on his face. Shouldn't I get to read it before it gets published? Who is even writing it? Thaddeus replied, we have a ghostwriter that handles this sort of thing. He'll meet with you in Gilderoy to understand what he'll be writing about, and then he expands off of that. All strictly on the up and up, I assure you. Remember, Harry, why you agreed to this in the first place. Book sales are a big part of that. Harry's struggle visibly played out on his face. He felt like a phony, having what was ostensibly a book, by him that he hadn't even written. But it's not like there haven't been a bunch of people writing stories about me already, he reasoned. If it's going to have my name on it, I want to have a bigger part than just one meeting. Lockhart's smile reverted to its typical sunny disposition. Absolutely. We'll make certain that happens. Now, off we go. Anthony's breathing finally evened out. Harry counted to 100 in his head just to be sure, then gathered his invisibility cloak and some folded paper from his bag before sneaking quietly out of the room. Making his way down the stairs towards the entrance portal, he breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of an empty common room. It was always easier getting out when there were no older students up late studying. He made his way towards the grounds at a leisurely pace, pondering which spells he would work on tonight. This was his third excursion into the Forbidden Forest. With Dumbledore keeping his distance after Neville's birthday, Harry was limited to what he managed to learn in his courses. Without personalized instruction for his abilities, he was stuck. It was after he got back from his trip to London with Lockhart that he decided he'd have to take matters into his own hands. Lockhart's lessons so far had been limited to politics and public relations. So, with Sam's printed list of spells and transfiguration ideas, he'd made his way out onto the grounds after curfew Sunday night and began to practice new spells. After walking what he felt was a suitable distance into the forest, he removed his cloak and sat down in the dry, autumn grass. It was cool out, but not quiet. The forest seemed even more alive at night than it did in the day. He looked at the clear and moonless sky, letting the starlight wash over him while he touched his magic, rousing the power within him in an unfocused manner. Professor Badisser, at Ilvermorny, had suggested this as a means of gaining greater control over his abilities. He breathed slowly and steadily, feeling the magic throughout his body, from his fingertips to his toes. Are you not going to do any magic this time? Harry's eyes flew open and he jerked into motion, rolling to his right and coming up on one knee with his hand extended and his eyes shimmering with ethereal light. A small, wayfish girl with hair so owned it seemed white in the darkness stood a handful of paces away. Who are you? How did you sneak up on me like that? I'm Luna Lovegood, and I was following you. Why? I saw you out here 2 nights ago, doing some interesting magic. I followed you tonight, but you were just sitting here and I got bored. Are you a first year? What were you doing in the Forbidden Forest to begin with? She sat down in the grass near where he had been moments ago. Well, moon frogs can't be seen in the daytime, silly. Daddy told me stories about them from when he was at Hogwarts. Oh, Harry didn't know what moon frogs were, but given that he'd never heard of hippogriffs, jackalopes, and noondoos until fairly recently, he took this in stride. How do you like Hogwarts so far? It's fascinating, really. So much to see and do. I don't think I've made a very good impression on my classmates though. No. Why do you say that? What with his extracurricular duties, Harry didn't spend much time in Ravenclaw Tower. They think I'm a bit odd. I've heard a few of the older students say that you had a rough start last year, too, and that everyone should be patient with me. I suppose I should thank you for that. Harry remembered the catastrophic start to his own first year and chuckled. You're welcome. And you seem normal enough to me. Luna hummed in response, returning to her original question. Are you not going to do any magic tonight? Harry glanced over at his cloak and notes. I was going to. I suppose you'd like to stay and watch. I would. She responded airily. Okay. Do me a favor and don't tell anyone about this. He stepped several feet away from Luna and extended one hand towards the spell list on the ground, managing to snag it out of the air from the cloud of grass, dirt, twigs, and leaves that were pulled along by his summoning spell. Harry was grateful for the darkness to hide his cheeks burning in embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, he began to run through his conjurations and transfigurations, to the delight of the bee-owned first year. Even though it's far from our first meeting, I'm still surprised to see you in a place like this. Why's that? Rita Skeeter slid into the booth in the back of the White Wyvern, where her contact was waiting. Well, one would think that an Auror would prefer to not spend their time at a pub in Nocturne Alley. Yaxley cast a number of privacy charms before lowering his hood. Would you rather we met in the atrium at the ministry? Let's just get down to it. What do you have for me? Rita adjusted her acid green eyeglasses, and readied a quill and a pad of parchment. I thought you might like a follow-up on our last discussion. A smile of pure greed slowly wormed its way across her features. About the Potter boy. Do tell. There's a house just outside of Muggle London. Number 4 Privet Drive. It's where Potter spent most of his childhood. She scribbled the address down. So what? You expect me to do a profile on a bunch of Muggles? I thought you'd have something a bit more interesting than that. Yaxley rolled his eyes. You'll need to do some actual investigating this time. Don't worry. There's no wards on the home. You can use whatever tricks you have up your sleeve and no one will be the wiser. Skeeter was still skeptical. What's newsworthy about this? I've got better things to write about. Just do what you want. A mutual acquaintance asked me to pass the information on, and I have done so. Rita didn't visibly react to his words, but she looked down at the address with renewed interest. I also expect my usual payment, Skeeter. This had better pan out, Yaxley. She tossed a small sack of gold onto the table as he stood from their booth and raised his hood once more. Or what? He asked in amusement. I almost wish the stupid bint would. She'd be signing her own death sentence. We're done here. October 10, 1992. Rise and shine, apprentice. Wah, professor. What are you doing here? Harry fumbled for his glasses while Anthony groaned and covered his ears with his pillow. We've got things to do today, no time to sleep in. Up and at them. How did you even get in here? I was a Ravenclaw myself, Harry. Besides, it's not as though the entrance is all that secure. Anyone able to answer the riddle at the door knocker can easily gain access. Right. That's a great comfort. If you'll excuse me, I'll need some time to get ready. Very well. I'll meet you at the entrance hall in a half hour. The bee-owned haired professor swirled out of the room with a twirl of his bright purple cloak. Why you signed on with that Ponce, I'll never know. It's not all bad, Tony, Harry told his roommate, though he was unsure whether he was trying to convince Anthony or himself with his defense of Lockhart. Sorry for waking you. No worries, I should get up anyway. Terry, Mandy and I were going to put the finishing touches on the banner we're making for the match today. Harry gave a wistful smile. He'd yet to attend a Quidditch match this term. Who are we playing, again? Gryffindor. Their chasers get better every year, but their seeker is still pants at finding the snitch. I like our odds, especially with Chong developing the way she has. Right, I don't think that's the kind of developing that made you such a fan, mate. Anthony's response was to send his pillow flying into Harry's face. Get going. I don't want Lockhart coming back up here because you're late. Harry grinned and tossed the pillow back to his roommate before gathering his bathing supplies and heading to the showers. 20 minutes later, he pulled on the silver robes that Lockhart had ordered him to purchase, and made his way out of the tower. As he was heading down, he caught sight of a familiar face heading up. Susan. Wait up. The redhead turned, and seeing who it was gave an easy smile. Good morning, Harry. You look good today, why so dressed up? His cheeks pinked a bit at her casual compliment, and he settled alongside the Hufflepuff, matching her stride with his own. Lockhart's taking me on another field trip today. Where are you going? I'd have figured you'd be going to the Great Hall for breakfast. I already ate. Going to the Ollery now, so I can mail my aunt a letter. How is Madam Bones? Busy. A lot like you, I guess. I haven't seen much of you this term. Harry winced. Sorry. Maybe I can eat dinner with you at the Hufflepuff table tonight. I think since we're leaving now, we'll be shoot. I have to run. I should be back at Hogwarts by dinner. Wait. You're leaving the castle. Where are you going? But Harry had already taken off running towards the nearest staircase. Susan sighed, and continued walking towards the Ollery. Hey Norm, how's life? You guys enjoying the peace and quiet with Harry back at school? Not so much. You want anything? They'd met at a Costa Coffee down the road from Sam's apartment. No thanks, I had some tea with breakfast. Diane's not coming. I thought it was best if she didn't. Oh, I've heard that tone enough times to know I've stepped in it now. Norm clenched his teeth. You're damn right you have. What right do you think you have to keep secrets about our son from Diane and I? Sam leaned back in his seat. I'm guessing he came clean about that whole mess before Christmas, then. He did. I see you're not even trying to pretend you didn't know about it already. Harry told me the day after he got back from the hospital. And you didn't inform us, why exactly? Sam tapped the lacquered tabletop with his fingertips. I didn't tell you because I was concerned that Diane would keep him from going back to Hogwarts. Harry doesn't need you two trying to pull him away from that world. It would only end badly for both him, and especially you. Norm tried to parse through his friend's reasoning. We know that Harry will never lead a non-magical life. I spent the last week of his summer holiday reading his history textbook about that statute of theirs. That doesn't mean we don't have a right to know. He visibly calmed himself, taking a sip of his coffee, making a face at the taste. Too sweet. Is there anything else? Anything else about what? Why I didn't tell you? Anything else that has happened to Harry that we don't know about? I'm giving you a chance here, Sam, to come clean. There's nothing to tell. Harry really only writes to me for help in his lessons. We don't talk much about his day-to-day life. You know all about our trip to America, and now about this apprenticeship he has with that oaf, Lockhart. Norm regarded his oldest friend silently for a long moment, seemingly coming to a conclusion. Diane and I don't want you to see Harry any longer. What? Tell him you have to move overseas for work, like to that lab you visited in Germany over the summer. I think you're overreacting. Norm shook his head. No, Sam. I've defended you over and over, but you crossed the line. This wasn't covering for Harry acting like a yob or getting into trouble. You deliberately encouraged him to lie to us about him having to kill a man, for God's sake. Norm angrily ran a hand through his hair. I mean, what were you thinking? That a 12-year-old would just brush it off. This is the kind of thing people need years of therapy to get past, and you decided he should deal with it completely alone. You're done. So that's it. What? You're just going to cut me out of your life? Sam tried to bluster, but really he was afraid. Not of missing out on access to Harry, but of losing his oldest and best friend. Of course not. You'll always be a part of my life. And maybe Harry's again, someday. But we'll be seeing each other like this, he gestured to the coffee shop they were in. And once Diane cools off, at our place when Harry's at school. She's pretty upset. Yay. She is. Right. Well, I guess I should go write a letter to Harry. Send Hedwig my way next time he mails you, would you? I will. The two men stood up, and gave each other an awkward hug. For what it's worth, Norm, I'm sorry. I was just trying to do what I thought was best for Harry. It wasn't a decision you had a right to make by yourself, Sam. I'll call you soon. Harry was hungry. And irritated. He'd spent the afternoon following Lockhart around the Ministry for Magic, popping into various departments and sub-departments, sitting idly while the man chatted up different ministry workers on the latest news and gossip. He'd wanted to throw up at the sight of Gilderoy flirting heavily with possibly the most unpleasant-looking woman he'd ever laid eyes on. She looked like an actual toad. Even when they'd followed a trainee from the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes to the cantina, Harry hadn't been able to eat. This was the absolute last time he'd go anywhere with this man without first having a solid meal in his belly. Well, that was a rather rewarding trip, don't you think, Harry? Was it? Seemed to me that we just walked around while you talked yourself up to a bunch of strangers. Lockhart let out a deep laugh, taking no offense at his apprentice's harsh tone. Harry, ministry workers aren't strangers, they're bureaucrats. And there is nothing a bureaucrat loves more than talking about how important their work is. So, I didn't hear anyone say anything important. Didn't you? Let's see. The Department for International Magical Cooperation is trying to figure out a way to piggyback off the Quidditch World Cup final being in Great Britain to increase our country's global profile. That's a money-making opportunity in the right hands. The DMLE is putting a lot of hope in getting the Muggle Protection Act passed to justify a funding increase. And the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures let slip that there is a giant that recently tried to cross the English Channel. When did you hear all of that? I don't remember people saying any of those things. They passed through the atrium, where Lockhart made a show of spinning a galleon along his knuckles to the delight of a group of young witches, before he emptied a small coin purse into the fountain of magical brethren. You weren't listening the way I was, Harry. Don't worry, you'll catch on to it eventually. Just remember, especially when it comes to the ministry, the people here are dying to tell you all about their work. All you have to do is give them a sympathetic ear. Can we go back to Hogwarts now? Harry really was hungry. Not just yet. We have to meet with this wizard, the one that has been hassling old Thad for an appointment. I've got the Flow address here, and we're right on time. Or at least, he cast a quick Tempest charm, still only fashionably late. Harry groaned, but followed Lockhart to the public flow, enunciating the address he was given clearly and stepping into the green flames. The residence that they emerged into could barely be called that. Moldy food sat uneaten on plates, flies buzzed around the kitchen sink, and garbage and refuse coated most visible surfaces. Harry held his sleeve over his mouth and nose, only to remove it after Lockhart sharply elbowed him. Hello there. You must be Nathan Cleese, pleasure to meet you. He pumped the hand of a man who, despite having impeccably groomed hair and a well-trimmed mustache, was dressed in filthy, stained robes. I'm Gilderoy Lockhart, Professor Emeritus of Hogwarts, Order of Merlin 3rd Class, Honorary Mem. Yes, I know who you are. You're late. We came as soon as our schedule permitted, my dear fellow. Now, what was this opportune? You brought someone with you. The wizard interrupted again. Merely my apprentice. You can pretend he's not here if it makes you feel more at ease. Now, shall we get down to business? The man, Nathan, looked closely at Harry. There's nothing you can learn from this man. You shouldn't have come. There was madness in his eyes. Harry edged closer to Lockhart. Lockhart seemed as at ease in this setting as he was in the ministry. I don't suppose there's room to sit down, is there? Also, I would absolutely love a cup of tea if you have some. Tell me, Gilderoy, how did you manage to defeat the Bandon Banshee? I take it you haven't read my best-selling Break with a Banshee, then. I suppose I can tell you, though I still recommend buying a copy for all the really good details. Lockhart winked knowingly. Let's see. A banshee had been a right bother to the people in Bandon for generations, taking up residence in the ruins of Castle Bernard. The ministry had set up a rather intensive set of wards to keep muggles away, and limit the danger to wizards, but I realized that all of the ambient magic was actually attracting the banshee, like a moth to a flame. That was why it had haunted the area for so long. With a bit of cunning, and a lot of daring, I initiated a cascade in the ward scheme that ended up blowing the ruins sky high, and the banshee hasn't been seen since. Liar. Flecks of spittle came out of Cleese's mouth as he shrieked at Lockhart. What's this about? My publisher said you'd been seeking a meeting with me for some time. If you have nothing for me, then I'm afraid you've wasted my time, sir. Harry, come along. Confringo. The blasting curse demolished the fireplace, precluding any easy exit out of the hovel. Lockhart looked at the pile of smoking rubble and gulped audibly. Sir, we aren't looking for trouble. I'm not sure what I've done that has offended you so, but you've ruined my life. The wizard's voice was warped, sounding as though two people were speaking at the same time. You took everything from me. Lockhart cocked his head as the man's skin began to bubble, features going misshapen and his entire frame morphing. After several seconds, where there was once a man, now stood a woman with unkempt wild hair, overgrown nails, and brown, crooked teeth. Now that was unusual. Nathan, my good man, You don't seem to be at your best. I believe that Harry and I will. Shut up. I'm not Nathan Cleese. I took Polyjuice Potion, you incompetent moron. I'm Veronica Hazlitt, the woman whose life you stole. Recognition dawned on Lockhart's face. Ah, Miss Hazlitt. It's been too long. You took what should have been mine. It wasn't easy, but I found a healer to reverse what you did to me. I'm going to take what you owe me, right now. I've been planning this, you see, for months, waiting. I knew you'd pop back up eventually. It was inevitable, just the type that you are. I know all about it. The woman continued ranting at Lockhart, foaming at the mouth as she waved her wand at them in a threatening manner. Harry couldn't make sense of what she was yelling, but from the concern on Lockhart's face and the angry sparks emanating from Hazlitt's wand, he knew things weren't going well. He tensed, feeling for his magic the way he had during his training this last week, readying himself for what he was afraid would happen. It didn't take long. Mid-sentence, the unhinged woman suddenly waved her wand in a horizontal line across her body and hissed, "Vulnus." A wide, glowing silver light, nearly the length of the room, rushed out of her wand, just missing Lockhart, who dove beneath the kitchen table. Harry gasped, having spun to the right too slowly, blood from the dark cutting curse staining his silver robes. Osseous Fragment. Lockhart's shield charm dissolved after a single spell impacted it. You can't hide forever. Reducto. Harry, eyes ablaze in anger, summoned a wall in front of Lockhart to absorb the blasting hex. Stop this. Hazlitt was too far gone, lost in rage and madness. She turned her wand on Harry. Confringo. Harry conjured a block of sandstone in the path of the blasting curse, not even flinching as the rock dissolved into a fine dust that coated him. He pushed at the woman, but her wand was ready and a shield charm absorbed the energy. She cast another spell at him, this time a silent severing charm. Harry twisted out of the way, grimacing as he felt the wound on his side open even further. There was a sudden gong sound, as though someone had rung a large bell, and Hazlitt cackled in delight. I put up a disapparition jinx, you fool. Did you think I would allow you to escape so easily? Harry whipped his head around towards Lockhart with a look of disbelief on his face, but the stone wall he'd conjured to protect his professor blocked his line of sight. That momentary lapse cost him, as a silent piercing hex went through his stomach before he turned back toward his crazed opponent. That's it. Gloves are off. Harry flung one arm out towards the woman, and a moment later flames exploded around her. Over the hiss of the fire, he heard a muffled, inflamma-frigus. The firestorm he'd conjured fell to the floor in frozen chunks from her charm-revealing Hazlitt, missing most of her hair, robes singed and smoking, but still standing. Two more blasting curses issued from her wand, but were easily intercepted by Harry's conjurations. Employing as much focus as he could manage, Harry made a slicing motion with one hand. Hazlitt sprang to her left as a conjured iron sword slashed the space she'd just vacated. Hazlitt whipped her wand in a strange pattern, but no spell emerged. Harry relaxed fractionally, only to yelp in surprise as the patch of floor he was standing on was transfigured into hot tar. He tried to lift his feet to step out, but he had sunk past his ankles in the blink of an eye, effectively immobilizing him. She was peppering him with curses now, Harry having to continuously conjure to deflect them. Raising a barrier with one hand, his eyes shining brightly in the dimly lit shack, Harry extended his other arm and pulled it back towards himself as though he were pulling a fishing line out of the water. The entire wall behind the woman suddenly cracked and collapsed, burying her before she could even scream. The immediate stillness in the small shack was broken by Lockhart emerging from behind Harry's barrier, his wand outstretched, looking every bit the hero he shamelessly portrayed himself as. Professor. Harry ground out, trying to free his feet. Can you help me? Righto. Excellent work by the way. He waved his wand, managing to reverse the witch's transfiguration, though Harry's shoes and pants were ruined. Quick thinking. There, Harry. That's it. Harry was furious. I get shot up with spells while you hide under a table, and all you say is, quick thinking. What the hell was that about, anyway? Obviously the woman was mad. Who knows what drove her to attempt such a foul assault on us? She said you ruined her life. Crazy people tend to say crazy things, Harry. Lockhart was entirely nonplussed. You definitely recognized her. The adrenaline fading, Harry's side and stomach were in a great deal of pain. Yes, well, celebrities such as myself do attract some unstable people. She's sent some threatening letters over the years. I think she developed a bit of an obsession with me. Professor, did you try to apparate away and leave me here? Lockhart looked stunned, as though shocked Harry would even presume such a thing. Certainly not. My plan was merely to apparate behind her, so that you and I could catch her in a pincer move. He clapped his hands together like he was catching a fly. You can't think I'd ever abandon a child to such a vile person. Harry pressed one hand against the cut on his side, hissing in pain. You didn't seem too eager to get involved once the spells started flying. Lockhart stared at Harry intently for several seconds, eventually leading the young Ravenclaw to the door. Wait outside, just a moment. I need to make sure she's properly restrained before I escort you back to Hogwarts. Shouldn't we call the Aurors? Shush, Harry. Just keep walking. You should reach the edge of the ward line in about 20 or 30 feet. I'll be along in a moment. He closed the door behind Harry, who released a frustrated sigh and started walking. He heard muffled sounds of spellcasting, and a minute or two later Lockhart came jogging out of the house to return to his side. I think we should be clear. Hold on tight, Harry, I'll have you to Madame Pomfrey in a jiff. Latching on to Harry's arm, Lockhart spun and the two vanished with a crack. But I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten all day. Madame Pomfrey pursed her lips. Well, next time you decide to skip a meal, don't take a piercing curse to your gut, Mr. Potter. He gave the healer a crooked grin, not knowing how similar he looked to his father in that moment. You need to work on your bedside manner, madam. You're far too regular a patient for me to worry about such things, Mr. Potter. He glanced around her towards the entrance to the hospital wing, where Dumbledore and Lockhart were having what seemed to be a fairly intense conversation under a silencing charm. I'm afraid I can't allow you to continue to take Harry off on these jaunts of yours, Gilderoy. Attending parties is one thing, but magical combat is something entirely different. Albus, Harry is my apprentice. Do I need to show you the paperwork? Lockhart had given a very abbreviated version of the events that afternoon to the headmaster. Under the Crafting and Bonding Act, all decisions regarding an apprentice outside of actions concerning family ties and duties fall under the purview of his or her master. In Harry's case, that would be me. Dumbledore's mind raced, trying to recall the statute that Lockhart had cited. That law is nearly 200 years old. And yet, still valid and on the books, Chief Warlock. Rest assured, today was an aberration. I certainly don't intend on Harry encountering any other danger this year. Removing the silencing charm, Dumbledore approached Harry. Harry, given what transpired today, wouldn't you feel more comfortable dissolving this apprenticeship you have with Professor Lockhart? Glaring at Dumbledore, Harry immediately responded, no. Still at the door, Lockhart's smile was ear to ear. Why not? Harry, surely you can see that continuing this would be the height of irresponsibility. You hired him, headmaster, he can't be that irresponsible. Besides, there are worse people I could be learning from. He met Dumbledore's eyes in a challenge, daring him to repeat what he'd tried over the summer. I see you have not yet forgiven my lapse in judgment. Very well. I hope you remember, in the future, that I am always someone you can turn to when you find yourself in need. Please be well, and focus on your recovery. The headmaster turned and left the infirmary. Lockhart came and took a seat next to Harry's bed, waving his wand to set up another privacy charm. Glad you're still on board. I assume you'd like to talk more about what happened today. Why was she asking about the Band and Banshee? It was the one of my more popular books. My second one, after Gadding with Ghouls. And you can't think of any reason why that would set her off like it did. I truly cannot explain how she came to react in such a way. Harry eyed Lockhart, searching for any sign of dishonesty. That still doesn't excuse the way you abandoned me in there. Harry, I didn't abandon you, I was merely caught off guard by the suddenness of that woman's dishonorable attack. I must say, you were rather impressive. I can see that my training has really improved your skills. Caught all that from behind my walls, under the kitchen table, did you? Lockhart gave him a winning smile. You should get some rest. I'm sorry for your injuries, Harry. Is there anything I can do for you? Harry suddenly sat up in bed, or tried to at least before falling back with a groan. I was supposed to meet Susan for dinner. It's got to be near curfew by now. Would you be able to pass a message on to her? Don't want the missus upset with you, Harry. Lockhart nudged the Ravenclaw's side, ignoring the wince Harry gave. Not to worry, I'll take care of it. Now this Susan, she'd be. Harry rubbed the side of his head. He'd just about reached his limit with this man. Susan Bones. She's in my year, a Hufflepuff student. Of course. Amelia's niece. Lovely girl. Don't you worry, Harry, I'll make sure everything's taken care of. If there's one thing you can rely on, it's that Gilderoy Lockhart knows how to smooth over a witch's feelings. Why, there was one such time in Istanbul when Professor. Got it, I'll save that one for when you're feeling better. Lockhart chuckled, and gave Harry another nudge. Maybe I should add some lessons on how to deal with the opposite say. What do you think? Harry's eyes flashed with a momentary green light, which Lockhart took as his cue to finally leave. Settling back in his bed, Harry tried to ignore the growls from his empty stomach, closing his eyes and relaxing for the first time all day. It was cold. Susan rubbed her arms, wondering just why it was so drafty, and reached out blindly for a blanket. Finding nothing, not even the feel of her mattress, her eyes jerked open and she let out a surprised cry. Finally woke up. Then. Really, Miss Bones, you're a shockingly heavy sleeper. We're nearly to the hospital wing. Professor Lockhart. What's going on? Let me down. He released the levitation spell that she was under, her bare feet settling onto the ice-cold stone floor. How did you get me out of my dormitory? As a member of the faculty, I'm able to bypass the house entrances and charmed staircases. As for what's going on, my apprentice asked me to reach out to you and offer his apologies for missing your dinner date. Her cheeks on fire. Very aware that she was only in a dressing gown without her robe, Susan frowned. It wasn't a date. I just assumed he was that he was busy. I'm afraid that I must bear the guilt for this unhappy occurrence. You see, Harry and I were ambushed by the most unusual woman. Wait, ambushed. And Harry's in the hospital wing. That's right. It's a rather exciting story if you'd just let me. But Susan was already running, her bare feet slapping against the polished stone floor. She had the sense to slow down and quietly push open the door to the infirmary, not wanting to rouse Madame Pomfrey, having extensive experience with the tempestuous healer's attitude towards visitors. Susan scanned the room, seeing only a single bed occupied. She slowly approached him, trying to ascertain the extent of his injuries in the darkness of the hospital wing. As she did so, Lockhart caught up to her. As you can see, he's fine, though he was a bit put out upon learning he'd missed you at dinner. Naturally, I couldn't let your opinion of Harry be diminished by actions outside of his control, so I thought to arrange a surprise for you both. And that's why you didn't let me get dressed, or even wake me up. Well, that wasn't quite what I intended. I had imagined you being a bit less unhappy about the whole situation, if I were to be totally honest. Their whispered conversation must not have been all that quiet, as Harry began rouse from his slumber. I'll take my leave, then, Miss Bones. Good night. Lockhart quietly made his way out of the room, closing the infirmary doors behind him. Harry. Susan. What are you doing here? Professor Lockhart brought me. Harry reached out for his glasses, but she held his hand before he could find them. Please don't. I didn't exactly have time to grab a robe. Now Harry was wide awake. What? Listen, can I sit down? My feet are freezing. You aren't wearing shoes, either. It's a long story. Are you okay? What are you doing here? He shuffled to one side so she could sit down on the bed next to him, resting her back against the headboard. Harry grimaced. Somebody set up Lockhart and there was a fight. It wasn't anything serious. I'm more hungry than anything, but Madame Pomfrey said no food until tomorrow. Susan wasn't sure she believed him about it not being anything serious, but didn't want to pry. And you told him we had a date? No. I told him that I had planned to eat dinner with you. Sorry about all of this, really. I think he's trying to make up for what happened. I see. Here, you can share the blanket with me. Harry hissed as her cold feet made contact with his under the covers. Geez, your feet are like icicles. Watch it, Potter. The two awkwardly shared the bed, both unwilling to say anything about the situation they found themselves in. Thanks for coming, Sue. She could hear the smile in his voice. It's not like I had a choice. I'm a little surprised you asked for me, though. Who else would I have? We had plans, after all. His voice was getting thicker, as the warmth of the bed made him drowsy. Susan thought about saying out loud who she'd expected him to want to see, but decided she'd rather not hear his response. Harry. He was barely awake. How am I going to get back to my dormitory? Dunno. She sighed, sliding further down the headboard to escape the autumn chill. Harry was like a furnace, putting off so much warmth. I guess it won't hurt to stay for a little while, she thought, pulling the blanket up to her chin and resting her head next to Harry's on the pillow. Just for a little while. Gentle warmth from the early morning sun woke Harry, and served as an immediate reminder that he was not in his dormitory at Ravenclaw Tower. The window in his and Anthony's room faced west, not east. He made to reach out in search of his eyeglasses, but his arm was trapped beneath a warm mass next to him. The events of the previous night came back in a rush, as Susan, still asleep, murmured and nestled closer to him. Oh, he thought. Susan, he whispered. Wake up. You've got to get out of here. Her crimson hair wild and askew, sky blue eyes bleary with sleep, Susan grumbled momentarily before realizing where she was, and who she was with. Sweet Merlin. I fell asleep. I know. You have to get out of here. Have you forgotten I'm in my dressing gown? Susan hissed back. What will people think if they see me sneaking out of the hospital wing wearing this? Harry considered her point. Pass me my glasses, please. When Susan made to protest, he cut her off. Sue, please. We don't have time to argue. She reached over to the nightstand and handed over his thin black frames. Keep your eyes where they belong, mister, she warned. Despite her tone, Harry couldn't resist a quick glance, but focused intently on the task at hand. A shimmer appeared in his green eyes, as he conjured a small pile of fabric and quickly began to transfigure it into the familiar form of Hogwarts robes. Harry, these are Ravenclaw colors. Sure enough, the robes bore the trademark blue and bronze trim of the House of Eagles. Sorry, force of habit, I guess. Let me see them, I can change. Miss Bones. An outraged cry, and a simultaneous shocked gasp came from the edge of the privacy screen, as Madame Pomfrey and a short, red-headed first-year girl gaped at the sight before them. Susan Bones, in a nightgown in bed with Harry Potter, hastily pulling on a set of two large robes that were decidedly not Hufflepuff colors. Harry groaned and buried his face in his hands. This day was off to a marvelous start. Hello, Harry Potter. Luna, right. The tiny bee. Owned gave a dreamy smile and nodded. Off to the forest again this evening. Harry raised an eyebrow at the question, considering he was just outside the doors to the castle, but bit back his sarcastic reply. I am. Would you like to come with me? She nodded happily, and began skipping alongside him as they walked towards the Forbidden Forest in tandem. You seem to be in rather good spirits considering what happened. He tried not to growl. It had been an unpleasant day, with whispered gossip and knowing glances following him all afternoon and evening. Nothing happened, Luna. It's all just rumors. Oh, you weren't in the hospital wing. Well, that part is true. But everything else is just gossip. Luna gave no appearance of understanding what he was referring to, and it occurred to Harry that she may very well not know the things that people were saying about him and Susan. As they passed the tree line to enter the forest, Luna veered off in a different direction. Hey, wait, you shouldn't go off on your own. Hastening after the surprisingly speedy first year, Harry followed Luna deeper into the woods, well beyond where he normally trained. Luna. Cursing under his breath as he tripped over an exposed tree root, he was still brushing leaves off his robes and out of his hair when he emerged into a small clearing. Luna was there, stroking the side of one of the skeletal horses that pulled the carriages from Hogsmeade to Hogwarts. Have you met the Thestrals before? Cautiously approaching the animal, Harry nodded. I mean, if you can call riding in the carriages they pull to the castle as meeting, then yes. Luna cocked her head, some of the whimsy leaving her expression. You can see them. Of course. Harry was equally confused. After all, she was at that moment touching the animal. Can't you? I can. I don't think many of our classmates are able, though. Thestrals are invisible except to those who have witnessed death. At that, both of the Ravenclaws grew somber, their tragic and unpleasant pasts rising to the forefront. I'm sorry. Schooling his features, Harry cleared his throat before replying. For what? Luna looked very vulnerable, no trace of the gentle and otherworldly girl he'd entered the forest with. For whatever you went through. Was it because of what happened to the Dada professor last year? Harry shook his head. No, I could see them from when I arrived at Hogwarts. He suddenly realized the full impact of her question. How do you know about Quirrell? You're just a first year. Luna gave him a small smile. You're a fairly regular topic of discussion in the girls' bathrooms, you know. I guess the other girls don't mind that I'm around when they talk about you. He decided to leave that alone. But there were only 2 other people down there with me, and I know neither of them would tell any of the other students what happened. Come now, Harry Potter, you're a Ravenclaw, too. Quirrell dies under mysterious circumstances the same night that you were admitted to St. Mungo's. Did you really believe no one would connect those dots? Great. He cautiously approached the winged horse. Are you sure it's friendly? Of course. They like it when I scratch them on their necks. I suppose it's a tough spot for them to reach on their own. Sure enough, the animal leaned into his cautious petting. Do you come visit the Thestrals often? Not so much now that I come to the forest with you, but my first month here I spent a lot of time with them. They like having me around. It's nice to be around friends. Harry regarded her seriously. Luna, the Thestrals aren't your only friends, you know. I didn't think so, but Ginny hasn't wanted to talk to me since earlier in the summer. I'm afraid the gulping Plimpies may have gotten to her. So I started coming out here. Who's Ginny? Ginevra Weasley. She's my neighbor, of sorts, in Ottery Street. Catchpole, where I live. She's a first year in Gryffindor. I used to attend primary lessons with her at her house. Oh. The 2 lapsed into silence for a few minutes, until the Thestral wandered away towards Hagrid's hut, looking for a meal. Luna, are the other students teasing you? Her wide, silver eyes locked onto his own. No. No one has said anything mean to me. Mostly, they just don't seem to notice me at all. Harry had some experience with people pretending like he didn't exist. I guess it's a good thing that we're friends, then, isn't it? Friends. Luna drew out the word, as if tasting it. Her lips broke out into her trademark smile, the dreamy expression returning to her face. Right. I suppose you'd like to practice your magic now. Probably should. I have a transfiguration idea I'd like to try out, and there's a charm I want to learn. Luna traipsed along next to him. Which charm? The confounding charm. Seems more useful in a fight than a cheering charm. You do a lot of fighting, don't you, Harry Potter? You can just call me Harry, Luna. It wasn't until several hours later, as he finally laid down in his dormitory bed, that he realized Luna was the only person that day that hadn't made some comment about Susan. He silently promised himself he'd be as good a friend to her as she'd been to him. October 12, 1992. Come on, hurry up. I want to get to the Great Hall before Vincent and Gregory eat all the bacon. Relax, Parkinson, we'll be ready in a second. Tracy called out from the bathroom. A few moments later, she and Daphne emerged, drying their hair with a quick spell and putting on their robes. Don't you usually eat with Malfoy, anyway? He's been receiving special lessons from Professor Snape once a week before classes. Besides, you're my roommates, why shouldn't we eat together? Tracy gave Daphne a side-eyed glance but didn't comment, instead following Pansy and their other roommate, Millicent Bulstrode, out of the dorms and towards the Great Hall. Settling into their seats at the Slytherin table, the 4 chatted about their assignments and the upcoming classes for the day. A few minutes after they entered, catcalls and whispered comments followed the arrival of Susan Bones. Despite a slight reddening of her cheeks, the Hufflepuff held her head high and ignored the comments and laughter, taking her seat and settling in for the morning meal. By Morgana, she's shameless. Don't tell me you believe all those rumors. Pansy's jaw dropped at Tracy's skepticism. It's not a rumor. Hestia Caro was working on a group project for Transfiguration with the Weasley girl, who walked in on them in the hospital wing. Said Bones was barely dressed. And Vince saw her in the corridor yesterday morning, wearing Ravenclaw robes. Daphne's eyebrows raised. She hadn't heard that. What was Harry doing in the hospital wing to begin with? Who knows? Potter always finds some way to get into trouble. Pansy waved away the less salacious aspect of the story, making sure to raise her voice for her next sentence. Look at her. She's such a slag. Susan's fork paused halfway to her mouth for a moment, then she continued eating as though Pansy hadn't half-shouted her insult. With Millicent acting as a silent audience for Pansy's grandstanding, Tracy peered across the table at Daphne. What do you think? I know as much as you do. It's not as though I've spent much time with him this term. Maybe it's time you change that, then. Just the thought of doing such a thing twisted Daphne's stomach. Appetite lost, she made excuses a few minutes later and gathered her things, leaving the Great Hall on her own. Greengrass. Daphne, wait up. She paused, recognizing the voice, but didn't turn around. Look, about what everyone's saying, I just want you to know that nothing happened. I'm sorry for how it looks, but you shouldn't take it out on Harry. He didn't do anything wrong. Why should I care what you and him do? It's none of my business. She made to keep walking, but Susan's next words stopped her in her tracks, and she turned to face the Hufflepuff. You mean you and Harry aren't, together? What in Merlin's name gave you that impression? But Hannah saw at Neville's party. The guilty expression on her face had transformed into confusion. Harry and I haven't spoken this term. And suddenly, that fact seemed so ridiculous that Daphne felt a deep shame at her own behavior. I see. Susan pondered that new information. So where has Harry been spending all of his time? Not with me. Is Harry okay? I think he's probably pretty embarrassed, but I expect this will all blow over. He's got to be used to being the center of attention by now. No, I meant is he okay? He spent the night in the hospital wing. Oh, Susan blushed at her mistake. He said that someone tried to ambush Professor Lockhart, and he got caught up in the fight. Whatever injuries he had, Madame Pomfrey took care of. That's good. Well, I need to go. Right. Sorry about the misunderstanding, Daphne. October 30th, 1992. The clearing was in shambles. A tree had been cut in half by a transfigured iron edge, another had been ripped out of the ground entirely. There was a blackened and charred circle of about 10 meters in circumference that was still smoldering. Deer, squirrels, and foxes wandered about in a confounded daze, and there were huge piles of sand strewn about. My, that was quite a show, Harry. Lockhart strode into the clearing, looking as though he were walking through Diagon Alley and not out in the Forbidden Forest after midnight. Hello there, Miss Lovegood. Nice to see you out on this pleasant evening. Professor, what are you doing here? Harry was surprised, while Luna chose to cheerfully wave from her spot, perched on a branch halfway up an elm tree. I was on my way back from Hogsmeade. Rosie gets a little cross if I don't visit her now and again, and I saw the tail end of your impressive display. I'm pleased to see how much you've developed under my tutelage. Harry rolled his eyes, unsurprised to hear him take credit after enduring Lockhart's boasting almost daily for the last 2 months. Right. Well, is there something I can help you with? Since you asked, watching you lay waste to this section of the forest was somewhat thought-provoking. Lockhart paused, trying to find the right words. At the start of the year, the other faculty told me about your struggles with spellcasting, given that you don't use a wand. Right, I think we figured that out last week. Harry replied, referring to a lesson he'd had with the defense professor on grooming charms. Harry had vomited for several minutes after incorrectly casting a breath-freshening charm. Indeed. And yet, here you are, employing destructive magics that would make an Auror green with envy. Luna chimed in from above. I think he's wondering why you have such an aptitude for offensive magic, Harry. Well, it's just, I guess it's easier for my style of spellcasting. It doesn't take a lot of fine-tuning to burn something to ash. And you don't see that as unusual. Not really. I'm sure any wizard could do the same thing, with enough power behind their spells. Lockhart let out an amused chuckle. Ignoring the fact that you're 12 years old and putting out violent energy on par with fully grown wizards and witches that train for years to fight against dark wizards, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. He looked around, considering the state of the clearing. Might I trouble you for a seat? Harry conjured a chair for the man, who nodded gratefully and continued. I've noticed how little you use magic, Harry. You gather your school supplies by hand at the end of class, rather than using a sorting charm. You've never heard of grooming charms. I doubt you could comprehend just how often your average wizard or witch uses magic on a daily basis. He's right, Harry. Daddy has a spell for almost everything, including one that ties his shoelaces together randomly throughout the whole afternoon. You're such an interesting boy, Harry. You maintain the perspective of a Muggleborn, seeing magic as wondrous and special rather than common and routine, yet you have a capacity for destruction that surpasses what most could imagine. Quite an enigma. Harry didn't see the point of any of this. So what? I only learned all of this because I keep ending up in life or death situations. Harry, I'm not criticizing you. I'm trying to make you understand the opportunity you have in front of you. The most magic that your average wizard or witch does in a day is cleaning or cooking spells, occasionally some specialized magic for their work. Do you have any idea the kind of spectacle you could create with your abilities? The second year rolled his eyes. It's always about image with you. Now it is just a matter of finding the right venue for you to showcase your talents. I wonder. Lockhart stood, muttering to himself while wandering back in the direction of the castle. Good night, Professor. Luna called, receiving an absent-minded wave in return. Draco had been working hard this term. Not at his coursework, though his grades were all E's or better. No, he'd been trying to develop cunning and leadership to be a better Slytherin. His first move in this regard was perhaps the most difficult. He shut up. No more goading the weasel in class or the halls, no more taking the mudblood down a peg, no more laughing at the squib's expense. There were honestly days where he wondered if it was even worth it, having to give up so many things that brought him joy. Upgrading his entourage, though, was definitely the right move. While Vince and Greg were useful as blunt instruments and were unquestionably obedient, Theodore Nott and Graham Montague were far more versatile, if less loyal. He still made sure to spend some time helping Crabbe and Goyle with their homework a few times a week, though, no point in discarding a tool, even if the tool isn't the most useful in your set. Every Monday morning he spent 2 hours with Professor Snape, receiving advanced tutoring in charms and some rudimentary dark arts. He was improving by leaps and bounds. Draco imagined himself in a few years, the champion of pureblood wizarding society, blazing wand in hand, exterminating the undesirables in heroic fashion and receiving the adoration of those who really mattered. So it was, that on Halloween night, upon catching sight of a crowd as he left the Great Hall following the feast, he refrained from making any remarks. There was a message on the wall, written in what looked like blood, reading, "The Chamber of Secrets has opened, enemies of the air, beware," along with the squib caretaker's cat strung up nearby. Draco savored Filch's tears, enjoying seeing the unpleasant man's distress. What do you think, Draco? Pansy asked, surveying the scene next to him. I'm not sure. Maybe a prank. It's not like there's anyone that actually likes that squib. He looked around at the other students crowded around. Might even be one of the other houses getting revenge on him and looking to pin it on Slytherin. Check it out. Montague pointed to a pair coming down the hallway from the opposite direction. Poncy Potter's got a new hanger-on. And sure enough, the Ravenclaw looked on the scene with mild interest, accompanied by Lovegood, who looked more interested in trying to chat up a nearby suit of armor. Proper bloodline, certainly, but the girl seemed to have inherited her father's insanity. What? Did he already wear out that slag bones? Or maybe he's just grooming someone he can use in his own house. Bulstrode and Nott laughed at Pansy's remark, having thoroughly enjoyed torturing Susan over the last month. Excuse me. Pansy's comments weren't exactly quiet, and succeeded in drawing Potter's attention. Say that again, Parkinson. The girl sneered at him, catching sight of Dumbledore and McGonagall exiting the Great Hall behind him and rapidly approaching. What? Upset at getting called out? You should be ashamed of yourself, Potter. Everyone knows the girl's not right. Just as loony as her father. There were chuckles from the surrounding students, especially from the Ravenclaws, and a few giggling repetitions of the name, Loony Lovegood. The small first year seemed to shrink in on herself, withdrawing in face of the universal ridicule of her peers. Harry snarled in anger, his eyes taking on an unearthly shine. You stupid, dog-faced bint. Running your mouth without a care for the consequences. The teachers, out of Harry's line of sight, were almost upon them. Keep it up, and one of these days you're going to get shut up for good. As he uttered the words, shut up, a wave of silver energy rushed from his hands, the silencing charm washing over the crowd of students and dispelling all noise from the corridor, even Filch's sobbing. Mr. Potter. McGonagall had no problem canceling the spell's effect on herself. 50 points from Ravenclaw, and 2 nights of detention. Spellcasting in the hallways is expressly forbidden. Draco, still affected by the spell, chuckled silently at the confrontation. Who said Slytherin wasn't the house of good friends? November 1, 1992. So Mrs. Norris wasn't actually dead, just petrified. Apparently so. There's also just not a lot out there on the Chamber of Secrets. I found a small passage in Hogwarts. A history, but that's about it. Hermione dropped the heavy tome in front of her and found the relevant page, sliding it over. Well, look who finally graced us with his presence. Hannah. Hi Susan. Hannah. What's the problem? There's no prob. Susan's getting ridiculed practically hourly because of you, do you know that? And here you are showing up after weeks like nothing's happened. You could at least try to act like a friend. Hannah. That's enough. Susan's tone left no room for argument, and her friend took a seat at their table in the library. It's fine, Harry. Who's this, Harry? Neville grabbed at the opportunity to change the topic. This is Luna Lovegood, she's a first year. She's a friend of mine. Greetings came from the other members of the study group, which Luna cheerfully returned, before Neville continued. You've been busy this term, Harry. Yay. Lockhart has me running around pretty frequently, and Luna's been keeping me company while I catch up on my coursework. Maybe it was due to Hannah's aggressive attitude, but Harry wasn't eager to share his progress in the Forbidden Forest. I didn't catch you at the last Quidditch match. Gryffindor's doing great so far. I think we'll take the cup this year. We'll see. Diggory's been on a hot streak. He might single-handedly propel the Puffs to a championship. Sports were always a safe topic, and after a few more minutes of discussing the various teams, tempers had cooled. But there was a lingering tension between Harry and the others, excluding Luna, of course, who happily had Hermione working with her to revise an astronomy essay that was half drawings of fanciful, unusual constellations. Now and again, there were questions that didn't get asked, responses that were just a bit shorter than usual, and they bid each other goodnight just a bit earlier than usual. November 9th. I'm really happy Professor Lockhart created this event. Padma says that most other schools have annual dueling competitions on a normal basis. Hogwarts is behind the curve. Anthony was practically bouncing on his heels. Their defense professor had announced the day after Colin Creevey had been found petrified that he would be leading a day of dueling instruction. He somehow shoehorned Professors Flitwick and Snape into assisting him, and had rotating sessions of each year of students in the Great Hall for the entire day, excluding meal times. Harry didn't share his dormmate's enthusiasm, given that he'd actually seen Lockhart in a fight, but didn't want to bring down the mood. The student body had been fairly anxious following the first-year Gryffindor's petrification. He stood between Morag and Anthony among the other Ravenclaw second years, waiting silently while Lockhart lectured Snape and Flitwick on how he'd like this to go. Excuse me, Morag, I'd like to squeeze in here. Harry looked over to see Morag stepping away from him, while Daphne slid in between his housemate and himself. Hi, Harry. And here I thought you'd completely forgotten who I was. I know. I'm sorry, for what it's worth. They both avoided each other's eyes, choosing instead to watch Lockhart arranging Snape and Flitwick in a manner suggestive of reenacting one of his books. You know, 2 months ago I think I would have paid Morag to let me stand next to you. But after 2 months of only seeing the back of your head as you walk away from me as quickly as possible, I'm not in such a charitable mood. I can understand that. How's Astoria? I'm sure you'd know as well as I do, but she's doing well. At home, instead of Saint Mungo's. Daphne hesitated, considering whether continuing would be giving away family, business, ultimately deciding it didn't matter. My mother is interviewing tutors to begin her magical education. Is that common? Harry hadn't noticed anyone other than himself receiving extracurricular instruction. Not typically. No. The tutors would be instead of sending Tori to Hogwarts. She'd take her lessons at home. But, what about what she wants? Daphne nodded, meeting his eyes for the first time. It's not set in stone yet. I'm trying my best to argue the family interest is in Tori attending school. Good luck, then. Naturally, if there's anything I can do. Harry, I've been thinking about what you did for me, over the summer. He raised an eyebrow, but motioned for her to continue. I'd like to offer, again, to help acclimate you into high society. I've seen the profit. I know that Professor Lockhart has been taking you along to meet some influential people. Harry snorted. If you think tagging along with Lockhart has made me more interested in spending time around those types, you're sorely mistaken. Her voice lowered to a whisper, as Lockhart began to address the second years. I'm sure you've realized by now that he's using you, piggybacking off your fame. Do you want every interaction with powerful and influential people to be a repeat of that for the rest of your life? Wouldn't you rather be the one doing the using? He looked offended at such a prospect, so she changed her tack. Or at least, acting on equal footing. Okay. It does make sense to try and understand what's going on at those functions. She gave him a broad smile, and a few butterflies fluttered in his stomach. Before she could say anything, Lockhart's shadow fell over them. Come, Harry, let's not keep your classmates waiting. What do you mean? Lockhart spoke in a hushed, quick tone. Weren't you listening? You're going to demonstrate a duel. Harry gulped, but followed along behind the defense professor. This is stupid. What are we supposed to do? Cast tickling jinxes at each other? Aren't you supposed to be teaching us how to duel? His opponent asked, standing on the table across from him, and apparently sharing his opinion about this whole process, was Draco Malfoy. Lockhart addressed the students. Now, let's all pay attention while our esteemed volunteers demonstrate the form and function of a duel. After this, we'll pair you off and let you work on this on your own, with the faculty supervising and offering assistance. In a quieter but still entirely audible voice, Lockhart turned to his apprentice. Go easy on him, Harry, don't want you to win too quickly. Both Malfoy and Snape looked incensed at his comment, and Snape leaned down to whisper in Draco's ear. The two shook hands, turned, and paced the appropriate distance. Flitwick stood between the two, counting down. Harry met Draco's gaze, nodding towards the professors and rolled his eyes, but Malfoy didn't seem in the mood for camaraderie. With the professor's shout of, begin, he raised his wand at Harry and began casting. Serpensordia. A large cobra came flying from the Slytherin's wand, landing on the ground between the two, while Draco's wand stayed in motion, Flipendo. Tarantalagra. Given that Harry still wasn't taking part in the practical sessions of his classes, this was the first time he'd been engaged with someone his own age. Compared to Wally Jacobs or Veronica Hazlitt, Draco might as well be casting in slow motion. He conjured a circle of iron to intercept the incoming spells, then launched it towards Draco, who crouched close to the floor to avoid it. The snake, meanwhile, still between the two combatants, tried to make its escape through the surrounding students. Surprised by Justin Finch Fletchley scrambling to get away, the snake reared up, only to be incinerated to ash by a wave of Harry's hand almost instantaneously. Snape brought down the dueling wards that surrounded the table the two boys stood on, calling the duel to an end. This is pointless. Obviously, Potter's inability to cast in an acceptable format provides an unfair advantage. Yes, I suppose you're right, my good man. After all, not every student gets the benefit of full access to as distinguished a scholar as myself. There is only so much I can impart to my students in the brief time they're in my class. Snape's expression twisted in rage as his gaze burned holes in Harry, the Ravenclaw still standing on the table with a bored expression. Malfoy hopped off and paired up with Nott, while Lockhart escorted Harry away from the crowd. What was that? The fire was a nice touch, but not exactly the show I'd intended you to put on. Excuse me. Draco was right. Second years don't exactly have a wide repertoire of spells to use. You could have fooled me when he summoned that snake. It didn't even get halfway to me. It was more of a danger to the bystanders than it was to me. I'm not sure what you expected me to do, Professor. More than what you did, obviously. I guess I'll have to engineer something else to showcase your talents. Harry didn't like the sound of that. December 18, 1992. Daphne held up a photo of a man shaking hands with Fudge and waving off camera. What about this one? Those are Wizengamot robes. Lord Rosier. She gave him a gentle smile. Are you asking or telling? Telling. It's Lord Rosier. First off, my grandfather has a first name, Harry. Secondly, and more importantly, this isn't him. This is Marius Selwyn. He, along with Octavius Knott, leads the traditionalist faction. Right, sorry. Harry ran a frustrated hand through his hair. It's okay. There's no pressure. You all right? Yay. I just haven't had a lot of time this last week. I think Lockhart is trying to get me in a fight. What? Why would he do that? He wants to show off the prowess of his apprentice. We were touring the Auror Academy yesterday, and he volunteered me to test out their dueling ring with the chief instructor. Is that why all Dada classes were cancelled? Yep. I missed potions, too. Thank goodness astronomy is a late-night class, or I'd have been absent for that one, too. Snape had been incensed, assigning a weekend of detentions. He's driving me nuts. Sorry. She couldn't hold back her curiosity, though. What made you get involved with him in the first place? It seems pretty out of character for you to embrace your celebrity like that. Harry sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck, and looked away. Well, after we paid for Astoria's treatments, it turns out that I was a little short on the gold for Hogwarts. All of the color drained from Daphne's face. I happened to meet Lockhart at Flourish and Blotts, and he covered the remainder of my tuition and my school supplies in exchange for a one-year apprenticeship. I'm sorry. Daphne breathed, burying her face in her hands. Hey, what are you sorry for? It all worked out. Come on, Daphne. No need to be upset. But there was no consoling her. Gathering their study materials, Daphne ran out of the empty classroom. Quickly slinging his bag over his shoulder, Harry took off after her. His pace slowed to a halt not long after he left the classroom, though, when he heard a soft but insistent whisper from somewhere. Rip, tear, kill. He cocked his head, trying to identify the source of the ominous words, but was unable to ascertain from where they came. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the halls. Harry ran towards the source of the scream, nearly losing his footing as he skid, trying to turn the corner at full speed. He saw Daphne, standing over a body, next to a floating and unresponsive ghost, Sir Nicholas, Gryffindor House's spirit in residence. Daphne, are you all right? Hearing his voice, she practically leapt into his arms, holding him tightly. Harry, I found them like this. There was someone else, but they were wearing a hood and I didn't see their face. She squeezed him tightly, seeking comfort. Oh Merlin, it could have been me. It's all right, just calm down. Do you know what's wrong with them? Disentangling himself from the Slytherin girl, he knelt down next to the body, recognizing Justin Finch Fletchley, the Muggle-born Hufflepuff. Harry could see his chest rising and failing, so he was alive, at least. What could be doing this? I've never heard of a ghost being affected by magic like this. Harry stood and held his arms out, allowing Daphne to gratefully return to his embrace. I don't know. Whatever it is, though, it's dangerous. We should find a teacher right away. She nodded, wiping her eyes once more, and the two set off to find some help. Justin's petrification had the younger years very concerned. Yule break had, thankfully, finally arrived though, bringing a welcome distraction despite the attack on the well-liked Hufflepuff. Older students focused on their exams, and younger students on getting home for the holidays. Harry was at breakfast, sitting with Luna who was deeply focused on constructing a log cabin made out of sausage links, with maple syrup providing the adhesive. The great hall was crowded, and he smiled and nodded in response to Susan's wave. Daphne, at the Slytherin table, sat focused on her food. She hadn't taken her brush with the air of Slytherin well, but insisted on continuing her lessons with him. He kept glancing at the large window that allowed Owl's entrance to the great hall, hoping Hedwig would return today with a reply from Sam. Despite his relocation to Germany, he still responded to often to letters that Harry sent, offering advice and ideas for Harry's late-night training sessions in the Forbidden Forest. The elaborate design that Luna had built crumbled, the sausages sliding around her plate in pools of syrup, but the girl didn't seem at all bothered, grabbing her fork and spearing one to take a bite. He couldn't help but chuckle at the delight she exhibited over the simplest things. Owls poured into the great hall, drawing his attention upwards. No sign of Hedwig, he thought glumly. Well, maybe Sam would be back for Christmas. Harry turned back to his food, not noticing both Susan and Daphne take one glance at the headline of the Prophet and immediately marched towards him. Good morning, Susan. Hi, Luna. Harry, I think you need to see this. She handed over her copy of the paper, while Daphne stood beside her clutching her own copy. Harry looked down at the headline of the proffered paper, grabbing onto it with both hands as he saw what the top story was. Harry Potter's Horrifying Home History. By Rita Skeeter. After a great deal of investigation, this reporter is sad to bring to light another part of the seemingly non-stop tragedy that one of our national heroes has endured in his short life. My research led me to a tidy house just outside of Muggle London, the house where Harry Potter grew up. Now, many of my esteemed readers might say that merely being raised by Muggles, without magic, is trying enough, but no one could imagine the horrors that these four walls concealed. For the Muggles that raised young Harry not only were incapable of protecting him from magical dangers, they in fact were an even greater threat themselves to the young child. That's right, dear readers. Confirmed through the use of compulsion charms, this reporter uncovered the sordid details of Harry's tortured upbringing, and I don't use that term loosely. Starvation and beatings were regular occurrences in this Muggle home. Harry, rumored to be heir to a considerable fortune contained in the Potter estate, lived in a tiny storage closet beneath his relative's staircase, from which he was only released to act as a servant in ways that would make a house elf cringe. The article continued, but Harry pushed it away. He saw the attached photo of the letters, Harry's room, that he had carved into the wood paneling of the cupboard interior and felt sick. All of the memories of his life before Norm and Diane rushed to the surface, and the openness of the great hall made him feel beefy and exposed. Harry, Susan's voice quivered, having finished the article in Daphne's paper, is this true? He tried to calm himself, but his breath was coming quickly, and he felt the stares of the other students searing into him. Harry. He was hyperventilating now. No matter how hard he tried, he didn't feel like he could breathe. Harry, are you all right? He needed to get away, somewhere that people couldn't stare, somewhere safe where he could be alone. Maybe we should get Madame Pomfrey. Luna abruptly stood from her seat next to Harry, grabbing his hand and leading him towards the doors. Pardon us, this area seems to have a high concentration of Raxperts at the moment. Harry needs to leave before they manage to infest his brain. The tiny girl led the larger boy along by his hand, her steady gait a stark contrast to his stuttered steps. Michael Corner, a third year, snorted as they passed. Looney's not who I'd pick for mind healing after something like this. Harry's teeth bared and he rounded on Corner, eyes bursting into emerald luminescence before Luna once more latched onto his hand and continued pulling him towards the exit, whispering soothing words. The pair, with almost every eye in the great hall watching, pushed open the doors and left breakfast. As soon as they were gone, it was like a silencing charm had been dispelled, and an explosion of whispers and comments erupted. Susan and Daphne, after watching Luna lead Harry away, both collapsed into seats at the Ravenclaw table. I never would have imagined. Susan glanced over to the other girl. He's not living with them any longer. I met his new mother in Diagon over the summer. That's good. I'm glad he got away from them. Daphne shifted her gaze back to the Slytherin table, where most of the students were looking like this article was a holiday present that had come early. To their parents, it likely is, she mused. Is he going to sit with you on the express? With Harry, you never know. Sometimes he does, sometimes he spends time with his housemates. He always stops by, even if he doesn't spend the trip with us. Okay. Well, I should go make sure I have everything. Happy Yule, Susan. Same to you, Daphne. Here, sit down. Harry plopped onto the shore of the Black Lake, while Luna remained standing. She started to dig around in her cloak, eventually coming up with 2 pieces of toast. Tearing a chunk out of one, she balled it up and tossed it into the water. Try it, it's fun. Harry looked at Luna, then at the bread, not seeing the connection, while she continued to throw pieces into the lake. You should have let me shut Corner's big mouth. He grumbled, tearing a chunk out of his slice and throwing it as far as he could. To what end, Harry? If you try to attack everyone who says something unpleasant, all that will happen is you'll end up expelled and then I won't have any friends left. He sighed, knowing she was right, but wanting to focus on something besides his personal life being splashed all over the front page of the Prophet. Are you excited for the holidays? Very much so. Daddy and I are taking a trip to Crete to discuss the disturbing rise of heliopath sightings with the merpeople there. Like always, Harry took her words at face value. Seems like fun. What do your parents do for work? Daddy runs the Quibbler. It's a weekly magazine that focuses on magizoology and cutting-edge research. The only wizarding publication free of ministerial interference. She finished proudly. Sounds loads better than the Prophet. And your mum. Luna tossed the last of her slice of bread into the lake, and reached out for the remainder of Harry's. She was an arithmancer with the Department of Mysteries, until she died in an accident 4 years ago. I'm sorry, Luna. He remembered their talk about Thestrals, and made the logical leap as to what must have happened. Oh, I don't think my arms are strong enough. Look, the bread's coming right back to us. Sure enough, the gentle lapping of water on the shore was pushing their floating projectiles back towards them. Harry made a half-hearted gesture towards the bread and a wave of water rose, carrying the pieces out to the center of the lake. A few moments later, several tentacles broke the surface, snagging the small snacks to Luna's delight. He looked over at her, taking in her unrestrained joy, and felt some of the tension from that morning ease. Come on, let's go get ready to board the express. Harry and Luna sat in a compartment with Neville and Hermione, discussing holiday plans and speculating about the recent petrifications. No one brought up that morning's article in the Prophet. It is troubling, especially since nearly headless Nick was affected, but overall I don't think you should be too worried. Petrification, even an advanced form like this one, is curable. I've been helping Professor Sprout plant more mandrakes to ensure we'll have adequate supplies to cure anyone that's attacked. And you don't think it's at all unusual that everyone petrified has been Muggleborn? I'm scared, regardless of whether or not petrification is curable. Hermione rubbed her arms as though a chill had run through the compartment. Neville winced. I've noticed. Sorry, Hermione, I wasn't trying to be insensitive. Shouldn't the ministry be doing something? Harry asked. Neville opened his mouth to respond, but Luna beat him to it. Oh no, they're far too occupied with combating the Rotfang conspiracy to deal with this. Don't do it, Harry, Neville warned, to no avail. What's the Rotfang conspiracy? Well, Luna went on to describe an intricate plot hatched by powerful societal figures, intent on laying waste to the Ministry of Magic through a combination of heretofore unknown dark magic and gum disease. The explanation was very thorough. And so, you can see that there just aren't ministry resources to spare. Harry looked queerly at Luna, as if trying to decide if she were joking or not. Taking in her completely sincere air, he simply nodded and leaned back in his seat. Hermione, meanwhile, sat open-mouthed in disbelief at the tale Luna had just spun. Hermione, are you going anywhere for Christmas? No, my parents can't leave their business unattended too often, so we generally only travel once a year, during the summer. What about you, Harry? We're staying put also, as far as I know. The trip to America had to have been pretty expensive, so I doubt Mum and Dad have any other trips planned so soon. Since he brought up his family, Neville gave into his curiosity. You've mentioned your family a lot, but they obviously aren't the same people the Prophet wrote about today. How'd you get away from them? The article was about my relatives. My real mum's sister and her husband. They were as unpleasant as you could imagine. But right after I was attacked at school in year 4 when I was 9 years old, I met my current mum and dad. They took over guardianship formally over the summer. And they treat you well. Absolutely. They're great parents. You guys don't need to worry about me. Hermione smiled at the obvious affection in Harry's voice. It would have been nice if the prophet had mentioned that. It would have been nice if they found some actual news to report, instead of digging up things that happened years ago. Oh, Hermione bounced in her seat. Why don't we get together over the break, Harry? I know my parents would absolutely love to meet yours. It's pretty lonely for them, having a muggle-born child. No other parents to connect with and all that. Sure. He grinned, knowing that Diane frequently expressed the same sentiment Hermione just alluded to. Let me write down our number, just have your parents give mine a call. He dug out a quill and ink from his school bag, scribbling the phone number to Norm and Diane's flat on a scrap of parchment. Great. We'll set something up. Harry smiled, excited to be back home, away from Hogwarts, from Lockhart, from the prophet. December 25, 1992. Happy Christmas. Norm groaned, pulling a pillow over his face. Wake up, you two, it's time for presents. Diane sat up in bed, hesitantly sniffing the air. Did you make breakfast? I did. Harry leaned on their doorframe. And it's going to get cold if you two don't hurry up. From the kitchen, the screech of a tea kettle sounded. Whoops. Better take care of that. As he dashed away, Norm removed the pillow and looked over at Diane. Quite a kid, isn't he? He is. Come on, let's get moving. Don't forget that tomorrow we're meeting the Grangers. Ah, right. Don't make that face. I'm excited. It's not easy having no one to talk to about raising a magical child. I get that. I just wish it weren't on Boxing Day. Diane pulled on her robe, tossing Norm's to him. Quit complaining. You can laze about on Sunday to your heart's desire. Oh, he grabbed her, pulling her back to bed. Is that a promise? She laughed, giving him a deep key, before patting his cheek affectionately. And be sure that you shave tomorrow morning too, you're getting scratchy. Mum. Dad. Hurry up. Still chuckling, Diane disentangled herself from Norm and walked into the dining room, where Harry had laid out a full English breakfast. Looks sinfully delicious, Harry. I'm lucky you only cook on special occasions, or I'd have to grease the doorframe to make it to work. Oh hush. Where are we meeting the Grangers tomorrow? They invited us over for lunch, so we'll be traveling to their home. Where do they live? Hampstead. When Harry didn't show any signs of recognition, she continued. It's another suburb of London, but north of the city. Sounds like a long ride on the tube. Yes, but we'll take a cab from the station to their house, so feel free to eat till you burst today. Harry grinned. Does that mean that you made some treacle? Wouldn't be Christmas without it, now would it? Settle down. You can't have any until after dinner. Norm finally emerged from the bedroom, sitting down and gratefully accepting a full plate from Harry. Looks great, kiddo, thanks. Did Diane talk to you yet about this summer? Hadn't gotten to it yet, Norm. What's up? Norm dropped a spoonful of milk into his tea, and stirred while he responded. We've been putting together wedding plans. Would you be all right as the ring bearer? Absolutely. Harry had an ear-to-ear smile on his face. Great. We also planned a family dinner before the rehearsal, so Diane's family could have a chance to get to know you. Probably should have done it sooner, but what with Hogwarts, schedule and all, the timing hasn't worked out. Okay. Diane reached over and squeezed Harry's hand. Don't worry, they'll love you. They've heard all about you and can't wait to finally meet you. Speaking of, they haven't heard everything about you. Does Hogwarts have a standard cover story to give to non-magical people? Harry looked uncertain. I don't know. It's fine, Harry, Diane said. We'll ask the Grangers. I'm sure they've dealt with issues like this before. The other thing I wanted to mention is that we're planning to move after the wedding. Instead of taking a trip for our honeymoon, we're planning to put a down payment on a house. We'd like you to come along with us during this break and look at a few properties. Really? Really? Wow. Would we have a yard? It'd be great if Hedwig had a place outside to relax and take in some fresh air. Oh, and what about a basement where I could practice magic? This is going to be brill. Easy there, Harry, Diane cautioned. I'm not sure we can afford all of that. But we want you to have some input. It's going to be your home, too. I can't wait. Great. Now let's finish eating so you can get to your presents. Harry had no objections to that, and started eating with gusto. The next day, Harry and his family emerged from a black cab in front of a huge house. 3 stories, on a large plot of land in a posh neighborhood. The 3 of them were rather intimidated by their surroundings. "Thanks, Gov." The cabbie said in response to Norm handing him several notes, the car zooming away without hesitation. "Harry." The door opened, and Hermione waved enthusiastically. "Happy Boxing Day." "Happy Boxing Day, Hermione." "This my mum and dad, Norm and Diane." Hermione was dressed in an expensive blouse and a fashionable skirt. "How do you do? Please, come in." They entered the home, which was as elegant inside as it was out. "These are my parents, Drs. Dan and Emma Granger." "Hello there. Won't you come in? We've just set the table, you're right on time." Norm and Diane followed, a bit nervous at the lavish environment. Harry, having attended many events with Lockhart in the homes of the wizarding aristocracy, was more at ease. "You have a lovely home." Diane started off. "Thank you," Emma responded. "Hermione tells us you live in Surrey." "That's right." Small talk continued over lunch, with Emma and Dan proving to be approachable and easygoing. When Dan broke out a bottle of wine afterwards, Hermione stood and motioned Harry to follow her. They climbed the stairs up to what appeared to be a study with a twin-sized bed. "This is your room." "Yes." "What's that face about?" Harry tried and failed to stop smiling, seeing wall-to-wall bookshelves, one of them even obscuring half of the room's large window. "It's very you, Hermione." "Oh, stop it. Listen, I didn't want to bring this up in front of my parents, or yours." She was serious, no trace of joking around on her face. "Do you subscribe to the Prophet?" "No, definitely not. The less he saw of that paper, the better." "I figured as much. You need to see what they've been writing since we left Hogwarts, though." Hermione removed a key from around her neck and opened a locked drawer at her desk. "I've been saving them so my parents wouldn't see. I told them it's for a class project." She removed a pile of perhaps a dozen articles that had been clipped from the newspaper and handed them to Harry. He looked down at the first. "More details about the Muggle monsters," the headline read. "Hermione, I don't want to see tea. They're not all about you, Harry. It's important." He sighed, continuing to flip through them. It looked like there had been 3 or 4 more articles about the Dursleys since the term at Hogwarts had ended. He flipped to the next in line, from Christmas Eve, and stopped. "Potter protectors mete out vigilante justice to violent Muggles." The article detailed how a magic reversal squad was summoned too late to detain any of the wizards that apparently had attended a lynching on Privet Drive, where Vernon was killed and Dudley left in critical condition at a Muggle hospital. The article went to great pains to assure its readers that no wizards, or those in the mob, were injured by his relatives. "My God." Hermione bit her lip and nodded. "Keep going." Minister Fudge suspends investigation into Muggle baiting incident in London. Potter preservation plan passed. New investigative division to monitor Muggleborn home treatment. Shocking expose. Muggleborns found in rank, rancid hovel. Are any magical children safe with Muggles? Harry looked up at Hermione with wide eyes. "They're not even going to look for who killed the Dursleys." "No. The minister said it was a crime of passion, and that their resources should go into making sure there aren't any other Harry Potters sleeping in cupboards. I can't believe it. It's nuts. That last one. It's about the Creevies. You know Colin, the first year that was petrified. His father is a milkman. They live in a 2-bedroom flat in Nottingham. Apparently his younger brother has also shown accidental magic. Their family's not that well off, but the article makes it sound they're destitute and living on the streets." She clenched her fists, frustrated tears coming to her eyes. "I'm worried they're going to show up here." "It'll be okay, Hermione," he said, still stunned by the extreme revelations. Uncle Vernon dead, Dudley in the hospital. What happened to Aunt Petunia? He wondered. What about the conservative faction? They can't have gone along with this. Hermione looked impressed. "You've been studying. Most of them voted against it, but a lot abstained. This is bad. Now you see why you needed to know." She took the articles back from him, locking them in her desk. "What are we going to do?" Harry leaned against her desk, trying to come up with something. "I'll talk to Lockhart. Maybe he and I can make some sort of public statement in opposition to this. Hermione nodded. That might change some minds, cool the hysteria some. I never thought something like this could happen. You should stay away from America, then. When Hermione looked at him, question on her lips, he went on. Over there they take Muggleborns away from their families as soon as they show signs of magic. That's barbaric. We should get back downstairs. Thanks for telling me, Hermione. The two of them returned to their parents, both shaken and disturbed. January 3, 1993. Please, stay here, you don't need to get off the train. But, why? We always see you off on the platform. Harry and his family were on the tube, nearly to King's Crossing. It's just, well, weren't you going to meet with the realtor to make an offer on that place in Bexley? You liked that one, huh? Yes. Harry's knuckles turned white as he gripped his book bag. That house was great. You shouldn't let it slip away. Diane touched his shoulder, his tense posture clearly apparent. Are you okay, Harry? I'm fine, Mum. The doors chimed, announcing the stop. I love you, Mum, love you, Dad. I can't wait for this summer. Harry hugged them both, and darted out of the train, running at full speed for the hidden entrance. Squeezing his way through the crowd at 9 3/4, Harry hopped on board the express as quickly as possible. Judging by the lack of empty compartments, the tube had run a little late. He walked through the corridor, peeking in each compartment as he passed. We said no, Loony, go sit somewhere else. Harry hurried his way up the train towards the unfriendly voices he heard, jerking a compartment door open and escorting Luna out, his arm around her shoulders. He shot a dirty look at the first-year girls in the compartment as he walked out. Oh, hello, Harry, how was your break? It was all right, Luna. How did your trip go? No sign of heliopaths, but it was lovely diving in the Aegean Sea. Have you ever taken gillyweed, Harry? No, I haven't. It's really quite a unique experience. I wish I were a fish animagus so I could sprout gills anytime I wanted. Let's find somewhere to sit, and you can tell me all about it, okay? All right. They continued up the train, peeking into compartments. Harry received many sympathetic glances, and one mocking grin from Draco Malfoy, before eventually coming across a compartment with his friends. Opening the door, the two stepped directly into an ongoing argument. But how could he? Don't you see how this is being used? Hermione, my dad just wanted to make sure no other children get hurt. He isn't a bigot, Hannah said in a defensive tone. What's going on? Harry, Hermione looked relieved to see him. Hannah's father voted for this horrid policy. You know, not every wizard lives in a mansion, either. It doesn't mean that they are abusive any more than a muggle in a small home is. It was just an inspection. On the front page of the newspaper. Whoa, whoa. Neville stood up and stepped between the two girls. Let's all take a breath. Hannah, Gran says that Bill was only a few steps away from a Death Eater's dream. Especially in the current environment, it is really bad. And Hermione, Hannah's family aren't as bad as you think they are. Lord Abbott has defended Muggleborns frequently over the years. I think he was being idealistic in his support for these inspections. Hermione let out a frustrated scoff and sat back in her seat. You can't understand. Muggles are this foreign concept to you, like talking about people overseas or something. They're exactly like you, just without magic. Real people, can't you see that? We get it, Hermione. And we may be purebloods, but both Auntie and Madame Longbottom voted against this bill. Not every pureblood is against you, Susan remarked. The frazzled Gryffindor let her hair fall over her eyes. I know. I am so worried about my parents, though. Luna set her bag down by the compartment door and sat down next to Hermione, hugging the older girl. Neville ran his eyes around the compartment, taking in Hannah's hostile, crossed arms, Hermione softly crying while Luna held her, Susan sitting with her hands anxiously twisting together, and looked at Harry with a grimace. Welcome back, mate. Hope you had a good holiday. Dinner was nearly over when Lockhart finally stood up to leave. Harry quickly set aside his utensils and followed his professor out of the Great Hall. Harry, welcome back. How was your break? Not so great, Professor. I need to talk to you. Certainly, you know the way to my office. The two walked up the stairs to the Dada classroom, Lockhart regaling Harry about the New Year's party that he had attended. Arriving at the classroom, Lockhart walked in and breezed right into his office without so much as an unlocking charm. Now, what's this about? I want to gather up some people of influence and come out publicly against this Potter preservation plan, and try to get it repealed. Speak out against the PPP. No, I don't think so. Too controversial. Did you have any other ideas? I'm loving this brainstorming session, we should do this all the time. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. This isn't a brainstorming session. I need you to do this. Think about my parents. Weren't they nice? They really liked you. Do they deserve to be presumed guilty just because they aren't wizards? Oh, Harry, relax. Those lovely muggles have no reason to fear. Certainly no one could accuse them of negligence. Okay. Harry switched gears. You're a half-blood, right? I am. So one of your parents is Muggleborn. My father was, yes. What was his attitude towards Muggles? What would he think of this bill, of the people that support it? Lockhart. Harry gripped the older man's shoulders. How many of your fans are Muggleborn or related to a Muggleborn? By Jove, the injustice. Lockhart sprang to his feet. You're absolutely right, Harry. I'm glad to have you here to remind me that heroes stand up for what's right, even in the face of controversy. Old Sluggy voted against it. I bet he'd be willing to rustle up a few personalities and some press. I'll firecall him right away. Great. That's great, Professor. March 5, 1993. Daphne, thanks for meeting with me tonight. Sure, it's no problem. What's on your plate this weekend? Harry and Lockhart had been making a series of public appearances on a weekly basis, speaking out in favor of individual rights, the spin that Slughorn had suggested would go over best with the Wizengamot. Daphne had been working with Harry regularly, prepping him for media appearances and drilling him on the background of his supporters and detractors. We're appearing with Lord Shafiq to introduce an adjustment that would place the inspections purely under the oversight of Madame Bones. She opposed the bill. It's a smart move to put her in charge of its execution. That's the thought. I have to say, I'm kind of enjoying seeing you get political. Daphne took in his trademark silver acromantula robes, well-manicured hair, and wire-rimmed glasses. Thanks. So, Lord Shafiq. Daphne held back a sigh, reaching into her school bag to pull out some reference materials. They spent an hour going over his biography, and adding in some personal additions to the draft of Harry's speech that Daphne thought would go over well. I think that's enough. Thanks again. I mean it. It's nothing, Harry. She packed up her things, glancing back at him. As Snape still on the warpath. Harry rolled his eyes. The potions professor had it out for Harry for months now, taking off points for imagined infractions and assigning detentions as often as he could get away with. He is. Do you think the reason he's so upset because I'm lobbying against this bill? It's possible. He runs in the same circles as the poor pureblood supremacists. Plus, he's close to the Malfoys, he's Draco's godfather. Harry barked a short laugh as they exited the classroom into the hallway. That explains so much, actually. Doesn't it? She grinned at him, her violet eyes sparkling in the torchlight. Walk me back to the dungeons. Okay, sure. While Harry and Daphne strolled through Hogwarts, a long brewing conflict was coming to a boil in the Gryffindor common room. Everybody calm down, Percy Weasley shouted, trying to restore order among the squabbling lions. Why should we? We're the only ones that are in danger. Settle down. There haven't been any petrifications since before Yule. It's safe to say that the worst is over. How do we know that? Dean Thomas asked. They never caught who was doing it, and all of Hagrid's roosters were killed last weekend. Not to mention none of you have to worry about petrification or being taken away from your families, said a fifth-year Muggleborn. Nobody's been taken away from their parents, Roberts. Quit being dramatic. Snarked Cormac McLaggen. Yay. Gary Roberts scoffed at the third year. Even Harry Potter doesn't care about Muggleborn families, he's too busy worrying about whether any of your lordly selves will lose any privilege while you're breaking our families apart. The fact is, Randall Meyer, a seventh-year Muggleborn said, Gryffindor has the highest proportion of Muggleborns of any of the houses. We expect more from you and the others. We're supposed to be your family. Where are you now that we need you? Neville stood up. For one thing, we're still students, too. But my grandmother fought hard against this bill. The Weasleys' father is a huge supporter of Muggle protections. And Hannah Abbott's father has announced he is going to vote to repeal the Potter Preservation Plan. We're with you. Seated on the steps leading to the girls' dormitories, Ginny Weasley stared thoughtfully at Neville. Later that night, next to a particularly shiny suit of armor, Penelope Clearwater was discovered petrified. April 18, 1993. What do you mean you're calling it off? Harry, I've invested months into this political campaign. There still aren't enough votes to overturn the PPP. You made some waves, got some concessions. Mark it down as a partial victory. But we've been winning. I'm not ready to give up. Actually, you are. Without me running cover for you, there's little chance of you making it out of Hogwarts to attend any events. And while the Prophet loves writing about you, I doubt they'd be as interested to have you writing for them. It's over, Harry. The second year sat quietly, stewing over Lockhart's words. He'd invested so much time and effort that to have that policy still on the books, bearing his name, it stung deeply. He looked up to Lockhart, who was wearing a pair of glasses, examining himself with a compact mirror. What do you think? The lenses are just regular glass, but I think it makes me look more academic. I can see why you wear these, Harry. Clenching his teeth at his professor's nonchalance, Harry tersely replied, I wear mine because I can't see without them. Lowering the glasses to hang on the end of his nose, Lockhart peered over the top of the frames at Harry in a very Dumbledore-like manner. What's got you in such a mood? I thought we were trying to do something positive. Make a difference. Lockhart pushed the glasses back up to his eyes with one finger. We did. Haven't you ever lost before, Harry? There are times that you find yourself in a situation where there are only bad choices to be made. We're in one of those moments right now. Learn what you can, do better next time. But you lost this one. It's done. Harry didn't reply. May 20, 1993. There had been no attacks for a month. Without any developments to the mystery at Hogwarts, and the debate over the changes to Muggleborn policy deprived of any fuel from Harry or Lockhart to fan the flames, the Prophet had slowed down their inflammatory reporting. Hannah Abbott was grateful to have a break. Being so on edge the whole term had been draining. She didn't envy her brother, already graduated and having to live that life full-time. It had been a horrible year, overall. Not just the specter of petrifications hanging over everyone's head, but also the scandal around her best friend, Harry's withdrawal from the study group, and the disillusionment over Professor Lockhart. What was I thinking? She thought, embarrassed over her long-standing crush on the idiotic defense professor. Shaking her head free of her musing, she glanced over at Susan. The two were seated near the fireplace in the Hufflepuff common room, putting the finishing touches on their potions essay. How's it coming, Susie? I'm tempted to just take the tea and hand it in half finished. Hannah laughed at her pessimism. Oh, come on, we've still got a half hour until curfew. Look, why don't you read through my notes and look over my essay? Just fill in some of the gaps by paraphrasing mine. You're a lifesaver, Hannah. She glanced up from her parchment, watching as Hannah stood and stretched. Going somewhere. I forgot to send a letter to my mum after dinner. Dad wanted to take us all on a trip to the continent to discuss possible partnerships with some of the more exotic suppliers, and Mum wanted my input on which towns we'd stay at in between. Oh, that sounds fun. I hope so, because of course you're coming with us. Susan squealed in happiness, tossing her quill and essay aside in her haste to excitedly embrace her best friend. Wow, this is going to be so fun. I know. When was the last time we went on a vacation together? 4, 5 years. 6. Please add on a thank you to your mum for me. It's already there. Now finish your essay. We can talk more when I get back, okay? Okay. Hannah hopped up the stairs to her shared dorm room, grabbing her robes and making haste out of the Hufflepuff quarters. She pondered her best friend as she headed for the Ollery at a light jog. She'd been a little dishonest with Susan earlier. Her parents hadn't wanted Susan to come, preferring it to be a family-only trip since Susan had spent the entire summer at Abbott Estates last year. Like I'd let her sit alone with only house elves for company, she huffed. There was no way Hannah would let them exclude Susan. As bad a year as it had been, she couldn't be more proud of her surrogate sister. Susan had grown into herself this year, taking the teasing and gossip in stride. Hannah was filled with admiration at the strength that her fellow Badger showed, the kind of strength that Hannah hoped one day she herself would. Hannah fell listlessly to the stone floor with a heavy thump. A slow, steady hissing sounded, and a moment later a small shadow darkened the second-year Hufflepuff's corpse, standing over her briefly before wandering away. The body of Hannah Abbott lay, unseeing eyes wide open, in the middle of the corridor. Draco was concerned, deeply so. He sat at the funeral service taking place near Black Lake, sandwiched between Pansy and Blaze, while Professor Sprout eulogized Hannah Abbott. Her family, of course, had taken her body to their family crypt and were holding a private service, but the faculty had decided to hold a separate funeral to allow the student body a chance to say goodbye. Muffled sobs in front of him devolved into full-on crying, and he glanced over to see Susan Bones bury her face in Potter's robes. While he couldn't call himself a friend to either Bones or Abbott, they were both purebloods from long and storied noble families. Not his friends, but neither were they his enemies. Sprout finished her remarks, and Dumbledore stepped up to the podium to deliver his speech. Draco used the opportunity to look around at the assembled students. The Mudbloods, of course, looked scared. Given that 4 out of 5 attacks had been against their sort, that was understandable. But the terrorized looks worn by so many of those of the right kind of heritage were apparent to any observer. This wasn't supposed to happen. His father had some hand in what was going on at Hogwarts. Draco didn't know the specifics of the plan, but it was obvious that he had in some way, shape, or form instigated the events of this year. So what went wrong? Why had a student, one with a lineage that stretched back further than his own, been caught up in this? Draco, lost in his own thoughts, stared at Bones' shuddering form. This wasn't supposed to happen. Dumbledore had been sacked 3 days after Hannah's memorial service, following the weekend. No one was particularly surprised, given that the daughter of such an important family had died on his watch. There was no controversy, no debate. Even the political faction that was ostensibly his couldn't deny that unforgivable negligence had taken place on his watch. Traveling cloak on, taking a moment to give one last look around his, well, Minerva's now, office, he called Fawkes to his shoulder and left for good. Rather than head down towards the exit, though, he walked up a staircase towards Ravenclaw Tower. Shaking his head at the simplistic riddle that the door knocker asked, he stepped into the Eagle's common room and asked a nearby prefect to summon the student he needed to see. A few minutes later, Harry descended down the stairs, accompanied by Luna Lovegood. The former headmaster gave the first-year girl a gentle smile, approving of Harry's protectiveness towards her. One of the few positive developments during an awful year. Harry, Miss Lovegood, I was hoping you might spare a few minutes to walk me to the gates. Luna immediately ran to gather her cloak, but Harry stared at Dumbledore intently, as if trying to divine the meaning behind this offer. Eventually, he nodded, just in time for Luna to come flying down the stairs from the girls' dormitory with her Ravenclaw robes. Harry, it's rainy out, you need more than just your uniform. He smiled at Luna's admonishment, conjuring some cloth and transfiguring appropriate attire. Satisfied. Almost. She removed a piece of fabric from her own cloak, placing the beanie on his head. Dumbledore chuckled, trying to identify what sort of creature that the hat was meant to emulate. It looked like a cross between a possum and a pixie. What is that hat, Miss Lovegood? It's a nargle, Professor. This way, Harry will blend in with them so they don't steal his things. Smart thinking. Luna, shall we, Headmaster? Dumbledore began walking with the 2 Ravenclaws, a sad smile on his face. I can't think of a more deserving student to be the last to address me in such a fashion, Harry. The second year merely nodded, walking alongside the elderly wizard. Do you have any idea who the heir could be, sir? I'm afraid not. I suspect that they are disguising themselves as a student, based on Miss Greengrass' description following the attack on Mr. Finch Fletchley. It is practically impossible that any student, even the most advanced 7th years, would be capable of wielding the sort of magic required to petrify students in such a manner. And Hannah. Dumbledore's eyes dropped, and he looked every one of his 112 years of age. She was only the second student to die since I came to work at Hogwarts, and the only one to suffer such a fate since I took over as headmaster. Failing her is something that I will never be able to make up for. Harry's jaw tightened, but he accepted Dumbledore's apology as sincere. What will you do now? There are various associates that I look forward to reconnecting with. One, in particular, has very limited time left. I'll be away, but not that far. He peered over his spectacles, regarding Harry seriously. Remember, I will not be truly gone, so long as there are those here that remain loyal. The two looked over as Luna burst out of a set of bushes, covered in twigs and leaves but clutching some red berries in her gloved hand. Look, Blayberries. They had reached the gates. Harry, despite our differences, I would like to work on repairing our relationship. That will be more difficult following the board's decision to remove me, but nonetheless it is essential for reasons you don't yet know. What reasons would those be? Now isn't the time nor the place. Harry made a frustrated sound. Okay. What about the heir? You've got to give me something, Dumbledore. The enormous gates opened and the former headmaster stepped outside of the castle grounds. The gates rumbled, slowly beginning to close. The Chamber of Secrets opened once before, Harry. You'll find your answers with Hagrid. Farewell, and good luck. The gates slammed shut with an ominous boom. After dinner, Luna, Harry, and Neville walked out towards Hagrid's hut. Knocking on the heavy oak door, a beaming smile came over the enormous man's face as he saw who'd come calling. Little Luna, and Mr. Longbottom. Oh, what's this? Harry Potter. Why, I've been waiting for ya to visit since first year. Hello Hagrid, Luna said, breezing past the hulking man to plop down next to Fang on a chair. Mr. Longbottom, how've ye been doin' in your classes? Last time we spoke, I was in a right panic over marks. I'm doing a lot better, Hagrid. Got a good group of friends that help me study. That's the way to go about it. Care for a cuppa? Hagrid, Neville began, we came because Dumbledore told us you would know about the last time the Chamber of Secrets opened. Dumbledore tall. Yeah. Hagrid digested this piece of news. Real shame happened to. I am. Great man, Dumbledore. Is there anything you can tell us? Hannah was our friend, Hagrid. She deserves justice. Harry nodded in agreement with his friend's words. Luna was being buried with licks from the wolfhound. Well, it was a long time ago. Suddenly, there was pounding on the door. You three, hide. Hagrid made a shoo-ing motion with one hand, and stepped towards the door. Harry grabbed hold of Luna and Neville, focused hard on their shoes, and cast the ascending charm. The three of them rose rapidly, the force of Harry's charm pressing them flat against the ceiling as Hagrid swung open the door. Cornelius Fudge, accompanied by two crimson-robed Aurors and a.b. owned man that Harry recognized as Lucius Malfoy, stepped inside the hut. Hagrid, good evening. Minster Fudge. Was this about? With recent events being what they are, the ministry can't be seen sitting on our hands. Action must be taken, you see. Bushy eyebrows raised, Hagrid gave a confused agreement with the minister's words. Excellent. Well, come along, then. To where? I'm afraid until more answers can be confirmed, we'll need to detain you. His bearded face pale, Hagrid gasped. Not Azkaban prison. One of the Aurors stepped forward. I'm afraid so, Hagrid. Come along. Taking a deep gulp of air, Hagrid looked around his hut. If anyone were interested in findin' answers, all I can say is follow spiders. Follow spiders. Oh, and someone'll need tear feed Fang while I'm gone. Fudge cocked his head, while Malfoy rolled his eyes. The Aurors formed up alongside the groundskeeper and marched him out of the hut. Shall we go inform the new headmistress of our expectations, Minister? Certainly, Lucius, after you. As soon as the hut emptied, Harry released the charm that he had maintained, the three students falling to the floor. Geez, Harry, need to work on cushioning charms next, wouldn't you say? What do you think he meant? Follow the spiders. No clue, but it's our only lead right now. Perhaps he was referring to the Acromantula colony. The two boys swiveled their heads towards the first year in surprise. Acromantula colony. Where? In the forest, of course. There's an Acromantula colony in the Forbidden Forest. You've been there. Neville was dumbfounded, and even Harry was incredulous. Not just yet. No, but I heard some centaurs mention it while I was looking for unicorns one night. Luna reclaimed her seat next to Fang. Shall we head out and find it? We will not. No. You're staying here. Harry responded emphatically. Neville, let's go. The Gryffindor looked hesitantly out the door, then sighed and turned to follow Harry. You'll take care of Fang, won't you, Luna? She gave him a jaunty salute, and he closed the door behind him. Where should we start? Well, let's take Hagrid's advice. Can you give us some light? With Neville's Lumos charm lighting the way, the two boys set off into the forest. Tramping through the woods for what felt like an eternity, they delved deep into the pitch black of the night. Harry, take a look at this. Neville lowered his lit wand, displaying a line of spiders steadily walking in the same direction. Guess that we found our path. Walking in the direction that the spiders traveled, the sounds of the forest began to fade away. In the silence, occasional chittering sounds were heard, along with faint rustlings of the leaves in trees overhead. Coming across the first sign of Acromantula webbing, Neville extinguished his wand. Figured we might as well try to avoid announcing that we're here. Harry agreed, however it was too late. Two spiders, each the size of Fang, dropped from the trees in front of them. Come, friends of Hagrid. Father would speak with you. They whispered in deep voices. Harry set off behind the two spiders, while Neville hesitated. Are you sure about this? Pausing only momentarily to give a glance over his shoulder, Harry replied, I imagine it's a bit late to turn back now, Nev. With a sigh and a muttered, Gryffindors charge ahead, Neville hurried to catch up to his friend. The Acromantulas led them deeper into the forest, to a section of old-growth trees so tall that their canopy blacked out every speck of the night sky. A mammoth shape emerged from a hollowed-out trunk, speaking in a cavernous tone. What brings two humans to my nest? Neville stepped forward. Hagrid sent us. The Chamber of Secrets has reopened. We are aware of the return of the Evil One. What Evil One? What is inside the chamber? We dare not speak its name. To my people, it shall only be referred to as I have. Neville looked to Harry and shrugged, as if to say, what now? We had hoped that Hagrid could tell us about the first time that the chamber opened. I can tell you that tale. I was but a hatchling then. Friend Hagrid raised me inside of the castle. A female student was killed in a bathroom, close to the ground floor. Another boy, with the stench of dark magic upon him, tried to lay the responsibility upon me. I was nearly killed, and only survived due to the loyalty and protection of friend Hagrid. I have since honored that loyalty and granted him safe passage through my family's lands. Neville clapped his hands together. Okay, so the last time the chamber opened, a girl died in a bathroom near the ground floor. I guess that's our next stop. Thank you. I didn't catch your name. The enormous spider rumbled with amusement. I am called Aragog, and though you may be friend to Hagrid, to my sons and daughters, you are food. An almost deafening round of chittering rang through the trees, hinting at just how many spiders were watching. But Hagrid sent us. You said he had safe passage. Hagrid does, and always will. You, though, are not Hagrid. Children, it is time to feast. Spiders dropped out of the trees, racing towards the boys at full speed. Jerking Neville behind him, Harry raised his arm and more than a dozen stone spikes rose out of the ground at a breakneck speed, impaling the first wave of Acromantula. Urania exumai. Neville's shouted incantation alerted him to danger from behind, and Harry swung around, a firestorm exploding in front of Neville with a wave of his hand. Several dozen spiders were incinerated instantly. A sudden weight against his back propelled him into Neville. The boys sprawled into the dirt in the darkness. In an instant, Harry screamed out as two different sets of pincers sliced into his back. Harry. There was a flash of green as Harry's eyes lit up, brighter than Neville's Lumos charm from earlier. A magical shockwave blasted back the spiders that swarmed over the 2 second years. Jumping to his feet, Harry pulled Neville up and dragged him over to the base of an ash tree at least 100 years old. The tree trunk was double the width of the two boys put together. With the solid wood at his back, Harry prepared to make his stand. Conjured pikes pierced spiders as they approached. Iron swords lopped off forelegs, sending charging Acromantula face first to the dirt. Bursts of white-hot fire shot out to the left and right occasionally, stopping the monsters from flanking the two. Harry, from Aboof. 3 spiders, each weighing nearly 100 pounds, landed on top of them, immediately sinking their fangs into Harry's arms and chest. Adrenaline pumping hard, Harry pushed, sending the spiders rocketing to their deaths, splattered against the trunks of the tightly packed tree line. Conjuring another set of stone spikes to rise out of the ground, he quickly waved his hand in a tight circle over his head. The ash tree, groaning and creaking in protest, began to shake its limbs like a wet dog, sending 15 spiders tumbling to the ground. On and on it went. Neville cast his repelling charm when he could, but Harry was running a one-man charnel house, butchering Acromantula at an incredible rate. Enough. The attacks ceased as Aragog emerged from his refuge, his smaller brethren crowding around him. I admit that we underestimated you. You may return to the castle, with the assurance that none of my family will attack you on your way. Never set foot in this forest, Aga. A huge iron edge, 20 feet in length, sliced Aragog in half, taking 10 nearby Acromantula with him, vanishing just as it passed through huge arachnid. A frenzied rush of enraged spiders immediately charged the two boys and died, burned alive in a hellish inferno. The few remaining spiders fled in terror. Neville looked around at the killing field, undecided if he should feel horrified or awestruck. He slapped Harry on the back. Thanks, mate, thought we were done for. His hand came away sticky, and Harry's only response was short, quick breaths. Lumos. Merlin's beard. Harry's robes were shredded, hanging from him in tatters. His school uniform beneath was soaked through with blood, from the multiple wounds inflicted by the Acromantula. Neville could only imagine how much venom was coursing through his veins. Slinging one of his friend's arms over his shoulders, he suppressed a shudder at the feel of blood trickling down his collar. Neville took off towards the castle, screaming for help as loudly as he could. And that's when a group of centaurs came upon us. They had seen the light from Harry's fire, and were scouting to see what the situation was. They carried us back to the edge of the forest. You know what happened from there. Poppy, what is Potter's condition? He'll live, but I'll need staff from St. Mungo's to carry out a blood purification ritual. I've pumped him full of blood replenishers and antivenom serums, but he'll need the purification ritual to cleanse the Acromantula venom. What possessed you to go into the Forbidden Forest at night? We were trying to figure out what happened the first time the Chamber of Secrets opened, but Hagrid was arrested before he could tell us. He told us to follow the spiders. McGonagall closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. Honestly, the man lacked even a teaspoon of common sense. Mr. Longbottom, you're sure that you're not injured? He looked down at himself, clad in blood-stained robes. No, it's all Harry's. Very well. Mr. Longbottom, I must insist that you cease this investigation of yours. Especially in light of what happened to Miss Abbott. Even now, her breath hitched slightly at the thought of the deceased Hufflepuff. Your safety is the paramount issue right now. Professor. Headmistress, wait. The Acromantula. They told us that the events last time centered around a girl's lavatory near the ground floor. I see. Thank you, Mr. Longbottom. You may return to Gryffindor Tower. Neville stood firm. I'd like to stay. And I'd like to see Susan Bones. I'd rather her hear the story from me. McGonagall narrowed her eyes at Neville's defiance. You may remain here overnight for observation, but you are to stay out of the way, especially during the purification ritual. Miss Bones can wait until morning. Neville nodded glumly. Is there anything else you need to tell me? He shook his head, and moved towards a nearby bed. Now that they were safe in the castle, he felt the weariness deep in his bones. I nearly died tonight. Lying on the cleanly pressed hospital bed, he looked over at his friend's pale and sweaty form. Harry had saved him tonight, no question about it. Determined to keep watch despite his exhaustion, Neville raised himself to a seated position. Suddenly, his jaw dropped, and he shouted out, Luna. May 26, 1993. Susan waited anxiously for the healers to finish the blood purification ritual. Why didn't you tell me what was going on? I could have come with you. You would have been keeping Luna company in Hagrid's hut. There's no way Harry would have let you come with us. What? Why? I could have helped. Neither of us could stand it if something had happened to you or Luna. Susan angrily blew a strand of dark red hair away from her face. Of all the times for old-fashioned say. Ism. Call it what you want. You were closer to Hannah than any of us. You don't need to be battling giant spiders, Susan. It was true. The Hufflepuff was a wreck, hair wild and askew, wearing a wrinkled uniform. Did McGonagall read you the riot act? She did. Good. Just then, the healers stepped out from behind the privacy barrier, conferring quietly with Madame Pomfrey before making their way towards the fireplace. The school Medowitch removed the privacy barrier, casting a few diagnostic charms and beckoning the other two second years to approach. You've got 15 minutes, then it's a dreamless sleep potion for him to go along with the muscle knitting solution. Come see me for a tardy slip for your classes before you leave. Susan hurried to Harry's side, grasping his hand in her own. He lay in the bed, shirtless, covered in sweat from the ritual, the sheets beneath him stained with the greasy, black, viscous acromantula venom. She looked over the half-healed lacerations from the spiders, the jagged line in his side and the perfectly round puncture mark on the center of his belly from Veronica Hazlitt, and the older, more faded scars from his years with the Dursleys. By the gods, Harry. He feebly reached for the sheets with one hand, but she grabbed a hold of it, both his hands now in her grasp. I'm so glad you're okay. Me too. Nev, that you. Yay, it is. Harry, I'd say I owe you a life debt. Was it? His mouth felt like sandpaper. We'll talk about it later. Just relax. He took a deep breath. Furs floor. Girls' bathroom. I told McGonagall, Harry. She said she'll look into it. Harry. Susan's voice was serious, despite her shaky tone. I want you to promise me you won't try to find the heir. His eyes swiveled in her direction. Please, Harry. I don't want to be Barry two friends. She sniffed, trying to rein in her emotions. I can't lose you, too. He closed his eyes, and let out a grunt that sounded somewhat like, okay. Promise me. Harry opened his eyes, squinting towards her, and gently squeezed her hands. Promise. He mumbled. Susan let go of his hands to wipe her eyes. She hesitated, then leaned down and pressed a key. To his forehead, then to his cheek. Get better soon, Harry. Madame Pomfrey cleared her throat, 2 potions vials in her hands. Time's up. Please wait by my office. May 31, 1993. How's Fang been doing? He sleeps a lot, but he's always happy to see me. He misses Hagrid, though. Luna's feet dangled from her standard position on the tree branch. How is your book coming along? Perrault's ghostwriter had shown up not long after Harry got out of the hospital wing, summoned by Lockhart to document his adventures from this year. It had been a surprisingly cathartic exercise to tell someone everything that had happened. Okay, I guess. She surveyed his training area. You were surprisingly restrained tonight, Harry. Guess I just felt more like sitting here in the peace and the quiet. It is a bit rare to see you without Susan nearby. The Hufflepuff had taken it upon herself to watch over Harry and Neville like a hawk, making sure they stayed out of trouble. It's nice to have new friends, but I'm glad that the night time is still just ours. I can't believe the Aurors didn't find anything. He'd kept true to his word and had avoided looking into the hint they'd received about a girl's lavatory, but the lack of progress being made was frustrating. Come on down. We should head back inside. She hopped down from the branch, and the 2 Ravenclaws made their way through the tall grass, neither realizing it would be the last time they would ever visit the clearing they'd grown so close together in. June 2, 1993. Harry wandered into the Great Hall for lunch, slightly irritated at the way the students fretted over the upcoming exams. Who cares about grades after the year we've had? He asked himself, casting a scornful gaze over the student body. He made his way towards the Hufflepuff table to sit with Susan and Luna, but was waylaid by Daphne waving him over. He took a seat across from her, where she sat alongside 2 first-year Slytherin girls. What's up, Daphne? Harry, this is Flora and Hestia Caro. The two girls giggled and waved at him, while Daphne rolled her eyes in irritation. They insisted on telling you this themselves. We were in the second floor bathroom, in one of the stalls. What? Together. Go ahead, tell him what you were doing. Daphne apparently didn't have much patience for the first year twins. We were, chatting with a ghost that haunts that bathroom. You mean you were bullying her? Harry, they're talking about Mo. Ning Myrtle. She's quite a bother, so most of the time that bathroom is deserted. He nodded his understanding. Anyway, one of the twins said, shooting Daphne a dirty look, we heard someone come in and start hissing, you know, like a snake. There was a loud rumbling sound, and then nothing. When we took a peek out of the stall, the bathroom was empty. There, you told him, now go sit somewhere else. Whatever. Greengrass. Bye, Harry. The twin on the left batted her eyelashes at him, while the other flipped her hair over her shoulder and winked. Hissing like a snake. Daphne nodded. Do you know anything about Salazar Slytherin? Just that he was one of the founders. The bad one, right? He asked, shooting her a grin. She chuckled in response to his snark. Right. He was known for being the first recorded Parselmouth in England. Parselmouth. Someone who can speak Parseltongue, the language of snakes. Harry went rigid in his seat. There have only been a few others since. Harry, the most recent Parselmouth in Great Britain was, well, it was the Dark Lord. What? Daphne nodded, looking around to make sure they won't overheard. Given the way that almost every attack was against a Muggleborn, it would make sense that someone related to the Dark Lord was responsible. The Parseltongue could be the reason that no one has been able to find any evidence of the chamber. Harry sat, deep in thought. Where on the second floor is this bathroom? Harry left Transfiguration, glad to be done with classes for the day. Ever since McGonagall had taken over as headmistress, she'd been twice as tough on her classes, probably due to her increased responsibilities. He idly wondered who would be teaching the subject next year. Susan fell into step beside him, not making conversation, just taking comfort in his presence. He put his hand on her shoulder and gave a brief squeeze, walking her down to the badger's den so she could get changed and drop off her books. Watching the barrels shift closed behind her, he hefted his bag and started walking up the stairs towards Ravenclaw Tower when a booming sonorous charm rang out from all around him. All students, return to your dormitories immediately. All students, return to your dormitories immediately. It was clearly McGonagall, but what was going on? Harry took a chance and darted out of the stairwell at the second floor, rushing through the halls and only just managing to hide behind a suit of armor near the girls' bathroom that Daphne had described. A message, like the one near where Mrs. Norris was found, was scrawled along the wall. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, and Professor Bathsheba Babbling, the ancient runes professor, stood together nearby. You're sure there's nothing? Babbling shook her head in frustration. No, I can't detect any active wards, not even anything that might be masking something else. As far as I can tell, this is just a normal bathroom. A loud wail sounded inside the lavatory, clearly audible even from the hallway. Well, a normal, haunted bathroom. McGonagall clutched her wand tightly. Alert the Ministry. Request a response team of Aurors. The ancient runes professor nodded and hurried away, leaving the other three professors standing in the hallway. I can't imagine any way that Hogwarts won't close now. According to the attendance logs, Ginny Weasley was the only student who didn't attend any of today's lessons. 2 pureblood students dying in the same term. There's no way that we'll be back in the fall if the perpetrator isn't caught. Hogwarts was closing. Permanently. Harry's mind raced to the statute of secrecy. Most of the students hadn't finished their owls. Would the Muggleborns be obliviated and have their magic bound? Would Norm and Diane, would Hermione and her parents have their memories wiped? Phileas, Severus, return to your houses and do a head count. We need to find out if there is anyone else missing. Perhaps if we can identify the perpetrator, it will give us a clue how we can access the chamber. She snapped off a Patronus charm, presumably to Professor Sprout. Harry didn't wait to see what happened next. He needed to get into that bathroom. But if it was really someone close to Voldemort down there, he needed some help. Someone who would believe him. Someone that trusted that he was the only person that could access the chamber to save the girl that was trapped down there. Someone like Gilderoy Lockhart. Sneaking back towards the staircase, he ran up one flight, rushing into the defense professor's office. Lockhart was stuffing his possessions into an overcrowded trunk, waving his wand and gathering his things from around the room. What? You're leaving? With everything going on? Oh, Harry. Well, you see, with Miss Weasley's disappearance, it's unlikely that the school will remain open. No reason to delay in packing, you know. Why do tomorrow what you can do today, and such? If the school really was closing, his year-long apprenticeship with Lockhart was up. You're a coward and a fraud. Lockhart's mouth quirked upward, but he continued packing, only remarking to Harry, perhaps, but I'm alive, and I'm going to keep it that way. I know how to access the Chamber of Secrets. So eager to seek death's embrace, Harry. He walked over, put a hand on the lid of Lockhart's trunk, stopping the professor's packing for a moment. We can stop the heir, and save the Weasley girl. What kind of book will you be able to write after that? Lockhart rocked back on his heels, regarding Harry with a contemplative look. How delightfully mercenary. Looks like you learned more from me than you would have thought, Are you in, or out? I could use some help gaining access to the lavatory. You're sure you can take this heir of Slytherin? I've taken on a troll, a defense professor, a psychotic woman, and about 200 acromantula. You tell me. Quirrell was. You mean you were. By all that's magical, Harry, I never would have guessed. Lockhart reared away from Harry like the Ravenclaw had grown a second head. I'll need some of this parchment if you don't mind. He scribbled a quick note, tearing the parchment in half and transfiguring the side he hadn't written on into an envelope, which he addressed to Susan Bones, placing it on Lockhart's desk in the defense classroom. Come on, Professor, let's move. Lead the way, Harry. Unbeknownst to the second year, Lockhart's grip on his wand tightened. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.